The year is 2006. This legend had just stolen Mickey Smith's girlfriend, was burnt into everyone's ears, and the housing crash was about to happen, and I should have been buying one. Instead, I was a stupid 5-year-old waiting for my favourite show to come back on air, Noddy. But a different programme was giving Noddy a run for his money, and that followed a guy in a big blue box travelling the stars, defeating aliens and falling in love. Doctor Who had triumphantly made its return to our TV screens and was met with critical acclaim, adoration from the masses, and a commission of a new series of adventures. This video will be tackling why and how the continuation of the Doctor Who revival in 2006 was such a roaring success, and everything that went into it, including behind the scenes, story, character, and thematic analysis. I've constructed this recap and analysis in such a way that you don't need to have watched Series 1 or my previous video. I hope you enjoy. Hello, my name is Harry, and you're watching The Harry Show, where the only Harry I show is the top half, because I float. Don't tell anyone, I don't want to get experimented on. On The Harry Show, I talk about whatever I have a lot to say on. And if you want more of it besides these crazy long videos, you can join my Patreon to gain access to lots of bonus videos, including Doctor Who reactions and discussions, more analysis, and other epic stuff. Right now, over there's an extra special analysis of the episode Lux, where I go in depth on how beautiful that story is and why it hit people so hard. On my second channel, we have a Minecraft series going on, but don't worry, there's no fast editing or brainwashed feeling involved.
Yippee yippee ya, yippee ya, yippee yay. What's up, Oinkers? Oinkers in the house. Oinkers doesn't have a girlfriend, doesn't have a spouse, doesn't like insects, especially not wood louse.
I just need to get round to actually recording it. Links are in the description. In this introduction, I will talk about the concept of regeneration and its history, Buffy the Vampire Slayer Series 1, and more. There are timestamps in the description. This video also includes minimal spoilers for classic Doctor Who from 1963 and spoilers for Doctor Who Series 1 to 2 from 2005 to 2006. It came out while I was 5 years old and continued with speech therapy to fix a lisp, and my teachers still wanted to test me for autism. Completely unrelated, this is a multiple hour long video about a single series of Doctor Who, and I'm not going to make eye contact with the camera.
Watch out, Rose! It's a Dalek! They have cooties!
Series 1 of Doctor Who was a booming success. The first episode, Rose, peaked at a viewership of over 10 million people, with an audience share of 44.8%, meaning nearly half of all TVs in the UK were displaying Rose meeting the Doctor, Mickey getting eaten by a bin, and a normal working class girl saving the world. Not through being remarkable or inherently special, just brave enough to push past her fears and show that in any case, we all have that capacity within us to do amazing things if we're just given the chance. Notably, here, that chance being a life outside of those working class restraints. Rose is literally handed lottery money before she stumbles into the Doctor. Now her life would be one traveling the stars, saving worlds, and not having to worry about rent. It's escapism. It's pure escapism bliss. For those 45 minutes of Rose and all those episodes afterwards, you're transported into a world where the impossible is possible. Someone like you having the chance to show how magnificent they can be if they just weren't tired all the time from a 50-hour work week and their back didn't hurt. There's a reason why the 9th Doctor, played by Christopher Eccleston, was portrayed with a northern accent, wore a leather jacket, and didn't act like a tourist. Russel T Davies, the man who revived the show, wanted working class people to be able to relate to him, and think he would stand up for them and feel their struggle. He wouldn't eat alfalfa at a restaurant, he would eat steak and chips and neck a Stella. Oi, oi, lads! I'm not saying that all the Doctors that came before him were Nepo babies or something. In fact, the show has always been rather progressive for its respective time. But for the most part, the Doctor always seemed rather posh because of their accent and the way they all stood up straight as hell. Like, come on, bend that back a little bit. This is something that Eccleston picked up on, and coming from Margaret Thatcher's North, he didn't feel particularly represented by the character, so he wanted that rectified when he got the chance. And rectify he did. He was electric and exceeded the already high expectations he had on his shoulders as a veteran actor. He particularly excelled in the episodes Dalek and Father's Day, which were recorded in a filming block when Eccleston's own father was in hospital, struggling with dementia and cancer. In his book, I Love the Bones of You, he said he channeled his emotions from that into his performance, and you can tell. His acting required such nuance and vulnerability, and I couldn't be proud of what he brought to the show in such difficult times. But the difficulty wasn't in isolation. In fact, there was much more to what meets the eye, especially in Doctor Who's behind-the-scenes program.
Watch out! I'm the Doctor, and I'm gonna pee everywhere!
Doctor Who Confidential would air immediately after the broadcast of a respective episode, and would go over how moments of interest were filmed and other noteworthy concepts like the show's history. But unlike any other series of Doctor Who Confidential onwards, you don't really get a lot of behind-the-scenes footage on set. It's my personal opinion that there is one very good reason for that, and it's that Krista Eccleston would not have painted a nice picture of the production. I talked about this in my video on Series 1, but Eccleston had a fractious relationship with higher-ups at BBC Wales after allegedly reporting misconduct on set that he witnessed and subsequently getting silenced.
Sack Russel T Davies, sack Jane Tranter, sack Phil Collinson, sack Julie Gardner.
He made the decision to leave the programme after just one series, and since has only complimented Russel T Davies' writing and the effort of the people who really made the show.
And why did you want to be the Doctor?
Because Russel T Davies wrote it.
The camera operators, the set designers, the gaffers, many have made their personal conclusion that Eccleston witnessed mistreatment of lower paid staff, and because of his integrity, couldn't go on tolerating it. Ironically, if you believe Eccleston's account of events, the choice to leave his role as the Doctor made him more like the character than ever, never failing to stand up for the little guy and not tolerating mistreatment, even at great cost for himself. It was in Robert Shearman's audio play, The Holy Terror, where the Doctor's companion is a penguin. Don't ask, but the Doctor says, "It doesn't matter to whom the cruelty is directed, the cruelty itself is wrong." And I can't think of a better quote that would sum up how Eccleston's integrity manifests in his actions, particularly to stand up for those he believes needs it. He was the lead actor and could have continued on for paycheck after paycheck, but it didn't matter to him. Not for as much as a mansion, not for as little as a packet of crisps.
It was a very sensitive boy in my class, and I used to, at break time, I used to make him give me some of his crisps. And I did it a few times, and I'm very, very ashamed of it.
But how can the show move on from losing the Doctor, portrayed by a man so perfect for the part, both on screen and off? As outlined in my video on Series 1, this all meant that Doctor Who would have to recast its titular character, a feat that not many shows on TV would dare to even do, let alone survive past. But Doctor Who is not just any old TV show. It survives because of this recasting, this growth and change. In 1963, the programme had the tough task of saying goodbye to William Hartnell, the man playing the Doctor. He was growing ill and keeping it secret before it all became too much. But he was the Doctor, the definite article. However, saying goodbye wasn't going to spell the end of the show. The production team wanted to continue on, and why shouldn't they have? So they devised a plan. William Hartnell as the Doctor would fall to the ground, complaining that he felt weak. At the end of an episode, unfortunately still missing from the BBC's archive, episode 4 of the 10th Planet. Luckily, we can still watch what happens next, as it was archived from the children's show Blue Peter. The Doctor would slowly burst into bioluminescent light, and when the shining cinders of stardust withdrew, it would become apparent that a new man, rejuvenated, had taken his place. Patrick Troughton.
Oh my god, it's a Cyberman jumping G Willikers!
The Cosmic Hobo. That's not an insult for just how unemployed you are right now. That's the nickname given to the Second Doctor by Sidney Newman, co-producer of Doctor Who at the time. He envisioned the Second Doctor as a clownish figure, esoteric with scruffy hair, very different to his first incarnation. Patrick Troughton would go on to be viewed as a clown in his first appearance, wearing a big silly hat while playing a recorder and sporting a fashionable hairstyle that would soon be typified by the Beatles. Viewers wondered how on earth we had gotten here, how there had been such a massive change. From a wise, stalwart figure of intelligence and justice, out came a bumbling buffoon, a babbling baboon, a bubbly bidiot burger bing but better. Point is, largely, Troughton didn't impress. People had gotten used to the Doctor being Hartnell and what that meant for the character. The Doctor was old, but that meant he was wise. He was quite stern due to his strong belief in justice. He wasn't all so serious as he could burst into manic giggling when you least expected it. Hartnell was the Doctor, and people liked it that way. It was comfortable, but ratings for the show were on a steady decline. So if the team wanted Doctor Who to be successful again, things couldn't stay the way they were. Couldn't stay comfortable. Troughton understood this assignment of uncomfortability too well and wanted to portray the Doctor as a black pirate. This idea was declined. Thank God. Instead, other risks were taken with the character. Hartnell's intelligence wasn't gone, not at all, but Troughton's incarnation masked it with that aforementioned bumbling exterior.
Hands through them.
Enemies saw the Second Doctor's silly nature and would often underestimate his abilities, only then to be proven wrong when he used his wit to thwart them as they least expected it. As time went on, two would begin to build what we now can recognise as the building blocks of the Doctor's morals.
I'll expose him, ruin him, have him arrested, but I won't be his executioner. No one has that right. Sometimes it's necessary. No.
It wasn't like Hartnell was uncaring or ever had malicious intentions, but when his friend Ian Chesterton, the GOAT, was carted off as a slave in ancient Rome, he sure did not do much. Troughton would also be more alien than his predecessor, acting strange and otherworldly, not letting anybody into his true inner thought process before his plans became apparent. In the meantime, he would strip off and gallivant into the sea, play the flute, and just generally act like an idiot. But just like the incarnations who would inherit this strength after him, Troughton's warmth and reassurances were memorable.
Our lives are different to anybody else's. That's the exciting thing. Nobody in the universe can do what we're doing.
He truly cared for all of those who travelled with him, and he would protect them with his life. Unlike Hartnell, who would sabotage the TARDIS just so he could go investigate a pretty city and give all his companions radiation poisoning while they fight the Daleks for the first time. That one really worked out for you, didn't it? I would argue that Hartnell's incarnation only really seemed protective over two people. His granddaughter, who he would leave in the ruins of 2164 London with a man she had just met after, you guessed it, the Daleks invaded, and Vicky, the GOAT, an orphan he came across in dire circumstances and became a father figure to. But be it Jamie, Victoria, Polly, Ben or Zoe, you always knew that Troughton would protect them with wit and foresight. But it took a while for the viewers to see through this wild metamorphosis and realise all the good that came with rejuvenation. Yeah, at this point it wasn't even called regeneration yet, that's how untested and new it was. But for the show to survive, things had to change. It had to be rejuvenated. So when it was Troughton's time to leave, they knew what they had to do. They had a plan that could sustain Doctor Who forever if they played their cards right. The more rejuvenations, the more regenerations, more people got used to this change. It wasn't the death of the character in 1966 and onwards. It was a chance for them to be reborn.
New teeth. Oh no, they're still British!
In 2005, at the end of Series 1, the situation was rather different. Doctor Who had 40 plus years of history spanning the story of 9 Doctors. And if it wasn't for Troughton's brilliance, the concept of regeneration wouldn't have withstood that test of time. Troughton went on to be celebrated as one of the best decisions the show ever made. But time has gone by, and now, even though our lead actor is leaving, because of Troughton, we know what to do, and we even know who it's gonna be. At the end of The Parting of the Ways, Christopher Eccleston's Doctor would stand spread, bursting with regeneration energy as starlight flared from his extremities, with his companion, Rose Tyler, bearing witness. What was this new Doctor going to be like? Was it the same man? It was obviously sad saying goodbye to Eccleston, but at the time, in my 4 years of life, our family had moved twice. I was used to saying goodbye. When my great-grandma passed on, I didn't quite understood what all that meant, but through watching this character I loved go through a symbolic death, I knew that on some level in my stupid 4-year-old brain, I was a very dumb kid, that life goes on. Now, I can recognize that regeneration helped me when I was young to conceptualize the idea that we carry who we've been in our lives with us, who we've known, who we've loved, who we've lost, and where we've been. The Doctor, even though they would change, was still the Doctor. We hadn't lost Eccleston. He was just gone. When you're young, change is something happening constantly, as you get used to the world and learn 1,000 things a day. But unfortunately, as you get older, that sense of adventure that life promises withers away. Change becomes uncomfortable. Prevailing opinion at the time was that Series 1 was fantastic, which made it all the more hard for people to move on from Eccleston, meaning that people judged the casting of Tennant rather harshly. But what I'm sure that people didn't know was that Tennant was a lifelong Doctor Who fan. When Russel T Davies offered him the part, he burst out into laughter. He thought it was ridiculous. He told them that he would think about it, but he soon came to the realization that if he had said no, then he would always regret it, as he would watch some other idiot take his chance and be left completely jealous. But what came with that dream was being called a weasel, and people acting like the show was over because 8 regenerations was fine, but 9, that's just stupid. I mean this guy, look at him, look at his face. Obviously this guy is bad! Yeah. Human beings like to be comfortable, and when that comfort's taken away, we can become rather irrational. Change is inevitable though, and despite it being weird, we should give it a chance because new opportunities are just that, opportunities. Even if the change is something we don't like, eventually we'll just try again, and that's how Doctor Who can celebrate its 60th anniversary.
Oh my god! It's the world-famous monster, the Chumbley!
David MacDonald. What the hell? MacDonald was born on the 18th of April 1971 in Bathgate, Scotland, and then spent his youth in Paisley. He's Scottish? That was an English accent at the end of Series 1. Is David MacDonald a pathological liar? Is any of this true, David? Because your signature says your name is Dulfate. I'm starting to think this guy isn't even the Doctor. I think he's pretending. Okay, it's been a couple days. Weeks down the rabbit hole, and I think I've worked it all out, but bear with me because it's about to get crazy. David Tennant was born under the name of David MacDonald, if you can believe that, on the 18th of April 1971 in Bathgate, Scotland, and then spent his youth in Paisley, a little Scottish town. Growing up in a similarly boring place to me, I know all too well that the most exciting part of the week was Doctor Who, and David watched almost every single episode of Doctor Who for years, only ever missing one that he never forgave his mother for, because he loved it so much that it inspired him at the age of 3 to pursue acting. His parents weren't over the moon about it, but he knew what he wanted, and he was determined. So, when he passed his official audition for the Royal Conservatoire of Scotland at just 16, he knew he had his foot through the door. But when he found out that another actor by the name of David MacDonald was already represented by the Actors Union Equity, he adopted a stage name, taking the surname of Neil Tennant. Later, he would even legally change it to David Tennant, so he wouldn't be a liar anymore. When Tennant was cast as the Doctor, Russel T Davies made the decision for his accent to be an estuary accent, most associated with London, and even his companion, Rose. Davies didn't want the Doctor to be too regional, perhaps owing to viewers from outside the UK, who are most used to and easily understand estuary accents. In his formative acting years, Tennant performed at the prestigious Royal National Theatre of London, playing Nicholas Beckett in What the Butler Saw. The Manchester Evening News noted that Tennant and his castmates ran amok to considerable purpose. That purpose being seemingly that they all get naked in front of hundreds of people for £6 a ticket. As in, British theatre is weird, man. However, Tennant really started climbing his way up as an actor in his theatre productions, collaborating with the Royal Shakespeare Company, first appearing for them in the play As You Like It in 1996. Many would describe Tennant as dreaming, and stealing his name from a boy band, he obviously fancied himself a ladies' man and auditioned for the lead romantic role of Orlando. The casting directors must have found this idea he had of himself pretty funny, because they cast him as the court jester. He would then find himself excelling in comedic roles, but eventually was cast as Romeo in Romeo and Juliet, a role that he always aspired to get before he turned 30. He described it as a hard role to please everyone with. All this ultimately culminated in Tennant landing his dream role, but it might not have been if it wasn't for Casanova.
And before I go, Rose, I just wanted to say, beep, beep, beep.
When you cast someone as the Doctor, you don't mould them to your liking. They become the character. You write around their characteristics, their abilities, their personhood. The Doctor is one of the most marvellous roles of them all, allowing the actor to embody the part as a reflection of themselves and what they can bring to the character, rather than if they can rise to the challenge. You don't write the Doctor, you write for the actor. It was then a perfect storm when the first scene of Casanova demanded Tennant to be physical, running and bounding across Venice while escaping his enemy and outmaneuvering them into a boat, where he would gloat and boast in a witty fashion that nobody could do what he could do, and that he loved this unit's wife. I would not screw with this guy. Love triangles, wit, confidence merging into arrogance, and lots of running. Is there any surprise that Davies thought of Tennant when Eccleston resigned? Doctor Who was focusing more on romance than it ever had. Wit had always been a part of the core of the character. Confidence, yes. But arrogance? If Tennant can do it and portray it well, there's no reason a competent writer couldn't utilize it as a character flaw. But what about the running? Where there's a will for a corridor, there's a way for Doctor Who to run through it. The titular Casanova also has a scatterbrain, talking himself into corners and then talking himself out of them with a know-it-all attitude.
He only says perhaps, which in context is just a rhetorical ornament and therefore invalid.
It's something that could easily be annoying, but for Tennant, he breezes through the lines with a whimsy that most find charming. It's enough to trick you into thinking that Casanova isn't charmed by himself, that his egotistical desires can easily be swayed by his hubris, the arrogance that he can do anything. If you watched Doctor Who, you might be thinking that my description reminds you of someone. So much of what you see in Tennant's performance as Casanova can also be seen in the 10th Doctor. Much of it feels almost translated over, and that's obviously in part thanks to the writing, but also how much of a man who stole a heartthrob's name and aspired to be a Romeo comes through. But someone on the cast of Doctor Who was feeling overwhelmed with it all, along with a heartfelt loyalty to Eccleston and a radical surprise that after 16 years off air, people were still crazy over Doctor Who. Would the show continue on with Billie Piper as Rose?
I'm like so in love with you, Rose. Do you want to hug? Oh my god, I'm so nervous.
In series 1 of the show, the closeness felt between Eccleston and Piper was, and continues to be, obvious. Being a veteran actor, Eccleston felt protective over Piper, and during the filming of the show, they grew incredibly close, as most castmates do. However, it's more than that. Their affection for each other is clear even now. So, when Eccleston was leaving his role as the Doctor, Piper said she felt such a loyalty to him that she didn't know how she could continue on apart.
But I really wanted to leave as well, because I sort of felt like, well, why and how and all of these things. It felt like a little mini grief to me.
They worked so well together and allowed each other to shine, so much so that Piper won the most popular actress category at the National Television Awards.
I'd like to thank Christopher Eccleston for being such a fantastic doctor and teaching me so.
When she met Tennant, she felt an instantaneous chemistry and felt safe to move forward with him. It just worked. Piper and Tennant's chemistry is just as obvious as it was when she was alongside Eccleston. As well as this, the on-screen romantic chemistry moving forward shine was something that so many found such comfort in, particularly teenage girls, which has become much derided. How could anybody other than teenage girls care about this? This is icky, sticky, licky girl stuff. Ooh.
My friend Bobby said that girls have cooties.
I personally love the romance and will always defend it, but it just proves to me that the target audience for Doctor Who was primarily influenced by that of Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
I'm going to spin around until I get dizzy, so there's 2 Doctor Who's.
I think that Series 1 took a lot of inspiration from Season 1 of Buffy the Vampire Slayer and beyond, and that the hit American fantasy show warmed people up to campy stories with monsters. And perhaps for Series 2, demons? In Season 1 of Buffy, there's a slow burn romance between the lead female character and a mysterious man, and halfway through the season, something about him gets revealed that changes your perception of him completely, opening up his character for far more exploration, particularly their dark side. At the end of the season, the main character effectively sacrifices themselves in a Hail Mary while wearing a leather jacket and resigns themselves to their fate, but not for lack of trying. Then, they are saved by their friend in an act of bravery, throwing themselves into an unknown situation. The end of the Earth is then stopped, but sacrifices had to be made, and both of the main characters die, but somehow survive after the season culminates in them both facing their greatest fear alone, not knowing that their friends are on their way to save them. Neither of these characters have to be alone. They can face the world with their friends by their side, despite the dangers. In the second outing, the romance between the main characters is explored even deeper, inviting questions from the audience as to whether these people are even good for each other, because they may bring out each other's worst. Point is, the shows can be similar, and Buffy wasn't afraid of doing sicky wicky, icky balicky, and it was better for that. People can act like the romance was superfluous to the plot, but I don't think those guys have met Kenya yet. Can you fit these nuts in your mouth? The romance is the thematic through line that connects series 2 together, and it was done really well. Say what you want about some of the individual episodes, but the character arcs in series 2 are great, and they wouldn't be as impactful as they are without the romance, just like series 1. The kiss at the end of The Parting of the Ways is the emotional release of all the quiet love shared between the Doctor and Rose, but they still can't bring themselves to say it to each other, and that's why the kiss feels so emphatically victorious. But there are benefits to having the romance be more explicit, and that's fan art from teenage girls. Seriously, there is a lot of it, because the series 2 finale will live on forever by being burnt into the mind of every single girl born in the UK between 1990 to 2002. It's a fact. Series 2 is still their favourite one, and every other man has been ruined for them because they will never live up to David Tennant. There are only two genders, liberal snowflakes: girls and the ones who will never live up to David Tennant. I'm sorry, my hair isn't all sticky uppy like this. I don't have the volume. That's a joke. There are a billion genders. I've counted. But how did we get here? What happened in series 1? I'll tell you quickly. As quickly as a guy with my track record is able to.
Her name was Conrad. She was a Slovene.
Series 1 starts with us meeting Rose, and she's super duper bored of life in a London council estate with her mum. Her job is snooze, her alarm clock gets snoozed, her boyfriend wants to snooze other people. That's when the Doctor blows up her job, and she discovers that life has way more to offer, with aliens, time machines, and adventure. But maybe that adventure comes with danger. She saves the day while the Doctor was helpless, as a normal, regular working class girl with no special talent, just by being brave enough. A normal girl saved the world. But she goes into the Doctor's time and space machine called the TARDIS, and she leaves Mickey in the dust, but doesn't break up with him. I wonder if that will come up again. On her next adventure, they go to the end of Earth, but catastrophe struck when the time came and no one was watching to see it go. She reflects about the ephemeral nature of life, how she's in a time where her mum is long gone and eventually everything dies, even the Earth itself. But she stops getting too depressed when she and the Doctor look at all the people passing by on a London street, still alive in her own time, and she smells chips. Life isn't meaningless because it ends. Life has meaning because it ends. The moments passing by are what tie us to the present, and we can enjoy it now because it won't last forever. It's all very existential, and that kind of makes it scary. Looking upon the Earth burning, she saw all these people's graves. Because of time travel, Rose has gone past time itself, and time is what makes us human. It runs out on us. The next episode, Rose sees walking corpses. That very idea personified. Another episode where she is outside of her own time, and the very episode where we find out Rose's own father is dead. Importantly though, Rose sees that time travel can be used for good, even if it is dangerous, as the remainder of Charles Dickens's life is made far better, just like her own has. Horizons anew. Unfortunately, the downsides of time travel is made clear when she unknowingly returns to her mum a year late. She didn't mean for this to happen, but it did, and it plays on feelings of abandonment and the security we feel with family, and what happens when that's broken. Because by the end, she decides to leave London for good, after packing her things, as she may well have fallen in love with the Doctor. Despite this upsetting her mum, Jackie, this is her decision, her conviction to get what she wants from life. On her next adventure, she meets a lone Dalek, of which her touch changes. Daleks are meant to be pure evil, but it absorbed her emotions and made it better. Simply with Rose's involvement, by being kind, empathetic, and standing up for what she thinks is right, she makes the Doctor a better person, in parallel to her effect on the Dalek. Notably, the two are separated, and the longer the Doctor is away from Rose, the worse he becomes. Just like the character's theme music, she must overpower the Doctor's darker side. In the long game, having grown closer last episode, Rose asks the Doctor if she can see her father before his death when she was a baby. Having silently fallen in love with her back, he makes the stupid decision to grant the wish, knowing that you should be careful of what you wish for. Rose discovers that her father was not the man she thought he was, and realizes all the harsh consequences of time travel and being outside of your own time. She changes the past for the worse, but for the benefit of herself and new memories with her dad, who was brave in the end. However, everybody now will wonder if he died on purpose or if it was an accident, and they'll carry that question forever. On their next terrifying adventure, Rose sees the importance of family, yet having made her choice with a strong will, she doesn't think of going home, because the love shared between her and the Doctor becomes more of an open letter. Not one read aloud, but here, danced all over. This is all one big adventure after all, and one that invites Captain Jack, a lovable rogue, onto the TARDIS. But she sees the impact these adventures have had on her sort of boyfriend she left behind. Being out of time, she jumps through Mickey's life without time to think on him, while he stays on the slow path, a painful and long one. But for her, the Doctor will always come first, as she made her choice, though she feels guilty for it, after having to spend just one day on the slow path with him. So she wishes for a second chance, and that chance comes after her vulnerability in alien environments is made abundantly clear to the Doctor, who sends her back home in the TARDIS as danger brews. But being away from the Doctor, sat eating chips, just like she was happy to do with him, she can't take it anymore. That second chance is never going to come. Guilt over it won't deter her, because she's fallen in love with a man that taught her to stand up for what's right. It's at that exact moment that she's about to give up that a message sent back through time by herself pushes her to make a massive risk. She made the decision to go with the Doctor a long time ago, and it's herself, her own message, that pushes her back into the conviction to never leave his side. It's determinism, but only shows how determined she is. With help from her sort of boyfriend Mickey, Mum Jackie, and a big truck, she takes the soul of the TARDIS, the time vortex, into her mind. She scatters the words that brought her here back in time, causing a loop that will always lead herself back to the Doctor. That same normal girl saves the world again, not by being special, just brave enough. Rose saves the Doctor, both from himself and the oncoming danger. Rose is his salvation of mind, soul, and body. But salvation is damnation. And to save Rose back, the Doctor must regenerate into a new man. Perhaps a man that she will not love. Series 1 starts with Rose. Yeah, and that's so we can see the Doctor through her eyes. It's so the show can be reintroduced through the lens of a normal person, instead of throwing viewers into the deep end and potentially putting off those who aren't heavily interested in sci-fi. But because we see the Doctor only through her, we slowly come to learn that he is an omen of danger, even though he always seeks to save the day. Ultimately, we learn that he's a good man, but not a perfect one, as he loses his temper at Rose expressing empathy for her boyfriend, Mickey, of whom she thinks is dead. His name is the Doctor, that of a healer, yet he seems so dismissive of a young life lost. Perhaps this is not how he always was though, as we learn that he was part of a war, and it likely left him with scars. After he invites Rose into the TARDIS, they go to see the end of the Earth, her planet, on board a satellite. Despite throwing her into the deep end, he's incredibly dismissive about questions regarding his identity, of which Rose is only asking for to get reassurance. He lets the saboteur of the ship die a painful death after they made it impossible to mourn the end of the Earth, a decision that later seems like a projection of what he feels he may deserve. The end of the Earth went without ritual, and we learn that that's a sore spot for him. We discover that he's a Time Lord, the last of them, after a war against an unrevealed enemy left him homeless, without family or kin. That's why he was so defensive, so dismissive. But there seems to be more to the story. Maybe the Doctor took Rose to the end of her world so he could finally have someone who understands his pain. What later becomes apparent guilt causes the Doctor to forsake a human decision, that of which Rose wanted to make, when he lets the spirits of the Gelf, a victim of the now named Time War, inhabit the dead of humanity. Even though it's always the right decision to try and help, he learns that the very human empathy that Rose possesses is something he can learn from, as this is left wanting for him, perhaps due to his unknown role in the Time War. Though, the story ends as the Doctor learns through Charles Dickens that even a life at its end can be made better. Maybe this doesn't have to be the end for him. When the Doctor takes Rose back home and misses by a year, he's thrown into the deep end of family. For him, this could be a found family, if only he accepted it. But he doesn't. He lost his family in the Time War and he probably doesn't feel ready. So he lashes out at Mickey. Though, it is through them being all forced together to save the world and Rose that the Doctor comes to accept his found family just a little. He's also shown absolute trust from Rose that he can save the day, even at risk to herself. And it partially reinstates his hope that he can be the Doctor in his true name, a healer, not a soldier of war. But it all comes tumbling down when he's faced with his greatest enemy, a singular Dalek, of which he fought in the Time War en masse. We find out that the Doctor is not the last of the Time Lords, irrespective of his efforts in the war. He was the one who ended it. He destroyed his home, his people, just so he could stop this war across time and space. He didn't make the decision to do this selfishly though. He thought he would die doing it. That's why he lost his way. How could he continue on in the name of the Doctor with so much blood on his hands? But Rose is his salvation, and with her touch makes the Dalek better, allowing it to feel outside of its shallow genetic range of hate. The Doctor no longer has to face his enemy, but the damnation of it all is that he wanted that. He wanted to face hate itself with his own. He doesn't get the sadistic catharsis of satisfaction that would have been ending the Time War for good. Instead, he's faced with something so different than expected, a Dalek that can empathize with the loneliness that he feels, which only makes it that much harder. He has to face the fact that he became what he hates, hate itself, usually personified by a Dalek. Separated from Rose up until the end, this is what he becomes when apart from her in such a vulnerable state. Ultimately though, she makes the Dalek better, and she makes him better for it, as he doesn't have to repeat the cycle of bloodshed that was the Time War, as the Dalek takes its own life, was too lonely, just like the Doctor was, before he started to fall in love with Rose. In the long game, the Doctor then makes the stupid decision to take Rose to the day her dad died, and confronted with the naive impulsiveness of his companion, has to reckon with family once more. Though, as a personification of Rose's deep well of empathy for the Doctor, she loses her father once again, and they grow to understand each other's pain a bit more. Family saved the day, and once again thereafter, when the Doctor is faced with the empty child amongst a war zone, the mass hordes of the dead, faceless due to the sheer quantity that World War II claimed, just like the Time War, are again saved by family. No one had to die, just that once! And it reinstates the belief in the Doctor that he can live in his true name as a healer and wise man, not a fighter. It is the exact moment when the repression and guilt around family is released by a mother that the day is saved. And while he still can't quite bring himself to confess his love for Rose, he will dance with her while saving a man who also deserves a second chance. And a second chance is just what's given to a returning foe while refueling the TARDIS, as it fills up with a found family. Though not every second chance is a welcome one, as when the Daleks return, he is put in a mirror image situation to his last action in the Time War, and given the option not to repeat it to earn back his title. The recertification of his name was already in progress though, as he had sent Rose back home with the TARDIS to keep her safe. A self-sacrificial decision made so quickly, typifying his growth back into a good man that would never do what he did in the Time War again. So when he doesn't repeat it, he redeems himself in complete vulnerability, but with complete self-assuredness that he is now getting it right. But his found family back on Earth, back in time, is his salvation as Rose comes back to save him. An unexpected reward for a choice made without witness. He expected to die in the Time War, so the mirror image continues, and he does. He has to save Rose back, but like I said, salvation is damnation. He has to die to shed his trauma and regenerate into a new man, maybe one that Rose will not love. Rose starts the series with a boyfriend and ends the series with a boyfriend? It's unclear. Mickey Smith starts out as a bumbling coward who doesn't make much effort to comfort his girlfriend after she narrowly missed an explosion. He's emailing other girls, and he doesn't even congratulate his girlfriend on saving the Earth. Job well done, Rose. But it's not all bad, as they do seem to get along and joke around. However, Rose feels like he doesn't listen to her. After all of that, she leaves him in the dust to go off adventuring in time and space with a man she just met. A year goes by, and when Rose comes back, she doesn't even apologize to him that much. After he got questioned and suspected for a year around her disappearance. It's messy, but the inattentiveness that he showed Rose is coming back around on him, and he doesn't like it. We see that behind it all though, Mickey really does have a good heart, as he heartbrokenly looked around every street corner that year for the TARDIS. Despite being completely dismissed by the Doctor the first time they met, this time the Doctor is far more frustrated with him, finding him irritating and throwing jabs his way. You're an idiot, Mickey, shut the fuck up, pussy. Maybe because the Doctor has grown closer to Rose, he doesn't want anybody getting in his way. However, over the course of the story and their shared interest in keeping Rose safe, the Doctor and Mickey bond over a successful day. Despite this, and an invitation into the TARDIS, he can't bring himself to go. He's still a tad cowardly, but it's understandable. It's not safe out there. A few months go by, and Rose asks Mickey to bring her passport to Cardiff, where the gang are refueling the TARDIS. They all have a nice day together, albeit interrupted by stinky old Margaret, where Mickey feels included and welcome. This time, the Doctor isn't combative with Mickey, but gets caught monitoring his conversation with Rose. The Doctor and Mickey have weirdly swapped places, where the Doctor is now the insecure one, as he's fallen in love with Rose. But when the night draws closer, Mickey's probably reminded by all those lonely nights wishing Rose would come back. So he fakes a relationship with someone else so as to look like he's moved on. Doesn't want to be seen as pathetic. But he hasn't moved on. It's all to make himself feel better, though it doesn't work for long as the charade comes tumbling down, and he admits that he feels like an idiot. He can't move on from Rose because he still loves her and feels like he always will. As if he was holding both of her hands, he lets go of one as Rose runs back to the TARDIS during a cosmic crisis. It'll always be the Doctor for her, never him. Although it hurts him deeply, that's why when Rose is sent back home by the Doctor to keep her safe, he's eventually determined to get her back. He didn't go through all of that just for Rose to give it a half measure. So with the help of Jackie, Rose's mum, and a big truck, together they save the world by opening the TARDIS's soul to Rose. It's a risk, but it's their turn to save the Doctor. Jackie Force of Habit. Jackie Tyler is Rose's mum, and she's not someone who you want to argue with. Unless you're this guy, then that's your main goal. Jackie's story in series 1 leaves a big impression, but is somehow understated. She's caught in the storm of the day when the Doctor and Rose meet in the eye of it. She meets the Doctor only for a second and flirts with him, not knowing that he'll actually fall in love with her daughter that's half her age, and he's 45 times Rose's. Whoopsie daisy. Her daughter then goes missing for a year and comes back acting like nothing happened. Jackie doesn't know if she failed to protect her daughter or was helpless to it. She'll find out that her daughter was taken out of time, meaning that she was stuck on the slow path. Eventually, she comes to realize that the Doctor isn't so bad and accepts him in, but doesn't know that that means she'll also have to accept Rose leaving. As a mother, you always know that someday your child will leave your protection, and you raise them knowing this. It's why you nurture them to be independent, but it doesn't stop you from wanting to protect them at all. So although it hurts, Jackie raised Rose in her own image, somebody that will stand up for what they think is right and argue it to death. That's why when continuing to travel with the Doctor, this idea only gets emboldened in Rose. So when Rose comes back, in the heat of the moment, she froze in Jackie's face the fact that she travelled back in time and met her own late dad. Rose says that he would have tried anything to get back to the Doctor and save him, and although it hurts and makes Rose less human, unattached to time and its associated mortality, Jackie realizes that she's right. Jackie was owed a favor by a man called Rodrigo. And with Mickey and Rodrigo's big truck, they conspire to save the world. Unbeknownst to Jackie though, her daughter does become less human. She becomes the bad wolf for just a moment after her very human act of bravery. They save the Doctor, but back on Earth, they don't know that it came with a price. They saved a man. But who is he now?
People call me the oncoming storm because I pee really hard.
Ireland. No. I love Christmas. Christmas time! After the critical and audience success of Series 1, Doctor Who was offered a Christmas special. A time-honoured tradition of English TV is that shows, even some that are long gone, will come back for Christmas special where it doesn't really matter what happens in it all that much, as long as it's fun for the whole family. People are merry, jolly and drunk, and after eating their weight in food, they want to melt into the sofa and watch unchallenging, happy, feel-good stuff that gives them the warm and fuzzies. It's brilliant, and most of us don't care that looking back, most of the Christmas specials aren't the peak of television or storytelling. I would argue that's because British Christmas specials, especially those for Doctor Who, are heavily influenced by that of the Christmas tradition of pantomime. Pantos, as we usually call them, are feel-good, simple stories of hope triumphing over evil, with lots of silly gags, audience participation, and singing. Us Brits get a bad rap that we're always miserable. And while that can be true, often the joy felt at a panto by many in the audience while they scream, "He's right behind you!" Oh no, he is. It's unmatched. Especially when your dad, who's half drunk, goes up for the audience participation and gets a pie to the face. England doesn't have much culture, but that we do have. Around Christmas, there's lots of initiatives and organisations that provide free food for families in need and tickets to pantomimes, meaning at a time for giving and being generous. Not only is more food given than ever, for some families who can't afford food, let alone entertainment, they get the joy of a panto. Doctor Who Christmas specials take a similar approach in sharing the spirit, where fun and more bombastic moments are prioritised over incredibly careful and realistic storytelling. But with a regeneration story, essentially the death of a character, how will Doctor Who deal with balancing these conflicting tones?
Yo, yeah, I'm the Doctor. You're not going to exterminate because I am against all the hate.
Get ready for a long one, guys, girls, and everyone in between. Timestamps for certain points will be in the description, and subscribe if you're liking the video because there will be more of exactly this. Just about other shows as well. You'll see. You can also become a member or subscribe to my Patreon for extra content. It would be incredibly appreciated and helps me get these videos out faster or at all. That being said, it's Christmas!
Hey guys, it's me, David Tennant, for the first and only time!
Okay, I lied, it's not Christmas yet. But there is one more very cool thing that happened to Doctor Who, and that was the chance to contribute to BBC's Children in Need charity fundraiser. Each year, there's a special live broadcast to raise awareness for the issues that disabled or disadvantaged children and young people face across the UK in hopes to reach their donation goal. This being a BBC broadcast, it only makes sense to tie in as much BBC IP as you can, so as to get viewership from people that usually wouldn't be watching if there weren't, say, a special minisode of their favourite show. And that's what the BBC made for fans of Doctor Who, one continuing straight on from the events of the parting of the ways, just after the 9th Doctor regenerated into the 10th. Let's see what they come up with.
Yes, but we happen to be on the island. Oh my word!
Okay, first off, this new doctor guy doesn't seem to care about his new face. Business as usual, as Rose just stares at him confused as hell. He asks her how he looks, and does it so jovially, as if every Tuesday he just changes his face. Lore alert! Lore alert! This new doctor has a weak wrist. Carpal tunnel. I mean, this new guy might be a gamer. I annihilated my wrist trying to get immortal on Valorant. Eventually I did. But I wonder what game pushed this doctor over the edge. He seems like a Tetris guy. He then realizes he has a mole between his shoulder blades and doesn't seem to care. He actually seems to love it, but it worries me. You cannot have the main character of a TV show mainly targeted at kids die of cancer. Get that mole checked. Rose, still unsure and scared at this point, asks who he is. She just saw the doctor burst into unidentifiable light and morph into somebody else. Of course she's going to be freaked out. The doctor replies in a tone that suggests he doesn't understand Rose's question. He thought that she would know. He changed in front of her. Not in that way. Wait, Rose peeped. What the hell? But Rose is in complete denial. Her doctor was 10 years older and balding. It was great representation for me. It's one of those things where the concept is so crazy that even if somebody explained it to you and then demonstrated it, you wouldn't believe it. Regeneration is just one of those things where it fundamentally breaks the rules of identity. People are who they are. They can change their haircut, gain or lose weight, and even transition their gender, but they can never stop being them. Their energy, their soul, their laugh will always be theirs and cannot be purged no matter how much they might wither in hard times. But here's a new doctor with a new way of carrying himself, a different energy. But what about their soul? The fire unique to all of us? Well, the doctor seems really upset and worried that Rose doesn't seem to recognize that same flame. She even thinks he might be a Slovene, a race of aliens that canonically suffer with fart attacks. Guys, you need to take your heart health very seriously. Thankfully, the doctor confirms that they are not a Slovene. Rose demands her doctor back, but the doctor assures her earnestly that it's them. Every single cell in their body changed, but they're still the doctor. Rose kind of starts to believe it as her denial becomes more shallow, saying that they can't be. No point to the contrary, no evidence, just denial. The person she fell in love with is gone, but somehow they're still here, and not just in spirit. The doctor then holds her hand and reminds her of the first thing he ever said to her as he looks deeply into her eyes. Suddenly, she recognizes him in a different body, yeah, but it's the doctor. It indicates to the audience through Rose that we can trust it. It may be weird and that's why she's so unsure of it all, but this is how the show works. It's uncomfortable. It's going to be strange, but this is how the show grows, changes, and survives. A few years ago, on my original rewatch of the show since I was a kid, I stopped watching for a month when Eccleston regenerated. I can just about manage a few hazy memories of every episode of his Doctor, but generally I could barely remember him. I got to fall completely and utterly in love with him again, so it felt like a complete betrayal to even entertain the idea that Tennant could be the Doctor, even though he was my favourite Doctor of all time at that point. I had memories, vivid memories, crying, cheering, celebrating, hiding behind the sofa, laughing, and being completely in awe of Tennant as the Doctor, but I couldn't handle moving on. I remember staring at this freak claiming he was the Doctor, and even though I had all the evidence to the contrary in my memories as an obsessed child, I thought, you're not the Doctor, you fraud! Fuck off! It's genuinely like a death. You mourn this character, yet a new one takes their place immediately. And that's why it's weird. They aren't dead, but it can certainly feel that way. So instantaneously, a new thing comes to fill that space. Many of my friends have that experience with Series 1. They simply cannot move on. They don't want to. But just as this minisode is trying to tell you through Rose, if you just give it a chance, you'll see that the soul is still there. The fire is still burning. Rose bargains with it though, asking if the Doctor can change back. He asks if she wants him to. Moments ago, he was so vulnerable and underwent a massive change in front of her. It's gotta hurt for that not to be appreciated. Rose says yes, she wants him to change back. It's played for comedy though, as she asks if he can, and the Doctor says no. A laugh isn't just a laugh. We laugh for a reason. We laugh harder around the people we trust. We chuckled back then watching the minisode, but we didn't laugh like I would now at this, knowing Tennant as the Doctor and being sure of him. He asks if Rose wants to leave. She asks the Doctor if he wants her to. There's so little that's sure in this moment for them and us. The Doctor says no, he wants her to stay, but if she wants to go home, she can. He sets the TARDIS to London at Christmas because he knew that he had a contractual obligation to do a special. The Doctor cracks a joke and Rose laughs, but then denies it, as he affirms that they can still have a laugh. But it all goes wrong! The regeneration is going wrong! The Doctor breathes out regeneration energy, and then they ask Tennant to act like his insides are exploding. He gives it a good go, but the budget for this charity special is a packet of crisps. Rose gets scared and says they should go back and find Captain Jack, but the Doctor lies! He says that he'll be busy rebuilding the Earth when he knows that he's dead. He then goes cuckoo crazy pops and puts the TARDIS in manual, going faster and faster as Rose begs him to stop. The minisode ends with the Doctor's Joker moment as he celebrates that the TARDIS is going to crash land into Christmas Eve!
What the hell? Oh my...
6 out of 10. There's not too much to write home about when it comes to Born Again, because it really is just a quick introduction to this new Doctor, not going into any real depth, but contemporary viewers got a sneak peek of what he might be like. We get a nice inspection of the dynamic between an existing companion and a new Doctor, mirroring the audience reaction to Regeneration. Obviously, there were lots of classic Doctor Who fans already well familiar with the concept, but for a new era of the show, they had to reintroduce it in a way that felt like the show was holding the viewer's hands into something new, rather than a storied history. However, something I see that commonly gets viewers confused is whether or not Rose remembers being the bad wolf and reviving Captain Jack. I don't think I mentioned that in my recap. This must be very confusing to some of you. The answer is pretty assuredly that she does not remember. She didn't in the finale, and if she could, I'm pretty sure she'd be having an existential crisis. She was God for a second. Rose only says that they should go back and get Captain Jack because she doesn't know what happened while she was on Earth. The Doctor certainly acts like he's still alive to Rose, and we know that's the case, but it's up for future episodes to explain why the Doctor leaves Captain Jack behind, no matter how upsetting that is to me as a person that loved the trio of the Doctor, Rose, and Captain Jack. However, this episode left one pressing question. What does it mean for a regeneration to go wrong?
Rose, I really want to see Devil's Romance spin-off.
So, what's up in the first Christmas special of Doctor Who?
Merry Christmas to all of you at home!
Not much, or so they say. This episode is commonly described as boring and sometimes touted as a mistake. And whilst I can understand why some people find it boring, as it's not particularly action-packed or bombastic compared to future Christmas specials, I've always thought that this was a necessary episode. Smartly, Russel T Davies chose to focus on the effect that this is all having on Rose because she's our point of view character. So it all makes sense to go on an emotional journey with Rose about the very same thing that a lot of people were going through for the very first time, saying goodbye to one Doctor while getting to know another. We start the episode off with the exact same shot from the very first episode. Rose, lingering on outer space, conveying that the stories they're about to tell are not of this world. We zoom into Earth and then the UK because the Doctor doesn't care about anywhere else. In her flat, Jackie looks over to presents that she got for Rose for Christmas. She still holds out hope that she'll return. Luckily for Jackie, a Christmas special was commissioned by the BBC, so that's nice. But it's clear that she's feeling abandoned and has a sense of being left behind. Despite Rose leaving her mum will always feel like she's in this limbo between having her back and not knowing when she'll see her next. It's not as if Rose cares about her mum any less, it's just that she wants to be with the Doctor more. And that's a hard truth to face when there's still love shared. We cut to Mickey working on Christmas Eve as a mechanic, and well, that figures. I'm sure a lot of people watching this special were tired from the shift they just put in. But Mickey tells his mate Steve, always a Steve, to turn the radio off playing Christmas music. You grin! Because he hears a familiar sound alongside Jackie. The grind of the universe. And he goes running for it, just like he said he always would. It conveys that Mickey too is in this perpetual state of waiting for Rose. Together, Jackie and Mickey meet outside her flat in celebration as Jackie shouts out that Rose is alive. She thought she might have died. They hear the sound but can't see the TARDIS until all of a sudden it comes crashing through, colliding with buildings as sparks fly out and rubble dislodges. Chat The doctor's drunk driving. He stumbles out and greets Mickey and Jackie without explaining a thing. Instead, he wishes them a Merry Christmas. The doctor says, screw all that happy holidays crap. It's Christmas, you snowflake. But he gets sniped by the woke left almost immediately and falls to the ground. Rose comes out of the TARDIS with a new, slightly shorter haircut, freshly bleached. While the doctor was crashing the TARDIS, she got a bit bored and had a 3 a.m. bathroom floor moment. Rose tells Jackie and Mickey that it's the doctor, to which Jackie says, Doctor Who! That's the name of the show! It rolls the title sequence as we ask that question ourselves in the most silly way ever. We start the episode with Rose checking that both of the Doctor's hearts are still working. She's literally playing Doctor, indicating that Rose might have to step up to the role while this Doctor recovers. While Rose is taking the situation very seriously, Jackie asks if he's got 2 of anything else. Clearly Rodrigo from last series wasn't satisfying her. They leave the Doctor to rest, and all of a sudden he breathes out regeneration energy that goes straight to space.
We're Raggy.
I've been practicing that impression all my life.
There's monsters.
Wait, that was in the other room. Jackie asks Rose what the hell happened. Is it a different man altogether? But Rose quickly snaps. How the hell is she meant to know? She thought she knew the Doctor. She thought they were, she doesn't say, but it's pretty obvious she means in love. All of a sudden, it feels very distant. She says that she keeps forgetting he's not human. What else has he done in that 900 years of life? In a very human moment, Rose gets distracted when she wonders where Jackie got her men's pajamas from. The answer is the legend that you will soon know as Howard. Forget all that pajama nonsense. Harriet Jones is back! Harriet Jones was just a regular lady who got the chance last series to show how brave, smart, and resilient she could be. At the end of her story, the Doctor realizes that he knows her from somewhere. She's the future Prime Minister of Britain. She had an underdog story that I just really loved, and I'm so glad she's back. Now, Jackie's 18 quid a week better off. The news on the TV is that Harriet Jones is launching a space probe that represents Britain's limitless ambition. England, England, England! They're going to take pictures of Mars. Crazy work. We then see footage of the probe crashing into an asteroid. But asteroids don't have doors, do they? Grok, is this real? We then cut to Mickey and Rose taking a walk through the Christmas market. Rose mentions that traveling in the TARDIS makes you sort of timeless, forgetting about things like Christmas, because when you're outside of linear time, you just lose track of it all, denoting how Rose has become disconnected from linear time, cause and effect, as she's not there to witness or experience just how long she's leaving Mickey and Jackie waiting for her in London. There's emotions brewing, while she literally doesn't have the time for it to develop on her end. But Rose notices Santa's playing Christmas music on Christmas. Holy frick, guys. So scary. But Rose's suspicion is right, because Santas shoot fire at them. So I started blasting. Rose knows that the Santas are after them because they've got the Doctor. But then a Christmas tree takes out one of the Santas. Good stuff. But wait, the Doctor's at home, defenseless, just sleeping. And Jackie's not answering her phone because she's busy gossiping. I love her. Mickey and Rose rush home and immediately get to work, figuring out where they can go. Jackie puts up a fight, but that's a nice Christmas tree. Jackie, you're earning 18 quid off a week better, right? Not a whole Douglas fir, because it's an alien Christmas tree, and it's rotating menacingly! Mickey's solution is to fight it with a chair, which is now the second time that Mickey has fought off an alien with a chair in Jackie's apartment. Unfortunately, chairs are not universally effective against aliens, it seems, as they get cornered into the Doctor's bedroom. Rose puts the sonic screwdriver in the Doctor's hand, not before Jackie's iconic, "I'm gonna get killed by a Christmas tree," and then whispers in his ear, "Help me." He rises from his slumber and sonics the evil Christmas tree to death. Welcome to the Doctor Who Christmas special. For the Doctor here, amidst all the chaos, all it takes is for one solitary cry for help from Rose for him to wake up and save them. Sure, he left them in a vulnerable position, but when it counted, he was there, just like the Doctor would be. Maybe Rose's worry and judgment is only surface level, a shallow evaluation. Maybe the audience is Wong. Person with the second name Wong be like, maybe the audience is wrong to worry as well. The Doctor gets straight up and marches outside to see the evil Santas with a remote control. Mickey says that it's them. Rose shushes him as she watches the Doctor think through it all and then raise his sonic screwdriver to the Santas. Rose seems unsure of the Doctor, shushing Mickey as if she needs quiet to concentrate on observing him. The Santas, though, need no time to come to conclusion that this Doctor is epic. He's literally stood there aura farming, so they teleport scared. of how epic he is. Epic! The Doctor notes that they were pilot fish before going, He says that he was woken up too soon and that the pilot fish could smell his regeneration stink breath from a million miles away. The pilot fish attempted to eliminate Rose, Mickey, and Jackie, the people defending the Doctor as he recovers, so they can easily capture him and take his regeneration energy as power. He then has a neural implosion, whatever that means. So Jackie and him have this really funny interaction where she's just guessing what he needs, won't let him get a word in edgewise. It's classic Jackie. So the Doctor classically tells her to shut up. And it's so funny that this is what seems to convince her that he's still the Doctor. You wouldn't believe me if I said this about most other shows, but a critical plot point is that this Doctor realizes there's an apple in his dressing gown, specifically Howard's dressing gown. See, Howard keeps food in his dressing gown in case he gets hungry in his sleep. Tactical, yet people would make fun of it. The same way I basically go out like this to go shopping, but you won't then complain if we get lost in the woods in Asda, because I packed a bunch of bananas and 4 litres of water. The Doctor remarks that because of the pilot fish, something is coming. It won't be you. They put the Doctor to bed he buys again, and Jackie remarks that it's midnight. It's officially Christmas Day. Unfortunately, for people unwittingly in Doctor Who, it means that it's officially time for London to get invaded by aliens. Which is why right now there's this guy on the TV saying that the space probe is back on schedule, when what he means is that aliens are right on schedule. You might be wondering, unless you're a marine biologist, which if you are, what are you doing here? What the hell are pilot fish? Well, Mickey, who's the only person in the Doctor Who universe with a computer because he actually invented them, don't fact check me, has search-wise.netted it. Pilot fish are little fish, relatively harmless, that swim alongside the big fish, the nasty jumping shark. And almost like the foreshadowing that we just got foreshadowed something. Here's this big nasty jumping shark on the TV. Say goodbye to your toes. The space probe picks up this image of a skeletal creature with big red eyes, and it growls at us. It's so me when the full moon is coming. I don't know. Russel T Davies absolutely loves his news broadcasts as part of his world building. It makes it all seem very real when we see what looks like a believable news broadcast about something sci-fi we just saw. Space Probe Man, otherwise known as Daniel Llewellyn, goes to a super top secret base owned by UNIT after the news is broadcast across the world, where they're trying to get to the bottom of this. Harriet Jones, MP for Lydell, Prime Minister, is revealed to be there. They made a big joke about how Harriet Jones would always introduce herself fully to everyone in her first episode. So now it feels like a big triumph that she not only gets to introduce herself to everyone as Prime Minister, but now the joke is that everybody already knows who she is. Daniel jokes that he's ruined Harriet's Christmas, but she says that she's never off duty, not even on Christmas, as she and Alex, her assistant, put out a cover story of students hijacking the signal. Harriet introduces Alex as her right-hand man. Basically, he's a tech nerd who only has one limb. She says she's not used to having an assistant, indicating fame and power hasn't gotten to her head. She still shows that trademark humility. That's why she persists to introduce herself despite being Prime Minister. Harriet says that the transmission was of a new species of alien, one that they haven't encountered before. Daniel says, what the frig? Aliens are real? And Harriet gets out an iPad and shows him Doctor Who Series 1, Episode 4 and 5, Aliens in London and World War III, where she fought fart monsters. Aliens are real, Daniel. I farted them myself. This guy, General Man, carts us away to go talk to this tech girl boss. Tech girl boss says that the probe is moving back towards Earth, meaning the skeleton thingies are coming right for us.
There's monsters!
Over at the Tyler residence, and Mickey, the only person in the Doctor Who universe with a computer, don't fact check me, has access to the military network through his epic hacking skills of just guessing that the password is Buffalo for everything. He too sees that the skeleton thingies are on their way. Over with Harriet Jones, and a transmission comes in of the skeleton thingies, looking very Bohemian Rhapsody. I always wondered if this was on purpose, but on the DVD extras you can find this. The skeleton creatures start talking in an alien language, one that Rose can't understand. She should be able to, though, because the TARDIS translates alien languages for people who've travelled inside of it. We can't understand them, and right now, Rose is our point of view character. It feels like we should. It strips away that expected comfort and indicates to us that something's wrong, maybe with the Doctor or the TARDIS, which only heightens the stakes. Also, the mystique of the uniform skeleton anominizing the aliens, creating this feeling of distrust, like wearing a mask. math heightens this sense of not knowing. Like underneath the surface of it all is a dark truth that you don't want to reckon with. One of the aliens seems to be holding a staff, invoking the iconography of magic as well. Maybe it's not even science we're facing here. Over at UNIT, they get the translation software for a language that they don't know. It's Christmas, let it go. It all implies that without the Doctor and the TARDIS, the responsibility lies solely on Harriet Jones and the London Found family to save the day, as even basic functions of the TARDIS aren't working. Rose worries that the Doctor might be broken, and with a world-ending threat he's failing to appear for, who's to say he isn't? To the people of the world, unknowingly relying on him, he might as well be. General Man informs Harriet that the President is demanding he take control of the situation, and Harriet says, "Shut up, loser, you'll only turn this into a war, you little oil fiends." Harriet, at her heart, truly wants peace, and has no intention to turn this into an military fight. Harriet Jones is the highest authority here, even when it comes to alien matters that the Doctor should be here for, and she's doing it his way, exploring peaceful options first and deploring needless violence. Harriet Jones even asks General Man if there's been reports of the Doctor. Meanwhile, failing the Doctor, Harriet asks of Torchwood, a top secret organization that even NATO doesn't know about. General Man seems to shudder at the thought, saying that he can't take responsibility for it. Harriet says that she can, and to get them ready. Thematically, it sets up that Torchwood is a matter of responsibility, something that someone bears the consequences for. Alex comes forward saying that the translation software is ready, translating that Sycorax own us, and that we're cattle. Boo! The translation outlines that the Sycorax were threatening the Earth. They want the planet for themselves or they will die. They then say that they rock. You go, guys. Positive affirmations. Harriet responds to the message, though, saying that Christmas Day is a day for peace and that they extend that to the Sycorax, but that the planet is armed and they do not surrender. She can't imply that it's an entirely peaceful planet if the Sycorax have bad intentions, because they'd use that against them. Equally, the implied threat of violent retaliation can't help either. So she's stuck in a double bind, one that the Doctor, with all his practice, could effortlessly navigate. Without the Doctor's wits here, violence or submission are really the only option, because what on earth could Harriet negotiate in this situation? Sure, the Doctor is anti-violence, but partially that's only because he has the option to outwit pretty much everybody. Otherwise, he'd be dead a long time ago. We cut to the Tyler residence, where everybody is just waiting on the Doctor. As Rose says, the old one, the proper Doctor, would wake up and save them. It encapsulates that feeling of bitterness and mourning that a lot of people feel over change. It's cathartic for people to sit in this feeling, like they're being allowed time to process it. Over at unit headquarters, they receive a response from the Sycorax. It's a video of one of them with a staff in one hand holding out the other to the screen as it glows blue. Daniel says it's like someone casting a spell, and just as he says that, Tech Girl Boss is taken over by the same magic, and suddenly so many others are taken over as well as they march outside. We cut to the Tyler residence, where the same thing is happening to regular members of the public, as if they're being mind controlled en masse. The use of regular working class people makes it feel all too real, as if it really could happen, instead of being confined to a fictional sci-fi place like UNIT. The masses all start standing on the edge of buildings, and Michael Jackson leaning. Over at UNIT, Alex is reporting that it's 1/3 of the world's population, when Daniel remembers the Sycorax's threat: surrender or they will die. Rose looks around at the people standing on the edge and remarks that there's no one to save them. Not anymore. Some people say that here Rose is being a bit useless and giving up too easily, but truly, what's she meant to do? Interview the brainwashed people? Spread awareness? At UNIT, they realize a pattern. All the people standing together on the edge tend to be related. It's something to do with the space probe they sent out. They check medical records for the staff that walked. Blood type A positive, blood type A positive, blood type. You can guess it, you clever clock. Daniel says that the probe was sent out with things identifying the human race: wheat, water, blah blah blah, and blood. A positive. You really freaked it up, Daniel, you goon. Now the Sycorax control everybody on Earth with A positive blood. In a last-ditch attempt to save the day, Harriet begs on a national address for the Doctor to rescue them. We cut to Rose's reaction as Harriet says she needs the Doctor, knowing that he can't help. Right now, Rose is as unsure as we were of Regeneration. Rose cries here, mourning that loss, telling the viewers it's okay to feel like it's saying goodbye because of the uncomfortable nature of change embodied by these circumstances. Just like her, for the first time, we're not sure that the Doctor will be there to save the day. Meanwhile, suddenly the world explodes! Now, but all the glass does shatter because a sonic wave ruptured out as the Sycorax ship entered the atmosphere. These people have crazy core strength not to fall. You don't get it. They've been doing their Pilates. The Sycorax ship slowly hovers over the Tyler residence as it looks like this big rock. Sycorax literally rock. They are rock. They manifested it with their positive affirmation. You go, guys. Over London, we can see the sheer size of it all as the ship flies and covers the council estate in shadow. As we see Rose's face turn from worry to determination. The doctor's not here. Maybe it's her turn. The London Found family all run up to the doctor as Rose declares that they're going to carry him. She tells Jackie to get her stuff and some food because they're off to the TARDIS. Previously a sanctuary of the doctor's loneliness, it's now becoming for a second time completely domestic as the London Found family make a bid to save him once again. Rose says that once there, they're just gonna hide because she doesn't know what to do yet. Yeah, she saved the world once before when she swung on a rope to drop a plastic guy, but this is a great big ship. This time, it would have to be a really, really big rope. Over at Unit, another transmission comes through from the Sycorax. This time, it can be translated. The Sycorax ask for the leader of the world to stand forward. So without question, Harriet Jones steps forward unblinkingly. I love her. Will you marry me? The Sycorax then say to come aboard. How, you may ask? The main unit team teleported up. The ship is massive, resembling a coliseum with a sandy base in the middle. It looks like a place where people would fight to the death, a vestige of Imperial Rome. The unit team steps ahead as one of the Sycorax comes closer, only to remove their face, revealing it to be a mask. What we were seeing was only surface level. Is there more to learn? Underneath is an exoskeletal fleshy alien, one whose connecting tissue you can see as it moves its face. We cut to Rose and Mickey carrying the doctor. To me, to you. To me, to you. Jack even comes out of the flat with a comical amount of bags of food. And listen, if you guys got lost in Asda in the forest, you'd thank her. Up in the Sycorax ship, the leader is threatening to push a big red button and release the final curse, causing all of the people to jump. Daniel steps forward to address the Sycorax leader to beg for compassion from a vastly technologically superior species. But shut up, idiot. General Man steps forward to shut up. He tried to say it was a war crime, but they don't care. And it begs the question, what does humanity do in a situation like this when alien imperialism comes to invade? Seemingly, if they wanted to destroy us, they could. We're at their complete mercy without the doctor. Scared, but brave. Just like she was in her introductory episode, Harriet Jones steps forward. Harriet Jones, Prime Minister. Yes, we know who you are. Harriet asks why they should surrender, and the Sycorax leader replies that one half will be sold into slavery and the A-positive people will live. If they don't, they'll jump. It seems incredibly brutal, but there are examples of this happening throughout our history. If people refuse to give themselves up to slavery, we would kill them. To the British establishment and all of its associated history with empire, the Sycorax stand as a much more technically advanced establishment and species. The way they don't care whatsoever about killing people seems like they rather view it as sport, as if we were animals, dehumanizing us as we did to other countries. We looked to other countries as savage. But we were the real savages, right? If we looked how we acted, the look isn't so far-fetched. The Sycorax also have an exoskeleton, a hard outside. Though they look humanoid, that is incredibly inhuman, just like we were seen to the rest of the world as we conquered it. On Earth, the gang greets the TARDIS, and Jackie says that they can have a cup of tea. Rose says that Jackie thinks that's the solution to everything. Little does she know. Mickey jokes about how in the middle of all of this, they're just having a spot of tea. Very British. And it's true. The world can be on the brink of disaster, but because England is such a superpower, steeped in its history of empire, we'll always be fine. We can literally ignore what's happening. England is a sanctuary, just as the TARDIS is, but we're the ones who are steeped in blood. Jackie then goes back outside to get more food, as Mickey wonders how the TARDIS's TV works as he tries to tune it. On board the Sycorax ship, though, the leader seems to be picking up whatever signal the TARDIS TV is giving off. The leader's furious, thinking they've been pulled into a trap. Bring it on board, Alex translates. The TARDIS leaves Jackie behind. Here, Rose is leaving for alien adventures, even if it's it's not on purpose. But now, so is Mickey. Rose wonders where Jackie is, in parallel to her premiere adventure on board the TARDIS, where she also thought of Jackie first. She doesn't just forget her mum. This is a choice. Rose leaves the TARDIS to go looking, and she finds herself on board the Sycorax ship. Girl, look where you're going. She gets grabbed and screams. Hearing this, Mickey drops his flask full of tea, and we shudder. Wasted tea. It spills all over the TARDIS right next to the Doctor. Mickey gets out, and Rose immediately looks to him, shouts for him to close the door so the Sycorax can't get into the TARDIS, which is so fast thinking, while putting the Doctor's safety above her own. On board the TARDIS, the tea spills below the deck and seems to instantly evaporate upon contact. On the Sycorax ship, Harriet instantly grabs Rose and hugs her, saying, "I've got you." I love their camaraderie. Girl power. Desperate Housewives is good stuff. Rose's vulnerability in alien environments without the Doctor is also highlighted when she says that they're on their own, as we cut to the Sycorax leader, alien, hostile, dangerous, and not a doctor in sight. We get more shots of the tea. It's simple British iconography interacting with a story of alien conquest through imperialism. The Sycorax leader says that the yellow girl has the clever blue box, and therefore she speaks for the Earth. Rose, showing the same bravery that Harriet did, steps up to fill what would usually be the Doctor's spot. She feels a responsibility for this, like a native to the TARDIS.
Someone's got to be the Doctor.
Step away, guys. She's charging her aura. She shrugs off Harriet, saying that the Sycorax will kill her, saying that it never stopped him. Despite the danger, Rose understands that to do the right thing, sometimes that means putting yourself in harm's way. She's LARPing the Doctor. She proceeds to immediately fall flat on her face, as in an effort to scare off the Sycorax, she just mentions a bunch of aliens she knows and references doctory stuff. She stumbles over her words because she's nervous. But she's doing the right thing. When the Doctor is in situations he doesn't quite yet know how to deal with, he just yaps his way through it and hopes he's brought himself enough time. It doesn't go down well though, as the Sycorax laugh at her. How could such a little prankster be the owner of the TARDIS? They call out Rose for using words she doesn't fully understand, highlighting just how out of depth she is alone. It makes you badly wish the Doctor was here, so even if you're not sure about this new incarnation, it primes you to accept whoever might step out of the TARDIS doors, because right now, you need them. So, just when we think that everything is screwed, as the Sycorax continues berating Earth for its pitifulness in Sycoraxic, it finally translates. That's English. We pan to the TARDIS doors as they open up to reveal the Doctor not sleeping this time. Whoa! Did you miss me? Yes, we did. It's a triumphant moment steeped in 40 minutes of anxious anticipation, but it makes it feel all the more better that the Doctor is back. It's the same man, just a little less sleepy. The Sycorax leader goes to whack him with his whip, but the Doctor just grabs it mid-swing like it's nothing. He takes the Sycorax leader's staff and snaps it in half too. He instantaneously disempowers the Sycorax and takes control of the situation like it's nothing. He absolutely mogs them and tells them to shut up as he talks to everybody, cutting the tension instantly. It makes it feel like such a relief, even though it's not the same Doctor you're used to. Oh, and canonically, the most British thing ever. The Doctor was revived by tea. The Earth's most valuable weapon on board the threatening TARDIS was revived by tea. Welcome to the Doctor Who Christmas special. This Doctor with a new face then gets to pressing matters. Is he ginger? He calls out Rose for giving up on him, questioning just who he is now. I'm him. I'm literally him. He's just aura farming at this point. It shows that even when he's scatterbrained just after a regeneration, he still has the competency and confidence to disregard threat. He sees himself as above that. The Doctor then remembers the plot and that he's on a Sycorax ship, so he says hello to the boss man. The leader asks who he is, and the Doctor says that he doesn't know, he's not sure. He goes through a complete self-rediscovery while dealing with an alien threat. It's just so effortless to him because he's so used to it. He doesn't realize it, but a lot of who he is has already shone through. He's blasé in the face of danger to himself, so as to always seem confident, making his enemies second guess at all times. He's quippy and a little arrogant, just throwing away the Sycorax leader's whip and telling him to shut up because he's talking to his friends, and that's more important than saving the world right now. That's how sure of himself he is. This characterization continues as he disregards the threat and goes about wondering if he's funny, sarcastic, or as he looks over to Rose, if he's hot. Rose smiles. I mean, it's David Tennant. Let's not kid ourselves. He's also barely stopped talking. He's a little chatterbox, just like Rose was trying to be in order to buy time. By the looks of it, she succeeded. She was the Doctor when she needed to be. Chatterbox then sees the big red button, the one to make the world jump, and he loves it. I can relate. I have pushed many big red buttons growing up that I shouldn't have just because I wanted to see what would happen. When I was 9, I pressed a big red button on a huge ferry and some alarms went off. In my defense, I wanted to. He examines the button and sees that A-positive blood is feeding some sort of control matrix below it. So it's not magic at all. That doesn't exist in the Doctor Who universe. If something's unexplainable like magic, then how do we understand how to beat it? The answer in Doctor Who is always that it's science. And the Doctor understands that like nobody else. To the kids seeing this, they now know that the Doctor can beat the Sycorax, that he is still the Doctor. He'll always save them from the monster under their bed because there's no force he can't use his wits to beat. The Doctor then states the theme out loud. Subtlety is for cowards, as he says that because he doesn't know who he is, he doesn't know when to stop, and presses the big red button. He's just like me for real! All the people on the roofs step forward but then stop. They don't actually jump. The curse has been lifted because it was all just a bluff. You can't actually make someone do something they would never do. No matter how much you control them, if it's against their nature, they won't. Just like the Doctor changing through the uncontrollable force of regeneration, he won't suddenly become a completely different person, devoid of empathy or the drive to save people. It would be against his nature, as if regeneration was a big red button. It isn't actually that scary to press it. It just seems like it. I've never been scared of pressing big red buttons though, so I can't relate. The Doctor called the Sycorax's bluff, and their power gained through fear and threat of Imperial conquest is completely gone. Without their facade of magical control, they're just aliens. And we know what the Doctor does to bad aliens. He first tries to give them a nice little speech about the power of love, and if that doesn't work, he challenges them to a duel? Huh? It's winner takes it all. The Sycorax all cheer around them as they start dueling. It might sound out of character here, because the Doctor doesn't actually fight people, does he? On the Doctor Who Confidential episode for this Christmas special, Russel T Davies said they made careful effort for the Doctor's primary fighting technique during the duel to be a defensive one. There's lots of blocking and anticipating the Sycorax leader's swings. Here, the Doctor is meeting the Sycorax at their level and challenging them on it. It posits the Doctor in a fight against imperialism, refusing to use the weapons that embody it for violent means. The Doctor is a punk. He doesn't bend to the establishment. And for the Sycorax to lose would be to live by the sword and die by it too, highlighting the consequences of imperialism, such that it invites others to see you as a target for treating the world that way. As a kid, the laser whip, the sandy spaceship, the duel, it all screamed Star Wars to me, and I loved it. This is the flirtatious Romeo, the swashbuckling Casanova Doctor, and I was immediately hooked. The duel is taken outside though, as we see what looks like a battle-scarred Sycorax ship. The rock they fly is contorted with metal bars, and deterring spikes line the edges. It looks like no way to live, as their home typifies their war-torn nature. The more planets they fight, the bigger the target they are, and the more war becomes necessary to sustain themselves. It all makes for a very gritty spaceship design. The fight continues with the Doctor blocking and the Sycorax on the offensive, but it all goes wrong when the Doctor is pushed to the edge and falls onto his back as the Sycorax leader cuts off his hand. We see the sword go with it, and it really looks all over. But you should never celebrate too early in battle. Sometimes all it takes is a little luck and you lose everything. As the Doctor figures himself out, he's lucky. With such a recent regeneration, he's still cooking. So he grows back his hand. Holy guacamole, Batman. Invite imperialism in, and there'll always be more coming, even if in this case, it's just a hand. Rose then shouts, "Doctor!" and she throws him a sword. Where did she get that? Answer, it's Christmas. Shut up. It's a nice coming together moment as Rose accepts the Doctor for who he is now. Just like the blood control, regeneration is only a shallow trick, and all Rose needed was to see that beneath it all, he's still the same. The Doctor wins the duel by grabbing his opponent's sword by the blade, and he whacks him in the gut with the blunt end as the Sycorax leader hangs halfway off the edge. He tells the Sycorax leader to leave the planet because it is defended. That's what we're talking about, baby! Let's go! It's such a punch the air moment. Apart from that, it wasn't defended when you were going Betty Buys Doctor. Remember how you only woke up by sheer luck of Mickey dropping tea in the TARDIS on a specific part of it that evaporated it, and it conveniently was close enough for you to inhale it without even knowing you were doing it? No, you don't get it. It is defended! Rose gives the Doctor the champion's belt, and by that I mean Howard's dressing gown. It's a win, and everything is great. Apart from the Sycorax leader, Doctor, he's right behind you! Until the Doctor throws the Satsuma from Howard's dressing gown, he gets hungry in his sleep, onto a button that immediately ejects the ground beneath the Sycorax leader, causing him to fall straight down. Go, Howard! Go, Howard! You saved the world, you hungry, hungry man! How did the Doctor know that that button would eject that specific part of the ground, though? It's Christmas. Shut up. The Doctor says that he no longer gives second chances. He's that sort of a man. He's willing to enact his justice so quickly, denoting him as judge, jury, and executioner, his way or the highway. It explicitly places him as an egotistical man, putting himself above everyone as a single arbiter of what's right. Such rhetoric doesn't allow for honest reflection, unimpeded by self-interest. Perhaps this victory is the start of a grand downfall. The gang then skedaddle by teleporting out, and they celebrate as they watch the Sycorax ship flee. Rose jumps on Mickey's back, shouting, "Yeah, don't come back!" with him joining in. It is defended! These moments truly feel like such a victory. From the feeling of powerlessness to complete control as soon as the TARDIS doors open. And the Doctor is at the center of that. David Tennant is the Doctor. Harriet and the Doctor hug it out, and she wonders if there's any more species out there, ones that could potentially do what the Sycorax just did. And the Doctor says there's loads. He highlights just how much attention the Earth is drawing to itself with these probes and signals they send out. He even tells it that they've got to get used to all the attention. There's pause for a moment as Jackie comes bounding down to hug Rose, and they tell her that her tea saved the day. I knew it, I told you so. They all hug it out. It's cheesy, it's perfect, but not for long, as a second dimension of the unmentionable is mentioned. Torchwood. That matter of responsibility and the consequences that come with it. Harriet looks over to the London found family as if she's about to do something that will forsake their values and endear herself with nothing but spite. Something she feels the responsibility to do in lieu of the consequences. She tells Torchwood to fire. 5 beams of energy surrounding them all join in together to send a concentrated blast to the Sycorax ship, destroying it in an inferno. They were fleeing from the Doctor, having respected the rules of the duel. The Doctor stands to Harriet. That was murder. Harriet says it was defense. Whatever Torchwood is, they salvaged the weapon from an alien ship and gained control of it. It's British imperialism extending out into the stars, pillaging and taking from it, all to bolster their own interests. It's a subversion. Britain was at the hands of imperial conquest from the Sycorax, but it turns it upside down to say that we're the monsters in history. We are. Harriet defends her actions by just saying the Doctor's words right back at him. Earth is getting noticed more and more, and they should get used to it. But then what? Hope and expect the Doctor to save them every time when he so nearly didn't hear? It was only a fortunate spilling of tea that saved the day. How can the Earth rest easy knowing that the whims of a time traveler's fancy may just by chance land him on a day he's needed? The Earth should not grit its teeth and show the aliens that threaten a third of their population what they're made of. They shouldn't send a message to the stars that the Earth can defend itself and is not up for bounty. Yeah, Harriet, just get used to it, bro. Earth being invaded and all. Maybe I'll show up. It frames the Doctor as self-righteous, showing a complete lack of self-awareness. He luckily woke up from his nap, saved the day at the last minute, and then throws his toys out of the pram when the Earth defends itself with something that they were going to have to use anyway if he didn't wake up in time. If he'd been present, negotiating his way through the entire conflict only to find a peaceful way to resolve it, and then Harriet still blew up the ship, that would obviously put Harriet in the wrong. But it's not what happened here. The Doctor becomes indignant and tells Harriet that because of what she did, he's gonna bring down her government with 6 words. And you think she looks tired. It's an unorthodox way of doing it, but given the Doctor says it with such confidence, he seems to truly believe in its effectiveness. His disregard for second chances could extend out into timeline-shattering consequences, throwing out the Harriet Jones golden age of Britain he prophesied upon their first meeting. He said that she would be elected for 3 successive terms, yet on his authority, he changes time, unsure of the consequences, and enacted through impulsive anger. Thematically, perhaps the lack of second chances weren't for his foes, but instead himself, not allowing for a second chance to think. So, sure of himself, Harriet explored peaceful options to their nth degree, never once showing anger. Even when the Sycorax leader killed Daniel and the general right in front of her, she struck down the president's wishes to supersede her as the authority on the invasion, so sure that he would turn it into a war. Harriet spoke for humanity despite her fear, trying her utmost to be diplomatic as she reckoned with the threats of the Sycorax. When Rose wasn't there to fill the Doctor's boots, Harriet, completely and utterly alone in the situation, without witness, was there to do it. Yet, she remained stalwart to peace, never once failing to militaristic threats. Her decision to destroy the Sycorax, despite their fleeing, was made in the knowledge of the Doctor's laissez-faire notions of subsequent alien invasion, pending the Doctor to defend them, of which here he so nearly didn't. There's Harriet Jones. She doesn't have an itchy trigger finger. She commands Torchwood to fire with clear regret, the consequences weighing heavy on her, with the Doctor unaware of his shortcomings today. He almost died trying to live by the sword, taking on militarism with his own, yet condemns Harriet for doing what she could in lieu of a champion's command so unlikely for her ever to have gotten. On guard! My name is Harriet Jones, and you killed my father! Even then, mournful of what she did, bearing the consequences of it, accepting the responsibility for the part she played, while the Doctor is indignant to his. She says sorry without witness as he leaves. This isn't a show. Harriet is a good person, whether they're there to see it or not, while the Doctor gallivants around, putting on a show of his morals here. It's framed as a victory for the Doctor, but it's a shallow one. We cut to on board the TARDIS sometime later, and the Doctor is in his wardrobe. If you look, there's every single outfit that the Doctor has chosen to wear. As we look around, a gem of a song plays by Murray Gold, Song for 10. It sings of a star the Doctor follows, lighting his way, making his days far better because of it. The star is Rose, and as long as they're together, face to face, the best days are yet to come. Intercut with the Doctor figuring himself out on what he wants to wear, we see the London found family smiling and laughing, having their Christmas dinner. The scene has that trademark glow as the light bounces around and makes it all seem a dream, but it's reality. It really is this happy. The Doctor finds a long coat that would fit snug over a suit, an outfit that would find comfort on a schoolboy trying to dress like their dad. We cut to the Doctor as he comes into the Tyler flat, and his eyes meet Rose's as they can't help themselves but smile ear to ear at each other. The wise man finds the star on Christmas. It's enough to bring a tear to the eye of an overly sentimental British guy that cries at everything, even slightly emotional on the TV. So is it any surprise that the teenage girls latched onto the relationship and got emotionally invested in it like no other? In no small feat, the Doctor stays for Christmas with the Tylers, pulling crackers and laughing the day away wearing paper crowns. The 9th Doctor, Christopher Eccleston, would have never done this. He had trauma from losing his family in the Time War, but now he finds comfort in the London found family. It illustrates that the metaphorical shedding of his inner trauma through regeneration has softened him a little, as he sentimentalizes this family as his own. Ultimately, you choose your family, not just the ones that brought you into existence, but the ones that breathe life into it. A news broadcast starts on the TV though, as Harriet Jones deals with the rumours that she's tired. It doesn't look good for her. Thematically, Harriet is now an omen for consequences, and the transmission's coincidence with the joy of the close-knit London found family foreshadows that consequences are coming for them too. Spooky. But guess what, guys? It's snowing! Well, no, it's ash from the Sycorax spaceship breaking up in the atmosphere. Very morbid. No, Timmy, your snowman isn't made of dreams. It's the annihilation of a species.
Therapy sold separately.
Rose then wonders what the Doctor's gonna do. New face, new everything. Does he still want her to come with him on adventures? Mickey knows all too well that she's never gonna stay. Choose not to save the world and worlds far and wide. Blood control was only a shallow force. It would take more than a regeneration to tear the star from the wise man. A star that came to save him in his most vulnerable moment, cutting deeper than a shallow cut could dream, braver than anybody, accepting him for who he is, even on the darkest day. And on this one too, of course they're still going to travel together. They're going to that star right there. And it is going to be fantastic. 6.5 out of 10. The Christmas invasion was celebrated and watched drunk and full of stuffing by 9.84 million. Vinny, what are you doing on Christmas Day 2005? The story that introduced the 10th Doctor to me and millions of others, holding our hand through a change and showing us exactly what a Christmas special could do. It was a mixed bag. One stuffed with a cool alien design by Neil Gorton and Millennial FX, and a few stupid old Satsumas. Many people criticize this episode for being a bit naff. The Doctor's asleep for most of it. Personally, I think that it was the right decision to focus on the companion in the first Regeneration story of the revival, as Rose is usually the person we relate to the most. The episode guides us along the feelings that a lot of people were having at the time, not fully knowing about regeneration and how it worked. Giving the audience time and understanding through a big change was a good thing. If the Doctor just got up and went straight into action, it might feel odd, like starting to watch a TV show halfway through a season. There's a really fun reference in this episode when Alex declared the Sycorax ship transmission a hoax by students hijacking the signal. It's what people call the Max Headroom incident, when the transmission of 2 Chicago TV stations in 1987 were hijacked by people heavily speculated to be students pulling a prank. One of these stations, WTTW, was airing a serial of Doctor Who called The Horror of Fang Rock, when a weird-looking guy in a Max Headroom mask and a motion sickness-induced digital background spun around behind them. After 90 seconds of this, the hijackers stopped their transmission or lost power. We don't know. Unfortunately, we'll never know more, as the hijackers weren't caught despite investigations. Even though the 5-year statute of limitations was surpassed in 1992, nobody has come forward to claim responsibility, despite the fact that they would face no repercussions for this. Another cool reference in this episode is that you can see that Big Ben is still under construction. Canonically, it was hit by the Slovene ship in Series 1, Episode 4, Aliens of London. And it's just a cool little detail that they threw in that makes the world feel like it has consequences.
The first and only time I present me rambling.
What's up, guys? It's Doctor Who Fan 91 here, with the reception at the time being generally good for the Christmas invasion, setting up what could be a real true introduction story to the 10th Doctor, where he's present for it all. You'd hope for a real great start to his run, though whilst it still is incredibly fun, it's a testament to David Tennant and Billie Piper's acting that they can completely entrance an audience despite a script that couldn't be described as one of Doctor Who's best. We start the episode with Rose saying goodbye to Mickey and her mum outside of the TARDIS, clearly packed to stay on board. The domesticity and the normalness of the outside world contrasts starkly with the inside of the TARDIS as the Doctor gleefully smiles operating it. Rose is leaving normal life again for an extraterrestrial joyride. It's hard to overstate how different these two lives are, which elevates the heightened sense that she's not only leaving normal life behind, but also Mickey and Jackie. Rose and Mickey kiss, and he says that he loves her, and Rose just says goodbye, and Jackie fades into the background, accepting that her daughter is gone. She's off doing something wonderful, and who would they be to stop her? But it doesn't stop the feeling that she's off doing what she thinks is better. Their way of life, their company, is the worst option for her. It's a self-centered feeling, but not one that Rose isn't feeling either. She definitely knows it hurts them. How can't she? But she's fallen in love with it, and him, the Doctor, which is why it stings a little that she kisses Mickey. Not because she's cheating on the Doctor, doctor or anything. Captain Jack only joined the crew because Rose fancied him. But it's kind of a weird love triangle, square pentagon shaped thing. But it puts Mickey firmly on the outside of it, stuck at home waiting for Rose to come back. He should definitely move on, but he's young and in love. Rose is too. On board the TARDIS, the Doctor and Rose smile ear to ear at each other as they take off, with Mickey and Jackie watching them go further than they've ever gone before. Further away from them than they've ever gone before. Num 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 themes.
So full of delicious themes. Num 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 num.
Shout out Fiona Sangster! They land on New Earth in the year quadrillion, minillion, beryllium / Apple or something. It's a futuristic safe haven. Absolutely wonderful. Rose is blown away. Even the grass smells of apples. It's like they're on a romantic getaway, a TARDIS honeymoon. So she confesses. She says that she loves traveling with the Doctor. She beams away. And he says him too. Aw, you guys make me sick. Warning! Warning! There's a scandal afoot. As there's some weird guy with a hat. The hat's weird too. And he's spying on the Doctor and Rose. He's freaking out about a pure blood human. And then we see a nanobot and hear a familiar voice. It's Cassandra, the transgender skin flap, the bitchy trampoline. Her goal is nothing new, exactly like it was last time. She wants to be the last pure blood human while chasing the spoils of youth. We last met Cassandra as Rose gazed upon her own world being destroyed right at the end of Earth's lifespan. Cassandra sabotaged the ship so she could cash out on life insurance from all the rich guests to spend on plastic surgery. Anyway, the Doctor then reveals that they've not come to New Earth for no reason. He got a message on the psychic paper from someone in a hospital asking for help. He's a little sneaky sneakerson. Rose, you're gonna have to wait for that romantic getaway. The Doctor's essentially paid for a vacation just to reveal he wants to watch football the entire time. Cut to inside the hospital. He says that there's no shop. No little shop. How dare they? This starts a running gag with the Doctor that he likes shops. As they're talking, a cat woman walks past them, playing Who Can Wear the Weirdest Hat. Rose even points at them and says, they're cats. When I was a kid, I loudly exclaimed to my mum in a little shop that there was someone made of chocolate, and she had to convince me it was just a normal person going about their day. Unrelated, as Rose stares at the cat like they're a person made of chocolate, the Doctor walks to the lift to go towards 26. They're gonna have to get separate elevators, but remember, there's a scandal afoot. Weird Hat Guy and Cassandra are gonna sabotage Rose's lift. The gang gets showered in the lift by disinfectant, and only one of them reacts like they didn't know it was coming. It's almost as if the production team didn't tell her. The Doctor gets out in a nice looking place, while Rose gets out at a dark and dingy and bad place. Stinky. Weird Hat Guy is waiting for her there. The human child is clean. Yes, thank you. What a lovely thing to say. I'm just gonna go. Rose follows Weird Hat Guy against all of her better judgments, but not with also picking up a sharp thing. Just run. Run. Upstairs, the Doctor talks with a cat lady as he sees a bunch of people with incurable diseases for this time period. One of the patients is suffering with being painted white, while another is suffering from being painted red. It's insane. But wait, no, this guy's really ill. He's painted grey. They really just said use your imagination. The Doctor says the grey guy is screwed, but the cat lady acts like it can be cured. The Doctor then sees who almost definitely sent him the psychic message. The face of Bo. I love the face of Bo. The face of Bo was one of the rich guests aboard the satellite where Rose was looking at her planet dying. Eat the rich, but not the face of Bo. Here, Cat Lady 2 tells the Doctor that the face of Bo is dying of old age, potentially after millions of years. Now in the story, we have three beings who've lived countless lifetimes. The Doctor, who's changed multiple times to survive, the face of Bo, whose legend has remained for millions of years, and Cassandra, who's refused to change in all of that time. Downstairs, Rose walks into a room where an old film is playing from a projector, and she notices someone in the picture. It's a black tie event with fancy and beauty, and Cassandra, quite literally in the flesh, is there. Rose realizes it's her and turns around to see Cassandra, and we're finally introduced properly to Weird Hat Guy. His name is Chip. He worships Cassandra and is a force-grown clone whose facial pattern is modeled after Cassandra's favorite. Chip typifies Cassandra's vanity as he embodies her superficial interest in outward appearances. Rose then asks pretty much what everyone else was thinking. How the hell is Cassandra still alive? She literally exploded the last time we saw her. Well, Cassandra's skin was collected up by Chip and grafted on with skin from her ass. Cassandra accuses Rose of murdering her, which the Doctor did a little bit, just as a treat. Instead of disagreeing, Rose just doubles down and says that she deserved it. But back when it was happening in front of her, Rose begs the Doctor to help Cassandra and felt cosmically empty after it all. But now, she's happy to say that Cassandra deserved it. It indicates to us, in contrast, that Rose is becoming a little bit more like the Doctor, being okay to exist in the morally grey. Cassandra and Rose then go on to talk about growth. How Cassandra's stuck down here in the basement with Chip collecting medicine for her because she refuses to change. Humans have moved on from simply being human and the idea of purity. It explores the idea that change is good. Stagnation only leads to bitterness as things change around you and leave you behind. It scans pretty well to the Doctor regenerating, as without it, the show wouldn't change and would slowly only be viewed as a remnant of the past, as it refuses to move on from it. Here, Cassandra is literally watching Days Gone By in a basement with a goon that keeps her alive on scraps, reminiscing on the good times, while plotting evil schemes because all that's good is gone, and the parameter for what that even means moves forward with time. We've also moved past the Ninth Doctor. He's gone. But this episode is saying that's good. We need to move on for things to grow. It doesn't make what came before any worse. To grow and change is to keep the glory days coming as long as we keep moving forward towards what good means now. Like those still holding on, Cassandra says that the night on film was the last time anybody told her she was beautiful, and after that, it all became such hard work. We all likely know someone that looks like they're stuck in a time loop, as if they won't let go of high school or something, and it's sad to watch from the outside, because we know they can never be in high school again, but won't move on. It's impossible to get that high of scoring in the big game or winning that tournament with your friends again, because nothing ever seemed as big to you then. Adult life was yet to come when you become part of the massive ecosystem of your community and realize that loads of people have those moments. You're not special for it. Cassandra is stuck in that night, desperate to relive the feeling, but with the inability to let go. It's dragging her down to the point that ensures she'll never feel it again. While Rose is changing, aligning her morals closer to the Doctor's. But is that good? They used to challenge each other, pushing each other to be better. They grew because they were different. Theoretically, as that different gets smaller, can change happen? Or will they stagnate? Become skin flaps with a couple helper goons? Cassandra then lets on that the hospital is hiding something. These cats have secrets. But she wants to whisper it in case anybody's listening. But instead of coming close, Rose backs up. Reverse psychologied into a mind swap device. It's Doctor Who does Freaky Friday. Instead of them literally swapping bodies though, Cassandra is now piloting Rose. She marvels at having a body and then realizes, oh my god, I'm working class now. We then get more the face of Bo fan service upstairs as Cat Lady tells the Doctor a legend about Bo, that just before his death he will impart a great secret onto one like himself. This parallels the Doctor, how he's lived for so long, he must also have secrets. Rose doesn't and can't know him fully because he's changed so much. It's dubious as to whether Rose even knows exactly what he did in the Time War. He talks about it sometimes, but we never see him actually tell her what he did. And that would be an important scene for us to see, right? If it had happened. We already know he keeps it secret from her. What else could he be hiding? What does she not know? Downstairs, Billie Piper's having a lot of fun pretending to be Cassandra, looking in the mirror and gawking at herself, before she realizes that, Rose is with the Doctor. He's gonna have questions when Rose starts acting like a camp Margaret Thatcher. It's then when she gets a call from him on his comically big phone, which I'm pretty sure is just an electric whisk that's been ripped to shreds. Chip tells Rose to speak in Old Earth Cockney, so Cassandra starts using all the Cockney slang in the world. I shall proceed up the apples and pears. She's going up the stairs. I'm brown bread, I'm dead. But upstairs, Grey Guy is white bread. He's high five, he's still alive. He's all demure, he got the cure. The art department doesn't have to paint him grey anymore. But that's weird, right? Our main character, who's literally called the Doctor, diagnosed him as beer nicely brewed. Completely screwed. Cassandra's distrust of the cats is all but confirmed when Cat Lady 1 and 3, yes, there's 3 cat ladies, walk away, gossiping about how a patient has become conscious, and that they can't have that, which is weird because if you didn't know, in hospitals, they usually make you better. They follow the cats as they go into the basement and open up a containment cell to reveal a human being begging for help, as they coldly remark at its state of consciousness. They seem to think that this human being is soulless, just completely disconnected flesh, no humanity whatsoever. They talk about an academic paper called The Migration of Sentience, almost like consciousness is a virus for this person, something that makes it harder for them to go through whatever's happening to them and uncomfortable for them to watch. Cat Lady 1 says she's seen enough, like it's hard for her. She wants whatever she's doing to this person to be without guilt. Her capacity to relate to them challenges her ability to look past the pain they're causing. Walking away, they choose to incinerate the cell, destroying the evidence, as if looking away and pretending it didn't happen is the easiest solution for them. It's an allegory for vivo testing, basically testing on something that's alive, which was and still is a hot issue. Though we've come a long way from what was being done to animals animals in 2006, this episode calls into question how we can justify animals being caused pain and discomfort even now. A solution that comes to a lot of people's minds is that we can test on people in return for payment, but that's also an incredibly dubious practice. Obviously, the only people willing to do that sort of thing would be people who desperately need the money. It quickly becomes a class issue, as we ask for people to forsake their safety in order to remain in their homes under capitalism. Is it fair to then chuck the burden of testing onto animals who can't consent to it? Yeah, I'm not perfect, I eat meat. Who am I to stand on some moral high ground? Though, at the end of the day, isn't this the point of art? To challenge you to see a new perspective or heighten your own. Upstairs, Cassandra piloting Rose sees the Doctor and really tries to put on a show. Can't Adam and Eve it, I can't believe it. Then she kisses the Doctor. The Doctor is now infected with cooties, but it shows in a silly way that Cassandra is attracted to her own worst enemy, the same way she obsesses over her own looks, but it only drags her down. Cassandra and the Doctor then go to investigate a screen for information, and as we all should know by now, every screen anywhere does indeed have kernel access to every bit of information about the place it's in. Doctor Who 101. Cassandra lets on a bit too much by getting technical with what the Doctor should do to hack into it. And you can see the Doctor realize something's up, and this is why the kiss is funny even though it's full of girl cooties. The Doctor didn't seem too fazed by Rose acting really strange before because he got a smooch, but now, because she's acting all computery, he knows something's wrong. Basically, the Doctor went through puberty during Regeneration, and by this point can only think of one thing, and it's no longer video games. Turns out, the screen was actually a secret door to intensive care. So, when in doubt, writers, a secret door is always an option. In intensive care, the Doctor and Cassandra see countless rows and columns of these containment cells, all illuminated a dark green, indicating infection, like mucus, moss, and mold. Those will be the names of my 3 children. My 3 children are okay with being cats. They open a cell to see a human being with skin that looks like it's barely remaining on, with bumps, lumps, and sores. The name of my other 3 cats. Cassandra says, yucky, it's blah, blah. They open another cell as the Doctor concludes that they have every disease, but are kept alive somehow to live through the effect. These cats do indeed have secrets. The Doctor tells Rose, Cassandra, to not get touched by them. Duh. Every disease, even girl cooties. I won't do it. They will not take my video games away. To drill home the point, the Doctor calls the infected lab rats. It's obvious why humans being tested on this way makes us uncomfortable, but referring to them as rats really drives the point home that it's all morally dubious. Could you test on a rat? I definitely couldn't, but I've used shampoo before that was. The migration of sentience isn't a theory in real life. It's factual that rats are sentient. Yet, whilst we enjoy the comfort of these luxury products, sentient beings suffer for them. Just because the cats can seemingly cure every disease now, does that make this worth it? Cat Lady 2, Novice Haim, saw them walk into intensive care and followed them in, and she walks in addressing that it's all for the greater cause. She copes that the infected have no proper existence, despite the evidence, and that they're specially grown for the cause. He asks how many thousands died for this as he loses his temper. So far, we've only seen the Doctor truly lose his temper at a Dalek, but now this Doctor can't help himself. Novice Haim says that the human race came to this planet with many illnesses and that they did what they had to do to survive. But how critical does a situation need to be before you forsake basic human decency? I think often we can see who we really are at trying times. How low will we sink to? We can't hold strong to our morals when they're being tested. How do we know we really believe in those morals? How far do we really hold them to be true if we give in to temptation to let them go? This is, at the end of the day, the core struggle of the Doctor, a man who abhors violence, who fought in the biggest war in history and ended it himself. Is it then how we redeem ourselves? How willing are we to grow and change and learn that defines us? This all seems like a desperate solution to a desperate problem, but the problem doesn't seem so desperate anymore. The cats should have grown and changed from it. The same could be said for us. Most of our problems in the first world aren't desperate anymore, yet we accept what we suspect as sweatshop products and ethically dubious practices because it's convenient. It helps us. It's a convenient lie for the cats to believe that the infected aren't sentient. It's convenient that most of our problems are shipped off to third world countries where we can't see them. The Doctor says that the healthy humans alive, because of the infected, effectively have worthless lives. Here, the story invokes a common narrative device wherein which a society only functions because of the suffering of something. To learn that everything you've ever loved and wanted is tainted by the fact that it all came from the pain of an innocent life. But the healthy patients upstairs have no idea of what's going on in intensive care. Is it their fault they came to the hospital in desperate need and then were given it? Though that doesn't mean we shouldn't seek out to do better and be better. That's why when the doctor gets angry, anger only seen as of yet for a Dalek, it feels justified. It takes this complex problem and says it's not complex actually. He puts his foot down as an authority figure, saying that there's nobody higher up than him, just as he placed himself above Harriet Jones, more arrogant than ever. But here, still the Doctor. The Doctor then finally gets over the dizziness of Rose kissing him and asks Novice Haim what the hell they've done with her. Cassandra just gives up though, because she's found out what secrets the cat had and she's satisfied. So she chloroforms the Doctor. Word to the wise, mutton chops will get you. Cassandra then just breaks a random cable and alarms start going off. Lucky that tube wasn't full of disease or something around all the diseased people that need more diseases. In the meantime, Cassandra locks the Doctor in one of the containment cells. Cassandra wants to kill the Doctor with the diseases because she's evil and he did kill her once, so really it's only fair. She's caught by the cats though, but gets straight to the point and tells them what she wants. Money, or she squeals about what the cats are doing. But the cats challenge her to a cat fight. Rawr. Plan B for Cassandra though just means letting a bunch of the patients out and leaving the cats to fend for themselves. It's just pure spiteful revenge, full nuclear. I love it. Because it also means opening the door of the cell that she literally just put the Doctor in. If you don't change, all the same problems will follow you around and you'll invite them in without even knowing it. Cassandra's need to stay alive in the end is what perpetually condemns her. The infected all get out of their cell and declare to the cat nurses, "No more. When do we want it? Meow!" One of the infected plunges his arm into a circuit that lets out all of the infected, literally every single one of them. How did the infected corner cat lady free and give her cooties as she hisses like a cat at them? Good stuff. The hospital then goes under complete lockdown as the episode becomes a great big chase scene. Cassandra and the Doctor get split up from Chip and he just has to fend for himself. Looks like he's jumping in the waist. He's gonna get gunned. Gunging time! Downstairs, the Doctor and Cassandra get sealed in her old room where Chip would stroke her, and the Doctor demands she leaves Rose's body and gives Rose back to him. Wacky body swapping shenanigans ensue as Cassandra takes that very literally and her consciousness jumps into him. She remarks that she's a yummy man now and has parts that are barely used. What about all that dancing, all that time with Captain Jack? It's all very campy and silly as David Tennant gets to jump around being all flamboyant and fun. The infected bash the door open though. Chase time! Cassandra, as the Doctor this time, and Rose are climbing up this big ladder as Rose pleads for them to swap bodies again so the Doctor can think of what to do. When one of the cat ladies ambushes Rose from behind. Cat lady is pissed that they destroyed their work, but Cassandra's having none of it. Go and play with a ball of string. The sass emanating from Cassandra here cannot be glossed over. Yeah, she just destroyed all of your work, but you're inconveniencing her right now. Ugh, go away. Cat lady gets cooties though as the infected reach her. What follows is the cheapest and most camp CGI attempt ever as Cat lady gets all the diseases and then falls down the infinite tube they seem to be in as she screams. Terrified of the CGI, David Tennant, pretending to be the Doctor possessed by a skin flap, runs away from it with his dignity firmly lost. They reach a door, so the Doctor needs to use the sonic screwdriver. So swapping shenanigans ensue. But wait, Cassandra has an idea to stop the rigmarole. She swaps into one of the infected. Rose and the Doctor take their chance to run away until Cassandra snipes Rose with her mind swap. No fair, that shot went around a corner. She has aim assist, it's ping diff, she's screen watching! Though the experience of swapping bodies with one of the infected really shakes her. She saw how alone and sad they were, not ever having human contact. Given that Cassandra's only company has been Chip, there's a parallel there. She too has been without form, no ability to experience human touch because all the other humans have gone in her eyes. She is the last human, according to her. She's designed without realizing and exists predicated on the idea of purity that only hurts her by pushing anything nice, anyone actually human, away. She might as well be as alone as the infected inside their containment cell, as if Cassandra constructed one for herself. She desperately hangs on to aesthetics instead of her content. Her obsession with being pure as the last human is as meaningful as her chronic pursuit of beauty, and now she can partially see that for what it is. It was at least comfortable in that sad little basement where Chip stroked her as she watched and fantasized about being at that party again. Last time anybody called her beautiful. But if this is what the pursuit of purity and beauty gets you, a state in which you can relate to the truly tortured, what's the point. Just like the patients' lives having no value because of the hospital's ethically abhorrent ways, relying on the suffering of others, what value does purity and beauty have to Cassandra if it creates her own suffering? The shot lingers on her as she thinks of their pain and her own, as she ends on the thought that they've never been touched when the doctor's hand slowly enters the frame, offering to help her up. The doctor embodies growth and change. It's stay stagnant and stay miserable, or take help from the man who knows change is for the best sometimes. The doctor and Cassandra get up to the main hospital floor and convince everyone they're safe. And obviously, it's plan time. Get medicine for every single disease. Oh boy, I wonder what they're going to do with that medicine. The solution to this episode is a wonder. How are they going to resolve this one? Are they going to cure all the infected with a cure for every single disease? Cue epic montage of getting every single cure for every single disease and tying it to the doctor. He then goes to Sonic the lift and do some jiggery pokery before jumping to and grabbing onto the lift wire. The doctor needs to fast travel about the place, so he attaches this thing that he conveniently found onto the lift wire, and it works perfectly. Thank God for that. Don't think about it too much. Cassandra sees that some of the infected are closing in, so she jumps for it too. A literal leap of faith for the doctor. This is where a principle of Russel T Davies' action writing comes in. He proposes that it's way more interesting for action to go up and down rather than left and right, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Verticality literally offers a whole new dimension in which to play with. The further you go up, the further you have to fall. The further you go down, the faster you have to climb. To show off this principle, here's when they go down. They land on the disinfectant lifts from the start of the episode that Cassandra sabotaged. They pour all of the medicine into the tank above it. The doctor then gets into the elevator and opens the door to where a ton of the infected are and invites them in. He tells Cassandra to pull the lever to release the solution full of every cure for every disease, and this cures everybody. Was there ever any doubt? They pass on the medicine because they're wet through with it. Very wet, and wet each other with the medicine. Cured! The doctor celebrates as by curing the infected, they've essentially created a new human subspecies. Life just keeps moving on, creating new things, and the doctor was a part of it. New doctor saving new New York. Out with the old and in with the new. The message is clear. Cassandra stagnated and became bitter, while even the terribly sick that barely moved in their cell now get to live life anew because they change. New things are uncomfortable at first, but the more we dig our heels in, the more we just get stuck in the mud. Sometimes you just gotta leave the old shoes behind. The doctor then remembers that the face of Beau is in this episode. The face of Beau is no longer dying, I guess. Just because he said no. He was tired with it all. But then the doctor taught him to look at his life anew with his big adventure, just like he's trying to make Cassandra do. The doctor says, come on, face of Beau, what's your secret, man? One you would tell before your death to a traveler like himself? The face of Beau says, yeah, it can wait. See ya, bye. See you in series 3. I once had a cat called Beau. That's all I can say about that. The doctor then turns to Cassandra. What's she gonna do? Cassandra breaks down as the doctor tells her it's her time to go. She's lived much longer than most, and mostly out of fear. The ultimate fear of change is ultimately the fear of death. And as Chip comes in celebrating that Cassandra's still alive, cast your mind back to literally a minute ago. The face of Beau learnt to live anew and thus got to extend their life, to explore deeper pastures. But then you've got this character like Cassandra that no matter what, can't seem to learn and won't change. But her ideology is squeezing her into a tighter and tighter spot where it's getting difficult to defend how she feels. But sometimes feelings can't be explained. And even though a character's evil, we can understand them. Cassandra is not unlike a lot of us in a way, constantly chasing beauty and not wanting it to change and potentially wither away with the societal pressures and expectations of youth. We can criticize how women are pushed to fit into beauty standards, but that doesn't stop beauty standards being a learned thing inside of us all, that ultimately, through Cassandra, we know is a prison in of itself, designed to keep us miserable. If the doctor got his way, there'd be a little shop, and unbeknownst to him, there'd be makeup sold there. Maybe some protein products, so the wannabe chadettes and chords can get yoked. Beauty drains our wallets and drains our souls. It doesn't enrich us, it keeps us trapped. And even though it's not in good spirits that Cassandra finally leaves her body, it's change at last. A willingness to embody something that's not beautiful. It's Chip. She swaps bodies with Chip and leaves Rose. But Chip's body is failing. He's a half form, remember? Literally halfway between life and death, purity and impurity. And he's got a weird hat too. Cassandra realizes she's dying, but has finally made peace with that. She realizes it's time for it to end. She doesn't want to change. Unlike the face of Beau, Cassandra is stuck in her ways. But that's okay because it's coming to an end finally. She's really finally realized her prison. Seeing this, the Doctor can tell Cassandra is being earnest, and in a choice to be kind, he does one last thing for her. It ends up being one of the most strangely beautiful, touching, and haunting scenes. It's unlike anything you could ever have expected to happen in an episode with talking cat nurses and a shower that saves the day. The Doctor takes Cassandra to the night she was watching in the basement, the last night anybody called her beautiful. Cassandra, in Chip's body, gazes upon herself in absolute mesmerism, the days that aged her face, the struggles of crying that her makeup doesn't make her look the same anymore, and the body-breaking surgery to shift her back to them are all gone. She approaches herself, metaphorically, Cassandra in a male body, one not yet transitioned, and one that comes after all the struggles of it, walks up to herself and tells herself that she's beautiful. She transitioned, she changed, she grew into herself, and the confidence that came from that is obvious. She's the belle of the ball with everybody surrounding her, stuck on her every last word and laughing the night away. But she can see she didn't take it in. She repeats it, says she means it. You are so beautiful. This was the last night that anybody called her that, and it was herself. The validation and acceptance of herself came here, only from within. It took so long and so much effort, but she gives herself the love she needs. She accepts herself. She is a woman, and it's unfair that she feels the need to be beautiful to be that, but in the end, she can see she was all along. Cassandra falls, and Cassandra holds herself, and they comfort each other. The male frame she remembers being in the body of, and the woman she comes to shine in, holding each other as she finally reaches peace and lets go.
Harry from the future here. Characteristically, this is Cassandra accepting her own death, but for the viewer it's meant to thematically challenge how holding on to beauty causes pain, and accepting that society won't unfairly find you beautiful forever is like a mini death, and mourning it will help to let that pain go. Future Harry out, it's time to time travel back to my own time. Vinny will be missing me!
The Doctor and Rose look genuinely uncomfortable watching as they know they're witnessing one of the most intimate moments, so they leave them. As Cassandra tells herself, it will be alright. She's got them. 5.5 out of 10. New Earth was camped at by 8.62 million viewers as the closeted trans people everywhere played the last scene on loop. It's genuinely hard to rate this one because it's such a mixed bag, quite literally, as the Doctor mixed bags together to save the day. If it was only the final scene, then it's 10 out of 10 easily. I love it. It never fails to make me cry, but the rest of it is just okay. You are so beautiful to me, can't you see? You're everything I hoped for, everything I need. You are so beautiful to me.
There are tales of wolves in these parts? Why do they only leave behind the tails?
We start the story in the countryside of Scotland. There's this horse-drawn carriage with hooded guys that pulls up to some estate off the hills and beef kicks off. These aren't cows getting silly. These are hooded guys that reveal themselves to be monks and they want the house. The housekeeper says, no, I'm Scottish and this is me house. So the main bald monk guy starts beating the shit out of the owner without mercy, martial arts style. These are bald martial arts monks. It's obvious when you think about it. The other monks then derobe and start spinning around. They backflip over the poor defenseless Scots and catch their sticks and then beat them all up, martial arts style. These are bold martial arts monks. The cuts are so fast you can barely tell what's happening, but it's carnage. It's bald martial arts monks carnage. Get carnaged by the bald martial arts monks. The people of this state are gathered up and put in the basement with a box that the bald martial arts monks have transported there. The main bald martial arts monk then asks God to forgive him and reveals what's inside the box. And by the way that the people locked up in the basement with it scream, we can assume it's a bigger, scarier scarier, bolder martial arts monk. One introduction, if this doesn't get you hooked, I don't know what would. After the title sequence, the episode then starts with a good old little bit of conversation in the TARDIS, indicating that it isn't just a vehicle for the gang's travels, this is a home. They listen to Hit Me With Your Ribbon Stick by Ian Dury, one of the figureheads of New Wave and anti-establishmentarianism, as Rose calls the Doctor a punk. Punks famously hate the Crown. Off with their heads. The TARDIS then lands so hard they fall over and they just laugh. They're having a good time. They go outside to realise that they're actually not in Sheffield in the proposed year of 1979. They're in 1879. Whoops. They're also being held at gunpoint by some royalist guard. So he says he's Dr. James McCrimmon from the township of Balamory. I know that thing! James McCrimmon, the absolutely based companion of the second Doctor. And then we hear a woman to say to let them approach. It's Queen Victoria, Empress of India and Defender of the Faith. Expressly introducing her as the Empress of India evokes imperialism very strongly. How more powerful countries invade others in order to control and impose their culture onto them. Queen Victoria asks to see the Doctor's credentials, and the psychic paper shows her that he's been appointed as her protector. Queen Victoria says that they're en route on carriage because of an attempt on her life, which she's gotten very used to. Even stories of wolves in these parts don't bother her whilst it approaches night. In fact, it thrills her, gets her blood pumping. As the day draws to a close and they walk on, Rose and the Doctor are just gleefully bantering around, and Rose jokes that she wants to get Queen Victoria to say, "We are not amused," her famous catchphrase. Or is it? No, we're not doing that. The Doctor and Rose place a £10 bet on whether she can get her to say it, and thus starts possibly one of the most commonly misunderstood arcs in Doctor Who. I'm not kidding, this £10 bet will still be debated in our retirement homes, and I'm intending to be very prepared with evident philosophical questions on ethics and my walking stick as just backup. They arrive at the intended estate, and we get this beautiful mix of a real house and CGI to impose a massive observatory telescope to the top floor. We then get a shot of a man, Robert, watching them arrive before he says that he can't do it. It's treason. Behind him is the leader of the bald martial arts monks, looking very dapper, it must be said. Well done. The bald martial arts monk is threatening Robert's wife with being devoured unless he goes along with his plan. Why don't I want to assassinate the Queen? I don't know. Do I have to give her treason? Clearly he doesn't want to go through with the plan, but Queenie Pops is like, nah, I don't care. My husband liked this place. He's dead now. I just want to check it out. The Torchwood estate sounds sick, mate. Torchwood? The matter of responsibility and the bringer of consequences? The institute that shot down the Sycorax and brought the fall of Harriet Jones? What's that doing here? Rose apologizes for being so naked. It's all silly fun, so Rose asks Queenie Pops, surely she's not amused. And she doesn't care, didn't ask, don't care, ratioed, loser, fortnight dance on your grave. Take the L, Rose. 1 point to the Doctor. The Royalist Guard tells one of his goons to escort the property inside. We don't know what that is, but mystical, jingly music plays. The box is boxing. But over in the basement, we get this first shot of what the bald martial arts monks brought there. As of yet, it's hard to confirm whether it is indeed a bigger, scarier, bolder martial arts monk. But it's humanoid as it shushes the people trapped in there with it, their fear indicating an implied threat, as if it really could be a bigger, scarier, bolder martial arts monk. What the f***? Trembled at the thought. Upstairs, Queenie Pops and gang reach the telescope room, where they chit-chat about who built it. Robert's dad endeavoured to build it in his last years, even becoming an obsession of his to the point it took almost all of his attention and money. We all know a dad like this. They get so invested in a little project of theirs that it's all they can think about. I appreciate those dads. You think that 10-hour videos come from healthy obsession? Robert says that he wishes he could listen to his dad's stories when he could. The Doctor then roasts the hell out of Robert's dead dad's telescope, saying that it's bad all over and sucks. Was your dad stupid? The magnification is way over the top, and usually these obsessed dads tinkering away at things are good at them. So what's with Robert's dead dad sucking so hard? Take the L, Robert. Your dad's dead and he sucked at telescopes. Rose again asks if Queenie Pops is amused at the Doctor's rudeness, but she doesn't care. 2-0 to the Doctor. Step up your game, Rose. Queenie Pops says that she thinks the telescope's great, gazing upon God's kingdom. Robert's dad should be praised for his devotion to science and at the same time folklore and fairy tales. She says that her late husband and Robert's dad got along great, discussing in one sentence two people who are now gone, leaving Robert without a father and Queenie Pops without a husband, being left behind. It's not so different to what Rose has left behind, yet it was a choice for her. But when Robert starts getting into more detail about the local folklore, the bald martial arts monk interrupts. It's supper time. Din din. So get ready in your room and shut up. Also, 3-0 to the Doctor. Rose give up. We also find out that it's a full moon tonight.
night.
Vinny's looking at me like, what are you doing? Turns out the bald martial arts monks are the ones preparing dinner. They're bald martial arts culinary monks as they boil a suspicious amount of leaves. Upstairs, Rose is getting dressed as the bald martial arts culinary monks give the royal guards a spot of tea. But Rose finds a maid hiding in the wardrobe, presumably from the bald martial arts culinary monks that she didn't know were such food experts. Because they're not! They actually cooked up a concoction to send the guards to sleep. Their cooking is that bad. Upstairs, Rose convinces the maid to go get the doctor with her. So they go sneaky mode, but find a royal guard unconscious in the hallway and don't know that the bald martial arts monks are right behind them and capture them. Whoopsie daisy. The others are eating in the dining room as Queenie Pops cracks a joke about Rose being feral and the royal guard gets giddy. So Queenie Pops tells him to contain his excitement. She likes humor, but not too much of it. You get the sense that she wants intellectual conversation, withdrawn from too much emotion, lest it not be proper. Perhaps due to all the excitement she commonly comes across when assassination attempts have been made on her. The reason becomes much more clear when Queenie Pops encourages Robert to tell the fantastical, fanciful folklore of his father. Forest fairies forage for foreign fruit. She mentions that since her husband died, she's become more interested in supernatural stories. And the doctor immediately cuts to the heart of that, saying that she must miss him. To which Queenie Pops says, very much so. When we're in grieving, happiness and joy can seem like a lie. Even when we're just a little bit sad, happy music can seem like an affront to that feeling, and it intensifies the sadder we get. Queen Victoria was in grieving over her husband for 40 years, wearing black until the day she died as well. Such an extended feeling of loss must eat at you. I'm sure we've all gotten pretty irritable by the end of tiring weeks, but what about half a lifetime of grief? Her royal guard laughing, experiencing unfiltered joy must be pretty offensive to someone so guarded, so lacking in that joy. But also, the way that her husband's death coincided with her interest in the great beyond is no coincidence. And that's why the doctor points it out so easily. It's almost like a form of bargaining, a stage of grief, to try and reach out and extend their life past the mortal plane. Maybe that's why Queen Victoria wants so badly to hear the stories of the wolf, because if one fanciful tale could be true, then maybe another is. The notion that you could reach out beyond and find someone lost. To Mickey and Jackie, Rose might as well be lost sometimes too. She's out of their grasp. Time is like her great beyond until she comes back when she wants to, like a ghost haunting them. The only thing to stop them plummeting into mourning is that unlike Queen Victoria, they know for sure that the fanciful tales are real. TARDIS is not folklore. The dead stay silent and we must wait. Downstairs, Rose is trapped in the basement with everyone in chains as they cower at the thing in the cage. Rose wonders why they're so scared. The thing is trapped like them, but she doesn't know how deadly a bald martial arts monk could be if one's in there. But then, the thing in the cage opens its eyes, revealing blackness, a pit where its soul should be. Upstairs, Robert goes on to tell the story of the wolf, that every full moon howling can be heard across the valley, and that the morning after, livestock are found ripped apart. He says that once in a generation, a boy will be taken from his home. That's when we cut to downstairs. This is that boy. She asks where he was born, and the boy replies, this body? He says he was born just 10 miles away, weak and sick, and he was stolen by the Brethren for his cultivation. You mean their canon name isn't the bald martial arts monks? I'm sorry, but I just don't believe that. The actor for the boy, by the way, is incredible. Actually, bone-chilling performance. Really genuinely creepy. Upstairs, Robert says the legend is that it's not just a wolf, but a man who becomes one. It is a werewolf. A werewolf? Sign me up. Downstairs, Rose is trying to be all empath vibes, but the boy, the werewolf, is all capitalism and imperialism vibes. He loves planet Earth, its industry, the revolution, and its people supercharging it, as well as warfare. Our capacity to take arms together, just like Harriet Jones and her command of Torchwood to fire. The werewolf sees the human race just as the Doctor did in that story, the real monsters. We take things like the Industrial Revolution and use it to fashion weapons at record-breaking pace, all for more destruction. We take the good, the technological advancement of Torchwood, and mold it in our hand as something horrible. But how would the wolf take this for themselves? Why? They plan to bite Queen Victoria and pass into her, of course. The tension here is biting. The ultimate plan of the wolf is to create an empire. The wolf then lunges forward, possessed by something in relation to Rose. The creature knows there is something of the wolf about her. She is, after all, the bad wolf. She took the heart of the TARDIS into herself and became transformed. She was still Rose, but possessed by another entity. Unlike the transformation into a werewolf, it's not a shallow force like blood control of the Sycorax. When the boy's transformed, he'll be unconstrained by human cognition. He'll be bloodthirsty, just as all the empires are when they set out to expand. The fact that the bald martial arts monks took the boy young essentially means they groomed and propagandized him into believing in their cause, just as all empires do. Opposition will always come, and you need your new generations to uphold its values lest the empire crumble. Also, for a werewolf to be able to see the bad wolf in Rose is striking. Like, after that, Rose was permanently changed, not quite fully human anymore. Rose is terrified by this. She's scared that the wolf can see this in her. She's scared by the idea she's changed. But I thought after last episode, change was good. Well, there's not much time to think about it though, because here comes the full moon. Oh, upstairs, Robert says that it's all true. The legends, he should have listened to his father's stories as the bald martial arts monks go to pray to the moon. He wonders if the local church turned from God and started worshipping the wolf, stopping his father's investigations into the folklore. Down in the basement with the wolf, the bald martial arts monks open the cellar door and allow the full moon to shine on the host as howling whistles through the basement and moonlight dazzles the boy, encouraging his metamorphosis. Rose gathers herself. They should all get up and together start pulling their chains. Upstairs, everything kicks into action. The doctor demands to know where Rose is before, with Robert, they go searching. Downstairs, the boy is transforming. His body a Frankensteinian contort. So soon, the boy fully shifts into folklore, a fanciful tale of a twisted beast. Upstairs, the royal guard asks the leader of the bald martial arts monks what they want. He coldly remarks that they want the throne. And he does bald martial arts monking on the guard. Whoop-pow! He wants the throne. He wants an empire. And violence immediately follows. Downstairs, the chain snaps just as the doctor and Robert reach the basement. And Rose shouts at him, "Where the hell have you been?" Just like Jackie would do. I love it. The doctor turns to see the wolf. And instead of being terrified of something that's right now unexplainable, he marvels that it's beautiful. The moment centers the doctor's unashamed joy for traveling and discovering new things. He is, after all, a scientist. He lives for days like this, even if the joy isn't appropriate right now. He looks at the wolf and doesn't just see it as a beast, a violent entity to kill. If you treated all creatures as such, the doctor's travels would be far more morbid. Should we judge beasts on their nature? Would you hate a lion for killing an antelope? And that's when the werewolf escapes. Suddenly, the doctor is the antelope. And even then, he's still marveling at it. Our lovable little nerd, that guy. No interest in his own safety. He does pull himself together, though, and runs out and closes the door with a sonic screwdriver. Upstairs, though, Queenie Pop smokes the leader of the bald martial arts monks after some British propaganda. The proper address is Your Majesty! Downstairs, Robert is on his redemption arc, telling his wife to go because he's got to defend the Queen. England! As the doctor tells Rose, the wolf could be any form of light-modulating species triggered by specific wavelengths. See, it's science, and the doctor can fight science because he's a clever guy with a big brain. Monsters aren't real children, but aliens are. The world is full of wonder and possibilities, and you're safe from the bad because we've got the doctor. When has he ever lost to an alien? Then there's this haunting and sobering moment when the doctor goes out into the hallway because it got eerily quiet and his eyes meet the wolf's. The doctor looks at it in amazement once again, amazed that the horror and folklore came to something that in 900 years of life he hasn't seen yet. That's how big the universe is, and it's thrilling. That's why he never stops traveling. The wolf jolts forward with a growl and starts running. So does the doctor. Around the corner are all the men of the house, ready with rifles as they bombard the creature, hitting it, and it runs back. The lady of the house tries to open the door and escape, but the bald martial arts monks have sealed them in, guarding them with rifles as well. With the wolf inside, it all seems like game hunting, with the wolf aiming for the queen, the monks aiming for anybody who tries to stop them. It's sport. That's what slaughter becomes to an empire. Inside, the men shoot the wolf as one of them remarks that they want its hide on their wall like a trophy, unknowing that they're part of the game themselves. In the end though, history is written by the winners. In the books, the oppressors are whoever then loses in this situation. Each side truly believes what they're fighting for is right. The man who remarked that he wants the hide of the wolf goes to check around the corner to see if it's still there. But it's actually on the ceiling somehow. Actually, how? That thing is big. How do they not see it? The wolf defies gravity as it devours the man on the ceiling, and the doctor declares that there's nothing they can do and to run. But it's like, yes, there is something to do. Shoot it with all the guns you have. Just shoot it now. It's not like the doctor had a moral objection to killing it a second ago. Alas, time is wasted just looking at it, and another couple men are gobbled. Nom 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 nom. As the doctor and the gang run away, the women are left cowering in the kitchen as the wolf descends on them. But something strange happens. It sniffs. Sniff, sniff, and runs away. It doesn't like whatever's being cooked up in the kitchen. I mean, canonically, the monk's cooking is pretty bad. Upstairs, Queenie Pops quickly goes to get the box that was boxing earlier, as Robert asks as the leader of the bald martial arts monks. And Queenie Pops lies that her royal guard disposed of him. Pip, pip. Queenie Pops won't admit that she got her hands dirty, because that's what imperial leaders often do. They won't do themselves what they ask of others. The cruelty, the violence. To be seen, to be known for direct involvement is to forsake ambiguity in the effect of said actions. Think of any leader that sent soldiers into battle that they would never imagine for themselves. One can paint their actions as holistically good. It's not pretty, but it must be done to defend our values. But direct involvement is harder to excuse for many. Yet people don't paint these leaders with the same brush as the people commanding triggers to be pulled. But they're effectively the same. One is just more sly and self-interested. The gang tried to escape out of a window, but remember, the bald martial arts monks now have guns. They're bald martial arts American monks now. We're in the US of A, baby. There's guns. There's a hot babe the doctor kisses. They shoot at the window and they now realize they're in a trap as Rose tells Queenie Pops what the monks want. A little bite, a teeny little nibble. Is it so much to ask? They run up the stairs as the wolf gives chase and it nearly gets that little nibble. Is it so much to ask? But the royal guard is already up there and manages to shoot the wolf once again, buying them some time as he tells the gang to move along and find a safe place. He's gonna hold this position and likely die, but only after knowing that the box is safe in the Queen's possession. It highlights the bravery of the people on the ground in battle, while also pointing to the shallowness of the true goal. To protect a box? The cigarettes came to Earth for the industry of slavery. It all comes down to money. The gang leave the royal guard, and with not much protest from the doctor. He doesn't seem to be doing his usual job of protecting people or convincing them to protect themselves very well today. So the royal guard gets gobbled up. Gobbled! No nibble for you. Is it so much to ask? The gang barricade the door and the wolf just sort of stops and everything goes quiet. To check, the doctor listens through the wall and we see the wolf directly on the other side. It's this thin layer on screen dividing them and it shows how close of a brush with death they're in. On one side is the doctor, separated from a wolf, unable to get to each other. Could this be foreboding? Luckily, the wolf seems to completely stop. Something about the room is deterring it. The close shave doesn't seem to stop the Doctor and Rose though, as they laugh and celebrate and hug that they've just seen a werewolf, which seems to horrify Queen Victoria. Here they are, laughing, her protector included, at the most danger she's ever been in. The Queen is trembling in fear, and the laughter she detested at dinner in safety is repeated in peril. And Rose jokes that Miss Queenie Pops must be amused now. 4-0 to the Doctor, she's not amused, she's terrified. Rose meekly apologizes for the inappropriateness as the Queen asks what the hell the creature is that's trying to kill specifically her. The Doctor by this point has dropped the Scottish accent by accident and answers in his usual doctorish way. But instead of it being a charming, nerdy info dump, it comes across as completely smug and unself-aware as he says that she would call it a werewolf, but that would technically be wrong.
It's a lupine wavelength, hemiveriform actually.
Doctor, it's a werewolf, mate. Your technicalities don't don't help here. In fact, they only serve to highlight his self-importance in the face of a terrified woman because he's having too much fun with Rose to notice. But the Doctor and Rose get called out. The Queen asks where his accent went, and he doesn't have a good answer, like a kid caught with his hand in the cookie jar, the Doctor with his hand in the rose jar. Don't think about that too much. They give the poor Queen an existential crisis, announcing that this is not her world. It's far too fanciful. All she wanted was hope for a great beyond, because that's all you need. Hope keeps us dreaming, wanting for more. Just a little... just a nibble. That's it, man. That's all. The answer to a hope so similarly big is inevitably always going to be disappointing. So all you want is that hope. Maybe that's why Queen Victoria saw on the psychic paper that the Doctor was her protector, because she hoped for one. She didn't want to have to defend herself anymore. Damn, Doctor, clean up your act. Downstairs, the women look outside and realize that all the monks are wearing mistletoe around their neck. Upstairs, the Doctor immediately senses something mistletoe going on. He realizes that the door has a wreath of mistletoe on it, and the other door too. But he thinks, not enough mistletoe. No, this Doctor lives and breathes mistletoe all of a sudden. He licks the wooden walls and realizes they're coated in the oil of it. The Doctor has cracked it. The werewolf is scared of mistletoe, which is something I've never seen before, but apparently it's because mistletoe is similar to wolfsbane, which obviously werewolves don't like. It's in the name. I also found this very helpful article on how to protect your home from werewolves in case you were worried. But I wouldn't worry. This person put their face on this article loud and proud. They wouldn't put out slop with their face this big slapped on it. The Doctor then says that Robert's dad was so clever, soon saying that he got all the brains, invoking someone that Robert was left behind by. The Doctor then says that the wolf might not actually be allergic to mistletoe, but perhaps the monks trained it to react to certain things. As in, it's not in the wolf's nature, but is in the interest of the bold martial arts monks, whose goals are capital. Not unlike the imperial rule of where? What is Queen Victoria Empress of? India. Spices, baby! We invaded India for herbs and spices as well as everything else. Control the herbs and spices, control the industry, control the country. We believed we had a duty to spread British culture to the empire, but it was in the end all about money and power and the supremacy that could lend to Britain. The Doctor points out that they actually had the greatest weapons in the world. Books. Don't forget, Robert's dad seemingly devoted his later life to researching the wolf, and knowledge quite literally was power to him. He discovered the wolf's weakness, and he took advantage of it, varnishing a safe room with it, filled to the brim with books devoted to folklore. They're going to arm themselves with this knowledge that Robert's dad accrued, as the women downstairs prepare with the monks still lining their perimeter. What is a key goal of imperialism? Suffocate progress and stifle education, especially political knowledge and the resources required to organize. But here, they have both, thanks to Robert's dad. It's a call to action to care about politics. Arm yourself with the knowledge to disarm people with harmful rhetoric. What follows is a cool little research montage where in all of the books, they find their answer pretty quickly. And it's that a great fiery ball fell to earth and burnt in a crater near the monastery of the bald martial arts monks, and a single cell of the wolf survived. Vinny sneezed and it scared the shit out of me. And a single cell of the wolf survived, clinging onto life and developing through the human hosts for nearly 300 years, until now. If the Empire of the Wolf succeeds through Victorian time, it will accelerate technology exponentially, sending spaceships powered by coal to the cosmos, creating a superpower and devastating history. The stakes just got bigger. The cows are not happy. Queenie Pop's worried, gets up and says that if she doesn't make it, then she would want Robert to protect the box, for it contains the Koh-i-Noor, a big diamond, really big, the biggest. Queenie Pop says that she got it as the spoils of war, which is true. It was taken after the conquest of Punjab. It's an indictment on war and imperialism because it highlights the frivolity of it. It was reported to be worth the wages of the entire planet for a whole week. But how many lives was it worth? Queen Victoria says that she's traveling with it because she needs it recutting, something that her husband did many many a time, reducing its weight by 40%. But for all the shadows of these men's lives cast over the ones they left behind in the story, the Doctor realizes that it's all been for a purpose. If everything had been intentional, if these men were so obsessive and clever, then what would they have planned for this? They're stuck in this room and the Doctor thinks it's all connected. The Koh-i-Noor, the Torchwood estate, Robert's research and the telescope. It has to be part of a grand plan, allowing the monks to think they have them trapped when the trap is all along for the wolf. It's a pretty great moment, everything coming together in a triumphant realization. The people Robert and Queen Victoria were left behind by never left. They've been protecting them the entire time. But then they see mortar falling from the ceiling. The wolf is directly above them on the skylight. The glass crumbles down and the wolf descends on them as they run away straight to the observatory. But the wolf catches up to Rose and is about to gobble her up before the women of the house come bounding through with the mistletoe suit. Splash! And the gang runs up the stairs to the observatory, and the Doctor notes that there's no mistletoe here. This is the trap. The wolf needs to come inside. He wants to barricade the door, but they've got nothing. So Robert says that he'll buy them time. Good man, the Doctor says. Robert, with the shadow of his father looming over him, has expectations not met. And here, to continue his dad's work, is to live up to his name. Robert's internal struggle here is complicated. He thinks his father is better than him. The Doctor said so too. So Robert thinks he should die to prove it wrong. Here, Robert is purely a victim. His home was invaded just as countries are, and defending himself unfortunately becomes a necessity. He says that now his wife will remember him with honor, but as we hear his screams, the valor seems all but shallow on a day full of needless violence. The Doctor demands the diamond from Queen Victoria, but for what? The Doctor and Rose start tuning the telescope as they rotate the wheel. The Doctor saw that its magnification was all wrong, terrible from the start. L for Robert's dead dad. C, the idea was that it does magnify too much. W for Robert's dead dad. The wolf is nothing without moonlight, just as we're nothing without water, but too much, and we drown. As the moon aligns perfectly with the scope, light refracts through the tunnel, bouncing and magnifying in a way, charging the telescope with moonlight. But it all seems too late as the wolf smashes through the door and bounds over, towering in front of Queen Victoria, about to strike and take the crown. The beam of moonlight from the telescope, limp and sad. But our action hero Doctor throws himself to the ground, skating the Koh-i-Noor across the floor to perfectly land in the spotlight, refracting and illuminating the wolf in the energy of the moon. The wolf is taken by a beam of stardust, lifting it up by the scruff of the neck, its arms spread wide and its legs pinned straight. It almost looks like a cross, as if the wolf is a Christ figure, dying for the sins of its brethren. The end and the beginning. The moon gives and takes away. It's beautiful, but also existential. To see creation carved and laid bare in front of you, and to quickly see it taken away as the true form of the wolf is revealed. The host, the heart-sick little boy, is rendered translucent in front of them. His existence thin, bathing in the light that makes him and breaks him. This hope for an empire is a shallow dream, meaningless, cultivated into him as a child with the intention for him, a new generation, to bear the responsibility for what they've done. Before this, Queen Victoria prayed that her faith shall defend her, and now that great beyond is reachable. It's right there. The moon is not what she prays to, but here it's work. It's divinity over mass, and the light that renders it is literally transparent. Perhaps her husband is not gone. There's hope for Queen Victoria that in death he's just not in view. The heart-sick little boy asks for the moonlight to be made brighter, for its light to consume it, to drown and to die, to reach the great beyond and end its pointless conquest. The wolf's soul is laid bare. It howls as it did through the valleys, as it took what was not theirs, devouring the livestock and imperializing the faith of the brethren. It was not in its nature, but corruption comes through power. Queen Victoria watches on as the wolf transcends past our mortal plane, and her worry that she must wait for answers is gone. To her, the wolf is not a lupine wavelength hemotheraphore. It's folklore come to life, fantasy in reality, and the great beyond did indeed reach her. She was cut by the wolf. She says it was just a splinter, but we know. She's that guy in the zombie movie that's pretending they didn't get bit. I'm fine. I'm just gonna go for a cold shower for a few hours. We cut as the night draws to a close and the dawn comes. It's a triumph. The sun that Rose burns like will always rise. It's certain. And that's what Rose acted like in danger with the Doctor. She knows she needn't worry, but in love, she forgot that the others didn't have that dubious certainty. She's sure that the Doctor will protect her, but the others weren't. Together though, they still saved the day, so they get their reward. They're knighted by Queen Victoria. The Doctor says to Queenie Pops that though she was sure she had received no message from the great beyond, that her husband had cut the diamond to save her life. He protected her from beyond the grave, as the memories of our loved ones comfort us, and the possessions they left behind become ours and who we are. They survive in us. For those left behind without comfort, like Mickey and Jackie, they still must wait. And as the themes all coalesce, there is but one strand left. Queen Victoria is not amused. Rose wins the bet. Take the L, Doctor. But she's serious. The Doctor and Rose behaved completely inappropriately as the Queen's protectors, not quite taking the stakes of the situation seriously as they laughed in the face of danger. This Doctor is more arrogant now. Perhaps he just needs to be told. Rose's more immature impulses were quelled by the man the Doctor was before. But now they're being fed adoration without boundaries that once were plainly set. They even laugh and turn to each other knowingly. It's their in-joke. Again, putting Queen Victoria outside of their communication. It's a reminder of how out of the loop she felt. She even feels the need to repeat herself. They aren't taking it in. They aren't learning. They laugh at the idea of being told off. So Queen Victoria banishes their asses. I'm sorry? The Doctor is confused about why, so Queen Victoria has to explain. She rewarded them, despite their behaviour, as a thank you for saving her, but she was not remotely amused by their hubris. So she delivers one of the best speeches of the show. I don't know what you are, the two of you, or where you're from, but I know that you consort with stars and magic and think it fun, but your world is steeped in terror and blasphemy and death, and I will not allow it. You will leave these shores and you will reflect, I hope, on how you came to stray so far from all that is good, and how much longer you may survive this terrible life. Yeah! You tell them! Go Queenie, it's your birthday. Go on, Pop. If they keep behaving like this, too confident in the face of danger because of the blindness of love, truly, how long may they survive this relationship? What will it cost them? The lack of consideration for Queen Victoria has consequences. It could have been her life. They're lucky it's only banishment. Here, everybody only survived because of the good deeds of the dead. They were ill-prepared and ill-mannered. The Doctor said that Queen Victoria's husband protected her from the grave. But what about them? They got incredibly lucky to find themselves surrounded by mistletoe and a wolf that was deterred by it. Robert sacrificed himself for them. Ultimately, the man that saved the day was a man that the Doctor called stupid, and yet they laugh. Finally, their in-joke is realised. A bet is won. So, for all the talk of frivolity, a diamond is not worth war. Well, a bet is not worth this. I banish you! And you know the funny thing about hubris? You don't really know you have one until you lose something because of it. So the Doctor and Rose get escorted by the wagon out of there and towards the TARDIS as they laugh and joke about Queen Victoria getting bitten and maybe being a werewolf. They don't even give the banishment a second thought, a reason for self-reflection. Who cares? We're both hot. Let's go giggle and look at each other in the TARDIS. And this would be bad writing, right? Have your characters be self-centered and annoying and just move past it in the series? It would be if they did that. The funny thing about consequences is that they may not come straight away. With power, consequences can be hard to come by. How do you punish a Time Lord? Sir Doctor of TARDIS, an all-powerful machine, and Dame Rose, his companion? Well, often the answer is that you wait till you can. Revenge is a dish best served cold. So an institute is proposed by Queen Victoria, the woman who waited 40 years for answers to her grief. She learnt to wait for the great beyond, but it came to her, and she deemed it as blasphemous as the stars that it came from. Should aliens and creatures invade Britain and their borders from any side, including the sky again, should the Doctor and Rose return, consequences will be there. Torchwood will be waiting. 7 out of 10. Tooth and Claw was at by 9.24 million viewers. A classic tale told in a Doctor Who way. There's not much that's bad, unless you want less bald martial arts monks. I can't relate. The reveal at the end of the episode is great because it implies something big and cements a lot of the themes of series 2. A crucial point is that Torchwood was founded because of the Doctor and Rose. If Torchwood was a matter of responsibility for Harriet Jones, but it only existed as a consequence for the Doctor and Rose, then they bear the responsibility for it. Yet, when the Doctor essentially deposed Harriet, he did it without that knowledge, completely unaware that the tech Torchwood used to destroy the Sycorax ship wouldn't have been there at all if it wasn't for him. It implies that this Doctor has flaws that go beyond his recognition. He's ignorant to them. He views himself as the highest authority, the one with the most power, and goes around calling out corruption as he sees it, without looking in the mirror. It goes for Rose too, but the consequences are far more conceptual and interpersonal for her. But we'll get to that later. And I'm popping all these checks, got the brand new Rolex, and I got the Lambo too.
It's times like this when I wish the only dog was K9.
As a Doctor Who fan, Elizabeth Sladen is one of those truly special people whose warmth and love emanates from everything she does. But see, Elizabeth Sladen is not only that for me, but another generation as well. From 1973 to 1976, Sarah Jane graced the screens of millions each week during broadcasts. Jon Pertwee as the Doctor had played alongside Katie Manning as Jo, a similarly beloved long-running companion full of energy for life from 1971 to 1973. But Sladen would not only go on to play the companion for longer, but was the second longest serving in terms of real-world time. Though it's not really a numbers game to see why Sarah Jane captured the hearts of many, and that's because there's only one Elizabeth Sladen. Sarah Jane would first enter the Doctor Who universe as a journalist, hot on the tails of a story, but got more than she bargained for when she stowed away on the TARDIS, finding herself in the Middle Ages, fighting against what would become an iconic villain. She was discovered by the Doctor, and they subsequently enjoyed many adventures together, while Sarah Jane mostly subverted the sexist trope of the Doctor's assistant, largely being there to ask questions and shout, "Doctor! What's happening?" in an all-out epic, celebrating the third Doctor's love for gadgets and vehicles, mirroring Pertwee's. He would regenerate into the fourth Doctor. If Jon Pertwee was straight to the point and relatively normal, Tom Baker was anything but. He was probably the most alien of the lot, and perhaps that's why he went on to become the definitive Doctor for many of his generation of kids. No less, because Sarah Jane was by his side. Sladen loved her time on the show, though there are a couple directors that she didn't really get along with. Her friendship with Tom Baker pulled her through, but in a similar way to Eccleston, Sladen left the show while she was still utterly adored. She kept fans for a long time to come wanting more. She would join Tom Baker for 8 episodes of season 14 to tie off her story and then leave the show. When her exit was announced, she made the front page of the Daily Mail and had journalists and paparazzi asking her for years about why she left. She got a suitably touching farewell too, that she and Baker wrote themselves, as nobody knew their characters like them. When I received the script, I was appalled. It was as if the writers had never watched Sarah Jane and the Doctor before. She can't bow out like this, it's not right, I thought. In their defense, Bob Baker and Dave Martin, the writers, had decided the moment was too big for them, so they simply sketched an outline and Robert had fleshed it out. But I didn't realise this at first. I just saw a clunky, monosyllabic exchange that made me see red. I was so upset that I scribbled rude words all over it. Childish, I know. But when I picked up that pen, the emotion just gushed out. The original script didn't feel like an authentic goodbye. So in effect, the producers allowed Sladen and Baker to just say goodbye to each other. So what did we come up with in the end? It was quite straightforward, actually. Sarah said, "Don't forget me." And this is my Tom Baker impression. "Oh, Sarah, don't you forget me." "What a wonderful butler, he's so violent," the Doctor replied. Then, "Until we meet again," from him, and Sarah agrees, but too emotional to speak, she just, Then she scoops up her possessions, including a tennis racket and that yellow mat, tells a Labrador he blew it, when she realises it's not Croydon, her home, and skips off. It was a touching goodbye, but there were plans for Sladen going forward as she returned to the show in 1981's K9 and Company in an effort to give Sarah Jane her own programme. She would star along K9, a robot dog that Tom Baker's fourth Doctor would go on to travel with after Sarah. The metal pooch became a fan favourite, and because people wanted to see more of both Sarah and K9, they were put together, though Sladen felt like her spotlight was being taken from her, as the show's original name was going to be A Girl's Best Friend. Now it was the dog show. In the spin-off, the Doctor would send K9 to Sarah Jane to help her in an investigation, exclaiming, "He didn't forget." The dog is very cute. I love K9 a lot, though it seems every actor that worked with the prop on wheels hated the thing. Unfortunately, the K9 and Company pilot did not get picked up for a series, despite audiences enjoying it, even with a script that Sladen herself thought was terrible. Though, it scored 8.4 million viewers, a great turnout because the Winter Mill transmitter had broken, leaving the whole of the northwest of England without coverage. But it wasn't enough to please incoming BBC executives, who looked down on Doctor Who as a whole. One of the only things Sladen kept from her classic Who days was that script, the one she scribbled all over in anger, as she became very proud of what her and Tom wrote instead. She also kept a TARDIS key given to her by George Galaccio, a production unit manager for several stories under Barry Letts. One day it would find a great home. But for that to happen, first the dreams of a young boy still trapped inside David Tennant would have to be fulfilled. And it all came to be when Russel T Davies contacted Sladen about a return. We start the episode with Anthony Stewart Head, famous for playing Giles from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which is a show that I'd be really interested in making a video on. I love Buffy so much. See, he's the headmaster of this school, Mr. Finch, and walks to his office past a girl waiting outside. The girl has a headache and wants to be sent home, but can't because she lives in an orphanage. No parents, no one to miss you, he says, like a man about to eat this child. Gobbled! The school bell rings, but it's not lunchtime yet, meaning the headmaster ate before he's allowed to. He's not setting a very good example. We follow this boy, Kenny, into his classroom when the teacher arrives just in time. It's the Doctor. You know that teacher that everyone loved who told life stories every lesson? That's this guy. Sometimes they just came out with the wildest stuff. My year 9 English teacher's uncle was Peter Sutcliffe, the Yorkshire Ripper. The Doctor's then stuck with the daunting task of managing children. I'm sure he'd like his chances better with the Daleks. He starts asking questions that we all thought high school science would be like when we were young, like 12-year-olds are budding astrophysicists. But this nerd, Milo, knows all the answers. A suspicious amount of answers to questions there's no way he should know. The Doctor is bumfuzzled. Yes, I used a thesaurus for that one. But then it's finally time for lunch, my favourite subject in school. Although it sucks that I wasn't in high school in 2006, I was busy eating Lego because Rose is a dinner lady. How everybody isn't going crazy, I don't know. Are they not aware they're in Doctor Who? The Doctor seems right chuffed about Rose being a dinner lady. But Rose seems less than enthused about it. She complains to the Doctor that she's been working here 2 days. Surely the working class has been time travelled out, that girl. The Doctor says to blame her boyfriend. He's the one who's put us onto this. The Doctor tells Rose about Milo, but she doesn't care. She wants his chip, which thematically represented humanity for Rose in Series 1. A sort of normality that she grew to only be interested in if it was with the Doctor. And he's right there. So she chows down, but is interrupted by another dinner lady militantly saying she can't leave her station. And regarding the chips, the menu has been specifically designed by the headmaster to improve concentration and performance. They're alien chips. With the Doctor, Rose's world has completely relinquished that normality. Now with him, even the chips aren't normal, which sounds silly, but I wasn't the one who made chips thematically important. But enter stage left, a teacher who gets an ominous creepy sound effect with his entrance so you know he's evil. It would be helpful in real life to have sound effects for people when they enter a room. It would save a lot of time. The teacher says that this girl will be joining him for extra lunchtime class. They are trying to take the things you love away from you. I remember when lunchtime was an hour and it got cut down to 30 minutes. I was devastated. The teacher needs this girl because Milo failed him, which I'm pretty sure means R.I.P. Milo. Gobbled! The Doctor then looks around to see the headmaster just standing pin straight and observing, not bothering to look remotely unominous. In the kitchen, Rose is cleaning up and she sees dinner ladies transporting what looks like a barrel of radioactive nuclear waste. Dinner lady by day, stopping Chernobyl at night. As Rose watches, she gets a phone call from Mickey, who's got news. He hacked into the army because Mickey is a hacker now. He's actually the only person in Doctor Who with a computer because he actually invented them. Don't fact check me. The army database logged a huge amount of UFO sightings near the school about 3 months ago. But he can't send any pictures to help the Doctor identify them, mostly because then they wouldn't be unidentified flying objects. They'd be identified flying objects. Mickey, keep up. But also because the photos are blocked by Torchwood! So, if Rose and the Doctor hadn't been messing around last episode, the photos wouldn't be blocked, and the gang wouldn't need to investigate the school because the Doctor would probably know how to fight these aliens and could have dealt with them already. Meaning, these kids getting gobbled, kinda their fault. Rose sees a link though. All the kitchen staff at the school were replaced 3 months ago too. These lunch ladies are aliens. Mickey's sure now that he was right to call Rose home to investigate, but Rose thought there was a chance he just wanted to see her. It's a continuation of Rose's laissez-faire attitude towards Mickey. Obviously, she didn't choose to come home, but attention from Mickey came her way, so she went straight to it. He's been looking for aliens in a subconscious effort to not be left behind by Rose, knowing it's always a good excuse to get her back home. But I think he lies here, saying that making up a reason for Rose to come home is the last thing he'd do. Because every time I see you, an emergency just gets in the way. And it's true. Last series, that literally did happen. They were working through their feelings for each other when the TARDIS started to explode. And now, well, there's dinner ladies transporting what looks like nuclear waste. Of course, the barrel tips onto one of them. Get hung up on, Mickey! Some emergency will literally always get in the way when the Doctor's about. Thematically, there's just something always more important to Rose than Mickey. It's a fact of their relationship by this point that he cares far more about her than she cares about him. The dinner ladies rushed the injured into their office and shut the blinds. Of course, they wouldn't want Rose to see them helping her. Rose hears what sounds like the dinner lady exploding, and we're assured she's fine, she does that. Dinner lady's like, ugh, I never do anything spontaneous. I could try combustion. We cut to the lunchtime extra class, so that's just hard for me to say. And the teacher tells the kids to put on their headsets, all sitting at computers. Suddenly, the screens illuminate an alien green as the teacher addresses them. Oh, children, the things you will see. What follows is an epic gaming montage as they all game super hard, mashing at their keyboard as the screen shows a cube flying around and a bunch of text flashing on screen. Epic music plays as this is some truly epic gaming. Maybe they didn't get scammed out of lunchtime. I might have swapped that for epic gaming, but no amount of epic gaming would be worth swapping for this introduction. See, it's not just Mickey investigating what's happening at the school. It's a certain journalist. It's Sarah Jane Smith. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. She's talking to the headmaster about all the changes at the school. She wants to try the totally not alien ship and admire the headmaster's performance for improving the school. But us, the really cool people who know better, know that Sarah Jane would never fall for an alien trick. She's far too good for that. In the teacher's lounge, which I know we all thought had arcade games, beer and pool, the Doctor's talking to one of the teachers about the new happenings around the place. 3 months ago, Mr. Finch, the headmaster, arrived and all the teachers got flu and were replaced. Definitely not by aliens. But that's when Mr. Finch comes through the door, introducing Sarah Jane to everyone. She's doing a profile on him, or so he thinks. Dumbass! And the Doctor is genuinely starstruck. Here, in front of him, is Sarah Jane Smith. Not only to the Doctor is this significant, but to a portion of the contemporary audience old enough to have watched classic Doctor Who with Sarah Jane, including my mum, this was magical. Doctor Who had been rebooted. It was new and some things had changed, but some wondered if it was still the same show. Here, categorically, their questions are answered. This is the same thing. You needn't feel guilty for feeling like a kid again. It can still be the 1970s for these 45 minutes. And well, sometimes that's a trap. Needless nostalgia and a reverence for the old can be your downfall as a writer if novelty is all you can offer. But it's only needless nostalgia without purpose. And while they didn't need to tell this story, they certainly justified it. Sarah Jane is nobody's novelty. Sarah looks around and her eyes catch the Doctor's. She plucks up. up. Hello. And the doctor can't contain it. Oh, I should think so. She's taken aback a little by the enthusiasm and asks who he is. Thematically, it's like Sarah can't recognize the doctor after all this time. He's literally changed, yes, but right now there's nothing familiar. The doctor nervously responds with his trademark alias, John Smith, to which Sarah Jane meets the enthusiasm, remarking that she had a friend who used to go by that name too, but her John Smith was a very uncommon man. It's to reflect a criticism that gets brought up by fans. The Doctor was an uncommon man before. They thought that the revival made the Doctor too normal and less alien. It's clear though that Sarah still thinks on the days gone by with nostalgia, as her mind is cast back to them and she loses her focus for a second. It's so sweet to see the Doctor so unabashedly excited as well. Like, he's happy to see someone so quintessentially classic Doctor Who. But Sarah Jane gets to journalistic. The Doctor's only worked here 2 days. Notice anything weird in that time? The Doctor can tell she's investigating too, which thrills him as Sarah goes off to talk to the other teachers. A bit later, good old Kenny is going to his next class. Then he hears a weird noise and some growling off in the computer room. It sounds like someone's eating with their mouth open. The autistic horror. It sounds like another kid is getting gobbled. There's a lot of gobbling this series. Series 1 only had like 2 gobbles. I'm not even kidding. Kenny bends down to see under the table and finds himself in Australia. People from Perth be like, it's fine. It won't hurt you if you don't antagonize it. The thing gets up and it is revealed to be the teacher doling out extra class. I knew he was evil. Being a creature, that's fine. Gobbling a kid, whatever. But keeping a kid behind from what was already extra class during lunch, it's pure evil. Kenny runs away, terrified by the concept. Extra lunchtime class. Oh my god. Hard cut to nighttime, where we see Sarah Jane finding herself a way into the school to investigate. Same thing for the Doctor, Rose and Mickey. Rose is really excited about being in school at night, to the point she even looks drunk. All the time and space she's seen, but school at night is just mind-blowing. Rose says she used to think that the teachers slept at school. Used to? Generally, regular teachers don't sleep. Where do they sleep then? The gang decide to split up and look for clues, as the Doctor goes to investigate Mr. Finch's office, where he hears a weird sound. And so does Sarah. She's already trying to lockpick her way in, but gets spooked. Thematically, this new Doctor from the revival and a classic companion are on the same wavelength, thinking of doing the same thing. Almost like these two things aren't too different. Scared by the sound, Sarah runs away into a spare room and collects herself before turning around. The TARDIS is looming over her, yet it's not like a warm hug to see it again. She's had that normality. She's been eating chips for 30 years since traveling the stars, and suddenly she's bowled over by the icon of her time up there. She pushes her way out of the door, backing up, forgetting why she ran in there in the first place, and paces backwards into the dangerous unknown, staring at the machine. But she can sense something right behind her. She knows it's not so different. She turns around to see the Doctor. The music swells as if it was a horror, but it's not. It's whiplash with a hint of wonder.
Hello, Sarah Jane.
The tension in the air is palpable. Like, without the intervention of the TARDIS, time is standing still. All that matters is these two people. Sarah looks at him, making sure she's right, but she can tell it's him. It's a classic character recognizing the Doctor and validating him to a portion of the audience still unsure. The whiplash turns to quiet warmth as she realizes something. He's regenerated again. She knows him quite unlike any other, there for some of his biggest moments. If Rose is special, what does that make Sarah? She can recognize him through half a dozen regenerations, as if the connection was never broken even through that. While Rose spent a day thinking he was dead. Sarah inspects him, all these changes, and he looks incredible. The Doctor returns the compliment immediately, but Sarah rebuts it, as if her confidence in her beauty has withered.
I got old.
It's sad. Many people don't give classic Doctor Who a chance because it's old, as if with time its value has diminished. Sarah's insecurity quickly halts her, like she's aged, but her spirit remains as young and inquisitive. She asks what he's doing here. It's UFOs, school records, all interesting to both of them. How quickly they can fall back into old habits. But if you don't laugh, you'll cry. As Sarah agonizes that she thought he'd died. Sarah only said goodbye to the Doctor because he was called back to his home planet before the Time War, where humans weren't allowed. But then why didn't he return for her? He could have, yet he walked away. And while Sarah isn't asking why, it's certainly what she wants to know. But a self-invested perspective is all the Doctor can offer after the Time War. Self-reflection is a little bit too much of a task for him. Looking back at his wrongs would only bring back memories he doesn't want to deal with, even though he owes it to her. So he just tells her what happened, almost to excuse it. Even though it was hundreds of years preceding it, he didn't die. Everyone else died. Maybe part of the reason the Doctor was so happy to see Sarah was because he was reminded of a time where things were simpler and grief wasn't a constant. Although they're the same people at heart, time has changed both of them. And while it seems to have been kind to Sarah, the Doctor now has a darker edge. It's very metatextual, as the Doctor only became like this since the revival and the loss of the Time Lords. It's the biggest event separating classic Who from the new, embodied by Sarah, a classic fan, audience identification figure. They hear a scream and leap right back into action, like slotting back into their roles seamlessly. They run as they cross paths with Rose, who immediately gives Sarah a dirty look. Who's she? In a divisive moment, Sarah is rather catty back. That's definitely the word they would have used back then. Remarking that you can tell the Doctor's getting older because his assistants are getting younger. In a rather meta joke, Rose says that she's not the Doctor's assistant. Get you, Tiger. In the classic era, the Doctor's companions were often called his assistant. This didn't sit right with 2005's modern take on the show though, specifically because women were often secondary to the Doctor. Calling them his assistant only highlighted this, as if they aren't capable at all of saving the day themselves. Having Rose, basically the Doctor's girlfriend, argue over him with Sarah puts him in the middle of a rather domestic situation, and this discomfort over it is the funny part to me. But having Sarah Jane, a beloved assistant, fall into the trope of a jealous older woman is hardly progressive. Rather, it reduces her. While the campy nature of the show leads into treating its legacy without complete reverence, I do think they overplay the comedy of it all, instead of focusing on the drama. The gang find the source of the scream and see that a bunch of vacuum-packed rats fell onto Mickey as he was investigating a cupboard. The Doctor calls him a little girl for screaming in a rather insulting manner, which makes the writing at this point feel ignorant to its own sexism, as it doubles down with Rose and Sarah having a cat fight about each other's age. It's quite disappointing, as there's reduced what could have been a really interesting connection between Sarah and Rose as two women who've travelled with the Doctor, one no longer and one in love, one who's been left behind and one who's leaving people behind for this life. There were so many avenues they could have gone down, rather than going the incredibly easy and lowbrow direction of just having two women fight over a man. The onslaught continues down a hallway en route to Mr. Finch's office, but in a way that's a little better this time. It's focusing on Rose's jealous impulses, rather than Sarah's proposed possessiveness, as Rose rubs it in that the Doctor's never mentioned her, which actually makes sense as to why it would upset Sarah, almost like he forgot her. It's more effective here because the jealousy is already an established trait for Rose, as it is for a lot of 19-year-olds, but dragging Sarah down to it without much friction or conflict makes her seem inappropriately immature. They reach the office as the Doctor posits that the vacuum-packed rats were food. They open the door and discover that Rose was right. The teachers do sleep in school. I knew it! They even sleep like they're from Australia. But they skedaddle on out of the school just before one wakes up and lets out a shriek, though the Doctor needs to go back in to get the TARDIS, but Mickey refuses. The Doctor says he needs to go analyse the barrel's oil that Rose collected when they split up and looked for clues, which is when Sarah says she can help with that. She takes the gang over to her car, and inside is a very good dog. It's K9, but he's looking a little worse for wear, and in Rose's eyes, a little disco. It's good here that they have a sense of humour about it. K9 isn't, and still isn't, cutting edge, no matter what the Doctor might say. It's low budget and silly, and that's okay. K9 was the 70s vision for the future. It highlights just how wrong we can be when imagining what's in store for us. Things can change drastically, but we often only envision the future through the lens of the respective time. Sadly though, K9 stopped working years ago. Cut to the gang at a chippy, and Sarah and the Doctor giggle as they talk while Rose and Mickey get chipped and sit at a separate table, indicating a sudden distance between Rose and the Doctor. Mickey's jovially rubbing it in that the Doctor's got someone else, just like how Rose went after the Doctor and left him. Rose swears that the Doctor's different, and Mickey isn't so sure, giving her the advice under the assumption that the Doctor left Sarah Jane because she got old, that she should lay off the chips. I know it's Mickey being cynical because he feels unwanted by Rose, so it makes character sense, but it's strike 2. You're on thin ice, Toby Whithouse. We then see that Mr. Finch has done some parkour to get up to the roof of this building to stalk the Doctor, and calls his really fucked up pet to come to him. Dogs in Australia be like, am I right, guys? Inside the chippy, the Doctor tinkers with K9 as Sarah talks about how she saw the Sycorax ship above London and thought that he must definitely have been up there. She asks, and Rose? The K9 in her car boot was technically K9 Mark III, and here the Doctor is fixing him up as if he's going to make Mark IV, like a replacement. Here, it's not only that Sarah feels left behind by the Doctor, but also that she feels replaced, like a cog in a machine, easily swapped out, as if she's talking about the companion role in Doctor Who. The fact that she kept K9 for so long before he eventually broke is a parallel to her and the Doctor's relationship. When Sarah received K9 in K9 and Company, she exclaimed, "He remembered!" The last thing Sarah said to the Doctor as he wore that ridiculously long scarf was for him not to forget her. Just like her insecurity over her own age, though, she has a literal representation of the relationship between her and the Doctor aging, as her best friend, her robot dog, even with future tech, broke down over their time apart. The one thing left tethering her to him was gone. It represents all the time that he did, from her perspective, forget. There aren't many references to classic Doctor Who in Series 1, apart from the Time Lords, the Daleks, and quick references to the Cybermen and Aesop Galaxy, where the Zarbies are from. Absolute classic, that one. You should start watching Doctor Who from there, trust me. It's like the show had moved on from its legacy, though, and some consider it to be a reboot rather than a revival. The scene that follows is like Sarah saying that the show had forgotten its origins and moved past them, whilst the themes of the episode go on to explore that idea. Sarah asks, was there a reason he didn't come back? How could he dump her back in her time? Many people who get left behind by others wonder if they did something wrong. They question whether they deserved it. So the Doctor quickly relays that he had to take her home because humans weren't allowed on his planet back then. It's so quick, like it was rehearsed, like a lie he tells himself to make it feel better. But after all this time, with this constant reminder of K9 and the alien ships that love London, she had to have had this conversation in her mind 1,000 times. Ultimately, it doesn't matter that the Doctor went to his home planet. He didn't stay there all this time. The evidence is right in front of her. He wouldn't have Rose otherwise. It's a weak excuse masking whatever motivation was under the Doctor's decision to leave her behind and move on. He knows there's nothing to say that would justify it. So when Sarah says she missed him, well, that's an emotion. That's negotiable for the Doctor. He's very good at pushing them down and burying them. Grief over the Time War, missing his family, romantic love. These all took a year with Rose to process even a little bit because he's so used to suppressing his feelings, because under them all is guilt. Oh, you didn't need me, the Doctor says, as if her not needing him is the point. Sure, Sarah was a responsible adult even when they first met, but wanting an emotionally close bond to continue isn't an act of dependence, it's an expectation built up by two independent people for each other. The Doctor continues, you were getting on with your life. Yeah, because you made her do that. She had no choice. It's another non-emotional argument to justify not engaging in the pathos of the conversation, rather pushing the active role, leaving, onto the inactive player, the one getting left. He must know that he left her behind, but it's clearly a mask he's putting up to lie to himself that they left each other. Sarah cuts right through. You were my life. It's the first time the Doctor maintains eye contact while silent. He literally has no argument against someone like Sarah being as emotionally open as she is. His emotional dishonesty just doesn't work on someone who understands their feelings and can be honest about them. Sarah then talks about how hard it was getting used to normal life again, having seen supernovas and crazy wacky Doctor Who stuff, and then having to talk to people about the price of stamps. The Doctor then asks if he should apologize for showing her all of that, all the adventures they went on. And Sarah says, no, obviously not. But life in the TARDIS is a splendid experience, so unlike anything on Earth, and then they must go back, knowing there's more to life than what they're getting. Rose has not only replaced her in Sarah's eyes, but is also getting the life she yearned for in all these years after. It's like Rose forgetting she said she'd be back in 10 seconds to Jackie after the Slovene shenanigans. She was probably having too much fun without Mickey and Jackie to remember. And now it seems to Sarah that her departure was much the same. Maybe the Doctor just had too much fun without me, she thinks. Though the Doctor is genuinely smitten by her, we know that. We saw it. So when he says with glee and a smile that she is getting that splendor, she's investigating aliens and continuing their life her own way, he can't help but be impressed. But on the other side, it minimizes Sarah's experience from being left behind to never really having to grieve in the first place, because isn't investigating schools just as good? No, Sarah Jane, we have Doctor Who at home. But again, with all her emotional intelligence, Sarah cuts right through. Not that she missed him or asking why he didn't come back. No, she knows by this point, with all his emotional neglect, that she's not getting an answer in this conversation. You could have come back, she says, emphasizing the could. At some point, it was a choice to move on for the Doctor, and he won't admit that. So he looks away as the silence says his answer. It reveals a pretty selfish part of this incarnation, that he'd rather protect himself from his own mistakes than admit wrongdoing. Perhaps he only wants the fun parts of time travel, the adventures. But when the good times stop, he'd rather it end than deal with the consequences. But Sarah still cares about him despite all this. She won't let the Doctor's defenses push her away again after all this time. She craves his attention and validation, taking her mind back to when they first travelled together, even despite his minimization of her feelings. So she tells him, remember when Sarah said he blew it after the Doctor dropped her back on Earth? He didn't take her back home like planned. He was aiming for Croydon. He left her in Aberdeen. Whoops! That's just a 571-mile walk, Sarah. Luckily for the Doctor, the tension is broken by K9. He's alive! This literal link between the two of them is back, and all the tension is gone because of it. The gang then take Rose's oil sample and use K9's technology to analyze it. K9 starts stuttering out robot talk analysis, and Mickey makes fun of it. Careful! That's my dog! K9 isn't a silly talking robot dog to Sarah. K9 is her pet. Made of metal, yeah, but a pet. We can acknowledge that it's silly in the show, but it's not to Sarah, making it somehow both self-aware and earnest. It's like Sarah becomes the metatextual representation of the old fans of Classic Who, defensive over its legacy, but aware that a lot of it is silly. K9 finishes his analysis though, and concurs that the substance is krillitane oil. The Doctor's like, holy moly, not the krillitanes, anything but the krillitanes. They're the most evilest, naughtiest baddies ever. Basically, the krillitane are a race of aliens that invade planets and pillage them. But instead of taking things and enacting power, they take physical traits from the races they kill. Think wings, supersonic hearing, and razor-sharp claws. Fundamentally, the krillitanes are eugenicists through militarism. Eugenics often achieved through colonialism, similar to how the children are getting unearthly smart through whatever this colony of krillitane is doing at the school. Ultimately, whatever the colony decides will be strictly for their own benefit, even if it hurts the native people. Here, that being the kids and the teachers. The krillitanes' lack of respect for the lives they take to forward their empire parallels what the cats were doing in New Earth. The cats called the infected the Flesh to dehumanize them and inherently argue that they didn't deserve respect to justify continuing their cause as if it was their duty. The krillitanes literally treat the people they kill as flesh, soulless carriers of whatever physical aspect they desire to appropriate. They slaughter and therefore go on taking what is not theirs without respect, as if the people they stole from didn't have a cultural value in their appearance that should be honoured. It's like dreadlocks to black people or long braided hair to some Native American tribes, and the people that see those things, without knowledge of the history, assume that these are just arbitrary physical attributes with no meaning, and therefore something they can just do. It's not that you can never try these things. I've not heard anybody say that. It's that people want their culture respected expected, because so often attempts have been made for it to be imperially removed or dehumanized. You can go to a Mexican-owned restaurant and wear a poncho. I'm sure the owners would be thrilled to see you embracing and participating in their culture. That's lovely. It's just that you probably shouldn't wear a fake handlebar mustache and quote the Three Amigos in rapturous laughter while you're at it. These things, these lines that people try to divide us with, are often made by the people trying to divide us, not the cultures in question. An African-American household might find braiding my hair really fun, but when the tightness causes my type of hair to fall out, that's when some of these cultural practices that are only done in specific cultures for specific historical and biological reasons becomes apparent. We're all different. We should celebrate this difference, but not overreach against people's wishes, because they're there for a reason. The Krillitanes represent that appropriation, imperialism, eugenics, and colonialism, and the Doctor thinks they're after the children. A bit later, we cut to outside where Sarah and Mickey are putting K9 back in her car, and she asks where he fits in the picture. He doesn't travel in the TARDIS. Rose and the Doctor don't visit him. They only came this time because he called about a situation that he found doing some tech support. Oh my god, Mickey's their K9. Not only does he get left behind, they leave Mickey for so long each time. They don't know if he's switched off and broken down like K9. And just when we think Mickey's at rock bottom, we pan up to see a Krillitane ready to strike. But not even a stinky Krillitane wants to gobble up Mickey. He can't catch a break, that guy. Because they're waiting for the Doctor, who comes out of the chippy arguing with Rose. I love this. We don't need to know how the argument started, because throwing us into the deep end of the conversation engages us instantly. Rose is asking how many people the Doctor's travelled with, and as it was with Sarah, he's not engaging emotionally in the conversation as he tries to shut it down, saying it doesn't matter. He seems frustrated. Maybe the conversation with Sarah Jane really did drudge up some things he's not prepared to deal with. But just like Sarah, Rose is very emotionally open. Not as incisive as Sarah because she's shy around her crush, but she's clear with what she wants. A life with the Doctor. Rose quickly says it obviously matters and continues. If I'm just the latest in a long line, the Doctor's frustration bubbles up to the surface, as opposed to what? Rose can't bring herself to say it, so she just says how she feels. I thought you and me were... and continues. I obviously got it wrong. She definitely means in love here, specifically an emotional bond special to them. It didn't matter that Captain Jack was once in between them. Their part of that triangle was the strongest. Rose had clearly taken that for granted, but him not being honest about his past with other people strikes her as a clear warning sign. Sometimes omitting the truth can be as damaging as lying, as there's a difference between literally honest and emotionally honest. It's what Rose thinks she can see here, an emotional dishonesty, one that allows mutual affection to grow before the Doctor leaves the bond and the person behind. Though Rose seems to get something out of him as he looks genuinely sorrowful. She asks if that's what he's going to do to her. Just leave her behind? And he snaps out of it. No, not to you. Rose points out that if he can do that to Sarah Jane, what's going to stop him now? What was once his entire life, his bond with Sarah, is now something he doesn't mention. Similar to Sarah, while the Doctor just looks at her, she doesn't allow him to admit the truth. She asks why not? Why won't she become just like that? Finally, the source of the frustration comes out, and he's honest.
I don't age. I regenerate.
Humans decay. They grow old. They wither and die.
Imagine watching that happen to someone you...
And he stops. The end of that sentence is clear, isn't it? He loves her, but knows it can't be forever. It can be for humans. Love can last the rest of your life. The thing that for billions of people makes the flowers in the morning smell that much sweeter, life seem a little less hard.
You can spend the rest of your life with me, but I can't spend the rest of mine with you.
He has to continue on, living alone.
That's the curse of the Time Lords.
The Doctor's frustration wasn't with Sarah, it wasn't with Rose, it was with himself. His loneliness, his innate need for companionship, just like human beings, puts him in a situation where he can feel that same love, but without any doubt, impermanently. To someone functionally immortal, we are but ephemeral days where the flowers in the mornings are at all sweet, and when life isn't overcast with the shadow of our departure, dooming them to solitude once again. The Doctor's so guarded not only because his companions give him better days, but because without us, he's only left with the guilt of what he did in the Time War, as the lack of a person next to him reminds him of the pain of his situation. He leaves people behind to be kind to himself, but ultimately it's cruel to the both of them. He robs himself of happiness and companionship, and does that to them too, all in the unenviable, selfish position of permanent, immortal self-preservation. You must ask, is it fair? But then, for who? Fair for Rose to have a life full of love that inevitably causes suffering, or for the Doctor to go on with life without Rose that inevitably causes suffering? That's the curse of the Time Lords. But Mr. Finch has been listening in and was like, wait, Time Lord? All the more tasty for me to gobble you up. His weird Australian dog swoops down at them, misses, and flies off. AIM Labs is free. Time for school, gang! Get your book bags, your vape for behind the bus shelter, and ChatGPT for all your assignments. It's time to split up and look for clues. Rose and Sarah are going to check out the computer room to see what's inside them with the sonic screwdriver. The Doctor's going to talk to Mr. Finch, and Mickey's going to wait outside with K9. Don't forget to leave the window open a crack. What? He's metal! I didn't mean for him. It's okay, Mickey. Don't let him hurt you. Just act a woof. Otherwise, he'll send you barking mad. The Doctor goes inside and has a staring match with Mr. Finch as epic music plays. Very cool, very masculine, gets my testosterone through the roof. The Doctor then decides to go swimming for a little bit. It's kind of a weird break from the episode, but a welcome one. Gotta repair those lungs after vaping with the Year 9s. The swimming is cut short though, as Mr. Finch is chilling by the pool. Let the confrontation begin. We find out that Mr. Finch is not the Krillitane leader's real name. You don't say. This is Brother Lassar, and he and the Doctor have this wonderfully tense but calm conversation as they walk closer to each other along the pool. Brother Lassar is not at all intimidated or even nervous by the Doctor's presence, as he retains a quiet confidence throughout the exchange, as if he's sure he's going to win. The Doctor, with a silent accusation, asks when the Krillitane's got wings. The accusation here being genocide, but without any hint of guilt. Brother Lassar says they got them from Basat, a planet his ancestors invaded and slaughtered, all for their wings. The accusation of violence is not met with objection, rather an ambivalence to it. To Brother Lassar and those alike, the question isn't whether they slaughtered an entire race. They're imperialists. It's what they got from doing it. It's not unlike Queen Victoria's diamond, which was the spoils of war. While the Krillitane take physical aspects, the line in the sand of eugenics is not quite as strong as you'd like. Before, during, and after our invasion of India, getting the Kohinoor, India's savagery and skin colour was often used to keep them under British rule through colonialism, and mixed-race babies were often treated as tainted. The Krillitanes represent pretty much everything about British colonial eugenics. Brother Lassar says he remains in human form as a morphic illusion, as it's an old favourite. He literally wears us, our culture, as fashion. The implication is that he obtained this form through slaughter, just as Britain appropriated other cultures and destroyed them through power. Brother Lassar then talks of the Time Lords. I always thought of you as such a pompous race, conjuring up images of aristocratic, sheltered elitists. Basically, Brother Lassar thought the Time Lords were all stuffy losers, frightened of specifically chaos. Through chaos theory, none of these things would matter. The imperialism, the eugenics, it would all be something out of control, governed by higher systems, but not them. However, the Time Lords sought control over time. The first Doctor was very strict about not changing a single line, while changes come about in spades among chaos, it is stifled under order. Of course, a Krillitane who goes about pillaging their own biology, one of the things most likely to alter perception and experience of the subjective world, would detest order, especially from a higher power like the Time Lords. Brother Lassar continues though. He knows they're all extinct. The Doctor asks what his plan is, and Brother Lassar is all too happy to realise he doesn't know. Finally, this pompous race he detests is on the back foot. The Doctor tells him of his plan. If I don't like it, and it will stop. Brother Lassar's observing nature comes through as he remarks that the Doctor is fascinating. For a race of people dedicated to maintaining timelines and bringing order, the Doctor is new. Someone who will interfere and change. Little does Brother Lassar know, the Doctor brought about the ultimate change. He ended the Time War, killing both the Daleks and the Time Lords in totality. No one else has left such a mark on history or the Doctor. Guilt from this is why he ran to Rose, to get away from his loneliness and for his only company, not to be the memory of the Time War. I'm so old now. The Time War aged him. I used to have so much mercy. The Time War jaded him. You get one warning. The Time War made him less forgiving. Brother Lassard tells him that the next time they meet, they will join together. Over at the computer room, Rose and Sarah are still beefing mad hard about how Rose is a baby and Sarah's a grandma and how each other stinks of poo. Eventually, they challenge each other to rattle off aliens they've met as they try to one-up each other and win the Best Doctor Who Companion Award. Fortunately, it's a stalemate. They realise that they've gone too far and it all just looks a bit silly, literally having a monster off for like who wins the Doctor. They then start doing what any man fears the most. Gossiping. They talk about all the strange things the Doctor does, and it reads like a fan of the classic series finally getting along with a revival fan, sharing their love and appreciation for the show. Sure, things have changed, but it's not so different that you aren't still talking about the same thing. That's when the Doctor comes in and is subjected to ridicule, like both fans coming to make fun of their favourite character's quirks. Cut to Brother Lassard, and the final stage of his plan is in order. Today, the Krillitane will become gods? What the helly? Liza Minnelli? The alarm for break time being over sounds early, telling all the students to get inside, and a girl celebrates this. Break time's finished early! Isn't that fantastic? This is a fucking horror story. Good thing we have Giga Chad Kenny to hold the sacred birthright of lunchtime upon his shoulders, as he stands stalwart and doesn't go inside. You just can't brainwash Kenny. He's based and lunch-pilled. He stands for something. Inside, Rose herds the children away from the computer rooms as the Doctor investigates what's inside them. But he can't open the computer to see what they're hiding, but I know the problem and it's pretty simple. That's not a computer. That's a modem. That's for the internet Doctor. Get Kenny in there. He'll sort it out. As the gang get ready, the Krillitane gobble all the other teachers. Leave no witnesses. I do much the same. Afterwards, the Krillitane gather up the kids, but Kenny can sense their negative aura and goes elsewhere, probably to have lunchtime. Based! Turns out, all the kids have been herded towards the computers so they can be part of an epic hacking montage. Do you think they know about the Buffalo password? Also, this does not disprove my statement that Mickey is the only person in the Doctor Who universe with a computer, and that's because being in corners it. So prove me wrong. In the gang's computer room, all the screens conveniently switch on and show what the kids are hacking. And the Doctor looks on in astonishment. It's like he can't believe it. They're trying to crack the stasis paradigm. Holy guacamole, Batman. Jumping G Willikers. This is the craziest code ever. Forever for real life. Because whoever cracks it has control of the building blocks of the universe. Like a child molding Play-Doh, the Krillitane would have reality like clay in their hands. See, it clearly wasn't order that the Krillitanes detested, just that order was controlled by the most powerful beings, the Time Lords. Like Imperial forces, they only want the power to control the order themselves. Chaos, then, was a radical solution against what the Krillitanes saw as their opposition. Power without restraint only encourages powerful retaliation. And the Time Lords had the most alluring power of all, complete control over time itself. This doesn't pose the Krillitanes as oppressed under the Time Lords, though. Wanting power rather than freedom is very different, especially when that power comes with control over other groups. The Krillitane here, though they hate the Time Lords, are corrupted by the same thirst for power. It's simply matter that they'll control rather than time. They're essentially becoming what they hated, just through different means. Like how imperialism inadvertently accelerated multiculturalism. But you might ask, how are the kids doing this? I can't do a hack. Turns out, the Krillitane oil that K9 tested is a conducting agent, something that quickens and brings about the process of change. The children's brains are literally being sped up by the oil, and plugging them into the stasis paradigm and giving them a go at it. It's like accelerated learning. The more you're challenged, the easier that harder tasks get. They cook the chips in the oil. That's what was going on with the barrel. And Rose would know this because she's cleverer than you. She's cheated though. She's been eating the chips and now she can do really hard maths. This must be the girl maths everybody's been talking about. Then you might ask, why the kids? Well, the stasis paradigm needs imagination to crack it. That's why it's also called the God Maker. Children create these worlds in their heads so easily and freely without much friction. And what they make is a reflection of themselves, like their soul. And the stasis paradigm needs that. The God Maker is taking their souls. The metatext is rich here, as the children are proposed as hyper-efficient adapters, while adults lack the imagination necessary to conjure up new things, let alone get used to them. The young kids watching at the time likely wouldn't have known of Classic Who's existence, but they embrace this insane world, its history with Sarah Jane, and get used to the new rules of it very quickly, while some of the adults were stuck in their ways, not appreciating the changes made for Doctor Who to appeal to a new generation. It's why Sarah's in the story, this bridge to Classic Who, saying that if the show didn't do new things, would be stuck on Sarah Jane just as she was stuck on a certain incarnation of the Doctor, made bitter because of it. Upon the revelation that the Krillitane are taking the souls of the children, Brother Lassar comes out of the dark. Now is that prophesized second meeting that will join the Doctor and the Krillitane together. Meanwhile, Giga-chan Kenny has been looking around the school, and every single kid is at a computer doing an epic hack. So he tries to skedaddle, but all the doors are locked shut. Luckily, Mickey is outside and notices Kenny banging on the door. So he bursts into action by asking K9 if he has any lock-picking technology, but K9 seems to be malfunctioning, just telling Mickey, "We are in a car," until Mickey realizes they're in a car! Wow, this is me when I'm in a car with at least one other person. Mickey uses his car as a battering ram against the door, ushering Kenny inside so they can go and save the day. Upstairs, Brother Lassar starts explaining himself. Why would the Doctor join him? He starts with an appeal to power, one that we know the Doctor only wants to use for good, but one that we know he used to end the Time War, the ultimate act of power, and therefore corruption, and one that we know he regrets so deeply he was prepared to die rather than repeat it. But the Doctor doesn't understand yet. Lassar said he would join him, not be controlled. The idea sounds like a joke to him. Lassar in charge of the universe? But Lassar challenges him. You act like such a radical, and yet all you want to do is preserve the old order. This is something we know the Doctor prides himself on. He doesn't care about that. He ran away and stole the TARDIS. He interferes with time. He broke the order. He's a punk. The Doctor was always the odd one out, the Time Lord that wanted change, and it's typified here by him literally being the odd one out. He was the only one to survive, and it was through power. Doctor Who is a radical show. It's sick as hell. But what I mean is, it dares to do what a lot of shows can't: change drastically. It's something that classic fans prided themselves on. Doctor Who from the 60s is nothing like the 70s nor the 80s. Yet some fans were clutching their pearls at all the changes made for the revival. They say they love how the show can change, but are sometimes hypocrites when it goes in a direction they don't personally like. Lassar says to think of the changes that this power under good could be used for, and ever defiant laughing, he says, "What, by someone like you?" To the Doctor, it's a joke. He gave Lassar his one warning already, like how some fans don't allow much slack and are quick to judge. But Lassar answers, "No, someone like you." The Doctor's rattled. His face changes into steely shock. Lassar isn't taking the power for himself, it's an offer. The Doctor could take this absolute power and mold it with his wisdom. He always wanted change, even at the cost of punishment from the Time Lords. He did all this, though, without the guarantee of it being perfect, no matter how much he risked his own life. Lassar is offering the absolute power necessary to create paradise, to nullify the bad and create good in his own image. That's why it's called the Godmaker. He could save the Time Lords, undo what he did, save his soul from the guilt that rears its ugly head upon the inevitable loss of his mortal friends, forsaking the curse of the Time Lords. Never again. The Time Lords reborn. The Time Lords were effectively written out of the show by Russel T Davies, regarding their stories as boring affairs and their existence as surplus to requirements, thus removing them. There was an outcry by some fans. How could he just get the role of head writer and think he earned the right to do that? But things are never going to be perfect. To exact change, you must take risks with the power to do so. And sometimes they're gonna be big ones. So big that you almost become God of the story. But that's what you need to revive something. The power of God. To bring back Doctor Who in the way that it did was a miracle. And it took this massive change to add Russel's vision for in-series drama. Sarah Jane tells the Doctor not to listen though. She travelled with him for all that time. She knows the duties of his life. But Lasar offers her what she could want the most. All of that time spent wondering where the Doctor was if he was alive, that needn't be a worry again. Rose and Sarah could be immortal, eternally at his side. The story needn't end. They could be young forever. The insecurity of time running out, getting old and replaced because the Doctor must move on, could be gone. And the reason he runs away would be void. So many goodbyes. Lasar turns to the Doctor. The pain of inevitable loneliness could be gone forever. The curse of the Time Lords could be lifted. I could save everyone. His family. Everyone the Daleks ever killed. Linda with a Y. Rose's dad. Adric. I could stop the war himself. That button could stay unpressed. It's the writing metatextually flirting with the idea of bringing back the Time Lords and undoing what Russell had done. Imagine it never happened. Imagine the show never had to change from when I liked it. But it's a self-centered idea as Lasar smiles. He can see the ego of a man who ordains for no one a second chance, being tempted. A fan who won't give this vision for the show a second chance, still thinking about the past. The Doctor's soul is of a man so hurt with such a storied past. But here, one story is Sarah Jane, the story that captivated a generation of kids, forgiving him and saving the universe. Saving Doctor Who. No, the universe has to move forward. Pain and loss, they define us as much as happiness or love. The fact that things change and end gives them scope, gives them meaning. I could be doing anything right now, but I want to be here doing this. And one day you might find someone, something that despite struggles, despite the pain of trying and failing or arguing and falling out, that you want to do exactly that with your life until its end. Sarah Jane had that splendor, the stardust in her hand, but the fact she only got the time she had with it made it that much more special and unique. It didn't stop it hurting when it ended, and the pain and the struggle of starting again didn't go away. But Sarah knows better than anybody that whether it's a world or a relationship, everything has its time and everything ends. Here, someone that was left behind, a ghost of the past, a memory, is saving the world through that experience. The pain she felt from being left in Aberdeen, then having to go on, didn't remove the love she felt. It endured it. It was uncomfortable, but it was necessary for her life to move forward, for the show to move forward. The Doctor can't give in to corruption to undo his wrongs, to have never left Sarah behind. What he did in the Time War does not define him. It's what he does with the pain thereafter, what he changes that into, what he molds himself into. Yeah, the Time Lords were written out of the show, but it wasn't for no reason. It gave the Doctor a gritty edge, an emotional pull for an audience more than ever, expecting hard drama from their shows. The Doctor's morals aren't bent though. They won't bend to the will of matter or the Scasis paradigm, the God Maker. They endure them. Even if killing off the Time Lords turned out to be a mistake, another god of the story will eventually come around. A new head writer will just add them back somehow. Here, it's the enduring spirit of the Doctor who was left behind by the Time War and the Time Lords, and Sarah Jane, a woman who was left behind by him to continue life no longer in the spotlight, coming together to accept each other, showing that no matter what god comes to control them, they will win. The Doctor looks at the screen, showing all the potential in the world, and although it hurts, he smashes it, breaking the paradigm. Absolute peak cinema! The show has to change, whether you like it or you don't. 10 out of 10 scene. The only thing that could have made it better is if it included Based and Lunch Pill. Giga Chad! Kenny! Because the order was broken, chaos breaks loose, and Brother Lasar shrieks and calls to arm the Krillitane. We see how they change as three teachers line themselves in the corridor, and like a puff of ash they manifest through the smoke, revealing that the black teacher is a black Krillitane and the white teacher is a white Krillitane. What are the racial implications of this? But incredible news for the good of humanity. Giga Chad! Kenny is here. Him and Mickey find the gang just as the Krillitane catch up and give chase. They run into the cafeteria, but all the doors seem to be locked. And brother Lassar and his Krillitane brothers are right behind them. Lassar says that they need the doctor alive, but the others are gonna get gobbled. And it looks so over, guys. Everybody's on the floor, ducking and diving, until one of them is shot out of the sky by a laser. Could it be Kenny? No, it's K9, baby. Disco is back, and Lassar hates it. He crashes out so hard, harder than I did at the feminism in the script. I'm a feminist, by the way. 6'1", scared to drive, immortal and Valorant, and made 2 10-hour videos on Doctor Who. I'm 6'1" though, that's gotta count for something. K9 suggests Sarah to engage running mode, and the gang follows suit while K9 snipes and absolutely destroys the Krillitane. He might be Disco, but he's putting in his time on aim-labs. The Doctor then tells K9 to hold the Krillitane back while the gang skedaddle. Like the good dog he is, he literally 360s while shooting the Krillitane. He's a beast. Maximum defense mode! They knew it was silly and they embraced it. Time can mythologize these things, but the show says no. It's still silly. We like it that way. The Doctor and gang skedaddle as he sonics the door shut, but all the while, K9's power supply is failing. Guys, he's literally sacrificing himself to save them. This is so sad. A classic era icon is dying so the new characters can go on. He is the bestest boy. But then Lassar tells all his goons to forget the shooty dog thing. So as K9 loses power, they just ignore him. Bruh. In the other room, the Doctor's thinking of a solution, and he has his eureka moment. Remember when Rose saw the lunch lady get fried by the oil? Well, that's just it, isn't it? They've changed their physiology so often their own oil is toxic to them. The Krillitane are a warning for an expansionist identity. As if you change so quickly depending on what benefits you effectively stand for nothing except expansion. Sarah Jane was not sure what to do with herself when the Doctor left her, but because she stood for something, she didn't falter from the right path, and it ultimately led her to convince the Doctor and save the universe. She learned a lot about life from traveling in the TARDIS, and one was not straying from your principles just because it might benefit you. Having strong morals leads to a strong identity. So as long as the Doctor is still written with the complex but well-defined morals, they'll still be recognizable as the character. So much so that an icon of the past can still interact with them on a deep level. Therefore, they're one in the same. Then, the Doctor tells Mickey to go to the computers and get the children unplugged while he wonders how they might fight the Krillitane. Well, they're basically bats, right? They have supersonic hearing, and we have Giga Chant! Kenny! He bashes the fire alarm and the sound deafens the Krillitane. So the gang just run out and past them, all just before Lassar punches through the wall to rip the alarm circuit right out. How did he know it was right there? Me when Mum unplugged the internet because it's time for bed. Down the corridor, the gang run into K9, whose batteries have recharged with the power of plot armor. Over with Mickey, he runs into a room full of kids on the computers and he shouts for them to get out, but they seem to be completely hooked. They need epic gaming for their emotional regulation. This is so sad. They're hooked on technology. Alexa, play Despacito. Elsewhere, the gang reach the kitchen, but the Doctor can't get the barrel of oil open because it's deadlock sealed. See, the sonic screwdriver can't open something that's deadlock sealed. Oh boy, I hope one day that a villain doesn't put a universe-ending bomb behind a deadlocked door in a room too small for the TARDIS to get into. That would be mightily embarrassing. Thankfully, K9 can shoot the barrels to open them, but his batteries are failing. All that's sustaining him is the nostalgia of the classic fans. I do believe in K9. I do! The Doctor tells everyone to evacuate while we cut to Mickey figuring out that he can just unplug the computers because they're all conveniently plugged into one singular plug. How is this not causing an electrical fire? He tells the kids to skedaddle and their hacking addiction is broken. Yippee! In the kitchen, the Doctor's figuring out what to do when K9 gets down to business, being a very brave boy. He tells the Doctor that he has the capacity for only one blast and he must be next to the vat for maximum impact. The only problem will be trapped inside. The Doctor doesn't want him to, but it's the only option. So he says goodbye to his old friend. Their last words together are, "You good dog." Affirmative. Guys, I'm gonna cry. The only reason K9's even here is because the Doctor fixed him up. But it's for one last adventure together. It's saying to bring these old things back that some of us love can work, but not for long. They survive because we want them to. And while they're still good, it would be like fixing an old thing up that's constantly breaking. You can do a few tricks with it, like 360 laser blasts and maximum defense mode. Not too much more. It's best to say I love you, but goodbye. The Krillitane reach the kitchen as Sarah and the Doctor run away, with Sarah looking back, not wanting to leave K9. Metatextually, it's like an old fan not wanting them to destroy him. Please, Doctor, find another way. Lasar walks in to see K9 and he mocks him. Ran out of battery, have you? I'll battery you in a minute. And he does! K9 shoots the barrel, firing Krillitane oil all over them as they burn and shriek in pain. Smoke fills the room as they sizzle. And Lasar looks to K9 knowing their fate. You bad dog. Affirmative. And then the kitchen explodes. Why does it explode? Is this oil flammable? No, see, the answer you're looking for is because explosions are radical. Everybody cheers. Yeah, woohoo, yeah. Everybody claps. Bravo! 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 Because the school exploded. This was all our dreams growing up. One of the girls looks to Kenny and asks him, did he have something to do with it? And Kenny says, yeah. And everybody chants his name. It's like one of those Tumblr fake stories where everybody claps at the end and celebrates how he's based, lunch pill. But the Doctor and Sarah aren't particularly happy because K9 had to sacrifice himself to save the day. She says it was just a daft metal dog. But we can't help what we get attached to, and should we? We love what we love, and we shouldn't judge ourselves for it. K9 might be silly, a remnant of the past, but it's not wrong to care. Cringe isn't real, guys. It's a bit later and uncharacteristically sunny for England as Sarah walks into an idyllic garden and there's the TARDIS waiting for her. The Doctor invites her in for tea and she walks inside. It all looks a little different than before. Sarah was used to the space-age chrome, but the Doctor's redecorated. It's a reference to the iconic line from classic Doctor Who, repeated by Troughton. Sarah seems pretty okay with it. She liked the old one, just as classic fans did, but this one's okay, I guess. Rose says she loves it. She's never had to go through an uncomfortable change with it, because like the new fans at the time, this would always be their TARDIS. Sarah replies, what's 47 times 369? Haha, 69, that's the weed number. But Rose doesn't know. The Krillitane oil wore off. The catalyst for change within her is gone. Just as after time, old fans would get used to the more involved role of the companion, having the show focus on them a lot of the time instead of the Doctor. But Sarah thinks that Rose is still clever enough to match him. And in solidarity, Rose says, you and me both. Women! Their stories may be written differently, but the magic of a Doctor Who companion isn't gone. And for separate generations, these two women will be the iconic image of one. Despite all the change, they're quintessentially the same. Rose then gives the Doctor a nudging hint, and he remembers. He invites Sarah to come with them. Those would be the days. But Sarah wants to move on. She says she can't do TARDIS life anymore. She's got bigger things to do. To find herself, her life finally past the Doctor. It's okay to move on. It hurts, it's painful for sure, but that's how you grow. That's how this show survives. It would be against its spirit to get all sentimental about the past and hold it with such reverence that you daren't move on. We love K9, though he was disco for a reason. But Mickey pipes up. He'd like to join the TARDIS. Prove he's not the tin dog, nor the tech support. Things are changing, but not radically. There's still a Smith on board. The Doctor thinks it'll be a laugh, but Rose is not happy. In a pretty selfish moment, she sasses her way through gritting her teeth and saying, no, great. Rose is no saint, but she is very well characterized as someone determined to get what they want. And by this point, after a year of sacrificing her old life strictly for this new one with the Doctor, I think she looks down on where she was a year ago. She was with Mickey, a dead-end but kind of nice relationship, and certainly a dead-end job. And she's so far away from that now. She wants to be adored by both Mickey and the Doctor, but not at the same time. Mickey joining the TARDIS would represent her new life mixing with the old. She's moved on, but not from his affection. She's messy, but that makes her feel like a real person, you know? She's not perfect. Sarah feels the tension in the air and says she better go, but before she does, Rose takes her aside and asks what she should do. Sarah tells her she should stay with the Doctor because some things are worth getting your heart broken for. Some changes, while tough, are worth the upset because you might end up enjoying it in the end. You might not know you're gonna like it, but just giving it a proper go could change your mind. For Rose, her dynamic that she thought she had with the Doctor has shifted. She realizes, just as new fans did, that she's not the first. That simply traveling with him isn't what makes her special. No, what makes Rose special is that the Doctor loves her, but from her side, she has to renegotiate what that even means and grapple with the fact that she might become like Sarah Jane one day. Is it worth getting your heart broken for that? Metatextually, the show says that you can believe this will last forever, but it'll only make your heart break that much more when it doesn't. However, Sarah says it's worth buying into that, having the imagination just as children did, unjaded by hardship, so you can experience it with all the innocence of one. Sarah goes outside, and the Doctor follows her out. Sarah thanks him for all their time together. Despite all the hurt, she forgives him after today. Pain defines us as much as love. The Doctor says it will be a great story for the grandkids, but Sarah never had any. And the Doctor's too shy to ask, but he wants to know if there was anybody after him. She says there was this one guy. I travelled with him for a while, but he was a tough act to follow. So now she can move on. You can have your old favourites, some are hard to beat. So maybe it's okay to not travel in the TARDIS anymore or not watch it on the TV. Perhaps TARDIS life isn't for you anymore if you don't like it. Like Sarah, like Rose, it could be time to renegotiate your relationship with it and find your own way. After all these years, Sarah says goodbye, but the Doctor won't admit that. It's not goodbye, it can't be. A goodbye would be to confess he was leaving her behind and maybe taint those memories by knowing there won't be any more of them. Any to dream about when he's inevitably alone with his thoughts once again in the TARDIS. But pain defines us as much as love. Letting go hurts. You say it, please. This time, say it. And the Doctor musters up a goodbye before he can't contain his excitement any longer. My Sarah Jane! The music swells as they hug, and the Doctor lifts her up as Sarah squeezes him tight. They smile for each other as the Doctor goes back into the TARDIS. The sands of time groan out as Sarah slowly walks away. She tries not to look, to prove to herself she can move on cleanly. But things aren't that easy, and that's okay. Sometimes the pain is what helps us get over that. It's cathartic to sit in that feeling and watch it go. So she turns around. It's okay to look. It's hard. You're not perfect. You might watch Doctor Who every now and again just to see. But as the TARDIS dematerializes, it leaves something behind. A very good dog. K9! The Doctor went back and fixed him up and didn't tell her. He wanted it to be a surprise gift, just like last time. He remembered. And you can too. You can go back and watch the old favourites, be it with K9 or Jamie. They'll always be there waiting for you. K9's even been upgraded too. Sarah exclaims that the Doctor replaced him with a brand new model. Affirmative! Yeah, he does that. I'm gonna cry. And the two walk off into the sunset together. Sarah Jane and a girl's best friend. The moment is so sweet. It makes me forget that Toby Whithouse is comparing women to robot dogs. 9 out of 10. School Reunion was reminisced at by 8.31 million viewers. It's one of the most heartfelt and sincere stories of Doctor Who about moving on, loss, and love. Despite this not being a narrative that blows me away with tension every second, Elizabeth Sladen brought so much life to her character and metatextually bridged the gap between classic and new Doctor Who. By the Doctor blowing up the Krillitane, Russel T Davies essentially says no to the imperialism that the Krillitane represented. Along with the metatextual elements of Doctor Who's companions, this episode tackles the show's history with the British Empire. When the show started in 1963, the Empire was on track to slowly crumble and be dismantled. And we have a lot of episodes expressly tackling colonialism and imperialism, as Britain came to renegotiate what it meant to be British without the Empire. The Krillitane are a race that pillage and take whatever they find as they come across it, and over time they change, which is what happened with the classic show. The first Doctor goes to 12th century Palestine and sides with the King of Israel, which is just one of the examples that doesn't look good now. There's lots of episodes featuring anti-colonial and imperial messaging, but there's still artifacts of what Doctor Who picked up as it went. So Russell says, no, I want to explode all of that. I don't want to contribute to it. Unfortunately, Elizabeth Sladen did not have a great time filming, despite saying that everyone treated her amazingly. She said she felt so welcomed by the cast and crew and truly cherished. But on the first day shooting, while running out of that kitchen, something went snap. She played it down and pretended things were fine, but she went to A&E as soon as she was done and discovered she had destabilized her pelvis and torn her quadricep. But she decided that she didn't want to let everyone down, so she pretended she was just sore and finished filming. At least my last day was memorable for more pleasant reasons. As we began, the first announced, "Liz's last day!" And then at the end, there was a round of applause. Honestly, they couldn't have done any more to make me feel important. Even so, as I boarded the train back to London, I thought, that's the last I'll be hearing from them. We'll get back to that much later. After such an earnest exploration of the connection between the Doctor and his companions, past and present, mainly focusing on Sarah Jane's perspective and feelings, it makes sense to then explore just how that affects the Doctor. Sure, we looked into it, but what if we shifted the focus more? We saw that he can be neglectful and selfish. It's obviously a negative, but why exactly is he like that? Would we understand if we saw it from his perspective? More importantly, given that we should deeply care about Rose by this point, how can we honestly interact with the idea that the Doctor would ever leave her behind? We start the episode with an amazing hook. We pan down from the night sky filled with stars to a fancy palace in Versailles, France, the 1700s. There's panic as people run away screaming from something making a strange sound, like a wind-up toy. In another room, a lady and a man talk as he cries out that they're under attack by creatures and they can't be stopped. The lady's chill as hell though, just staring at a clock with cracked glass, and announces that because it's broken, he's coming. The only man, bar who she's with, that she's ever loved. He's like, SMH, you cheating on me? What the hell? Blocked. But then she's like, I'm your mistress. We're French. Obviously I'm cheating on you. So go to your queen. Unlock the new accent to butcher. They're royalty. Oh, and me, the lady, I'm just gonna go talk to this fire. The lady shouts into the fireplace like someone's in there, but we as smart people know that nobody can be in there because he burned to death. She shouts that it's the time he promised to be there for. The man she's shouting for is the Doctor! Dun 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 dun. Whee! Great opening. What's going on? Who the hell is this lady? Great setting. What are the creatures? Why are they making that sound? Why is the clock broken? How come she's talking into a fire? She loves the Doctor? This intro seeks to throw you in at the deep end, but it isn't just for intrigue. It serves a narrative purpose that deepens the themes of the story. We'll get to that. After the title sequence, we pan up from the night sky filled with stars to 3,000 years later in a spaceship where the TARDIS is landing. The panning is indicating a perpendicularity, meaning there's a center point, the point from which we start, the night sky filled with stars, past a line drawn across dividing them, up or down to either point, the side to the spaceship through the stars. Both are separate, but connected somehow. Crazy how much information can be expressed with just a pan. The gang, including Mickey this time, leave the TARDIS and are met with an eerily empty spaceship. Rose wonders what's on board, and the Doctor's like, nah, nothing dangerous. Let me just check if there's anything dangerous. The Doctor opens up the skylight and discovers that they're in the Dagmar cluster, meaning Mickey is far, far from home, but it's also far, far from France in the 1700s. The Doctor notes that the ship has been roughed up with a lot of dodgy repairs, but the warp engines are running maxed out with enough energy to punch a hole in the universe. And they're not even moving. Rose asks where the crew are, and the Doctor says there's no life readings on board, so who's operating the ship? And why can they smell cooking? Guys, I swear it's only 3 minutes in. The Doctor then opens the door, and behind it is a very old-fashioned fireplace, just like the one from the cold open. The Doctor says it's not a hologram. This is real. There's even another room through the fireplace. It's double-sided. But Rose looks out the window on the same side of the wall, and all she sees is space. There can't be another room on the other side because there isn't another side. The Doctor sees somebody on the other end though and says hello. It's a little girl called Renette in her bedroom in Paris 1727. The Doctor's pretty chill by the end of the interaction, to be honest, just a routine fire check. I'll be out of here. Renette in your bedroom in Paris in 1727 on a spaceship 3,000 years later on the other side of the wall that doesn't have another side but also evidently does. Happens all the time. Mickey feels scammed because he wanted the future, but he has. It's just that the ship is also generating enough energy to punch a hole in the universe, and Paris 1727 in a little girl's bedroom must be where it landed. The Doctor even gives it a fancy name. It's a spatio-temporal hyperlink, but what he really wants to say is a magic door. So far, Stephen Moffat's stories have had a really good balance of mixed elements. This and his last have very fanciful themes, and they're romantic, but with a twist and a blend of old and new. It's strange to say, but for a show about time travel, Stephen Moffat's stories seem to be the only ones that actually really put a focus on it. In The Empty Child and The Doctor Dances, we met Captain Jack, a rogue outside of his own time, mistakenly bringing future tech to wartime England. And now we have two interconnected stories taking place in two different centuries. I don't know if other writers weren't confident enough to pull this off, but it's just surprising that Stephen Moffat is the only one trying. Anyway, the Doctor starts fidgeting with the fireplace and finds a secret switch, like a loose object on a bookshelf. It reveals a revolving door. This isn't CGI either. A large part of the budget went to building an actual revolving door between the two sets, which is why it looks so convincing. The Doctor ends up on the other side in 1700s France, in Renette's bedroom, and goes to look out the window, revealing an idyllic backdrop of rich architecture covered in snow with a peachy sunrise illuminating it in warm tones. And we hard cut to a shot where we can only see the Doctor's silhouette, and Renette being awoken and scared by him. The juxtaposition between the two shots is stark. One is warm and one is cold and scary. Though the latter shows a connection, a link between Renette and the Doctor in the same shot, but also a separation through how we see them. A shadow versus illuminated in the mirror, indicating another perpendicularity separated through perspective. All the Doctor can see is the beautiful setting in which Renette lives. He's used to this, all these time-travelling shenanigans and mystery. But all Renette sees is a scary man in her bedroom. She doesn't know she's a mystery. They're connected, but the feelings couldn't be more separate. The Doctor realises he's woken her and tells her not to panic. It's Fireplace Man from moments ago, but for Renette, it was months. The Doctor goes to the fireplace and, like a dodgy guy that checks your car out, just knocks on it a few times and says, must be a loose connection, yeah. That'll be 10 grand. Though the Doctor realises there's a sound of a clock, though the only one in the room is broken. He notes that if you made the sound of a clock, the first thing you do to hide is break anything else that does. You wouldn't notice the sound of one clock. I would, I hate them. But 2 clocks. He tells Renette to stay on her bed and he goes to check under it. There's literally a monster under the bed. Well, actually, there's nothing there. Until suddenly something snaps at his hand, lunging for it with speed. The Doctor leaps backwards on the floor to see afterwards 2 feet standing upright on the other side of the bed. He sits up and tells Renette to not look around. On the other side is this. A man, dressed to fit the 1700s French aristocracy, towers over her. The Doctor looks to the creature and then back to Renette, and he notices something he can sense. They've been doing something to Renette's head, scanning it. The Doctor demands to know what they're doing, and Renette asks, confused, but uncharacteristically for a child, not scared in this situation. Why would it want her? In a robot voice, the creature replies, "Not yet, you are incomplete." Incomplete, you say? To which the creature pulls out a shiv from its arm. Guys, you forgot the show was English. We love knife crime. But our Casanova-esque Doctor dodges and dashes around and in a scuffle manages to get the creature's knife stuck on the fireplace's mantle and pushes the button for the revolving door, sending them back to the 48th century, all the while declaring that monsters have nightmares too. Nightmares of the Doctor! It's a great scene where the tension is built up almost solely by Tennant and his performance, and how he can twist that so quickly to become charming. He starts as a shock, a perceived threat for Renette, but quickly flips that to become only dangerous to the threat. Perhaps the Doctor is only coloured by our perception of him. Without the monsters to save us from, what would we think of him? Would we trust him if there was no life-threatening reason to? Evidently, the child does, not scared in this situation, which reads as alarming. Why isn't she scared? On the spaceship, the Doctor goes to grab a fire extinguisher and sprays the creature until it stops moving. Rose and Mickey are shocked, but the Doctor says it must be from this ship given the technology, then goes to take off the creature's mask. A clockwork interior is revealed through a transparent container in the shape of a head. These are clockwork creatures from the future, which begs the question, why would they still be using clockwork? They have warp engines. It just doesn't seem like it would even be part of the furniture, let alone a clock here. Thematically, the Doctor's enemy here is time, which is interesting, as we often view that as something something the Doctor has as close to ultimate control over as you can get. Here's the Doctor mewing. He decides to disassemble the creature to figure out what their plan is, but like a cheeky guy, it does a cheeky teleport out. Sorry, Scrub Lords, I'm a telly out to Varrock to sling my dragon hide at the Grand Exchange. The Clockwork Man didn't teleport far though. The Doctor knows what a short-range teleport looks like, so it's probably still on board. But he wants to go investigate Renette's room again, so he tells Rose and Mickey to stay put. No fun for them. So they immediately get up to some silly business and go investigating by themselves. The Doctor in France calls out for Renette, but the room looks quite different. Like the same fireplace is somehow somewhere else. A beautiful lady comes into the room and a woman calls out in the background that the carriage is ready for Renette. This is the little girl, just older. She says it's weird for an imaginary friend to be here again at her age, and the Doctor smiles in a way that suggests some dubious thoughts. Goodness, how you've grown. It's called puberty, Doctor. You should look up the implications of knowing someone as a child and then becoming romantically involved with them later, because you seem to be speedrunning it. Renette remarks that the Doctor hasn't aged a single day, which alludes to his pseudo-immortality, his long life in contrast with Renette's short one, mimicking the Doctor-companion dynamic. Don't want your mother finding you up here with a strange man, do we? But Renette challenges him. How could the Doctor be a stranger? She's known him her whole life. The Doctor tries to laugh it off, but then Renette places her hand on his face in a rather intimate examination of his peculiar existence. She has so many questions as the Doctor is a mystery to her in this scene, rather than her being a mystery to him. Connected in theme, but separate in perspective. Perpendicularity. But for Renette, the only question on her mind seems to be, is he a good kisser? They snog, they bite each other's faces off. It's quite icky, and the only thing saving it a little is that the Doctor was uncomfortable for a moment there, though it seems he was only uncomfortable because he was attracted to Renette. I know the Doctor only knew her for 5 minutes as a child, and his motivations certainly weren't bad then, but the fact that the scene recognizes this as uncomfortable but still goes for it is weird. I don't think this undercurrent was completely intentional. I just wanted to recognize it and move on. It's just that it's important to point out that Doctor Who is a show for children. Sometimes they can rather unchallengingly learn lessons from the show that aren't particularly good. This scene somewhat evokes age gap relationships. The episode could easily have been written in a way that Renette was an adult when the Doctor first met her, but the emotions of the scene very much suggests the idea that knowing somebody as a child only to see them grow up into an adult and then be romantically entangled with them is somehow to be aspired to. Ideally, in this scene, the Doctor would rebut Renette, even if she is going after him. Though romance between the Doctor and Renette is a recurring theme explored in this episode, and I don't want to be mentioning this every single time. Like I said, I just wanted to recognize it and move on. During the kiss, a man calls out for her carriage using her second name, Poisson. So, after Renette leaves without saying a word, the Doctor realizes who he's just kissed. Renette Poisson, a super cool and talented historic French woman. Who the hell are you? And the Doctor takes the revolving fireplace out of there. Who the hell are you? I just love how he says it. Back in space, the Doctor returns to no one because Mickey and Rose have wandered off, breaking Rule 1. Rule 1 being don't wander off. It could be anything on this ship, including a horse that survived a deleted scene, and now they're best friends. Elsewhere, Mickey is clearing corners around the ship like it's an FPS game and doing very tactical forward rolls while he's at it. Very deliberate, very necessary. But then he sees a security camera, and we get its POV of Mickey, but with a really big chin. Are you looking at me? Top class comedy, Mickey looks stupid. Haha. But then we realize it's using a human eye. Huh? It goes back to idle as Rose hears a low thudding sound. So she bends down to look through a maintenance shaft and sees a human heart plugged into the wires and valves. Human body parts are powering this ship. Cut to the Doctor looking for Rose as the horse follows him. The horse is honestly the best character in this episode as it seems to be nudging the Doctor along to these doors. Taking it as a hint, the Doctor goes through to check it out. It's another decadent, fancy French mansion with Renette, a few years on, having some girl talk with a friend as they walk and be rich and French. Renette senses something behind her and checks, and the Doctor ducks out of the way like a stalker who's about to be caught. Don't worry, he's watching her romantically. You can tell by the music. They continue on as we find out that this is when Renette was about to meet the king for the first time, whom she loves. A bird chirps and Renette checks behind herself again, and the Doctor ducks. Basically, he's fanboying. I think that's the angle they're taking here. We cut to Mickey and Rose walking and talking as they find a window looking in on another part of Renette's life. Mickey's asking asking whether this is an average day for Rose and the Doctor, and she says there's no average days anymore. It's small, but Rose has certainly gotten very used to traveling with the Doctor by this point and comfortable exploring on her own. Like, Rose is slowly converging on becoming like the Doctor, as if she's no longer a passenger, but a co-pilot, as she wanders off, despite Rule 1. The Doctor and his horse catch up with them, and while they talk, the Doctor notes that the ship seems to be stalking Renette as they watch her through the window. It's the night that Renette met the King for the first time, and the Doctor says that quickly after this, Renette became the King's official mistress, with her own rooms at the palace, even with her own title, Madame de Pompadour. Madame de Pompadour, you want to cheese? It's all a strange illusion to Rose. As soon as the Doctor met her, she quickly became part of his life as they fell in love, and she moved in with him into the Doctor's palace, the TARDIS. Rose and the Doctor also received titles. Technically, she's Dame Rose of the Powell estate. Renette was an outsider to the throne, like Rose was to the Doctor, but she so quickly becomes part of that life, converging in on it with all that makes them special. It's also another love triangle that the Doctor's in, yet another part of his life that Rose isn't privy to, connected but separate. Though, as the gang watches Renette, they notice that the clock in the room is broken. Renette hears the tick-tocking. It's another clockwork droid. The Doctor jumps into the action, going through the magic door and sprays the clockwork man with a fire extinguisher, freezing them in place. The Doctor demands the clockwork man to tell him who they are, but when it doesn't answer, the Doctor asks Renette to ask them. It answered her as a child. It only spoke when she addressed it. So she tells the clockwork man to answer any and all questions put to it. I am Repair Droid 7, it says in a woman's voice. The Doctor asks about the damaged ship, and the clockwork droid says that there was a storm and 82% of the ship's systems broke. The Doctor notes that they haven't moved for a year though. Why? We did not have the parts. It's not answering, so the Doctor starts to get frustrated. A whole crew doesn't just disappear. We did not have the parts. The Doctor starts to lose his temper, but then realizes the clockwork woman is answering his question, just not in the way he'd like. The crew were used to patch up the damage and repair it. That's why Rose and Mickey saw the security camera eye in the heart circuit. That's why it smelled like cooking when they first landed. Flesh plus heat. That's why the droids are clockwork. The ship had such little resources that it resorted to whatever primitive tech it could muster up, especially since the ship was using so much already to create links to Renette's life. Doesn't explain why they're stalking Renette though. So the Doctor asks, why here? One more part is required. The droid looks to Renette. They need her. We are the same. But why haven't they taken Renette yet? She is incomplete. I love this mystery. It seems a rather crazy plan though, doesn't it? Just punching holes in the universe trying to get lucky and find Renette when she's complete. Renette finally starts to go cuckoo bananas at the whole thing and yells at the droid to bog off, so it does. They may be trying to kill her, but at least they're polite. The Doctor tells Mickey, Rose and Arthur to follow the droid's teleport onto the ship. He needs to stay with Renette for now. Rose asks, who's Arthur? It's the horse. They've bonded, guys. You can't separate them now. Rose says she won't let him keep the horse, so the Doctor says that he lets her keep Mickey. Jesus Christ, this guy can't catch a break. Comic relief might relieve himself of life if you keep going. The Doctor is left alone with Renette to find out what the droids are specifically looking for, because they must have been scanning her brain for a reason. So the Doctor goes psychic. Abracadabra, alakazam. Turns out the Doctor's like an empath, guys, and can read Renette's mind. She realizes that he's inside her mind, wriggling around. It's actually scary. I'd have to be very careful not to think of the night of 06. The statute of limitations aren't up yet. Cut to inside the ship with Mickey and Rose, not taking much effort to protect Arthur, I might add. The ship might want some new parts it's feeling insecure about, guys. Mickey jokes that Renette is yet another pretty lady the Doctor's gotten involved with, and Rose gets annoyed. It's fine for her to shack up with the Doctor, Adam, and Captain Jack, but Cleopatra, yeah, that's a sore spot for her. She doesn't deny these things, though. Like, she recognizes the ill-defined relationship that she has with the Doctor after making peace with Sarah Jane last episode. Though, like karmic justice from the 10 Rose shippers, a clockwork droid comes right behind Mickey and gets him. Rose gets got too, and they both get injected with something. None for me, thank you. I'll just have the check. Back in France, the Doctor's jiggling about in Renette's brain and tells her to imagine a door where she doesn't want him to look. So Renette immediately opens the door to cooties spreading. We need to get this Doctor a chastity belt or something. They continue to flirt, but the Doctor realizes what the clockwork droids have been scanning her brain for. Her age. Renette at 23 is incomplete, but Renette viscerally reacts to something, and the Doctor tells her that old memories might get awoken by his exploration as she talks of a lonely childhood. Oh, Doctor, so lonely. So very, very alone. The doctor's confused. Renette's never been alone. She's calling him doctor. She's seeing his childhood. Lonely then and lonelier now. He was the odd one out. He always was, since he was a kid. Renette knows that now he's even lonelier. His planet is gone along with his family. Not even Rose is filling that void. Perhaps he's even lonelier now because he doesn't even have the company of himself. He left that behind when he made the choice to end the Time War, not expecting to live through his decision. Renette calls him her lonely doctor and then asks him to dance. Guys, dancing in the Doctor Who Stephen Moffat universe means cooties. The doctor's like, no, this is the night you dance with the king. I'll be changing time and stuff. No, I'm not nervous. I actually have voice cracks when I'm feeling really confident. Renette sees this, his defenses to intimacy, and sees him for it. Doctor Who. Doctor Who is more than just a question, isn't it? In this instance, it's a wall he puts up, a barrier so people cannot see him intimately. It's notable that we haven't seen the Doctor tell Rose exactly what he did in the Time War. That would be a pretty important and pertinent scene to show, so we can assume that he didn't tell her. But here, Renette is only coming to know the Doctor by mistake of a mind's door left open. It mirrors in some way how the Doctor meets his companions, completely by accident, but leaves a mark on their lives quickly. Also, incidentally showing what he needs in someone, as in one day, Rose came to empathize with him completely. Renette then tells him what Doctor Who means. It means they're gonna do the kissing and stuff. Sorry, a dance. Renette is essentially asking the Doctor to lower his barriers and allow her in. Maybe after Sarah Jane and learning how to face his fears, saying goodbye and letting go, interacting with the emotions present there, he can actually now do that. We cut to the spaceship where Rose and Mickey wake up, strapped down on an operating table with a bunch of clockwork droids crowding round. The droid tells Rose that she's compatible, so Rose pulls the Doctor card. She can threaten the droids with the Doctor's awesomeness and epicness to scare them off hurting her, but midway through, the Doctor barges in, drunk as anything, singing, "I could have danced all night!" The Doctor couldn't help but celebrate once he punked Renette, so much so that he got drunk and forgot about Rose and Mickey. Turns out, the droids are scanning for Renette's age because they'll only take her when she's 37, as that's the age of the ship. That's why she's incomplete. The Doctor also brought anti-oil to clog up the droids' clockwork, so the whole gang start approaching, to which the Doctor slams this lever down and deactivates them all. Why did he bring anti-oil if there was an off switch? The Doctor starts getting to work on the ship, figuring out how to close the magic doors. He can't seem to do it, and that's when an alarm starts to sound. They found her at 37. The alarm wakes up the clockwork droids as they all start marching towards the gang until the Doctor points out the alarm. She is complete. It begins. Holy moly, guys. Winter is coming or something. I didn't watch Game of Thrones. We cut to France, where alone, Renette is spooked by Rose. She heard noises, so she checked to see if the clock was broken. Since the Doctor entered her life, so did the monsters, and she now lives with the constant anxiety of danger, embodied by the instinctive action of checking the clock under the assumption of threat from even so little as footsteps. They don't have much time though, but this is 5 years before the day the clockwork droids will come to take her, so Rose has come with a warning. They don't know the exact date she'll be complete, so Renette must just wait. Like only Jackie now at home, Renette doesn't know when she'll next see the Doctor, the man we know she loves, and the man she's forced to trust with her life. Renette too has been left behind, in limbo between having what they want, the person they love, safe with them, and not knowing when or where they are. The pace at which this is happening resembles something of Sarah Jane, having to wait years and years, but also having reminders of the person who left them behind everywhere. We haven't seen the Doctor promise to be there for Renette or to remember her, but obviously she's grown a bond with him because we don't need promises to love people. Renette then is a person who the Doctor, through no intentionality, has left behind, feeling his absence even more because of the special limited time they had together. The Doctor's life is a concentrated burst of action that heightens the emotions surrounding it. So people grow attachments, but sometimes the Doctor doesn't even know the harm he's doing. Through his life and efforts to defend the good, he leaves people with emotional wounds whether he wants to or not. Like a person you meet and have an amazing time with who then accidentally loses the number you wrote down for them, you'll return to that place you met them, hoping to see them again. But you don't know they lost it. Are they also going to the same place on different nights, hoping for the same thing? You don't know. It's Schrodinger's really cool person. Except that place is Renette's home. It's a constant reminder of the Doctor's absence. Rose thinks she's doing a bad job explaining it all, but Renette understands very poetically what's going on. There is a vessel in your world where the days of my life are pressed together like the chapters of a book, so that he may step from one to the other without increase of age, while I, weary traveller, must always take the slower path. Does Renette know she's in Doctor Who? She kind of just summed up Series 2. Rose tells Renette that when the clockwork droids come, she needs to just keep talking. Stall so the Doctor can get to her and locate the specific magic door he needs. That's why it's Rose here instead. The Doctor's got little time, but is hard at work figuring out how to save the day. The monsters and the Doctor. It seems you cannot have one without the other. Guys, I think Renette just summed up Series 1 of Doctor Who. They don't have Wi-Fi back there, do they? This reflects the Doctor's catch-22. The idea that he has the innate desire to help people and save the day no matter the danger to him, while also needing someone to help, lest he stray too far from the morals he holds, like he did in the Time War. But this also puts the Doctor in the exact situation he talked about to Rose, calling it the curse of the Time Lord. The fact that he doesn't age, yet his companions do, far beyond anything he can replicate. It's a literal, but also metaphorical representation of what it would look like for the person if he chooses to spend his life with them, and therefore works the other way round. In seemingly just a day, the Doctor has seen Renette grow from just a child scared in her room to an incredibly intelligent and magnificent woman capable of matching him. Maybe that's what it would feel like to the Doctor, a lifetime for them, an agonizing short few days for him, days where he would see them age and wither, knowing for certain that the years with them will pale in comparison to the millennia without. Rose tells Renette to tell me about it. Tell me about it, girl. But does she understand the implication? Rose is smart, really smart, but also naive and headstrong. Does she expect the Doctor to be there for her as long as the Doctor has been for Renette? Rose tries to explain that none of this was meant to happen. The clockwork droids aren't a part of Renette's history, but Renette refutes that. She doesn't care that it's happened, she accepts it as fact. One may tolerate a world of demons for the sake of an angel. She views the Doctor as her savior, like how the Doctor saved Rose from a mundane life she had no passion for. Both of them only met the Doctor because they were in danger, and there's no separating him from that. So whilst the Doctor did save them, he only had to because of imminent threat. It would be nice for them to think that he was there for them. Something about them was particularly worth saving, but it's not. Their luck with meeting the Doctor first had to coincide with the misfortune of danger. They have to tolerate the bad with the good because there's literally no other way. The foundations of their relationship are literally built on this, so they'll inevitably end the same way they started. Just like how this episode loops back around to the beginning! Ta-da! I love this show! The only other way out is to leave or be left behind, which is when Mickey starts shouting for Rose. It's time. Rose goes to Mickey, but Renette follows closely behind and marches through the magic door. The Doctor's fixed an audio link to know when he should go through, which is why when Renette steps on board the ship, she can hear the danger destined for her. She looks around, remarking that this is his world. The Doctor's literally looking for danger. Hearing the screams of that day, though, Renette decides that she must take the slower path, the path of being left behind. For her, though it's torturous, knowing for the 5 years she'll be away from the Doctor that she'll be safe, she'd rather that than do what the Doctor does. Travel between the years like turning the pages of a book. She wouldn't want to see what this is like from the Doctor's perspective. Suddenly, her angel is not worth the demons, but worth the wait. She then is not really choosing to leave this behind because there's a difference there. She knows she's not forgotten. Those 5 years can be spent without the anxiety of uncertainty. The protection will loom over her like a guardian angel. She's been in his mind and can live there for that time, knowing for sure that she's cared for by him. He's actively preparing to help her, while Jackie sits at home, certain of nothing. Mickey says they've gotta go, but in a tender moment, Rose stays with Renette for a second. She asks if she's okay. There's no jealousy like there was initially with Sarah Jane. Rose gained a perspective from the outside of it all. Renette says she's terrified, but that they both know the Doctor is worth the monsters. Rose is left as Renette returns to France as she reflects on what she must already know but is grappling with. The Doctor and Rose are never going to settle down and get a house together on Metebelis 3. This is his life, and she knows full well he's never going to stop. And while Rose is still very much in love with the Doctor, she's seeing that there's far more to him than she realised. Regeneration, Sarah Jane, and other women. She doesn't stand exactly where she thought she did with him, and it's not that things have changed, but that it was always like this. She just didn't know. Perhaps for Rose, the Doctor is worth the monsters, but maybe not everything else. Should she take this as a warning? We cut back to the night where it all began. We see the little Frenchies running away, all French and stuff, and we get to see what they're running away from. Clockwork droid, tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. We see Renette shouting for the Doctor through the fireplace, but now we hear the response. Nothing but the King telling her no one is coming. She stands up to see behind them 3 clockwork droids telling her that she is complete. Is this the inevitability of all companions of Doctor Who, that when they are complete, they are to die? From the child that first enters the TARDIS, not knowing of the expanses of the universe, to an adult that knows its expanses and knows how much danger there is. All the Frenchies get rounded up into the ballroom, which we see on the ship is the final magic door. The only problem is that the clockwork droids have blocked it off and teleported in. The gang would need a truck to smash it open, but that would break the magic door and mean whoever went through was stuck on the other side. And using the TARDIS here would break the rules of time or something, whatever. In the ballroom, Renette gets to work, stalling, waiting for the Doctor to figure things out. Renette tells the droids to frick off and that they stink of piss, and then that if her nightmares have come for her, then the monster's nightmares will too. The Doctor! They hear a horse neighing the day away and galloping, but from where? They're in a ballroom. This isn't a beach, it's a bathtub. But they all realise and look up. It's the giant mirror, and Arthur smashes through it. Riding him into the crest of the inferno is the Doctor. They said they needed a truck when all they needed was an absolute unit. Pick up, Arthur. Every day when you're neighing down the street and everybody has some wheat and a different horseshoe. But I want, hey, what a wonderful horsey day. The Doctor immediately takes control of the situation and takes off the clockwork droid's mask in a power move. He tells them it's over for them and for him. We pan up to the mirror, now smashed. The Doctor didn't figure anything out. He literally just broke the magic door, leaving himself stranded on the other side. Back on the ship, Rose is frozen in place, just standing there staring at the now broken link with a single tear rolling down her cheek. She's not breaking down. She's just processing what she already had come to terms with through Sarah Jane. The Doctor is not quite who she thought. In France, the clockwork droids try to activate their teleport, but come to find that the link is broken. Like the Doctor, they're stuck. He looks at the clockwork ticking away and asks just how much time is left for them. Their purpose, the reason they were created, is gone. There's simply nothing driving them anymore. And he tells them to accept that. I'm not winding you up. The clockwork droids here quite literally represent time. That's why they're clockwork. This is a story all about how much time affects the Doctor's relationship. So it makes sense to anthropomorphize this, literally making clocks the enemy. Why they chose Renette seems to be just complete chance. Similar to the fate that brought Rose into the Doctor's life originally. Given enough time, he will just meet people that are worthy companions through monsters. Here, the Doctor beats time, though not without sacrifice, as he's stuck here now. But thematically, he's conquered it. All the dread and anxieties felt by him while talking on the Curse of the Time Lords are gone. Maybe that's because he has no choice but to be stuck here. It was taken out of his hands. So now, that certainty of protection felt by Renette over those 5 years is now felt by the both of them. The certainty of each other. The clockwork droids stop ticking away and keel over, shutting down for good. They have no purpose now. On the ship, Mickey wonders how on earth they'll get back home, how the Doctor could return, as Rose just stares up at the sky filled with stars, not knowing that the Doctor is too. 1,000 years apart. Separate but connected perpendicularity. Except even the link is broken. The magic doors are gone. The halfway point that is the stars and the time that separates them is no longer there. They can't travel the years like turning the pages of a book anymore. The Doctor's defeated time. It's now only linear and parallel. We don't pan down through the stars. There is no midway point. There is no connection. Maybe without control over time, though, the Doctor has no purpose. He's a Time Lord, after all, separated from his TARDIS. Maybe he's looking up at the stars, sad that the clockwork droids are now gone. There's no enemies to thwart, no days to save. His purpose went along with them. It's felt most strongly by Rose, and it's obvious why. As soon as time was no longer at his control, their relationship effectively doesn't exist anymore. Without the TARDIS, would he still be with her? The Doctor's stargazing is met with Renette's conversation, saying that she always wished to see them a little closer, but now she knows that with the link broken, it can only be a wish for her and for him. She asks if he knew that saving her meant he would be trapped too. Pretty much. Renette admires that he came nonetheless, to which the Doctor recognises that it was significant, but quickly turns to, catch me doing that again. Like, he obviously partly regrets it. The Doctor's wish to do good is sometimes too strong for his own sake, but I'm not sure he'd have it another way. He regrets it, but he'd do it again. Yet still, there is regret. In a single adventure's time, the Doctor went from being offered control over matter itself to not even having the control over time that he'd gotten so used to. Can we reasonably expect this to be enough for the Doctor? If the temptation of godhood was at all realistic for him. This is why he needs a companion. He needed Sarah Jane to pull him back from that temptation, the allure of power. He needs Rose. He needs the TARDIS. In series 1, Margaret said that the Doctor always moves on because he daren't look back. Here, he'd have all the time in the world to reflect on everything he's ever ran away from. And despite the Doctor's yearning for a normal life, he's probably got more than 3,000 years worth of regret. It's likely why he never stays put. And Renette knows that, but the Doctor assures her he's not going anywhere. Oh, aren't you? Renette takes his hand and leads him to her bedroom, where she reveals the original fireplace from her childhood when she first met the Doctor. She had it moved here to the palace, and she was exact in every detail, in the hope that the door once opened may someday open again, alluding to the moment she crossed paths into the Doctor's mind and saw inside. She knew that if he ever got stuck, he would be left with that regret, the loneliness and pain that she saw. That would only get lonelier once she was gone. Renette asks if it will still work as a magic door, and the Doctor doubts it. But since it was moved, there's a chance that because it's the same fireplace, it will still maintain a physical link. As the Doctor realizes this, though, Renette looks at him. She knew he was going to do this. She had the fireplace moved for this exact purpose, but hearing him refer to his escape as lucky makes it feel like she's a second thought to him, as if without any doubt he'd rather have a life with the monsters. Despite her seeing inside his mind, the allure of romance pulled her in, and she convinced herself she could have a normal life with him on some level. The Doctor tells her to wish him luck, and all she can muster up is a quiet no. She obviously doesn't want him to go. But luck they have, because the link is still there. The fireplace is still a magic door, and after all this time, her guardian angel is returning for her. Not because she's a mystery, and neither is he, but for each other, and there's no compromise. A monster for an angel. The Doctor tells Renette to go pick a star, any star. They can go to it together. She bounds over to the window to look. There's no separation anymore. Time and space are no barrier. The Doctor finds Rose and Mickey and hugs her, saying that he'll explain later as he goes back to get Renette for an adventure. Rose watches him go through the revolving fireplace, and it's a bit more clear what she's seeing now. She's met Sarah Jane, which was a final goodbye, the end of a companionship with the Doctor that challenged her perception of him. Now she's watching the start of one. Maybe despite what the Doctor says, she starts to think she really is just the latest in a long line. On the other side of the fireplace, the Doctor is met with the same room he left, just slightly different. The bed sheets have changed, the pillows are different, and the walls have been painted. The Doctor walks around the palace shouting for Renette, but he's met by her lone king. He too has changed slightly, now wearing a grey wig, one appropriate for having aged. He tells the Doctor that he just missed her. She's on a trip to Paris. The king then realizes who exactly it is, the man that saved them from the creatures that night, and not a single day older. Upon this, the king then walks off to a drawer and takes out a letter, telling the Doctor that she spoke of him many times, past tense. The Doctor's confidence bleeds out in a moment, only left with a gripping attentiveness to the king's words. She wished that he'd visit again, but the king goes to the window and watches a horse-drawn carriage decorated in full black, the colour of mourning that we saw Queen Victoria so deeply entrenched in. There she goes, leaving Versailles for the last time, to her final resting place at only 43. The king extends a wish to hear what she wrote for the Doctor. This is, after all, closest any of us will get to touching the great beyond, the things that people leave behind that are uniquely them. But in the cycle of the Doctor's life we've come to know over the past two stories, he's far too used to this, losing people over and over, but not once does it stop hurting. Sarah Jane said that pain and loss, they define us as much as happiness or love. The intimacy of romance is just as strong as the intimacy of grief. So the Doctor puts the letter into his jacket pocket, and the king understands it's not for him to know. Yet the Doctor will dance. He'll experience the good of intimacy, but never properly deal with the bad, share in it like he did with Renette. So the Doctor quietly leaves as the king watches his love go further and further out of his reach. The king here represents those whose lives the Doctor touches but doesn't stick around for. These are the people caught in his crossfire, unfortunate witnesses to the trauma he leaves behind, but not those who get the splendour that comes with it, the adventures and the stars. He's like Jackie in a way, the only one who's been left behind, sending Rose off with the Doctor, but not knowing if she'll come back. She's celebrated knowing Rose was alive at Christmas. The parallel works till the end. Rose literally travelled through Jackie's life like turning the pages of a book. She was already gone for a year, while it was only a few days for her, and continues to travel through Jackie's life like time has no bearing on her. Yet Rose is not dead. Jackie did not watch her casket leave, but how soon could that happen? For the Doctor and Renette was but mere seconds. To the Doctor, we are both alive and dead. We are all Schrodinger's really cool person. We cut to the Doctor coming back on board the TARDIS where Rose and Mickey are waiting, all in a day's work. Rose asks him, why Renette? Why were the droids after her? But he doesn't know. As he walks across the TARDIS console back home, Rose can tell he's really upset, so she asks if he's alright. He looks up and somewhat convincingly says, I'm always alright, but we know that he's not. He can't be. He's just gotten so good at hiding his true feelings, lest he confront them and accept the barrage of grief and guilt coming his way. Rose and Mickey give him some alone time, and the Doctor checks to see if they're gone, comfortable in his loneliness, before he takes the letter out. My dear Doctor, the path has never seemed more slow, and yet I fear I am nearing its end. Reason tells me that you and I are unlikely to meet again, but I think I shall not listen to reason. I have seen the world inside your head and know that all things are possible. Hurry though, my love. My days grow shorter and I am so very weak. Godspeed, my lonely angel. The Doctor puts the letter back in his jacket pocket, looking to the TARDIS scanner and taking in the fireplace one last time before severing the final link, putting out the fire. The Doctor stands alone as he stares at the screen, all the hope lost and life snuffed out like a breeze through a flame. We zoom out to see the vast expanse of the TARDIS engulfing him in just how empty it is. The Doctor has never looked so alone. The lack of separation between him and Renette was a farce. There'll always be something between him and a mortal. The thing that connected them in the first place, time, was also what tore them apart from each other. There was never any such removal of the compromise. The Doctor may never come without the monsters because there will always be one that follows him, no matter how much control he has over it, and that's time. The clockwork droids were indeed the same as Renette to the Doctor, as without them, he never would have met Renette. Without monsters, he wouldn't have Rose. If he took Brother Lassar's offer, he could control the Scasis paradigm and bring her back, but that would compromise on his morals so much as to make him the monster. Absolute power causes absolute corruption, and although the lack of control gave comfort for a short time as they were stuck on the slow path together, allowing the Doctor the control back only returned him to the familiar cycle. Immediately, he wanted to go to the stars. His choice to run away from his problems and forsake the slow path only manifested the curse of the Time Lords even faster. In between the Doctor and Renette, the center of their separation was always time and space, yet just the existence of him, an impossible man, brave and good, made Renette not want to listen to reason. She knew the monsters were gone and knew that the Doctor doesn't come without them. Yet in all his splendor, he gave her the hope that love may triumph without anything anymore for his love to triumph over. The Doctor is worth the monsters, but is he worth this? The pain and suffering that inevitably comes to the people he loves, and for the torture he puts himself through, believing even just for a second that the slow path may work. Maybe the best thing the Doctor can do for anybody is what Sarah Jane begged from him, to say goodbye and say it properly. We cut to outside the TARDIS as it materializes away, revealing a painting hidden from plain view of Renette Poisson. Outside the ship, we pan across the front, unmasking the final mystery of why the clockwork droids wanted the mistress of France. It's the ship's name, Madame de Pompadour. It was not chance that the Doctor and Renette were brought together. Perhaps too, for Rose, it was meant to be. 9.5 out of 10. The Girl in the Fireplace brought 8.31 million viewers to tears. This is an almost perfect story, barring the weird time play going on with Renette at the beginning. Almost perfect is nothing to scoff at, though, as this story brilliantly and with flair explored the heartache of the Doctor, the curse of the Time Lords, and the people he inevitably, without full intention, leaves behind feeling equally as broken. Just incredible. You may have thought, wow, this episode looked amazing. It did, didn't it? Well, this was a very expensive episode, where a lot of the budget went to making the revolving fireplace, and almost all of it went into a single action piece. Stephen Moffat was phoned by Julie Gardner and was told that it just wasn't feasible for Arthur and the Doctor to smash through a mirror onto the floor of a fancy ballroom. It would simply cost too much. Stephen Moffat promptly cried and threw a fit. At least he admits it. Luckily, painstaking planning went into making it possible, and might I say, looking incredibly convincing. David Tennant, on top of Arthur, did not once step foot into the ballroom. Instead, it was done partially with green screen and snipping, and then matched perfectly with the plate. Euros Lyn had his work cut out for him, but he managed it, and I think so far, this is the best directed episode of the revival.
Delete that drunk text I sent to Karen last night.
TARDIS attack. Doctor, I need saving. It was labelled police box as well. They don't know about Doctor Who. Actually, that's kind of sad for them. The Cybermen are iconic monsters from Doctor Who that span every era of the show. Ever since I first saw them, I've been a big fan of the original Cybermen from Mondas. The first Doctor came face to face with them on his last adventure, and I think one of his best. The Mondasian Cybermen are beautifully creepy and represented society's newfound fear of organ transplants and increasingly sophisticated corrective surgery. The fear was that we were changing what it meant to be human. Our internal organs were seen as part of us akin to a soul, something that God had placed, and therefore should not be tampered with. The Mondasian Cybermen were then a hyperbolic representation of the fear of transplants and augmentation. At the time, the question being, when does it stop? If we can fit pacemakers, then why not voice boxes, ultrasonic hearing, and machines that breathe for us to make us stronger? Well, we have all those things now inside some advanced way. Electrolarynxes, hearing aids, and oxygen concentrators. None of these things made us inhuman or even close. They just help people who need it. For some disabled people, they become independent for the first time in their lives. The fear then was irrational, at least with what they were scared of in 1966, and informed by religious and ableist bigotry. But that doesn't stop the Mondasian Cybermen and those thereafter being an iconic design and a great villain that evolves with the times to represent our fears for humanity. But before we get more into the episode, there's something I'd like to address. This story features a disabled villain. And while this is not at all inherently a bad thing, there is a history of this across media. Typically, what makes this a problem is that the bad guy's disability is often the primary source for their villainy. And this informs people's negative stereotypes of disabled people as in some way inhuman, as if their experience of the world is somehow incomplete, and therefore they'll want to seek retribution for that. However, upon a lot of reflection, I've come to the realization that I don't actually think this villain is particularly ableist. There's certainly undertones of that, but what causes their disability is the fact that they're dying. A great majority of us will need a walking stick, a frame, some form of mobility aid as we get older. And whilst our villain slowly becomes one with machine as his disabilities worsen due to ill health, his motivations are never strictly informed by his experience with his mobility aid or breathing apparatus. These things to him only remind him of his mortality, not of his restriction to any image of disability, and in fact, he clings on to his chair in the end. Though my view of this is inherently less valuable than anybody who uses a mobility aid or breathing apparatus, because I have no experience with this. I don't live that life. I don't want to tell anybody what to think. I don't have any first-hand wisdom that can inform a view on this. If you would like to share your opinion, I'll add it to the pinned comment. I want to hear it. What is less controversial about this episode is that I love Mickey. In some ways, I think Mickey is the heart of the show. Whereas at the start of Series 1, he was endearing because of his cowardice, masked by a fake macho bravado, Mickey slowly grows to become more brave and in his own way stand up for himself and his feelings in Series 2. He's very vulnerable with Rose, which she doesn't always fully appreciate. And while he isn't the best boyfriend at all, Mickey has a good heart, which he protects with a barrier of masculinity he doesn't quite identify with yet. Mickey jumps around the spaceship in the last episode, ducking and diving like he's in an action video game, and then gets spooked by a camera. I feel like he doesn't quite live up to the image he has of himself in his own head. I know many guys can relate to that, and while loads of us go on to express our masculinity in ways that aren't traditional, a lot of guys still want to live up to that action hero status, for better or for worse. So, which is it for Mickey? Or will he finally go his own way? We start the episode with a very Frankenstein opening. We're in a very dirty, cluttered lab, like this isn't exactly above board, as we pan across to see a scientist activate an experiment. The thing jolts to life, and although we can barely see it, it's a distinct humanoid shape. The scientist declares that it's working, though a man in a wheelchair from the shadows pulls into view to correct it in a very over-the-top villain voice.
Working? That would apply only to machines.
This thing,
it's alive!
Villain guy, Mr. Loomis, celebrates, but scientist man wants to report the experiment to Geneva for approval.
And how will you do that from beyond the grave?
Get electrocuted, nerd. Teaches you for paying attention in science class, stupid nerd. Quote the Geneva Convention to me again, Geneva nerd. This intro incredibly neatly sets up that in this story, the great beyond we've been thematically exploring is going to be brute forced through technology. When our reflections on death are often philosophical, reaching on spiritual and religious, what if they were to become cold, calculated, and robotic? After the title sequence, we're in the TARDIS as Rose and the Doctor joke around, with Mickey just smiling away, trying to be part of things, but they're just way too into themselves to really involve him. Mickey's been standing there for 30 minutes pushing a button because the Doctor was having too much fun without him to tell him he could stop pushing it 29 minutes ago. Though, Karma is swift. As the TARDIS blows up, boom! They fall through a void into nothingness, and the TARDIS is quite literally dead. All due to the Doctor and Rose ignoring Mickey. But still, there's no, oh my god, this is all our fault. They were smug at how silly it made Mickey look, without recognizing that it was something that made them look worse. In a single moment, this typifies the gang's dynamic, with Mickey as a fundamental outsider to Rose and the Doctor. Their relationship is not only inevitably self-destructive, but outwardly toxic, as even close friends and family, when in their orbit, are relegated due to just how infatuated predicted the Doctor and Rose are with each other. Luckily, the void they've fallen into looks awfully like present-day London, so the BBC doesn't have to invest in another set. Thankfully, this world does have the Zeppelins we all know and love London for. Imagine if we kissed under the Harry Styles London Zeppelin. That would be so romantic. Mickey then realizes they must be in a parallel world. I love a parallel world story. It's a trope that every TV show eventually does, and they do it exactly the same. You walk around pointing out the differences. Through that, we recognise the absurdity of our own world. We come to appreciate things more, and then end the episode with someone thinking about staying. It's a time-honoured tradition for a reason. It's fun, but not for Rose, because her dad in this universe is not dead. Well, that sounds good, but it's probably not fun. We don't play games with kids called Try to Resurrect a Dead Relative for a reason. The Doctor tries to pull her back in, reminding her that it's not her dad. Her Pete died saving the world, but understandably, Rose can't just let it go. We saw just how deeply Queen Victoria was affected by not being able to reach the great beyond. But now, because the TARDIS has accidentally gone further than ever before, Rose literally has a second chance with her dad in a figurative afterlife. She's been provided the consolation that Queen Victoria yearned for her whole life, then some. This version of Pete is a success. All his schemes worked out, and therefore the mundane life she led with no passion for it, coloured by her working class background that only the TARDIS avoided escape from, could be gone. The father figure that was never there for her could finally provide. While it manifested differently, Pete's adventurous spirit with all his out there plans has influenced Rose. So much so that her personality and enduring curiosity had been shaped perfectly for TARDIS life. Would she trade the Doctor and the TARDIS in for a second chance with her dad, though? The Doctor steps in to stop the fantasy. That's not her dad. He might have his own Rose, his own Jackie. She stands there despondent. It's like the Doctor is trying to take this away from her, but for all we know, maybe he's right to. Cut to flipping James Bond's house and a cool guy's car pulling in with the license plate of Pete #1. Yeah, that's my car. How do you know? He's actually #2, but that's kind of a character flaw. Basically, he hasn't watched Series 1, Episode 8, Father's Day. You should watch it, Pete. You'd like it. He gets out of the car looking dapper as hell and walks into his mansion with flowers, which turn out to be for Jackie #2. Characteristically, she's not happy about something and immediately starts an argument. The decorations for her birthday say happy 40th. It's right, but I don't want the whole world telling, do I? Jackie then starts shouting for Rose. The Doctor was right. Then Jackie points out that Pete didn't even notice her new earpods. Special delivery from Mr. Lumic. Oh god, oh. She says that they can pick up signals from Venezuela. So when Pete #2 points out that why do you need to do that? Jackie gets defensive. Like, why not, man? We know that Mr. Lumic is evil! And he sent these earpods specifically to Jackie, telling her about how technologically great they are. Tech billionaires will sell us the latest upgrade for whatever arbitrary number has been increased, to the point that most of these changes aren't something that 99% of the user base would ever really notice. Think of that friend that buys the latest iPhone at every release. However, we know that through these devices and updates, that collecting our data becomes easier and easier. Adaptive brightness on iPhones are specifically coded to track your eyes so as to know when to increase brightness, but also to gauge how long you look at something. For example, an advert. Advertisers and data brokers continually improve at their craft, but not in the ways we traditionally think. It's not just about selling us something. It's points of data ready to be mined. Our lives are the product. But so long as the specifications keep going up, and the convenience we've gotten used to continues, a lot of us don't ask questions. Like, why would we want to pick up signals from Venezuela? Could it be that it's the cheapest place to store our data? You may be thinking that I'm analysing this way too deep for an episode that came out in 2006, where the iPhone wasn't even a thing. But great writing is sometimes almost prophetic in its art, and it's hard not to see the parallel between this exploration of technology and its integration into our lives, especially when they're calling them earpods years before we did. Also, Rose is a dog in this universe. That's a win. Cute each time. Pete then gets a call on his earpods. It's Mr. Lumic. God, oh, Pete's working for him. Turns out his dodgy ways from Pete 1 is still there, even when he's successful. Mr. Lumic says that the President of Britain, because this is a parallel world, has promised to make a decision on his experiment, meaning that he wasn't sure with Geneva, but the President, nah, that's fine. We then find out why Mr. Lumic sent Jackie some earpods personally. He initiates an override, and her earpods link together, mirroring the look of something. He then starts downloading information from her brain, literally data mining. The house layout, the security, the lot. He's got plans for Jackie's 39th. Mr. Lumic then calls one of his goons to recruit more people for his cause. I'm sure he just wants to give them free tea and crumpets in the Harry Styles London Zeppelin. Back on the TARDIS, and Mickey comes in to see the Doctor incredibly frustrated. The Doctor told him to stay outside and make sure Rose didn't go off anywhere, but he's not really considering Mickey at all. Almost like his presence is taken for granted. He's only at the service of others. So Mickey calls it out. He's a person too. There might be things out there for him, and he has a family, right? But the Doctor's priorities are clear. The first thing he said about Mickey joining the TARDIS team was that he could do with a laugh, not an extra full human being on board. He says that he can't worry about everything in a really dismissive tone. His frustrations come out though, and he kicks the TARDIS. Did that help? Yes. Did that hurt? Yes. It's strange and small, but there really is a tenderness between the Doctor and Mickey in a way that their masculinity isn't guarded around each other. The Doctor doesn't have to pretend it didn't hurt because Mickey might make fun of him for it. Like when Mickey just straight up admitted that he wouldn't be able to handle TARDIS life in series 1. Outside, Rose is just walking around like she's in a music video watching the river all sad. We all did this on a car journey when it was raining, don't lie. But up above, a massive Zeppelin flies over her sporting a logo. That's from the start of the episode. Rose then gets a notification on her phone. She's connected to the Cybers network, a completely free trial that's immediately opted into. It's convenient, right? It's that way for a reason. It puts us at ease and relaxes us with a no-stress solution, to the point that here we don't even make a choice. Even convenience is convenient, like an earpod already in our ear. But if a product sounds too good to be true, then it's likely you're the product. Rose gets a newsfeed on her phone about Mr. Lumic denying ill health, which is convenient for him, right? The Cybers network flogs propaganda about the owner's health, who's on a breathing machine and confined to a wheelchair because of said ill health.
We're all flesh and blood, but the brain is what makes us human.
Which is again a convenient line of thinking for Mr. Lumic, who's invented a metal exoskeleton that welds to the brain with devices that make
a body that will never age or die.
Of course he would put emphasis on the brain, if that seems to be one of the only things left. Rose presses off the feed as news of the
Torchwood Institute
starts rolling in. Torchwood is a representation of the Doctor and Rose's consequences, and as of right now, they're trapped in a parallel world because of their own doing. On board the TARDIS, the Doctor explains that it's dead because it gets its energy only from our universe. But then, the Doctor notices something. There's a light still on in the TARDIS. A singular one. But that's power! Cut to a random scrapyard, where a bunch of unhoused people are warming themselves up around a fire. But in comes the Lumic goon to offer them free food from the back of a lorry. But a spy guy in a cool leather jacket tells one of them not to go. It's too good to be true. And it is, right? Free food? Since when did billionaires care about unhoused people? They're not likely to buy the latest iPhone. It's obvious in comparison. If someone was offering you all-you-can-eat free food, you'd think there was a catch. The convenience of a phone that you've bought lulls you into the sense that once you've bought the product, that's where the exchange ends. But it never does. You are the product. Spy Guy says that Lumic's taking them away for experiments, and he's right, as the temptation of an easy solution becomes all too much. Screams come from the lorry as the unhoused man tries to get away, but it's too late. He's product. The unhoused people being referred to as experiments for this technology very much evokes the idea of how tech companies experiment with us. Do you remember when everyone freaked out because Snapchat could track your location exactly? Well, no one cares anymore. In fact, we lead ourselves to believe that it's solely for our own safety, or just don't care about the devil in the details. These companies push our limits until they slowly break, and we do the job for them by convincing ourselves that it's a good thing. The more they experiment, the more we become a product. On the TARDIS, the Doctor finds the power cell emitting the light and uses up some of his energy to breathe life into it, meaning in 24 hours it will be ready. They've got a day to go bonkers on Earth number 2. Outside, Rose searches up her dad, and her reaction is quite laboured. The Doctor and Mickey catch up with her, and Rose lets it out. In this universe, she was never born. Jackie and Pete got married, got rich, but didn't have her. On one hand, there's space for her to slot into with her dad, but the problem is she doesn't feel wanted. As if this is a thesis statement on Rose's character, saying that she's fundamentally working class and only works under that lens. In the story, the open slot is just an indicator to her that she was the problem, thinking somehow her existence kept Pete a failure. Pete number 1 quickly chose to accept Rose as his daughter. The question here being, is Pete number 2 too different to feel the same way? Is Rose, as a working class girl, othered? Rose gets up and tells the Doctor that she's gotta go see him, and the Doctor goes feral. No, you can't, it's bad, it stinks, it's not good, it's smelling. He looks to Mickey for backup, but he's got his own ideas. He's played third wheel, he's not tagging along helping them with their problems. The Doctor is left in the middle as both Rose and Mickey walk walk away. Mickey says he's got stuff to see, things the Doctor wouldn't realise because he doesn't know the first thing about him. It's true. If he bothered to learn, it'd humanize him more, and you'd hope he would treat Mickey better for it. But Mickey points out that it's all about Rose to the Doctor, and he's just a spare part. A big fun fact, this story is actually based off the Big Finish audio called Spare Parts. It's funny, as the text becomes the meta text here. We don't know much about Mickey, basically only as much as the Doctor does, because the story has focused heavily on Rose. Here, Mickey says that if his character got more screen time, we'd care more. Perhaps to properly empathize with Mickey, in order for him not to be a spare part, we must get to know him more deeply. The Doctor tells Mickey to be back in 24 hours, and making his own choices, stamping himself on this adventure. If I haven't found something better. Finally, Mickey is standing up for himself and taking his long-term feelings into account. In Series 1's Boomtown, he said that he felt like he would wait forever for Rose, but by the end of that year, he was helping her open the heart of the TARDIS to send her back into the Doctor's arms. He's got a big heart, so he put Rose first. But with how dismissive she was of his life, he's been a spare part for Rose for a really long time. Here though, Mickey is making them the spare part, deciding for himself what he wants. There's potential to find something better, which by this point wouldn't be hard, as he takes the same initiative Rose took with her life when she left in the TARDIS originally. It hurt to leave people behind. Sometimes it's for the best. We cut to Pete waiting for the President to board Mr. Lumix Zeppelin and get an opinion on the experiment. The President is surprised to see him, but Pete says it's because Cybus Industries bought up his Vitex company, the health drink he was selling on the advertiser board. The President says that some people say Cybus Industries bought up his government, and that he's tried Pete's health drink and it was like pop. Pete says that it is pop. You've made money by selling a health food drink to a sick world. Not quite the ordinary Joe you appear to be, are you? Pete sells pop and markets it as healthy, something that they aren't. The fact that their health drink wasn't making you healthy would assure some people that they only need to drink more of it, only making them unhealthier, pushing them further into the target demographic of the product in the first place. Just because the motivations of companies seem to be making a more convenient and streamlined product doesn't mean they are, no matter the image they give off. Healthy skepticism and intellectualism is needed to be able to engage with the motivations of things, as just understanding what's on the surface doesn't really tell you much. There's barely anything that is literally just what it literally is. But companies want you to think that way. It keeps you easily suggestible for what they want, though. The idea that people think Cybus Industries has bought the President's government is the real nail in the coffin. These companies want information about you, data, because it helps them secure more power to keep being able to do what they want to do, make profit. Data mining now is a key point in winning elections. They want to know exactly what issues keep you on that phone the longest, and which ideas engage you the most, specifically what gets you angry. Many algorithms are now built to serve you whatever keeps you angry, because it's the emotion most associated with engagement. Money is a political tool, and companies will wield it maliciously in order to make them more of it. Why do you think you see so much climate change denial, despite that being a clear anti-intellectual talking point filled to the brim with nonsense that's demonstrably disprovable? Oil companies like money. Oil companies pay government representatives to play down the climate crisis. Companies want you to not engage in things critically, because then you would reject a lot of the conveniences they shill to you. Oil companies want you to be so critically illiterate you believe the first thing they tell you. Health drinks need you to be unhealthy. Cut to Mickey, who's gone walkabouts and stumbles into militaristic fascism, as there's a curfew enforced by the military here. Mickey, confused, asks, "There's a curfew?" And the guard replies, "Of course there is. Where you been living, mate? Up there with the toffs." The curfew was likely enforced by Cybus Industries, wielding their political power, so the guard's words are choice. Of course there's a curfew. He sounds like he barely questions it. There's no good reason to doubt why they have a curfew, they just do. Though, there's a perfectly good reason to question the curfew that he immediately follows up with. The toffs, people so rich they can buy as much toffee as they want, the Zeppelin elite, don't seem to have a curfew. If the rules don't apply to people based on arbitrary wealth distribution, then that's obviously a problem, as the rich literally have more rights than the poor, making them legally more of a human being. It seems like the rich don't like being controlled through money and power. How convenient! Like how I'm sure billionaires turn off the location tracking on their phones because they fear for their safety, yet will sell the feature to their customers. Cut to Rose and the Doctor walking across London, not Cardiff, as they talk about Mickey. When he was a kid, his mum couldn't handle it, and his dad left. so he was brought up by his gran, who used to slap him, which Rose laughs at because Doctor Who can't get past the idea that violence against men is funny. Though, even Mickey's gran left him behind, as she tripped on the carpet on the stairs and fell down, sadly passing away. Maybe that's why Mickey never moved on from Rose despite her leaving his life for a year, and then months on end thereafter. He's led a life so used to being left behind by people that he craves, finally, for someone to come back. With this information, School Reunion becomes a reflection on Mickey as well. All this time, it was a possibility that Rose might return, but we know she wouldn't, which is why it's so great to see Mickey finally making his own way. The Doctor says, "I never knew," in an apologetic tone, as if Mickey being hard done by makes him uniquely worth consideration, rather than that the Doctor should treat him nicely anyway. Rose picks up on the tone, and recognizing that she would be playing a part in this, says, "You never asked." It sounds like a blame game, right? Neither want to take responsibility for it. Rose says that's just Mickey. They take him for granted. Him going off on his own has them realizing that he might be unsafe, and oh, Mickey's a full human being, isn't he? He's literally the backdrop of this conversation too, though, as it's more about who's in the wrong for not treating him right, rather than him deserving better. He's at the back of their mind even when talking about him. The conversation is interrupted, though, through an alert. Everybody with an earpod, which is conveniently everybody, grinds to a halt as they stand there motionless. There's an automatic news update. News, international news, sport, weather. They're downloading it into their mind, and it's all through Cybermen Industries. The newsflash ends with a joke, as all the people laugh and then go about their day as if nothing just happened. Especially in the 2000s, people walking around with earphones and headphones slowly became normal, whereas before it was seen as very rude, irregular, and antisocial out in public. We all become used to things that at first seem odd. It's like trusting your phone for the first time as a sat-nav, where before you'd use a map. You now trust a service with your exact location through unsecure wireless network, because ease of use inevitably wins out. And sometimes we accept these things because the creators of them seem fun. They add things like a joke at the end as it makes them seem unthreatening. They couldn't be harvesting your data in order to keep you trapped in a mindless scroll. They just did a silly meme on Instagram. They're harmless. Yes. I love smoking meat. Cut to Mickey, who's knocking on some random door. An old lady answers, and when Mickey says hi, she stops in wonderment. It's Mickey's gran, and she's still alive in this universe. She grabs him and celebrates. Ricky! In this universe, Mickey literally is Ricky. Instead of being upset, Mickey doesn't care that his name's now the Doctor's joke. The name has just been redefined. His gran says that she was worried he'd disappeared. There's nothing on the news download, but there's certainly something going on. We know there is. This highlights why companies having this much power over our lives for the sake of convenience is such a problem. If maneuvered right, they can control the flow of information getting to us. Of course, Cybermen Industries isn't reporting on the unhoused people going missing. They're the one taking them. Though, behind his gran, Mickey notices a bit of the carpet cut up, the bit she tripped on in his universe. He says she needs to get it fixed, and she says that he should do it. Mickey agrees. Should have done. It's easy to blame ourselves for small mistakes, creating big problems. But how should we know the future? Gran even plays it down, saying she never said he was useless. But Mickey has a permanent path for redemption, so he says that he's got all the time in the world for her. But Gran worries about his friends driving all helter-skelter in that van. Cue that van! Spy Guy jumps out from it and hauls Mickey in as it speeds off, driven by a Mrs. Moore, leaving Mickey's gran confused. Spy Guy tells him it's Mickey's rule not to contact family to keep them safe. Mickey just goes along with it all as Spy Guy, now Jake, and Mrs. Moore tells him what Cybermen Industries is up to. But Mickey struggles to keep his cool when he finds out in this universe he's London's most wanted. Up on board Mr. Lumix Zeppelin, the president is receiving a pitch to upgrade people to immortality for a metal exoskeleton, cradling the brain in chemicals that will sustain it indefinitely. It's labelled as our greatest step into cyberspace. But we're not exactly sure on what this immortality entails. At the start of the episode, the experiment obeyed Mr. Lumix's instruction
to kill Geneva Nerd.
Presumably, the greatest step into cyberspace comes with obeying its creator, an even more damning indictment on the control companies try to wield with things labelled as progress. The president isn't happy though, and partway through stops the presentation. The answer is no. Mr. Lumic makes a personal plea that he's dying without the president's permission for his experiment and is essentially condemned. The problem here being that it's the way he's going about it. This isn't about helping the sick. This is a way for Mr. Lumic to control people for even longer. The fact that the chemicals used to cradle the brain of copywriters signals that it's a business move, a power fantasy with ulterior motive, rather than a medical advancement. Through immortality, we know that this would be condemning the upgraded people to the curse of the Time Lords. On its face, there's nothing wrong with extending life through unnatural means. We do it all the time. Modern medicine and surgery are great things. But Mr. Lumic has already created a successful experiment, yet hasn't upgraded himself. Mr. Lumic is rich beyond anybody's wildest dreams. He could already be enjoying his immortality in private, yet he wants this for others first. Like the curfew, it's one rule for him and another for everyone else. It rather seems like these upgraded people would certify it as a new race, and with Mr. Lumic's copyrighted control over what creates them, this would be him playing God, something that the president calls out before leaving. Cracking the Scasis paradigm promised a similar result for the Doctor, being called a Godmaker. And here we can see how not accepting reality, no matter how dire, can lead to selfishness, especially when wielded by the wrong person. Absolute power causes absolute corruption. Mr. Lumic sends Pete out and talks to his goon, who through the experiments has complete control of the unhoused people through the earpods. Mr. Lumic tells him to start the upgrade process, as he's governed by greater laws, the right of a man to survive. I will get you, Batman! Fascism villainizes sections of the population, worth disdain for not falling in line with traditionalism. Here, the unhoused people are examples of the system failing, so they're eradicated or changed. They fall in line or don't exist at all. I'm sure the copyrighted chemicals that cradle their brain will do real good, conveniently making them obey Mr. Lumic uncritically. It's a move for power. Free thinking can lead to critical thinking, and that can be fashioned into art, which fascism relies on the suppression of, as it speaks more honest and free truth than whatever the fascistic power structures want you to believe is for your own good. Fascist governments throughout history all have a target group, the population they blame for the problems, so people don't question the government and the structures they employ, they blame it on the group. Large portions of the population under control of those governments don't question the discrimination. They either don't critically engage with the topic or tackle it with an unintellectual mindset. They've been lulled into passivity through order. Now these unhoused people who don't fall in line with the traditional image of England, all struggling and not middle class, made an example of because that's how little Mr. Lumic cares about them. To him, they only represent a means for power. Over with Mickey and his gang, they arrive at their base and see that a light's on. They think they've been infiltrated, so they go investigate. It's funny, as Mickey follows behind them a little goofily now. He's a part of an actual operation that might really need him to do front flips into roles. They discover at the base the real Ricky. It's Jova. Mickey's been busted. Over at Pete's house, the birthday celebrations for Jackie have begun as the Doctor and Rose watch people pour in. The Doctor's changed his tune quite a bit from, there's no reason to be here. He's not even your dad. He's dead. He's dead. What the fuck are you do? I want to check this all out because your parallel version dad has a sussy guest list. How does he even know what the guest list is? They end up deciding to use the psychic paper to get inside, and the paper says, you are now servants. The Doctor says Lucy, his servant girlfriend, yet another girl, just can't stop this weapon, told him that guy is the president. So the Doctor didn't know that the president was coming, or he didn't know what he looked like. Does the Doctor actually know what the guest list is? Or did he just make that up? While they're serving, and they are serving, Pete starts to give a speech. He thanks everyone for coming, as Rose just looks at him blankly, taking it all in. He's not doing anything extra special, he's just talking to his guests. But all Rose can see is her dad. When he introduces Jackie, it's even more complicated. There's literally a ready-made slot for her to fit right into where she thinks she belongs. When the speech ends, Rose recognizes that her real mum's alone at home and she loves her. She could never do this to her. The Doctor laments, though, that for all these differences, there's two worlds and neither of them get it right. A whole Tyler family together. That's when Rose the dog comes bounding over and the Doctor has to apologise for laughing too hard. It's a cute dog, though, it's not too... not too bad. Over at the main Cyber Industries factory, Mr. Lumic's goon is overseeing the experiments. They finished their upgrade. Their appearance is blurred, and we don't quite see what they've been turned into. But as they walk, they sound like mechanical pistons and steam presses. Ironic, as they walk out of the factory, still make the noise of one. They've literally become a product. It's akin to the capitalist critique of I buy, therefore I am, where we stake our identity in the products we own and are seen with. Almost like we willingly walk around as adverts for companies, and our next step is assimilating into them, becoming one with the red iPhone. Over at the base, Jake's scanning Mickey's penis for spy equipment. That's where I put the secret mic. Touch it and you get cooties. Ricky starts interrogating Mickey, but of course Mickey's just a silly little guy. He finds out nothing suspicious. The funny thing is, Ricky's really serious and confident, the opposite of Mickey, almost like a what if. But Mickey asks them what they even do, and Ricky says they're preachers. Gospel truth. No earbuds, no Cyber Industries, and therefore they've got freedom, baby. The strange thing is, breaking out of these systems of power can sometimes be very simple. Stop using them and refuse to give companies money you don't appreciate. The phrase that there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, your money in a roundabout way almost always contributes to something bad, is true, but it can also be an easy justification for supporting things you know do harm. What if we all stopped buying from Apple and unsubscribed from news channels that broadcast with clear bias? These things would die out. It's just really hard to reject convenience. So even though Ricky's gang seems a bit silly, they're actually a bit more cool and radical than I think most people would like to comfortably admit. Ricky even takes it one step further and says that he's gonna take down Mr. Lumic. So he's not all talk, he's an activist, which is probably the coolest thing you can be unless you're a Tory. Oh, you're a Meninist. Get a fucking grip. Though Mrs. Moore updates them. A new message from Gemini, their guy on the inside. No, Mr. Lumic's making his move. So they pack up and go with Mickey, keeping it strapped. Okay, it's your turn, you shoot me. Idiot. Over at Jackie's party, the Doctor goes... Jesus Christ, you could have warned me. We're on timeout, man. The Doctor goes walkabouts and sees a Cyber Industries laptop in one of the rooms, so he goes snooping. He decides he's going to follow in Mickey's footsteps and do a hack. In the main room, Rose is watching Jackie when a familiar voice comes up from behind her. It's Pete. He talks about Jackie's previous birthdays, their marriage, never having kids, and insists that Jackie is definitely 39 today. Though the picturesque image of their marriage and rich home life isn't all perfect, as Pete tells Rose that he moved out last month. They're separated. The slot she could have filled would now be a fractured one. Rose gets a slight look into what that world would look like, and Pete 2 does the exact same thing Pete 1 did when they met her. I realise there's something about her that's familiar. Feels right. But Pete has no reason to dwell on this. Rose is just a random servant girl to him. So he leaves the conversation to talk to another guy about Torchwood! What will be the consequences from meeting this Pete. For just a moment, we see the Doctor access Mr. Lumic's presentation for the metal exoskeleton. Go Velma. Yeah, go Velma. We cut to Jackie on a porch on the opposite side of the house, thinking about all the would-have-beens with Pete when Rose goes out to ask her if she needs anything. Jackie, like Pete, seems open to talking, and they have a nice conversation where they bond a little over Pete and tea. It's not as if Rose is actually going to take the decision to leave her real mum behind, but she's literally getting to explore a would-have-been. It says more about what Rose wishes she could have had, rather than what she's really going to do. And there's something quintessentially Jackie in this conversation, as her personal touch and emotional honesty shines through, but her bitterness and sharp tongue is also far more cutting. Perhaps a person like Jackie would always become this way in immense privilege. Maybe she needed struggle to have a little humility, as when Rose steps 1 foot out of line, saying that Pete might be worth a second chance, she comes down on Rose from a very high and mighty point of view. The working class nature that typifies the London found family is gone from her. She looks down on Rose from above as just a serving girl. As a woman from the establishment, a toff. Rose is nothing but a bill not to be paid. A working class woman like Rose is just a product, like how Mr. Lumic sees his customers. That's why it's this exact moment when the experiments are made clear to Rose as a massive floodlight illuminates Lumic's target. She can't quite see them through the glare, but the Doctor knows all too well what they are when he sees a familiar handlebar design. Rose and the Doctor run to the main party room to look outside. It's happening again. His old foe is back in a big way. Cybermen. All of a sudden they come crashing through the windows, smashing the glass with no trouble at all, just stepping through like an unstoppable force without an immovable object. Not Geneva, not the president, not human consent. We will then become one with the product. The Cybermen surround the guests. It feels like there must be 20 ready to pounce, but with all the control only when Mr. Lumic says so.
I suppose a remark about crashing the party would be appropriate at this point, sir.
He's literally a laughing Scooby-Doo villain. The president says he forbade this. Forbade? Forbade? For better or for worse, I do. Mr. Lumic says that the Cybermen are his children and he cannot be denied his family. Maybe Rose too is looking at hers here as if they were a product. This is where we learn the true horror of the Cybermen, along with all the body parts not needed. Emotions too were removed. It strips them of anything sentimental and unique in their personhood. The president asks who these people were. Mr. Lumic responds that it doesn't matter. The scapegoat for fascism is always arbitrary. It's whoever functions best as an object of scorn. The Doctor explains that they were people. Everything that made them is gone. Their humanity stripped away, contorted to a metal shell. These people were not all the same height. Now they are. Their bones cracked and twisted, with their brains cradled in fascistic capitalism, the copyrighted chemicals. If they could sentiently realize what they've been contorted into, well, that's a horror only they could know. And that's why their emotions have to be taken. Which is why when the president demands to know who these experiments once were, Mr. Lumic replies that they were
homeless and wretched and useless.
These people must be devalued and made examples of in fascism. As they're an example of the system failing, they're unhoused, so there must be something wrong with them. When really all it is that they weren't rich enough to afford earpods. They couldn't fall in line, so Mr. Lumic did it for them.
Until I saved them and elevated them and give them life eternal.
They're both a scapegoat and the only way the system works. They're forced to work for Mr. Lumic, but also they're only good to him because they're no longer who they were. Then Mr. Lumic literally signs off, leaving the party with the Cybermen. The Cybermen announce themselves as the next level of mankind.
Every citizen will receive a free upgrade.
That free trial Rose got that she didn't opt into, well, now it's compulsory, and it's not a trial, it's an induction. These seemingly harmless things inevitably snowball into something bigger, more outrageous stunts that people just get used to.
Upgrading is compulsory.
Rise up, Clippy Army! The president asks what happens if he refuses the upgrade, then as if you were code.
You will be deleted.
The president is zapped with bolts of electricity. The party goes bananas, like they're being chased by piranhas. I'm itching to write a terrible rap, but we've got to move on. Slip into pajamas, get my groove on. In this joint, Cyberman, I refuse one. Betty Hannah's a point I see, I can't fuse, son. I'm not a clank or a madman, I'm in. While I was rapping, a whole bunch of people got deleted, and the Doctor and Rose had to dip, even though she wanted to go back in to save her mum. The Doctor said that she's not her mother, but she's a human being, Doctor. You care about those, right? I know that the others are just a bunch of extras, and they can't even talk, so they don't actually count, but the Doctor doesn't know that. And then the Doctor's made to look really stupid as he runs headfirst into Cybermen, and then he realizes when they're like 10 feet away, making the dunsh, dunsh, dunsh. Is this Doctor really short-sighted? Is that why he put those glasses on? He is somehow still in the main room though, and jumps out just as the Doctor and Rose double back. But inside, Jackie is getting stalked by a Cyberman as we're left to wonder about her fate. The Doctor asks Pete how to get out, so they start running for it, but it happens again. Dunsh, dunsh, dunsh. They run straight into a horizontal line of Cybermen. There's literally no way he could have missed them. Are Pete and Rose short-sighted too? Though off in the distance they hear Ricky. No, it's Mickey. Wait, no, that is actually Ricky this time. He screams at them to get behind him as he and Jake unload leaded hell on the Cybermen. It doesn't work. Both because violence is wrong, but also because every single villain is bulletproof in the show. Rose is like, oh my god, Mickey, look at you, all confident and different and stuff, and hugs him. But Ricky is like, ooh, girls have cooties, get off me. Luckily, Wee Cooties Haver is here. Mickey's arrived. The gang just kind of talk while they let the Cybermen surround them, never running in the direction that Ricky and Jake just came from. I suppose they can't see 10 feet in front of them either. There's no way of telling it's safe. It's also kind of more important to update the audience on the Mickey-Ricky situation. Newsflash, they're still there. Pay attention, guys. The Doctor realizes the jig is up. We need a good cliffhanger. So the Doctor surrenders, but because their silly hijinks levels went over the legal limit, they are rogue elements. The episode ends with them surrounded by metal, unfeeling killing machines under the threat of death. Rise of the Cybermen, upon broadcast in the UK, was flip-phoned at by 9.22 million viewers. I will rate this two-part story at its conclusion. It's really cool to see the Cybermen in the revival, especially considering that it was their 40th anniversary, meaning that Jackie wasn't the only birthday girl. While the Cybermen are really cool, to me, the most impressive part of this episode is Cybus Industries. It's kind of insane how well the writing prophesies the future of technology, the convenience that slowly sedates us to some of its more insidious purposes. We nearly had the Tesla tech bro of all time in the White House. But the fact that I can blanketly graft on an interpretation from 2025, 20 years later, to a commentary about technology is just mind-boggling, especially with how easy it reads. Its criticisms of tech are still relevant. In fact, even more so, as Western governments give rise to fascism and suppress knowledge through the internet with things like the Online Safety Act, pushing people into conservative rabbit holes and into traditionalism and nationalism.
You will be upgraded if you subscribe.
With an incredibly gripping cliffhanger. How the flipperton will our heroes get out of this one? The Doctor shoots a Cyberman with a piece of the TARDIS he took, and the energy jumps from one Cyberman to the other, killing them all and removing the threat of the cliffhanger within 2 seconds. Anyway, Mrs. Moore's here now, back from her nap. It's quite an anticlimactic resolution, though Pete wants to go back inside, but the Doctor convinces him that anybody still in there is dead. If that was a real Jackie, do you think the Doctor would just let her die? Turns out, Jackie isn't even dead. That L for the Doctor. You wanna be a loser like Jake is pissed at Pete because he works for Cybus Industries. Turns out he's Ricky's gang's inside man. He's been feeding them all the intel they've been working from. Pete isn't evil! Pete's just scamming people with health drinks. We all do it. Pete feels let down. He thought he was getting MI5. But Ricky's really awesome because he's badass. He's London's most wanted for parking tickets. He's still brave though. He's just a little bit more like Mickey than we thought, which indicates that Mickey's not so far off from being just as brave and proactive as Ricky is. I mean, I'm terrified of parking. Parallel? Forget it. But Ricky's parking for the hell of it. Respect. Over at Cybus Industries, Lumic is talking to some of the Cybermen as he asks them how it feels. Of course, as he removed emotion. Lumic's like, yeah, I forgot. Silly me. What am I like? Lumic asks them specifically what they think of, and the answer, our pain and difference. But to be upgraded is essentially to die. Effectively, your being, your essence, is shifted into a new existence, a cybernetic one, effectively reaching their respective great beyond. It's because the Cybermen are unable to die. This is as far as they'll get. The tragedy of that is that they won't care about it. Like Sarah Jane said, pain and loss define us as much as happiness or love, but they'll have neither side of the coin. Nothing good or bad to ever feel. There'll be nothing to define their experience apart from the arbitrary, whereas humans can recover from pain or complete numbness and find lessons from it. There'll never be any growth in a Cyberman's heart. Lumic then activates the earpod override that he used on Jackie, but now to take the autonomy of every user and march them towards the Cybus Industries to get upgraded. Just as these people march themselves to their doom without even knowing, if we're not critical enough of invasive tech, we might surrender too much of ourselves to it. By then, it could be too late. A little bit of hope though. Jackie's still alive. Brainwashed, so maybe the gang can save her. Outside of Cybus Industries, Lumic's goon gets a zap through his earpods, but he pushes through and rips them out. It speaks to his cognitive dissonance that he'll allow this to happen to other people for his own benefit, but won't accept it for himself. People in high positions of power can at the same time know that they're doing damage, but maintain that it's for the overall good. The fact that they wouldn't switch positions with who they're hurting, though, is enough evidence that deep down they know it's wrong, but they don't care. It's quite childish. But like Lumic, he's been corrupted by power. Of course they resort to being toddlers, only wanting what they want. Coochie. Over with the gang, they've driven into central London and see the hordes of earpod users marching like zombies towards Cybus Industries. Rose tries to take out their earpods, but the Doctor stops her. It'll cause a brainstorm. That sounds cool. Can I try one? The Doctor then just states what I've been saying this entire time. It's good to have a screenshot this matter of fact for backup. The gang then spot a bunch of Cybermen leading people, and the Doctor doesn't know where they're taking them. I do, but he just can't hear me no matter how loud I shout. I've tried. Ricky decides that they've got to get out of the city, so they split up for a better chance of escape instead of running back to the van that they all came in. Mickey goes with Ricky, Mrs. Moore goes with the gang, and Jake distracts the Cybermen, probably with some jangly keys or ChatGPT-4. The gang run away and follow the Doctor, but they should know. He shouldn't be at the front because he just runs into a bunch of Cybermen again. They're like lemmings. Thankfully, they escape because the Cybermen aren't half slow. Over with Mickey and Ricky, they're running off somewhere else because safety in numbers just isn't a concept in this parallel world. They bicker about whether they were seen by the Cybermen until they say, they know where we are at the same time. Ricky's like, this is wacky, bro. We're the same. What's up with that? Mickey says that's true. It is wacky, but Ricky's definitely braver. Ricky agrees, but says that Mickey's friends are cool, so maybe he is too. It's strange, but a nice dynamic. The more confident version coming to accept his more bumbling Mickey, indicating a self-acceptance. Like Mickey's recognizing that he's doing cool things, even if he's not appreciated by Rose and the Doctor. Interrupting this little heart-to-heart, the Cybermen. So they split up again, like bananas being chased by piranhas. Don't do it. We're left wondering as to which one's Mickey and which one's Ricky, as we follow one of them into an alleyway cut off by a wire fence as the Cybermen give chase. The other one runs around the corner, having taken a different route, and watches as his other self jumps to the fence as he tries to climb it. But the sound of the Cybermen stomping gains speed and quickly approaches. It's certainly too late for one of our Mickeys as the Cyberman catches up and grabs his leg, electrocuting and instantly killing him. One of the Mickeys is left on the other side of the fence, staring at himself in grief and shock. He's dead. They look to the Cybermen cut off from him, just blankly standing. The silence is deafening as the sound of their march ground to a halt. It's this moment of the story that I probably love the most. The cold nature of the Cybermen, potently complemented by the mist of the wind, an even colder night. There's no expression, there's not even movement. They know they just took a life, technically one of their own, yet there is no consolation of any stimuli, nothing to indicate that a person was just now murdered, because there's nothing behind the eyes of any witnesses, but the eyes with their teardrop design juxtaposes that they are somehow sad about it. Sometimes the worst emotion is apathy. On the other side of the fence, Ricky just looks like he smelled a fart though. Then he pulls a Ricky face. Ooh, grumpy. Is this Ricky or Mickey? Why after eating a banana are my hands sticky? Cut to Cybus Industries, where the Cybermen have found Lumik's rogue goon, who gooned too close to the sun. But he plays it cool, like me with your mum. He launches himself at Lumik and rips out all of his life support. Mr. Lumik is left there with his life support system broken. Their only solution, however, is to upgrade him, though he only wants to upgrade with his last breath. Cold as ice, metal as hell. Deep down, he doesn't want to convert until he absolutely has to. There seems to be a disconnect between what he believes and what he wants. He believes that Cybermen are superior, but he doesn't want to be one. He wants as long as he can to play in this power fantasy and feel it too. Converting would take away the joy of his villainy. He's an over-the-top quippy evil guy full of sass that laughs at his own jokes about actual plans to kill people. He feels superior to everyone, even his own creation, which is why I love that his decision to convert is taken out of his hands, exposing the horrors of taking away Lumik's autonomy after he sanctioned that for others. Thematically, there's no longer one rule for them and another for him. He's getting a taste of his own medicine. But with the power structures in place, how long will that last? Outside, Jake reunites with the gang just before Ricky runs around the corner. Mickey can barely get out that the Cybermen got Ricky. Rose hugs him as he tries to explain to Jake what happened, but he won't listen to the words out of a dead man's mouth. Instead of there being no consolation for Ricky's death, Jake, he's getting too much of one to the point it feels like none at all. He lashes out and shouts at Mickey that he's nothing, a vestige of Ricky. Jake's anger and grief is given such weight as it explores a cruel manifestation of the great beyond we've talked about so much. Rose technically doesn't belong in this universe, unless the Doctor turns her into a dog. But Mickey now has a place he fits into, just one that requires and asks of him to be braver, which we see in his alternate is already a part of him. Perhaps it could heal him, a life of being left behind and never getting over it. He could stand to his mark, and in becoming a braver person, he heals the world around him. A person who was left behind, filling the place of someone whose absence hurts others the same way. Cut to a long shot of Lumix's factory with the gang watching, now converting everybody in London. Their plan? Split up, because that's going so well so far. I just hope they send the Doctor with someone that has 20/20 vision. The Scooby plan goes as follows. The Doctor and Mrs. Moore will go through the cooling tunnels underneath the factory to the control centre. Pete says he'll go through the front door with help from a Mrs. Moore gadget, dead earpods. He'll blend in with the crowd by showing absolutely no emotion and try to find Jackie before she's converted, who the Doctor said was certainly dead, but I think they just want you to forget about that by this point. Rose declares that she'll go with Pete to save Jackie, which the Doctor says one line to.
No stopping you, is there?
Doctor, don't you love Rose? You're just going to let her walk through the Cybermen's front door and risk her life with no certainty that Jackie's even in there, let alone not converted yet. And even if she was, what the hell are they going to do to stop it? It's not as if they can beat up a Cyberman, let alone a whole factory full of them. No, the Doctor's like, solid plan, fake earpods, can't argue with that. Otherwise, Jake's sent by the Doctor to switch off the control signal, the one brainwashing everybody to just walk into the factory and get converted. And for Mickey, the most important job of all, just sit there and look pretty. He says that he's not going to be the tin dog no more. He's going with Jake. I don't need you, idiot. Jake's so mean. Little brother vibes. I'm not an idiot. You got that? Finally, Mickey's standing up for himself, and it's great to see. He doesn't ask for permission or cowed out of it all. He's his own man, and he'll prove it now. As he marches off, not even looking back, the Doctor shouts to him good luck, before looking back and seeing the Doctor and Rose hug. The ceremony he went without is a sign he's confident in his decision, but he looks back almost nostalgically, like something is over. He's found a place where he belongs, and perhaps he sees that he doesn't fit in Rose's life anymore, and that's finally okay. Cut to the Doctor and Mrs. Moore climbing into the cooling tunnels, where they discover that they won't be as alone as they thought. They'll have to walk past a bunch of already converted Cybermen who have been put on ice. Don't worry, they're just chilling. On the ground floor, Rose and Pete have successfully joined the queue of people waiting to be upgraded. As Brits, we're just so good at queuing, we'll wait patiently even to be mutilated. On the roof, Jake and Mickey knock out the guards with Mrs. Moore's extra strong smelling salts. Jake's initial plan was to just kill them, but Mickey reminded him that it's a kid's show, the heroes can't do that. In fact, Jake was eerily prepared to take a life. He didn't even skip a beat. I don't think Ricky's gang did a proper background check on him. The cooling tunnels. Why did I say it like that? The Doctor gets to know Mrs. Moore, and we find out that she used to work for Cybers Industries until she accidentally came across some secrets. These cats have secrets. Now, Mrs. Moore works against Cybers Industries, even sacrificing a life with her family to do it, as her husbands and kids think she's dead. Here, Mrs. Moore reflects the virtuous good, the self-sacrificial nature the people fighting against power have to possess. You sacrifice the convenience of the power structure if it works for you, and often your safety, especially in fascism. As they talk, a Cyberman wakes up and sees them, alerting the big boss Cyberman 2. The Doctor and Mrs. Moore get chased down the glorified corridor by all the Cybermen slowly waking up, and they reach a ladder. They nearly get caught climbing up, but they just manage to beat the chase. There's a real feeling of claustrophobia, which gives the sequence an edge over other chasers, especially because we've already seen the Cybermen kill an alternate universe character in Ricky, so it has stakes too. I'll just have chicken, thanks. In the factory, there's mass production of Cybermen, highlighting the capitalism of it all. This wouldn't be happening without mass wealth. And here we have mass production of people, perfect for Cybers Industries. Mindless followers, without question. As well as the mass production of people, it mirrors the mass production of technology, literally welding the two together, and in return, making the people no longer connected as human beings. Like how everyone's starting to realize that social media is a cesspit, and it, in fact, does not make us feel all very connected. Instead, just addicted to our phones and adopting antisocial behavior as part of our personality without even realizing. And we're all starting to think the same as well, because our mind has been molded to fit these little bubbles of the internet we're stuck in. As if we're not critical enough, we end up getting our opinions from someone else. We'll die on a hill from someone else's viewpoint. Here, highlighting how selective you might want to be about that. Well, Rose and Pete queue up. Cyberman stops them, and Pete asks, any sign of Jackie? And we get a really ominous shot of a Cyberman staring at him. The Cyberman identifies itself. It's Jackie. Listen, I said the plan was stupid in the first place, as they immediately show emotion and give away that they're not brainwashed. Extremely luckily, they're not deleted on the spot and instead rewarded. Pete worked for Cybus Industries and helped create the Cybermen, so he's getting rewarded and taken to cyber control. Rose? Rose is being taken with Pete for some reason. She's being rewarded for being in the general vicinity of Pete. They're taken away as they agonize over if they can still save her. If Jackie remembered, and maybe there's still part of her left, but that's not how Cybermen work. They look back for Jackie to realize that amongst the other Cybermen, they can't even tell which one is her. A harrowing depersonalization that highlights just how cold these monsters truly are. They're labeled as the next stage of humanity, but exhibit no such thing. What makes anybody special is stripped away. There's no space for the unique in a world of fascism where you must fall in line. Ironically, the person most likely to give the Cybermen hell would be Jackie. If she wasn't kicking and screaming, she'd be giving them a piece of her mind and then some. That's why we love Jackie, but that's been taken from us, from her. Even if this Jackie was bitter and resentful, you have to take the bad with the good, because ultimately, better than no personality at all. Jackie 1 isn't a perfect person either, but God, do we love her for it. Up on the roof, Jake and Mickey reach the inside of the Zeppelin and start to look for the transmitter controls, but have no idea what it would even look like nor what to do with it. Great plan, guys. While they're looking, Mickey gets spooked by a Cyberman, but they realize it's dead and maybe empty, or so they think. Downstairs, the Doctor and Mrs. Moore are making their way through the underground, but are interrupted by a Cyberman. But they don't get chased this time. Instead, Mrs. Moore throws an electromagnetic bomb at him, fries the Cyberman. The Doctor's like, "Oh, dude, that was fucking awesome." He then goes to inspect the Cyberman, see inside and how it all works. He notes that the chest compartment has a Cybus logo on it, and how that makes the Cybermen into a brand. Looking at you, Red iPhone haver. Do you see the error of your ways yet? The Doctor finds a heart of steel. What we traditionally see as the source of our most intimate feelings has been taken, and on the other side of it, the logo. Inside is an artificially grown central nervous system, threaded through the metal. They find the emotional inhibitor, the thing that stops any emotion. That's when, out of the blue, Cyberman starts talking.
Why am I cold?
When they were inspecting the internals, the Doctor accidentally switched off the emotional inhibitor. The Cyberman lays limp on the ground, not even moving.
Why so cold?
Knowing that the answer is too terrible, the Doctor simply asks if they can remember their name.
Suddenly
feeling these nuts in your mouth. Mrs. Moore notes that they're a woman, something that the story doesn't quite touch on, but the fact that gender is removed as well makes the Cybermen absolutely homogenous. The suppression of the feelings of women is slightly different to men, as women are often allowed to express themselves with emotional openness. As such, Moore seems outwardly stripped away from them. Women are encouraged to nurture emotional intelligence, rather than to only deal with frustration and anger. Women can often just say how they feel. I know, a novel concept. But this power of vulnerability is stripped too, which is why it hurts so bad to hear this.
Where's Gareth? He can't see me. It's unlucky the night before.
It's so sad, man. Sally is allowed in her last moments to confess the truth. She's open and outward with her worries and pain, while we're fully aware that her reality is far worse than she knows. The dramatic irony is soul-crushing. In an alternate reality, Mr. Lumic got therapy from Sally Phelan, and none of this happened. The Doctor takes mercy on Sally and switches off her call, allowing her a painless passing, but not one that will ever be mourned. They're not going to be able to identify the bodies. But the Doctor realizes something. The emotional inhibitor is the key. If they somehow manage to switch them all off, then all the Cybermen would realize what's happening to them, and it would kill them. Mrs. Moore gets up, but unfortunately, right behind her is what she just condemned. A Cyberman. Rip Mrs. Moore, the true tech girl boss. What'd you say? I only meant we're only humanized, so we'd feel a bit sad when you died. The Doctor screams at the Cybermen that they didn't have to kill her, but obviously the Cybermen is like, who asked? No one cares. Ratio, you smell, cope, see. Oh, what's that? You have 2 hearts. We've got to check you out, bro. Let's send you to cyber control so you can reunite with your buds. Up on the Zeppelin, Mickey and Jake literally find a box labeled transmitter controls. Very handy, but they can't get it open. So Jake says, easy, we just crash the Zeppelin by setting it on automatic and jump off. Got a very destructive mindset, this, Jake? Are we sure we checked in with HR? Jake tries to hack the Zeppelin before Mickey remembers that he's literally hacker extraordinaire. The only person in the Doctor Who universe who owns a computer because he actually invented them. Don't fact check me. So he gets to hacking away. However, there's another shot of the empty Cyberman in the room with them. I think solely to remind you that it exists. One thing you can say about this Cyberman: it's there. Upstairs, the Doctor is escorted into cyber control. I've been captured, but don't worry, Rose and Pete are still out there. They can rescue me. Oh well, never mind. Rose and Pete pretty bluntly just tell the Doctor that Jackie's dead and then move on. Story's got to keep rolling, you understand. The Doctor then demands to know where Lumic is.
He has been upgraded.
And the Doctor is disappointed. Not because that isn't exactly what Lumic deserves, but also because he loses the opportunity to speak to him on a human level. But there's something odd about it.
He is superior.
He's been converted to cyber controller. They all think the same, feel the same, so they would inevitably do nothing but seek arbitrary numerical growth. In order to have purpose, they need to be told what to do. Because they have no access to emotions, they have no access to meaning, and unlike a human, it won't come around. Slowly, through a puff of smoke, Lumic's conversion is revealed to be a regular Cyberman, but he's got glowy eyes, you can see his brain. Oh, and he's in an even bigger wheelchair, seemingly still with life support attached. I thought the whole point of being a Cyberman was supposed to... Never mind. Either way, some people say that Lumic becoming an epic Cyberman, a super special one, kind of defeats the point of Cybermen within this story. Although, the whole one rule for you, another for me, fits very well with Lumic getting to be special among the homogenous, as his power fantasy is still fulfilled. You allow people like Lumic to create his own system, controlling the government, and it becomes even harder to deplatform them. Even in death, his plan actually just works out for him here. We can't let people get too big fail, as rather than the outcome of it all being that Lumic's ideology completely backfires on him, showing the fatal flaw in it all because he's stripped of the individuality he took from everybody else, he even still has his voice.
This is the age of steel, and I am its creator.
It's unmistakably Lumic. He's king of his world, rather than suffering the consequences of making it that. It's wish fulfillment, and it allows us an incredibly campy, evil Cyberman performance. Who wouldn't want that? Up on the Zeppelin, Mickey's doing some epic hacking work, which makes Jake think he's kind of cool instead of lame. But it's Chekhov's Cyberman time. It's woken up or booted up or something for some unknown reason, and it starts charging at them. Mickey does some fast thinking for an idiot genius hacker and stands in front of the transmitter controls and baits the Cyberman over to him. The Cyberman goes to clock Mickey around the face, but he jumps out of the way at the last second and it punches through the transmitter controls, breaking them and taking the Cybermen out of commission. This breaks the control the earpods have over people, metaphorically breaking their dependence on technology. You'll realize, holy guacamole, jumping G Willikers, I gotta leg it because I don't want to be converted. I like my phone, but I don't want to become one. Jake and Mickey celebrate, and they just look so cute together. They should kiss. The Doctor hears the screams and knows that Jake and Mickey succeeded in their mission. Mr. Lumic doesn't like free will though, so he made backups. Factories all over the world doing the exact same thing. If the earpods aren't going to cut it, and the Cybermen will just take people by force, which is eventually what real-world fascism has led to. During this, Mickey and Jake log onto the system and hack into Cyber Control's security cameras. Lumic goes on to describe the Cybermen as
everlasting peace and unity and uniformity.
The Doctor questions this. What about imagination? For the Cybermen, that's gone. Lumic doesn't respond because there simply is no response to that. It's what he's doing. He doesn't want people to question his ways because critical thought at any point dismantles his ideology, both cyber and fascistic. There's a reason fascism places a focus on devaluing art, as critical thought is crucial for its meaningful consumption. Fascism's appeal to tradition crumbles under a critical eye. Tradition changes throughout history. It's an ever-moving goalpost. Our appeals to tradition goes back to the 1950s, whereas actually in the 50s, their appeals to tradition came from the 19th century. Just because something is the way it's always been doesn't mean it should be done that way forever. The fact that society keeps evolving and changing, ideology eventually always shifting towards the political left, means that denying progress and critical thought on tradition is hopeless. It will simply be moved on from. In this alternate universe, critical thought thought is taken through force and technology. In our universe, it's anti-intellectualism and anti-science, creating a dangerous anti-truth world. Why bother challenging your beliefs and morals when it's just common sense, man? Of course vaccines cause autism. There's no evidence to correlate the two with a meaningful cause and effect, but when I was young, barely anybody had autism. Sure, I knew a couple guys who wore the same thing and ate the same thing every day. Didn't really talk to anybody, but when they did, they could list you all of the facts about trains in the world in alphabetical order. But they didn't have autism! Autism diagnoses have gone up because we've come to understand autism much better. Awareness for it has also increased along with mental health because research for it has continued. Just look at the MAHA movement. It's backed by people who don't want to make America healthier by creating a universal healthcare system. No, they vilify science by blaming healthcare and then offer you the solution. Instead of critically thinking about their intentions, let's just buy their glucose monitor. It looks delightful. Thank you for making me healthy again, glucose monitor, but I'd broken my leg, and because I bought you, I can't afford to fix it. There's always a brand behind these things. Like Cyber's Industries, there is always a profit motive behind conservative rhetoric. You are the product. Instead of answering the Doctor's challenge, though, Lumic asks his name.
A redundant title. Doctors need not exist. Cybermen never sicken.
The Doctor, though, points that out as a flaw. Ingenuity and invention is great for advancement, especially in aiding disabled people, but immortality is not the goal. Fighting for survival is imperative, but completely removing struggle from the equation for everybody is nothing worth doing. One of the first things we would do in a perfect world is destroy it. We need struggle. We need a goal, something to strive towards. It's why celebrations last nowhere near as long as the climb. We always then look up to a taller mountain. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. The Cybermen won't advance, you'll just stop! If things are fine, then there's no reason to change. That's the tragedy of the Cybermen. They have an expansionist mentality, but have nothing to expand into other than arbitrary growth. It's Cassandra again, stuck in that basement, refusing to change only hurt her. However, the Cybermen don't exactly want to stay the same. They have an expansionist mentality, but have nothing to expand into other than arbitrary numerical growth, recruiting more Cybermen. But what would the Cybermen do once everyone's converted? Without true emotional growth, our goals do not change, we stagnate, leaving us unfulfilled. If you don't want to change, you'll end up like Cassandra. Lumic challenges the Doctor back.
Tell me, Doctor, have you known grief and rage and pain? And they hurt.
Oh yes.
I can set you free.
You might as well kill me.
Then I take that option.
He's a dickhead, but they don't half give him great lines, do they? The Doctor's learnt a lot about pain so far. He learnt to see the curse of the Time Lords differently. Not that it isn't something with truth to it, but the pain from it perhaps isn't something worth avoiding. He avoided goodbyes, painful but cathartic experience. He avoided the memory of the Time War. That was no way to process his grief. He needed Rose to embrace his emotions, and then Sarah Jane to show him the strength for accepting that things end. Since then, he can finally move on. Lumic's response to just taking the option of killing the Doctor shows that he's a person not willing to accept and deal with his emotions. Rather than processing his fear of death and mortality, he became absolutely corrupt, taking power not in the form of emotional intelligence, but forcing his pain and turmoil into others, before playing God and removing the issue altogether. Just like the Krillitane and the corrupt expansionist ideology, power has completely changed Lumic. Each terrible decision he made to get to this place, changing a part of who he is, getting him into the state he is in right now. We must accept what's out of our control. We cannot avoid the force of nature, but Lumic has completely circumvented that by becoming Cyber and forcing that onto others to expand his power. The Doctor accepts what he can't control. Even as the ego-driven man who gives no second chances, he knows that fighting the force of nature is pointless. Lumic's bored with the Doctor though. Blah blah blah, emotions. You're critical of my cyber army? Well, at least I have one. Be my shorts, loser. Fascism always puts emphasis on militarization because fear is the greatest controller. You don't like my politics? Do you like my gun? The Doctor then goes on an epic Doctor speech. Ordinary people are the best. Ordinary people are what make the world go round. Any man or woman and those pesky little ones in between can change everything. Even an idiot. Mickey's ears prop up like a dog that's just heard the word walk. The Doctor explains in a covert way while walking across the room all suavely exactly how to be a little hacker and hack into the emotional inhibitor code for the Cybermen. They're gonna turn on every Cyberman's feelings. Mickey works it out as he goes along and sends the epically hacked emotional inhibitor code to Rose's phone. She then throws it to the Doctor, and he shows why Lumik shouldn't have made everything so convenient. All the technology is compatible, just like this. The Doctor plugs the phone into a USB thingy, and all the Cybermen start screaming. Mickey and Jake watching it all celebrate and make out. Trust me, I don't have a picture for it, but it definitely happens. Everywhere, all the Cybermen are having the mother of all existential crises. One of the Cybermen looks into the mirror and realizes what they are, what they've become and turned into by fascism. It's the mistake of us all to look at these fascist times. Think, how on earth could they think that way? Not realizing that we could be programmed to do the same just as long as everybody else is. Another Cyberman has such an existential crisis that its head blows up. The gang take their opportunity to vamoose out of the control room and everything starts blowing up. Why? Because it's the third act, and explosions are cool! If the third act of your script doesn't have explosions, what are you doing? Harry Met Sally would have been so much better if everything exploded. Up on board the Zeppelin, Jake hears all the explosions and tries to skedaddle the Zeppelin, but Mickey pushes him out of the way. If Ricky can be brave, then Mickey can be too. He's not leaving anybody behind, no matter the danger. He cares about Rose and the Doctor, even if he doesn't feel cared for by them. Like with Sarah Jane, a strong identity can pull people from corruption, and strong people can equally put aside their emotions while it counts. Integrity, even at cost, is still self-respect. Mickey calls Rose while he steers the Zeppelin and demands Jake hold the phone for him. He's his bitch now. I'm the captain of the ship now. Mickey tells the gang to get to the roof and get to the Zeppelin. The Doctor and gang are running through the factory as yet more of it explodes. Question, what is so flammable in this factory? In cyber control, Lumik is screaming. His plan, his whole world is falling apart. He becomes desperate and starts ripping out his life support. And like the most stereotypical evil villain, he goes, "No!" I love it. How can you not laugh? Anyway, Rose gets to the roof and screams, asking where Mickey learned how to fly a Zeppelin. PlayStation, get serious. That's the best you could have come up with? But also, that's the best thing you could have come up with. It's like if at the end of Series 1, Rose takes the TARDIS back to Satellite 5 to save the Doctor. When he wonders how on earth she got back there, she just goes, Nintendo DS. Mickey tries to lower the Zeppelin some more, but he can't. And then he sees an emergency lever that releases a ladder. Hell yeah. The gang start to climb up as Mickey celebrates. It's just so wholesome. The man finally got a win. He most certainly is not the Tin Dog no more. The Doctor and Rose celebrate on the ladder too, but not for long. Cyber Lumik is going to get you. He's going to catch up and tickle your little feet. The Doctor drops down the sonic screwdriver to Pete, telling him to use it on the rope. Jackie Tyler, this is for her. Yeah! You tell him. The rope snaps and Cyber Lumik falls into the greatest explosion yet. The explosion of all of his hopes and dreams. Incredibly well timed. If people like Lumik don't get their comeuppance from the system itself, then the hope is that a punk will come along and do it in our honour and blow it all up in their face. We cut to some time afterwards, and the Doctor reinvigorates the TARDIS with the fully charged power cell. The safe haven is reinstated. The TARDIS is parked in the middle of London, and outside, Pete and Rose talk as he asks what the hell the TARDIS is. Rose asks if he wants to see it for himself, but Pete's all tuckered out, and I don't think his little heart could take it after the day he's had. He has a question though. Who are you? Rose explains that there are different worlds, parallel worlds, worlds with different Petes and Jackies, and their daughter. Pete stares at her blankly. What are you supposed to do with that information? A possibility never taken is right in front of you. The evidence is undeniable yet completely unreal. Rose both is and isn't his daughter. He lost Jackie and gained a daughter he never had in the same night. He changes the subject. Says that he's going to carry on the fight. They've got to stop the Cybermen all over the world. That's when the Doctor comes out of the TARDIS, shouting that they've only got 5 minutes to go. But Pete can't accept everything in such little time.
Dad, just that.
Pete walks off, leaving Rose devastated, watching him leave her life for the second time. Like Queen Victoria's wish to see the great beyond, it would have been better for Rose to receive no consolation at all. She steps beyond the bounds of time, now the universe. Nothing is holding her down to the human experience of being. She gets the splendor, but some of it is damn sour. It is pertinent to note that all this night, Rose has been running around in servant girl attire as Pete dons a tux. As an upper-class man, Pete's rejection of her completes the thesis statement that Rose is fundamentally a working-class character. Artificially injecting her into a rich world breaks the mold, both in the text and the political commentary. Those who lord power over others, especially in cases like Vitex or Cybers Industries, cannot meaningfully have a relationship with the powerless, especially one as sweet as Rose had with her biological dad. These are the people that the system exploits. Mickey and Jake turn up though, and Mickey's got the Doctor's suit because that was a priority for some reason. You can get another, you know. The Doctor tells Jake to find Angela Price, this is Moore's family, and to tell them that she died saving the world. And with that, the Doctor says they've got to go, but Mickey stops him in an incredibly heart-aching moment of Doctor Who. Mickey says he's staying in the parallel world. He's going his own way. Rose and the Doctor stare at him, shocked, telling them that he can't. Mickey explains that it makes sense, because this world lost its Ricky, but there's me. He's holding back his tears as he says he's going to stay to fight the Cybermen of the world, and Rose struggles to accept it. Rose, my gran's here. He's got to look after his gran. Unlike Rose, he's got another chance. He can make things right. He stayed on that Zeppelin while everything exploded around him to save the Doctor and Rose. But now he can do something for himself. Move past what he played second fiddle to and become the number one. Number one in parking tickets, but you know, it's a start. Rose breaks down crying. What about her? What if she needs him? He says she doesn't. It's just you and him, isn't it? He's done waiting the rest of his life for her to come back. In forging his own identity, he's got a purpose beyond what hurts him. No more getting left behind. He's the one leaving for his own reasons. Rose wants to come and visit him, but the Doctor explains that they can't. Travel between parallel worlds here was only an accident. One that was caused by them not valuing Mickey, but it taught him his own value. Doctor! And they shake hands. Good luck, Mickey the idiot. Watch it. It's such a perfect way for them to say goodbye, as it references how far he's come. Mickey is no longer the Doctor's joke. The Doctor walks back to the TARDIS, but he's got a face full of pride for Mickey as he does it. Rose talks about how they used to imagine their future, but there was no way of seeing this. Separated by universes, they used to be so close, but they've been pulled apart by time and space. And even if it got lost along the way, God, do they care about each other. They hug and weep. These tears are made of testosterone, actually. Mickey watches as Rose walks into the TARDIS, and like Sarah Jane, she takes one last look at Mickey. It really hurts to say goodbye, but it's the best thing for him. The groans of time hum out of farewell, leaving Mickey behind, but this time, certainly not forgotten. He tells Jake to watch it go. He won't want to miss this. That's the Doctor in the TARDIS with Rose Tyler as he grits a proud smile. He knows he'll never be able to see them again, but it's the right decision. I love Mickey's story. Question though, there's buses in the background. They just don't stop, do they? Half of London was turned into Cybermen, but those bus drivers are still on time for their shift. We cut to the TARDIS materialising in Jackie's flat. She's probably not seen them in a while because she's overjoyed for the visit. Almost like she's relieved. Though Rose is essentially seeing a ghost. She saw Jackie die just like she did with her dad. Mortality is being bent around her. Like for Rose, the great beyond isn't so far away. It's here that I find the profound sense of loss sinking in. It was nice to see Mickey stand up for himself, but on the other end, there's this. Jackie realizing Mickey's absence. He's gone home. It's sad to think that in Mickey finding belonging, he left Jackie behind. He's off with Jake, who knows all about the Cybermen. He saw the Doctor and Rose go off in the TARDIS. Mickey has someone to share and talk about that with. Jackie, without Rose and the Doctor visiting, has no one now. Imagine how mad you would go. The absence of your daughter playing heavy on your mind. Her safety unassured, yet there's no consolation. It's one thing having a secret, it's another to have no one to share it with. Cutting across the universes, Mickey and Jake get in Mrs. Moore's van. Mickey says that he knows it's weird that he looks like Ricky, but he's his own man. He's not replacing him. He's carving out what it means to be him. Sure, Ricky was a bit of an inspiration, but sometimes all people need is encouragement. The two will continue fighting in Ricky's name. Maybe even go to Paris to liberate it from the Cybermen. What? You and me? In a van? Mickey explains that vans aren't so useless. I once saved the universe with a big yellow truck. As they laugh, we realise that Mickey's bravery was somewhere in there. All along. 8 out of 10. The Age of Steel converted 7.64 million people to blubbering messes. It's a coming-of-age story that would be nothing without sacrifice. All of it feels so bittersweet because we really gained something here, but on the other side, lost so much. When one door closes, another one opens. It's a strange feeling, but ultimately a good one. In this episode, there's a noteworthy deleted scene at the end. In the van, Jake lets on that Ricky was his boyfriend. That's why he was so distraught. I think it gives their relationship a bit more depth knowing this, but for me, it doesn't really change much. I think it's equally understandable for him to be that upset at losing a bro. They don't have to be doing the boing boing in bed for Jake to be sad about that. In this episode, Mickey's side of the story is so well handled. Sometimes all people need is a push, a slight sense of obligation to do something, and some people will do things they never thought they would. It's a pointer to the fact that the only difference between Mickey and Ricky was how they explored their own sense of self. Mickey jumped around the spaceship in the Girl in the Fireplace, pretending to be an action hero. Ricky actually went out and tried it. At the end of the day, it's all about confidence. The more practice you get at something, the more confidence you have in your ability to do it. If you want to go out and explore a different part of your identity that you're not sure of, or consolidate who you already want to be, then it's a matter of just going out and trying to do it, whether you fail or not. If people laugh at you for falling off the skateboard, then, well, that's on them. Have fun learning nothing. Nobody is ever good at something to begin with. For me, I always viewed myself as someone who cared about art and media criticism until I watched JX's 5-hour-long video about Doctor Who, and although I disagreed a lot, I was blown away by their talent. It was one of the many reasons I decided to prove myself to myself, and I started on the Series 1 video. It took a lot of practice. 20 watches of Series 1 easily, and so many drafts. But eventually, from what I originally considered to be terrible, I got to the point where I was proud of myself and what I had written. All I needed was a push. Now I feel like I have a stronger identity than I ever have had. So thank you, Jay. I mog you with how long my videos are. 5 hours. Pathetic.
Hungry! I'm hungry, baby!
The Idiot's Lantern. More like stupid episode for stinky babies. Actually, I like The Idiot's Lantern far more than its reputation would suggest. You'll often find this episode on tier lists of worst Doctor Who episodes ever. And while I disagree that it's strictly one of the worst, I do find that this story starts the trend of Doctor Who episodes that ruin themselves in the last 15 to 20 minutes by going too far. I love Doctor Who for its camp and over-the-top nature, and that's a big part of the charm. Sometimes, Michael. Sometimes. We start the episode outside of Magpie Electricals, London. Where else? In 1953, during a lightning storm. Inside is the titular Magpie, stressed about finances. He's got the TV on as background while doing something else. Just like you. On air is a lovely old-fashioned lady speaking the Queen's English with her comforting velvety tones. Elsewhere is the Connollys, rather sounding like colonies. A typical 1950s English family, listening to the radio as they do other things as well. The attention economy has not changed. The young boy, Tommy, is reading about television while his dad, Eddie, comes in, ready for a nice Brexit beer with the lads. Gran addresses Eddie in a joking tone. Our lord and master. And Tommy asks about getting a TV. But Eddie's tired of hearing it. Maybe they'll get one for the coronation of Elizabeth II, though. God save us. Oh, that's not. Gran warns Tommy about the TVs, though. They rot your brain. And because it's Doctor Who, they will. Over at Magpie Electricals, a red beam of lightning strikes the aerial, conducting down to the TV. It's alive! The lightning somehow possesses the presenter, mimicking her. Now, are you sitting comfortably? And then it sucks Magpie's face as it laughs and laughs. The polite demeanor greatly juxtaposes the dreadful, glee-filled malice. And I'm in. At this point of the episode, I'm watching and I'm locked in. Cut to this. Rose comes out of the TARDIS dolled up for 1950s Elvis, New York, baby. Little does she know, the BBC don't have the budget for that. The Doctor is similarly dolled up. Get you, Tiger. Well, just too much. He rolls out in this classic bike. Very cool. The two seem awfully chummy for just having lost Mickey to their own hubris. Or did they not even realise it was their fault? It's telling that there doesn't seem to even be a shred of guilt between the two, as it's kind of an emotional whiplash to see them seemingly not affected at all. Some viewers would have been reeling from the loss of Mickey. How come they aren't? Well, perhaps having suffered the loss, they're choosing to indulge in their own fun, as they're even flirtier than usual. Probably because it's easier emotionally to move past it completely rather than reflect on it. Thematically, they're just avoiding the consequences again. One way they're doing this is seeking comfort by looking back at a fun time where they know what happens, because when we're sad, we tend to go back to familiar things. Favorite TV shows, movies, and food. So the two set sail into New York and realize, whoops, it's London again. One day the budget will stretch outside of that. Over at the Connolly house, inside, they're sat watching TV as a nice little tune fills the room, but gone are the warm tones that were there before. It's much colder in the house. Tommy, the boy who was excited about getting a TV, is hardly paying attention to it. Something's wrong. Eddie's amazed by it though. You'd have thought there was in the room with you, eh? You get the sense that Eddie's trying to keep things normal, but as he stands up and celebrates the TV looming over Tommy and Rita, his wife, he's an oppressive force, aiding their anxiety. He doesn't want them worrying, and even tells Rita to smile. It's a smarmy sexist dictation that men feel they have over women, and it's even stronger here in the 1950s. Eddie expects a smile from Rita when he tells her to, even if it's only for his comfort. Eddie's clearly avoiding whatever's bothering them, but Rita says nothing's the same anymore. What happened to her? That awful face. Eddie becomes visibly angry and frustrated about the worry, yelling at Rita, I said stop it! But thudding comes from above, interrupting Eddie's, ironic for how much he seems against expressing emotion, outburst. This is the cause of the uncomfortable silence. There's something upstairs with an awful face. Outside, Magpie of Magpie Electricals is up and about. It seems he survived the face zapping somehow. The Doctor overhears him talking about the great occasion and asks what that means. Where you been living? Out in the colonies. It's true that in 1953, decolonization was starting to happen for the British Empire. By the time that 1963 rolled around, like I said, Doctor Who started. There were lots of serials about imperial rule, colonization, and its effects, including this absolute classic where a bunch of people dressed as bees buzz around. I said it once, I'll say it again, start there. That's the canon starting point. Britain's relationship to being an empire started changing, and so did people's national identity. Talk of moving to the colonies slowly started to fade away, but obviously not entirely. Huge problem shrinking doesn't mean it's no longer big. But this episode tackles how the British Empire changing post-World War II affected the families of England. The coronation was a big point of national pride, in otherwise a tumultuous time for the identity of Britain. Even the cinematography casts an off-kilter view. Because like I said last episode, people tend to look back at this time for an appeal to tradition, a golden age. But even in the homes themselves, supposedly harbouring happy, functional families, there's a slanted look. Literally, something is off about this time. It's wrong, and Eddie tries to hide it. The Doctor and Rose find out that they're just in time for the coronation, but Rose notices something weird. Every house has an aerial, but Jackie told her that TVs were so rare back then that people had to pile into the few houses that had one. But Magpie, he's been slinking the old idiot boxes for cheap. Adding on to the whole golden age of Britain wasn't so golden vibe, the Doctor celebrates what a great year they've landed in. Oh, how nice and proper and British it is. England, England, England. The ration has ended. Let's get some Brexit business. No women allowed in the pubs. Excellent. No old ball and chain. Let's get
biffing round the old local, and in return for a kip on a fortress of dreams.
Interrupting this Britishness is a person screaming for help, being hauled into a car by the police. The proposed great time they're in can't even be celebrated without a break in it, demonstrating how much of a farce it is. Tommy runs out of the Connolly house as Rose and the doctor ask him what's going on. It's happening all over the place, turning into monsters, but Eddie springs out of the house, demanding Tommy to shut up and get inside. The doctor and Rose get on the bike and give chase, but the car turns into a side road. These big doors swing open and let the police in. Then a couple of guys act like they've been here all day as the doors close back up. The Doctor and Rose swing round the corner, but they've been duped, tagged, hoodwinked, fooled, misled, bamboozled, deceived, spoofed, and have become a victim of chicanery. It's actually kind of insane how the Doctor doesn't realise what's happened. They can't have disappeared. There's a door right there. Who's it going to take? Scooby-Doo? Over at Magpie Electricals, Magpie has a portable TV, so he can take his lady friend anywhere. But he doesn't like Lightning Lady Friend, as she's burning him inside. He's an unwilling participant. He just wants things to go back to what they used to be. You can never go back. That's your tragedy. The memories of Magpie's golden age are even further back, before this time of prosperity and everything being off the ration. This nostalgia, as it was for the colonies also, was not a good time for everyone. When reminiscing on a golden age, we must ask, who was it golden for? In a bid for him to stop complaining, the TV lady says, "Cometh the hour, cometh the man." This phrase is commonly attributed to Churchill's ruling during the war, putting emphasis that the men must rise up to the occasion. It was a tough task, and though Britain indeed won, it was at great cost. So many lives taken, and those that returned from war were never the same again. They were born as part of the so-called greatest generation, named that because of their triumph in the war, though they share many traits with the silent generation as well, raising them. At the time, men came home as heroes, but because of the stigma of mental health and shell shock, later known as PTSD, they didn't often share much of themselves and steered away from excitement. They then used the respect of serving in the war so as to not be questioned. Their word goes. However, the TV lady continues from cometh the man, or lady, and she just looks so proud of herself. But the world that the men had come back to was very different. With first wave feminism nearing its end, the second wave starting to form, they had much to protest and therefore control if they wanted their traditional home life from before the war to continue. In part, that's why Eddie is the way he is, and Magpie looks back to a golden age. At the Connolly house, Tommy tries going upstairs and talking to his Gran. Doing so, though, is framed as treacherous, while his empathy for Gran is underscored with sad music. But what's so dangerous? Well, it's Eddie. He shows up right behind Tommy at her door and starts scolding him. Here, the 90-degree rule, where you don't cross an invisible line while filming, is broken. So Tommy appears on either side of the screen while the camera is tilted as well. The expectations of this nice home is completely warping in front of you. As the rules of cinematography get broken, so does the illusion of peace. It's Eddie, though, in trying to maintain the peace, causes all the stress. He takes Tommy downstairs with Rita and starts yelling at him. When Tommy tries to stand up for himself and explain that they can't just lock Gran away, Eddie cuts him off, angry.
"Excuse me, sunshine, I am talking!"
We've all experienced this. You try and explain yourself, but before you're given a chance, you're basically told that it doesn't matter what you say, they don't care. An interjection means nothing to Eddie, as though he had finished his sentence. There's no turn for Tommy. Eddie's word is the end of it, and he expects Rita and Tommy to fall in line, not criticize. Because with an ounce of critical thought, his ideology breaks down. It rather sounds like the last episode. Thuds come from the ceiling. Oh Lord, won't she ever stop? Eddie grabs her, not telling her that everything's going to be okay, but it's business as usual, even though it's clearly not. He doesn't try to calm her down, just suppress what she's feeling, because to Eddie, it's the same thing. His oppressive force is not just over their autonomy, but how they feel. He essentially takes away Rita's power as a woman, her open emotions that she's afforded, like the converted Sally Phelan, agonizing over her wedding. And Eddie is like the emotional inhibitor. Eddie wants the good old days back, but after the war, it would never be the same. World War II was a war against fascism, but men like Eddie brought it home with him. But there's a ring at the door. It's the Doctor and Rose. Doing some Scooby-Dooing? Looking for clues. With a psychic paper, the Doctor convinces Eddie that he represents Queen and country, so he can barge into the house. It's easy. Men like like Eddie always are patriotic. They always respect authority. As a man from the army, he learned how to fall in line. The doctor goes to congratulate Rita on the housekeeping, though Eddie's like, don't talk to the old ball and chain, she'll probably talk about makeup and hot Cheetos and charging her phone. But the doctor, in an iconic moment, ratios Eddie. He's not doing his patriotic duty. Eddie tells Rita to put up the British flag, but the doctor interrupts, using Eddie's patriotism against him. Mr. Connolly, what gender is the Queen? Queen don't do housework, mate. And with that, sexism was ended. You don't have to thank me. Then the Doctor and Rose sit down with Tommy and Rita and start getting to the bottom of it all. When Rita breaks down, though, Eddie starts getting angry again, like emotion. He gets into a battle of words with the Doctor and loses his temper when he starts losing. I am talking and I'm not listening! Absolute Giga chat. Eddie backs down super quick, and it goes to show that behind the tough exterior of guys like Eddie, there's really nothing behind it. Here he is, in the 1950s, controlling his son and wife through fear with verbal abuse and the ever-present implication of his strength. But as soon as the Doctor's there to challenge his crap with actual authority, he crumbles. Men like Eddie will want to act like they live by their own rules, but being so preoccupied with appearances, they're actually desperate to fit in and would jump at the first chance to abide by said authority. That's when the fudding happens again. This is what's making Eddie uncomfortable about appearances. Tommy explains that it's happening everywhere, stories of people changing somehow, and the families hide them out of fear, worried about their appearance. But the police find out about them, start hauling them away, and no one knows how. So Tommy goes up and shows them what's up with Gran. She's got no face. She's a foreskin. That's not meant to be there. Your identity is literally taken when your face is. Forces you to conform. It's a neat metamorphization. Fucking sick word. And even the police are here. Strong police presence with a totalitarian reach. A definite signs of fascism. Because while the police can't know everything, they can if people are doing the policing for them. Snitches get stitches, guys. The Popo bash the door in and come to collect Gran, but the Doctor's there to stop her. There are 3 important, brilliant, and complicated reasons why you should listen to me. 1. This picture was taken moments before disaster. Gran is hauled off, the Doctor's knocked out by the Popo, and Eddie's just letting it happen because, as I said, these men simp for authority. The Doctor wakes back up from his little nap and gives chase. He calls out to Rose, get on the bike, but she's busy noticing the TV, giving off these red sparks. Rose is becoming more like the Doctor. She's doing her own investigation. The Doctor gets bored. He can't wait any longer, so he skedaddles, while Rose checks it out, finding out that it was sold by Magpie Electricals. The Doctor catches up to the Popo, but this time, even without his glasses on, he can see past 10 feet in front of him, and he sees the secret, not so secret door. He got LASIK since last episode. That's how he grieved Mickey. Hopefully now, he can see the error of his ways. Now, knowing where the Popo are hiding, the Doctor goes investigating a little later. You can tell it's later, not because it's actually darker, but because there's now no longer anybody guarding the place. Inside, the Popo seem to be locking people up. That's what they usually do. Why did I write it like that? People are just standing there. Do they like being in prison? Or is this a spot particularly good to just stand in? Turns out they're all blank-faced people and they just ominously stand together for the fun of it. Chilling. The Doctor gets caught by the Popo though, in a great spot for them as well. He's literally walked himself into custody. Shame about the people having no mouths. How will they enjoy the custard? Over at Magpie Electricals, Rose goes investigating, where Magpie tries to shove her off the scent, but Rose doesn't give up that easily. It's genuinely like watching the Doctor here. That's when the TV lady reveals herself, and instead of speaking in a very polite, calming tone, the upper-class twang disguising the brutality, she just starts screaming, "Hungry! Hungry!" It's not good. This is not the vibe. It feels like it's intentionally going for camp, but it lands on annoying, and it just ruins it all. So the fact that the TV lady is well-mannered and well-to-do, but under it all is a hungry beast, is to comment on the establishment of Britain during this time. We called the people we colonized savages and uncivilized, but the truth was that we were the savages, the horrible, horrible people ruling with fear and extreme violence, but pretending it was proper and acting like we were civilized for doing so. As they ignore the TV, Magpie says that he's selling them for cheap because it's his patriotic duty. We may be losing the Empire, but we can still be proud. Yep. was the dark underbelly of the time, undercutting any real sense of pride we can feel for it now. Hey, at least there's the coronation. Down with the monarchy! The TV lady then starts speaking directly to Rose. What a pretty little girl. They know they've been caught. Will once again the villain start gobbling? Yes, thank you. The TV identifies itself as The Wire, and then gobbles Rose's face off with red zappy electricity.
Get gobbled!
Magpie says he's sorry. 20 million people will be watching the coronation tomorrow. Nothing will ever be the same. Wire is gonna commit
mass gobble!
Good night, children, everywhere. This is so much better than just shouting, hungry! No one cares. Hungry is like a B tier Bulgaria anyway. We then get this really funny scene where the Doctor's being questioned by the Popo and they're trying to intimidate him. The Doctor starts out sitting down as the Popo looms over him. But by the end, the Popo sat down and the Doctor's the one in control. Tell me everything you know. Well, for starters, I know you can't wrap your hand around your elbow and make your fingers meet. It's true. And if you can, you should get that checked out. It's called fingies reachy round elbowitis. It can be fatal. But now, the Doctor in his police box actually has a policeman he can put in it for emergencies because now he's best buds with D.I. Bishop. I always wanted the Doctor to have a pet. As they talk, the Popo brings in another faceless person. It's Rose. Understandably, the Doctor goes sicko mode. There is no power on this earth that can stop me! This is when the big day dawns. Or a tutorial on how to do the Michael Jackson lean. Over at the Connolly's house, everybody's gathering up to watch the TV. But out in the hall, Eddie pulls Rita for a chat. My type on paper. He speaks to her incredibly condescendingly, telling her that the Doctor's gone now, so she's stuck with him. While watching the TV, Eddie takes a jab at Rita with a joke, but it's clearly at her expense and not with her. Like, Rita's just part of the furniture rather than a human being. So, when Auntie Betty asks to go up and see Gran, Tommy takes the chance to say, yeah, let's go up and see her, Dad. That sounds great, Dad. But Eddie says that Tommy's a mummy's boy. So, Auntie Betty says that he should beat that out of him. And Eddie agrees. He's going to do that. But it's all a joke, guys, right? It's a veneer of civility. Beating your child because he's fond of his mum? Why? Does it make him effeminate? Why would that then be bad? Beyond the front page of privilege and quaint picnics is this threat of violence, aggression to those who don't fit into a narrow worldview. These people think they have it so right that they'll allow child abuse if it makes Tommy into someone who they're not uncomfortable with. It's their comfort that they prioritize over other people's safety. It's Rita smiling under threat. There's a knock at the door though, so Tommy goes to answer it. It's the Doctor and D.I. Bishop, wanting to know more about his gran. But Eddie overhears them, and seeing Tommy step a foot out of line, especially towards the Doctor who undermined his authority, he gets really angry. And we get the best scene of the episode. Eddie shouts at Tommy and the Doctor, saying that whatever's going on, they can handle it themselves. Frustrated, Eddie yells that he has a position to maintain. People on this street respect him. His home's got to be in order because it matters what they think. But that's when Tommy lets it out. Is that why you did it, Dad? Eddie was the one who ratted on Gran. The police knew where the faceless people were because Eddie was the one snitching. Tommy calls him a coward for it, but Eddie screams at him that he didn't fight a war so little brats like Tommy could call him a coward. You don't get it, do you? You fought against fascism, remember? People telling you how to live, who you could be friends with, who you could fall in love with. Don't you get it? You were fighting so that little twerps like me could do what we want, say what we want. Now we've become just like them. You've been informing on everyone, haven't you? Even Gran. All to protect your precious reputation. Fascism relies on the society itself to become the surveillance state. People have to fall in line, otherwise they get snitched on. People like Gran, who obviously wasn't even at fault for what happened to her or who she was. They get punished. It's like the unhoused people in the alternate universe. They didn't ask to be homeless. No one does. This is just something that happened to them. Yet, it's treated as a mark on them. The Connollys are a picture of a traditional family, but in order to keep that image up, Eddie abuses them. And when they can't fit in that picture anymore, he punishes the person who doesn't. Tommy's correct. He brought fascism home with him. And with Tommy being described as a mummy's boy and mentioning that Eddie fought so that people who could love who they want, a lot of people have inferred that Tommy's gay. Obviously, Tommy can't help who he loves, but fascism and its appeal to tradition and a natural hierarchy would force him to fit in or get punished for it. Eddie is a war veteran who came home, like many, traumatized and trying to find their place in the world again. Part of raising the silent generation through the war and past the Great Depression. They formed a generation who didn't often talk about their feelings, valuing stability and conformity, therefore uniformity. Because of this, family values were held in high regard, but these families had to conform to the expected happy image, no matter how miserable they really were. The war left the men demanding respect for their heroism and avoiding their feelings at the same time, meaning that any questions over their authority both upset them greatly and made them feel vulnerable because they were being emotional. The solution was to snuff out so-called insolence and the emotion associated with it. Essentially, everything would be fine if everyone listened to the man of the house. But that meant that practically no one from the silent generation was truly fine, because this was not an environment where emotions were being dealt with. Instead, they were repressed. But like many people after fascist regimes, Eddie has the slow realization that trying to create that perfect world, rid of all that they look down on, only makes him the monster, especially as Rita heard it all. "We had a ruddy monster under our roof all right, but it weren't my mother!" She slams the door on Eddie. They all go their separate ways, leaving Eddie outside alone with his pride completely laid out in front of him as the fraud it really was. Inside, all the tension in the living room is completely gone, as Rita looks for one of the first times in the story truly calm. Out on the street, as the coronation party gets set up, Tommy says that all Gran was doing was watching TV when she changed, and the doctor realizes that Rose was right. All those TV aerials were suspicious. There's far too many. Rose in this story was being the doctor before the doctor even was. So the doctor, without skipping a beat, rushes over to Magpie Electricals and demands for him to come out, but no one answers. So he goes rummaging around Magpie's stuff and finds the portable TV. As well as using the sonic screwdriver and licking it, the doctor is able to detect signals in the room coming from the TVs. In activating them, we see where the faces of the people went. They've been taken into this ether and are being used as fuel for the wire. The doctor looks through them all before spotting Rose, who's calling for him. Trapped in some void of great beyond, her only hope is him. She doesn't call for her mum though. All she has left here is the faith that her screams might be heard by the one man who would know what to do. This is the ultimate codependence. Interrupting this all is Magpie as he comes out from the side room. Presumably he didn't hear the doctor literally screaming, crashing out, crying, shitting his pants, but he does hear them making quiet remarks to themselves. The doctor confronts Magpie, demanding to know who the real big boss is. Yoo-hoo! I think that must be me. Tommy asks what the hell this TV lady is. "I will gobble you up, pretty boy." You think I'm pretty? The Wire says that once they've gobbled, they'll regain their corporeal form. They'll become a real boy. The doctor explains that the Wire feeds off the electrical activity in the brain, but it gorges itself like a great overfed pig, taking people's faces, their essence, as it stuffs itself. This is a reflection of the horrific, insatiable spirit in which the British Empire expanded itself, taking far, far more than it ever needed to, and doing it violently, trying to wash away the culture of the places it invaded and occupied. The Wire gives off the impression of being prim and proper, but under the facade of it all is a violent, expansionist ideology motivated by greed and a perceived superiority because of said civility. But why is Magpie helping? Well, the Wire promised he could keep his face and be relieved of his duty at the time of manifestation, the coronation. Millions of faces to gobble up. But there's a problem. The Wire's not strong enough to do it from here. That's why they built the portable TV. The doctor works it out. This'll turn a big transmitter into a big receiver. As punishment for that cleverness, the Wire starts to gobble gang. Gobble gang, gobble gang, gobble gang, gobble gang. But as the Wire screams, "Hungry!" this marks the downfall from an episode that I really enjoy. So, I don't know, whatever you call this. The doctor, as his face is getting the gobble treatment, takes out the sonic screwdriver, and the Wire gets scared because he's armed and clever. He didn't even do anything yet. The Wire withdraws and leaves the gang alone as they pass out on the floor, and then the Wire tells Magpie to get the portable TV, and off they go. As the Wire screams, hungry! I don't really like talking about episodes I don't like because I can't help but get in this mood where I'm like, I don't like it. This is why the Harry Show focuses on the positive. I also just think it's way more constructive to be able to analyze like why you like something, like why something works, why it's good, rather than deconstruct why something is bad. I think working out why something is good is harder. I'm not saying that working out why something is bad or like why it bothers you is bad. That's obviously needed. That's a very important part of media criticism. But I don't know. I just get so much joy out of working out why I like something, and I don't get joy out of hating something. Anyway, meanwhile, the Doctor and Tommy wake up, but it was too late for D.I. Bishop, who has been gobbled. The Doctor realizes where the wire's going, and of course, it's the biggest TV station in London, Alexandra Palace. They go back inside Magpies to build a contraption, and David Tennant really goes for that imperfect. Really put his whole Davussy into it. So off the two go to Alexandra Palace, but Magpie's already there having second thoughts. The Wire convinces him though by going, feed me! I can feel the joy and whimsy being sucked out of me. Magpie's reaction is exactly mine too. The Doctor and Tommy somehow get to Alexandra Palace in like 2 minutes, it must be, because otherwise Magpie's the slowest climber in the world. Look how far he has gotten. I'm pretty sure they ran across London. Inside Alexandra Palace, the Doctor tells Tommy to keep the contraption on. Don't let anybody stop him. Meanwhile, the Doctor gets to climbing after Magpie, who's really picked up the pace, like a Victorian child who was given a Red Bull. At the top of the transmitter, Magpie plugs in the portable TV and turns it into a receiver, as the Wire yet again screams, feed me! We get it. We are so tired. Bolts of red electricity spread out all over London and start consuming the faces of every family watching the coronation. I guess nobody told Auntie Betty, though, to stop smiling, because she seems to be really enjoying the sensation of having her face ripped off. To stop him, though, the Wire threatens the Doctor with getting gobbled and strikes him with red lightning, but it doesn't seem to affect him. As we look at his shoes, Magpie then basically just says GG and raids quits, so the Wire gobbles him up. Gobbled. Sorry, I don't have the enthusiasm. Though, that's exactly what the Wire shouldn't have done. The Doctor says that taking Magpie overexerted the Wire somehow. Forget that right now she's consuming 20 million people's souls. No, gobbling up Magpie, one singular person, that was too much. I'm getting depressed. My sparkle is gone. The Doctor goes to unplug the portable TV, but the Wire strikes him with lightning again. But there's something going on with his shoes. What's the reveal, Doctor? Was this all part of your plan? A clever trick to insulate the Wire into your shoes, consuming its power so a good old kick to the TV would strike a lightning bolt straight through it. No. It's because the Doctor's shoes have rubber soles, which, by the way, would not stop you getting electrocuted. Not even in the slightest. Not whatsoever. You would still be fried. GG, game over. The Doctor then plugs in part of his contraption to the portable TV, but over with Tommy, his side starts sparking, overloading, and breaking. The Wire boasts that the Doctor's plan has gone horribly wrong, but Tommy finds another plug that looks exactly the same and just plugs it in again. Fucking nail biting. The Wire screams, no! And with that, the Wire is trapped in the Doctor's little gadget. Even the people whose faces were taken before are returned, and everybody at the police station waiting for their custard are saved. Does that mean that Rose's face is back too? No. Rose travels with the Doctor for the rest of the series with no face. The Doctor returns to Tommy and boasts that he's a clever little alien guy, after the only thing that stopped the Wire from winning being rubber soles that he wore just by coincidence, the Wire gobbling up Magpie and that being too much, as well as Tommy's quick thinking. It's complete luck, right? And I don't know. Maybe that's the point. Showing the Doctor's hubris. Look at me, I did this. Yippee. How it plays out feels like I'm meant to be impressed by what the Doctor did here, but I'm not. It was borderline gibberish. A little later, over at the police station, Tommy finds his grab. And then the Doctor spots Rose, who can't help but smile ear to ear. They hug and it's cute or whatever, kicking my feet, giggling, twirling my hair. I do like the Doctor and Rose's relationship in this episode. I think they're funny here. But there is an addendum. A little more later, over at the Connollys, Rita hands over a suitcase to Eddie, packed up with all his stuff, and tells him to get out. You go, Rita. Stand up for yourself. Go, Rita. Go, Rita. Yeah. Eddie doesn't really show any emotion here, which fits his character, but it's sad. He runs away from all his emotions except anger. He's never really going to deal with leaving in a good way. It's sad for him. He couldn't just be a decent guy and treat his family well, but I don't feel sorry for him. We can recognize that someone's life has been hard, but we don't have to excuse people's behavior for it. We cut to the sun slowly setting, coloring the street parties for the coronation with a golden glow, as the Doctor and Rose walk and talk till they reach Tommy Tommy at the party, who spots his dad leaving their house. Good riddance. I agree. So the episode stops there, I wish. The Doctor asks if that's it. There's no room for Eddie Connolly anymore? That's right. Okay, Tommy, I respect your choice, the Doctor says. In my dreams. He deserves it. The Doctor gives Tommy this judging look and goes, like Tommy's just said something stupid, before Rose gives him a little push and tells Tommy to go after him. Eddie, his abusive father. Tommy asks, rather reasonably, what for? And I say, for a series arc about belonging, it's being shoehorned in here, even though it doesn't apply. Rose says that Eddie's his dad, but just because you're biologically related to someone, it doesn't mean they are owed your forgiveness. Tommy says that Eddie's an idiot, and Rose jokes, of course he is. Like I said, he's your dad. Yeah, you know when people are just being idiots, fooling around, just joshing, ruining your life and making you and your mum feel unsafe in your own home? Pranked! It's just a prank, bro. Get over it, pussy. And with that, the Doctor and Rose have successfully convinced someone who clearly didn't want to reunite with their abusive parent. Go on, Tommy, you legal child. It's now your job to therapize your father and heal him with forgiveness. Aw, so cute. The Doctor and Rose give a toast with some orange juice and celebrate what they just did. You two are sometimes absolutely horrible together. 3 out of 10. The Idiot's Lantern gobbled up 6.76 million people. For me, it's a great slice of life horror story turned into a terrible mess. And despite The Wire screaming, "Feed me" 5,000 times, nobody ate with this one. The ending is supposed to be a beautiful moment of empathy. Rose pushing her feelings aside from the heartbreaking denial of her alternate universe father, and despite that, having enough heart to recognise that although it's hard, family is worth it. But here, it is not. It's a rancid moment of telling the audience that you should forgive your abuser if they're family. It's just ludicrous, and it's horrible. It's forced into the narrative as part of the series arc with Rose and her family, but it should have just been placed elsewhere because it doesn't work here in any conceivable way. Dutch tilt! This episode uses Dutch tilt far too much. Basically, it's where the camera leans to one side, and every single shot in this feels wonky, and it's intended to be, but the effect of it runs dry if it's used as constantly as this episode uses it. It's trying to say that despite what Britain looks like, a civilized society, warm and proud for the coronation, there's a slant to it, a dark undertone of fascism painting over the bad parts, and we can see it's there because of the off way it's filmed. However, when every shot is Dutch tilted, it just looks like an accident. But stop looking at me like that. Seriously, tilt your head back. Look at me normally. A common criticism of this episode is that Eddie Connolly is annoying and unrealistic or over the top. I see where the criticism is coming from. It borders on pantomime. I understand. But also, living in England, I've known numerous dads like Eddie Connolly. They're people that get used to being the king of their own little world and nobody questioning them for it. I've had my fair share of being interrupted when I'm trying to explain my side with, "I am talking!" And to see the Doctor hit the gritty on such a person feels really good. No, I did not steal that biscuit. Fuck off. Particularly though, the nuance of Eddie only really showing emotion when it comes to anger, or when he finally loses what he took for granted, feels sadly all too realistic. There's so many dads that rule with fear and take being a disciplinarian way too far. And it's certainly okay that even when you come to adulthood, that you don't forgive them for it. People's existences, like Eddie Connolly's, are sympathetic. I'm sure he's feeling a lot of pain that he bottles up, but it's no excuse for his actions. You do not have to act on emotion, or lack thereof. Because in hard times, making the world feel as bad as you feel only makes everyone miserable. Golly gosh. This episode of Doctor Who is called Space. Am I ever going to waste my time on a clown? No. Am I ever going to let them take off my crown? With a lot riding on this episode to overpower the bitter taste that Eddie Connolly's stink left behind, fans were anticipating a big one, but they didn't quite get what they expected. We start the episode with Mackenzie, Rusty, and Jack, the Jack Russell, out to play at break time. The gang figure out what game they want to play, and they settle on space exploration. Jack will be the navigator, Rusty will be the captain, and Mackenzie will be the chief scientist. Mackenzie's job is to try and figure out everything and fix stuff, which is not very specific, but Doctor Who is a kid's show, so Jack wonders where they should go. Mars with aliens, or to a black hole? Mackenzie asks what a black hole even is. So Jack explains that it's a sun that got really small and became a hole, which is scientifically exactly what that is. Mackenzie asks about what happens if you go inside one, but Jack explains that no one knows. It's a mystery. Rusty's like, freak that then, to hell with no stinky black hole, I want aliens, I want Mars! But we're left lingering on Mackenzie, as he seems to ponder on the black hole. It's a thing we know so little about, and all that the lack of answers leaves is a space for anxiety to fill. How come Jack and Rusty can just move past this fact so easily? Why does uncertainty not bother them? But there's no time to think about it, because the gang is ready for liftoff! They launch themselves into space, and as they drift around the cosmos, Rusty asks Mackenzie to crash! Bang! The ship collides with a meteor, which, thanks to Jack, we know is actually called an asteroid when it's in space. Thanks, Jack. Mackenzie goes out to do a spacewalk to check on the ship as Rusty asks the ship's robot, Duality, if there's any more meteors, and there aren't. Mackenzie should be safe out there. Boom! There's another crash, and Mackenzie is sent flying out into space. Rusty tries to pull him in with the space rope, but he's not on the other end of it. Somehow, Mackenzie was cut loose. Rusty, like the Giga Chad he is, doesn't even blink before running out there to find Mackenzie. Rusty looks around and finds him behind a tree. Sorry, I meant satellite. Thankfully, they managed to pull Mackenzie back on board to safety. Phew! It was lucky that Rusty didn't get sucked into space too. Back on the ship, Mackenzie's fixing things, as Jack asks him why Duality didn't see the asteroid coming. Duality said there were none, but Mackenzie doesn't know. He says that maybe Duality is damaged too. Two? What's also damaged? The space rope? Or something else? Jack asks how Mackenzie's space rope became unhooked. They're super strong, but Mackenzie avoids the question, like he doesn't want to talk about it for some reason. So the gang get ready for a launch again after fixing everything, and they're just about ready to lift off, but Rusty realizes Mackenzie has been lost. A little time passes, and Rusty and Jack find Mackenzie next to a space mountain. Mackenzie asks why they left him behind, and Rusty's left confused. They didn't leave him behind. They wouldn't do that. They're Mackenzie's friends. But Mackenzie's upset and says they left him behind on purpose, to which Rusty asks why they'd even do that, but Mackenzie doesn't know. He looks genuinely unsure. Jack then thinks out loud and says Mackenzie's space rope didn't break. He unhooked it. And Rusty asks if that's true. Mackenzie, embarrassed, admits it all. He wants to pretend that they leave him behind and that he's all alone. Rusty, really confused by this point, asks why, but Mackenzie doesn't know. The reason why Mackenzie wants to play like this is a little like the black hole itself, uncertain, but it seems like the more he pretends this reality of being left behind is true, the more anxious he becomes, just like the building anxiety of thinking about what's inside the black hole. But as they walk back to play space travel, Mackenzie asks if they're sure they can't travel to the black hole. It seems like whatever uncertainty the black hole represents to Mackenzie, he wants to tackle it anyway. Back on board, Mackenzie prepares everyone for hypersleep so they can go to Mars. The crew goes under, but Mackenzie wakes up and asks Duality to change the course to the black hole. After a bit of hypersleep, Jack and Rusty wake up and discover Mackenzie's gone, and the rope has stretched far out into space, into the unknown. We see that Mackenzie reached the black hole as he stares into the abyss, wondering anxiously what's behind it. Thankfully, with something so scary, he doesn't have to do it by himself, as Jack and Rusty catch up with him. They try and stop him from going in, but Mackenzie says he has to. He explains that he's the chief scientist. It's his job to figure everything out, but also fix things. A lot of things around Mackenzie seem to break, and although he doesn't do it maliciously, he does do it on purpose. Whatever the pretend that Jack and Rusty left him behind was, it seems that he was talking about himself when he said that Duality was also damaged. Maybe to Mackenzie, the rope broke on him not because the rope was broken, but because he was. He sat behind that satellite and space mountain not because he was avoiding space, but because he wanted to be alone as the chief scientist, with the only thing being himself left to figure out and fix. Why does he feel broken. Maybe the answer is in the black hole, at facing uncertainty and the anxiety it causes head on. Rusty demands that they come with Mackenzie to venture into the black hole, and Jack is shocked, but Mackenzie stops them. It's too dangerous. This is something Mackenzie has to do alone. So he tells Jack and Rusty to go to Mars without him, yet this isn't out of some compulsion of anxiety, but a firm decision that the black hole is something for him and him alone to conquer. Rusty gives him a salute, and Mackenzie ventures out into the uncharted. He walks further and further in, unsure as ever, but brave nonetheless, as he edges closer to a blinding white light. Inside is a tunnel of colours, a kaleidoscope of uncertainty that Mackenzie slides through until he reaches the other end, and out he comes as a younger Mackenzie. This uncertainty is from a memory. He finds himself at the end of a slide in a shopping centre with a little playground. The smile that he had evaporates away quickly as he discovers that nobody's on the other end of the slide to catch him. And as he calls out for his mum, it's clear he had expected her to catch him, but she wasn't there. Though, someone walks up to him. It's Calypso, his schoolteacher. She asks if he's okay, and he says that his mum left him behind. This is the point of uncertainty. A small moment, but one that meant a lot to Mackenzie as a young boy. He had expected the comfort of his mother after the excitement of a slide, but she wasn't there to catch him if he fell. Whether Mackenzie was prone to anxiety before this, or this was the cause, we don't know, but it left a mark and hurt him to the point that he wasn't sure that his friends or mum wouldn't just leave him behind alone and scared. The fog in the background masking the shopping centre is because everything seems so big when you're a child. His mum was, in fact, as Calypso points out, just 10 steps away from him, but it must have felt like 100 with such little legs. Though Calypso wasn't actually there. Mackenzie didn't know her because he wasn't in school yet. Here, she simply acts like a guardian angel to him because she makes him feel safe. With her presence there, he can see that while 100 little steps feels like a lot, his mum didn't actually leave him behind. She wouldn't do that. Just like Jack and Rusty wouldn't, because they're his friends. Calypso says to Mackenzie that he knows what's here now. What was inside the black hole was uncertain, but in confronting it in a safe environment, maybe with someone he trusts, he realizes that he can tackle difficult emotions and even traumatic events. Mackenzie sees that he isn't what happened to him. He's Mackenzie, not the person that everyone will leave behind. He can see that now, and although the uncertainty felt scary, he knows what's in the black hole. Calypso says that now he knows, he doesn't need to keep coming back to this memory, and it's true. What Mackenzie was doing was something that a lot of people who undergo distressing situations do. In order to understand why it happened to them, they recontextualize it. They play out what happened in their head over and over again, playing it from different sides and having it reach different conclusions, some that hurt them more, and some that end without any pain. It fosters a sense of control over the situation, but not one that resolves the root pain. Without fixing the problem, without confronting the situation from a matter-of-fact perspective, people like Mackenzie can often resort to playing these situations out in real life, applying their pain to scenarios where it doesn't really fit, leaving the people around them confused why they reacted in such a way that just doesn't seem appropriate to what happened. It's because their pain is far-reaching but ill-defined that people react in ways that don't seem right, because they have old pain informing new struggles. Mackenzie had a sense and expectation of abandonment, but it didn't fit into the game that he was playing with Rusty and Jack, which is why it left him confused. He played out the scenario, but it didn't give him answers. It just left him with more questions. It is only now that he faced the problem in a safe way, alone, so as to not superimpose his trauma ill-fittingly onto others, that he could take himself away from the situation that caused the pain and look at it through a bystander's eyes. Calypso acts as that bystander, able to just look at the facts and help Mackenzie understand that it isn't anything inherently about him that's worth abandoning. He was just one part of an unfortunate misunderstanding, one that left him feeling abandoned, but not a situation that colours who he is, because he's not what happened to him. It's at that exact moment that he realizes this, that Mackenzie wakes up and discovers that there are aliens in the black hole too. Because now playtime isn't about his pain, it's just playtime. That's when Rusty comes through the black hole too, because Mackenzie doesn't have to be alone in his pain. As he starts to deal with it, maybe he can talk to friends like Rusty about it. Because even if Mackenzie was struggling with something, he's now shown that real friends wouldn't just leave you behind when things get hard. They'll even follow you into a black hole to save you from aliens! On the other side, Jack is there waiting, pulling them back in on the space rope. Here, the space rope represents that tether to a safe place, like the spaceship with Dudatron. You can find a nice place and take your time to venture out into that uncertainty and find answers for yourself, or with a professional or someone you trust, knowing that if you need to, you can always pull on the space rope and you'll find yourself back in the safe place. After that adventure, the gang go back to the spaceship, back to safety. Jack asks Dudatron to do a crew check, and both Jack and Rusty are present and in the moment. Dudatron then asks if Mackenzie's there as he stares out at the black hole. It was hard to go into uncertainty, and whilst all the feelings aren't gone, especially the anxiety of it all, facing his fears and conquering it means that now he can be present in the moment with his friends, both literally and thematically. Mackenzie says he's here, and you can count on that. 10 out of 10. Space is a brilliant episode of Doctor Who, going over the anxiety of being left behind, and fits perfectly within the thematic arc of Series 2. One day, I hope you can be brave enough to conquer your uncertainty, but for now, you can be sure that this is a safe place too. You've got hours of video left, and although that might not be much, you can be certain of it. Wait, this is Bluey. This isn't Doctor Who. How did this get in there? Bluey video coming soon. Poopy time. This two-part story aired on the 3rd of June 2006, and its subsequent part on the 10th, meaning that between the air dates was the 6th of the 6th of the 6th. 666. Holy moly. Do not watch this video at 3 a.m. Otherwise, the black hole from the Bluey episode Space will eat you up. This is not a safe place. This is a danger zone. We start the episode with the TARDIS struggling to land, like it's got indigestion for the location. It doesn't like it whatsoever. Rose says that if there's trouble, they could always just leave. That's stupid. Us leaving? Do we look like smelly nappy babies? Oh boy, they will come to regret this. They leave the cupboard they found themselves in and see that they've landed in a weird base. It's windy, rattling. The whole thing is futuristic, but somehow cobbled together like it was built with the least amount of materials necessary. As they open each door, a communication system announces it in a voice that's both comforting but also a little ominous somehow. The whole thing just looks dirty. The very opposite of the expected chrome aesthetic. Like how it's not just where they've landed that the TARDIS had a problem with, but what they've landed in. The fact that the setting feels unsafe in of itself, even without any sci-fi monsters yet, makes for great atmosphere. They continue in and discover it's a sanctuary base, a place of protection. But that only begs the question, protection from what? They also notice drilling underneath them. Before Rose looks up, welcome to hell. Rose laughs, but the Doctor turns around to see it written on the wall, and under it is a mess of symbols that even the TARDIS isn't translating. It's meant to translate everything. It's essentially a magic box, yet the writing here perplexes it. What's weirder for a time machine master over days is that the Doctor thinks it can't translate the writing because it's too old. Impossibly old. Rosa's laugh seems all too confident for what's happening. What she read should have been enough to scare her, perhaps arrogance instead. They go to find the person in charge of the base to investigate, but when they open the door, they're met with 3 beings of Lovecraftian descent. They look almost aquatic, with octopus-like fleshy tendrils where their mouth should be, as their face folds into itself and creases to angular eyes, with the ears of an elf nestled deep into far-reaching cheekbones. Their complexion is vampirical, yet their eyes are blood red, suggesting you might be on the menu. Sprouting out of their mouth is an artificial test tube resting into a sphere they're holding of unknown origin. The doctor says hello. They say, we must feed. Tonight's special is a lovely roast Tyler, and with medicinal properties, we have the slow-cooked ductor. The creatures descend on them, and as they look around, every possible escape is eliminated from choice as more of the beings come hoarding out of the exits. They're cornered. They become prey to hell as it chants, we must feed you if you are hungry. They're space butlers. They actually do offer them refreshments, so don't judge a book by its cover, guys. No matter how much I misled you, it's wrong. Turns out there was some electromagnetic interference with their speech systems, but there's no time for that. Some dude runs into the room like, what the hell? It's kind of ironic because on the wall it says, welcome to hell. He's shocked that there's two people, new people, here. The guy radios the boss to tell him, but he doesn't believe it. Rose questions them because if they're a space base, surely they get visitors every now and then. The guy's like, you must be skibbity bonkers Riz if you don't know where you are. But space quake! They reach main control and are met with people blank-faced, just staring at them like they put the milk first. Wherever they are, the concept of visitors is unimaginable. The bossman Zach, tells them to hold on tight, or they'll go loose like a goose. The doctor asks what the planet's called, and girl boss Ida, says not to be a stupid silly idiot. How could it have a name? That's not its name. That's just how I'd react to a similar earthquake in the story. There was an earthquake. I would never be able to live where natural disasters just happen. What do you mean the sky can just pick you up and fling you around? The ocean can just decide to attack you? Captain Zach makes sure everyone's alright and accounted for, but they lost the room's storage 5 to storage 8. Zach asks Toby, the architect, to go check the rocket link. Rose then asks about the storm outside, but she's corrected by Scooty, the trainee, that they'd need air for a hurricane. Rose wonders what's shaking the roof then, so Ida flicks a lever to open the skylight. Zach warns them to be careful though, because the sight sends some people mad. Directly above them is a black hole. The doctor, usually a rock under pressure, the person looked to in terror, just stands there in denial. The man who saves us from the monsters, quells our fright, is frozen in a fear response. Rose knows what it is, enough to know that it's impossible, but not with as much depth as the doctor. A beacon of knowledge as to how they could, in any reality, be standing here under the Herculean gravitational pull of a black hole. The more answers, more understanding of the nature of science and its laws only elicits more questions as to how they're here and how it's home. They should be hurtling to their death, as would light, gravity, and time, yet they're offered a mercy, something from beyond science. The doctor is immediately stripped of his usual authority on logic. Whatever's causing this seems so far beyond reason that the doctor can't manipulate or control it. His weapon of words are impotent here to a power above them and outside of his intellectual grasp. Even the whole base is dwarfed by the Colossus. Our two heroes have never seemed so small. We cut to Toby, who's making his way through the labyrinth of hallways before he's stopped in his tracks by a chilling machination of a whisper. Toby. He instinctually looks behind him, but there's nothing. As the lights fizzle in and out, he takes it as nothing but an unamusing interruption. Toby comes back to main control to find the crew showing the Doctor and Rose the black hole on a hologram schematic. Ida speaks of the scriptures of the Veltino that called the planet they're on Crop Tor, meaning the bitter pill. The black hole is said to be a mighty demon that was tricked into consuming the planet, but spat it out as it realized it was poison. Though, with all this mythos, how did the crew come to be here? It seems so unlikely, as if they were part of the story. Zach explains that there's a gravity funnel extending outwards into clear space that they followed in. The ship was almost completely destroyed, but they somehow survived, though they lost the captain, which left Zach in charge and a little insecure about it. The head of ethics, Danny, says that if the funnel closes, they're stuck. But the Doctor does some epic maths and realizes that for this to be possible, they'd need 3 epic science numbers that are 6th to the 6th to the 6th. 666. That's the weed number. Meanwhile, Rose gets her refreshment from one of the creatures, and owing to her dinner lady expertise, she knows to be very polite. There could be a bat creature hiding inside them. She then asks for the creature's name. We have no titles. We are as one. The creatures seem to be a kind of hive mind, all interconnected but with some individuality. Rose asks Scooty and Danny what they're called, and they explain that they're the Ood, slave workers that do manual labor, part of a basic slave race. Rose rightly calls this out. Since when do humans need slaves? But Danny says they offer themselves. Without orders, they simply cease to do anything. They just die. The Ood confirms this to Rose, and when she asks why, they say they have nothing else in life. Yeah, well, I used to think like that. It indicates to the audience that something is not right with the Ood, if being a slave wasn't enough. The optics of a race welcoming slavery is not a good one. Sci-fi says something about our world. It seeks to comment on it and recontextualize it. With control of the story, power to write what you want, labeling beings as a basic slave race and not really doing much to challenge that, rather just soften its impact by saying they like it actually, is not good. Though, there could be something to be said about mindless followers amongst the religious imagery of an afterlife and the purgatory that they're in between life and death, escaping or falling into the black hole thought to be a demon. If all you do is follow orders given to them, it could be read as a critique of religion. People that let their life be guided by a book, a religious text, telling them what to do. Without orders, the Ood would do nothing. Is it implying that people of faith are not free thinkers? Returning to the Doctor's conversation, the crew are impressed with his epic maths and science skills, so he gains a little trust from them. They explain that the power source emanating the three big science number 6s is 10 miles underneath them, which is why they heard drilling when they first got here. Ida says that the power source could revolutionize science, but Mr. Jefferson, the head of security, a military man, thinks they could use it to fuel the Empire. The Doctor, with a light scowl, says that they could also use the power source to start a war. The Doctor fought in the Time War. He was a soldier once, just like Mr. Jefferson. They're essentially both soldiers in space, with one representing the British Empire. We often saw the far-reaching effects of the Time War in Series 1, with other species being slaughtered by its echoes. And it's interesting to see a space age with imperial British values superimposed, as our interpretations of space and the potential life within it are often coloured by this view. Theories of life are rife with advanced technological species thought to be the apex predators. These theories suggest that life outside of our star system may only be so quiet because they're in hiding from the superior imperial forces of the universe. Other theories suggest that life outside of Earth is completely gone, only part of history because they wiped each other out with weapons of mass destruction far more potent than our own. Interplanetary war between planets that had mastered space travel would almost certainly have weapons just as capable. Therefore, given any conflict, the end product would always be complete, mutually assured destruction. This is to say that people like Mr. Jefferson fund such ideals with their expansionist rhetoric. How big is this empire he wants to fuel, and who does it have dominion over? We reach into space and what? We repeat history? We colonize? It's the security head, a military man, suggesting a benefit to the Empire, and it's the Doctor, a victim and finisher of the universe's great war, who scowls at the idea. The Doctor doesn't want war, empire, or control. He travels the universe, helping out where he can for the adventure of it. A pacifist mindset. And it's not like we don't have groups of people on Earth like the Doctor either. We have had, and will continue to have, countries and tribes of human beings that don't want war or imperial expansion. Is it then kind of telling that we look at the universe and primarily see it through the lens of history's winners, the ones with the biggest, most bloodthirsty armies, instead of looking out and seeing the very real chance for peace amongst it, that advanced planets may have reached equilibrium and exist kindly together to share scientific understanding and its gifts, as well as company. Yet, we see it primarily through conquest. There's a very real chance that bigotry may not get in peace's way, that somewhere out there is a little introverted squid being with 12 cowcats living on a self-sustaining moon, and all they do is try and pick up signals from Earth to watch Doctor Who. They don't have to worry about being colonized because aliens don't do that. But it's also kind of telling that Mr. Jefferson and Ida exist in the same room together in peace. An imperial soldier looking out for the Empire, wanting to use the power source to fuel it, and a scientist who wants to revolutionize the field because science, often our biggest scientific breakthroughs, have been accelerated by war and the military for geopolitical reasons, as such, funded by them. Militarism and imperialism are so steeped in the history of science that it's still far from over even now. Just look at the Mauna Kea telescopes in Hawaii. To find out more, you can watch this amazingly educational video by Dr. Fatima, which informed a lot of my discussions for this episode. Genuinely, I couldn't be more grateful for that video. It is a wonderful channel. Anyway, Toby then tells the Doctor about the writing on the wall. It came from the engravings that the drill found deep in the planet, and he's had no luck translating it. The Doctor says that neither can he, but boasts that that's saying something. It's true that it's a big deal that the TARDIS can't translate the writing, but the way he says it is very arrogant and inconsiderate, like his ego can't help but make it known that he's smarter than Toby. But Toby's too busy nerding out to notice, talking about how the civilization that once lived on this planet buried something eons ago that's now reaching out and literally pulling them in. The wording has two meanings here. Yes, the gravity tunnel pulled them in, but they chose to fly down it. The temptation to find out what's here was what really pulled them in. The Doctor, in awe of their curiosity though, praises them and calls them brilliant and gives Zack a big Time Lord hug, but also tells them that they're idiots. Why the hell are you still here? Leave! I just like, I know you are, but what am I? And it's so true, girl. The TARDIS warned them off, but the Doctor and Rose ignored it completely and carried on despite being welcomed into hell. The fact that their hypocrisy has to be pointed out by Ida signals again that there are flaws the pair don't even realize they have together, and the trouble that they get themselves into because of their duality only seems to be escalating, yet they seem oblivious to it. First, Torchwood, then laughing at Mickey as they plunged into a parallel universe, and now they laugh as they walk into the jaws of a proposed hell. That's when the Doctor realizes that the TARDIS is fucking gone. They parked it in Storage 6, and Zack said that they lost that section in the earthquake. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs! They scramaddle, a combination of scram and skedaddle. They reach the door to Storage 6, but are met with a giant crater where they once parked. The TARDIS has been sacrificed to the planet. They should have heeded its warnings. Their arrogance did not go unpunished. Back at main control, the Doctor urgently explains his situation to an unimpressed Zack. To Zack, the TARDIS is just the machine, and given their situation, he cares about the TARDIS as much as you care about that check engine light in your car. It'll be fine. But I need my ship. It's all I've got, literally. The only thing. But to Zack, it's nothing. They're not going to give up their mission just because the Doctor's an impressive mathematician and scientist. He's not the Doctor. To them, they don't watch Doctor Who like us. They're not cool and hot. While the panic's understandable, it frames the Doctor as somewhat self-important, putting himself above the needs of the crew, despite this being their base and their mission that they're already risking their lives for. Ida gives him some consolation though. He can keep himself busy doing the laundry. Oh, how humbled you've been. But think of Rose. It's good and all the Doctor being trapped here. He's an alien who's used to this stuff with no family to worry about him. But Rose has Jackie, and this isn't her world. Not even close. Mickey, staying in the parallel world, was a brave choice. Disposable Mickey as always. But the Doctor's essentially condemned Rose to the same thing, taking the choice from her, someone he holds so dear. Instead of it being a brave moment of stepping into the next chapter like it was for Mickey, Rose being trapped here is something she asks the Doctor to worry about. She needs a hug. Finally, the consequences come for them. Their faith in each other that they can get out of any situation is crumbling. So they both start to worry. After a little Ood exploitation montage, we cut to Toby, who's examining the ancient writing on the stones. Everything's calm under the circumstances, as normality can set in anywhere given enough time, and you can forget about the danger and go on living with it like it's regular. Just look at Australia, maniacs. Toby. But there it is again, that voice. He looks around. On an unexplainable planet comes an unexplainable presence. I can see you. Toby starts to lose his temper a little and goes to check outside his room, but is met with a desolate hallway as the lights flicker under a similarly mysterious disturbance. He returns to his work. Like an Australian eyeing down a rattlesnake, if you just don't provoke it, it'll be fun. We then cut to lunchtime. Happy memories. Kenny would have loved Crop Tour. I hope he gets out of rehab soon. Rose tries out the local scran. It looks lovely. The dude does a great job as a dinner lady, which can be done by anybody, but dinner man sounds like we're eating them. Rose, though, like the workers' rights girl boss she is, wants to know if her girl dinner is getting the dude girl paid. She may be taking on the arrogance of the Doctor when it comes to danger, but when it comes to the pay slip, that pay don't slip. The beast and his armies shall rise from the pit to make war against God. Right. Okay. I'll see you later. What the fuck did that thing just say? I was okay with buying its turds, but I don't want to join a cult. Not again. Apologies. I said, I hope you enjoy your meal. Oh, that's okay then. I'm always mishearing things since I joined that EDM cult that didn't believe in eardrum. Over at main control, Zach's just chilling doing captain stuff. But his work is interrupted when he gets up, and behind him he hears growling. That was just me, guys. It's the full moon soon. Wait! That's the freaking devil, man. What the hell, dude? Zach turns around, but apparently the devil was just playing peekaboo for the camera because it's gone now. He's a little shy. Over with Danny, and he's opening a door. Riveting, I know. Closed door free. Closed door free. He is awake. Then he's like, what the frick? What the frickin' hell? Back with Toby. Oh god, it's that same voice. Isolated upon a desolate hallway on a planet so close to death, company is the last thing you'd expect.
I have so many names.
The entity identifies itself, yet leaves more questions. Like, the more they figure out about the planet, the less they understand. Curiosity creeps up on Toby, as the voice does.
If you look at me, you will die.
The entity is a temptation, like the apple of Eden. The consequences are death, destruction of peace in a controlled environment, and the temptation is the chaos, the breaking of order. Perhaps if Toby looked, if the crew drilled to the power source, we would have but more questions from the answers. Chaos sewed into order. Understanding, creating an opposite effect than what's usual. An appeal to ghosts and gods and science to magic. Like the crisp apple of Eden and its flavour, Toby wants to know the entity's name.
I'm behind you, Toby.
It's not an answer. Obviously, it's not. The warning of death wasn't an assurance of contrast, safety in writing. It was an invitation. Temptation comes with danger. That's why we do it. It's fun to hang off the edge. The more we're told we're not allowed to do something, the more alluring it becomes. The apple was just an apple, but getting away with it would have been sweet. Like the snake to the garden. It's not with a bite that Toby will be punished. If he simply obeys the words, he'll be okay. It's only when the apple is taken and temptation wins that the snake is given power through sin. It's impotent to cause chaos itself because it can't. It's still disembodied. It's why people believe the devil won't come knocking, but in temptation, he lies. It's our choice to not give in, and it's our voice that convinces us to anyway. It's a battle we fight against ourselves to not do the things we know aren't good for us.
One look and you will die.
The entity reaches closer and closer. The urge to look becomes more potent than the will to live. Just one more on the edge.
Oh, I can touch you.
Toby swings around. He can't take the tension before the band snaps. He's looked. No one's there. There never was. He goes back to work like we do. After temptation sneaks in, we move on. I'll say no next time. But what if you're caught, apple in hand? Toby checks the carvings. There's no longer anything there. His hands start burning as he takes his gloves off. His palms and fingers bear the mark of the stone, the ancient writing whose only translation yet is welcome to hell, invites him in with the temptation of sin. He panics. He checks the mirror as he senses something horribly wrong. His entire body is taken. His eyes blood red. He is awake. Toby slumps down in pain, crashing to the floor, and goes Betty-Buys. Even the devil needs nap time. Over at main control, Ida gets a comm from Zach saying that the Scarlet system is burning up in the black hole. She describes it as a moment in history. We watch as a red cloud slowly drifts and wisps into the black hole. An entire star system is consumed and made dust. A billion-year civilization ceasing to exist. The black hole is inevitable. They're stranded here under its whims, not knowing why they're the exception, why Their story continues on, despite such a ruthless, indiscriminate force taking so much else. All things come to dust. The Doctor and Rose's arrogance is equated to the size of the Scarlet Star system. They chose to dangle off the edge, give in to the appeal and temptation of danger, and now they're here as their environment demonstrates what a mistake that was. Ida goes to close the skylight. The sight sends some people mad, but the Doctor asks her to leave it open. They're already on the edge, might as well bask in it. Not many people get so long to stare into the abyss before they join it. The crew go off to do their tasks and leave the Doctor and Rose to talk. Rose says that she's seen TV shows where black holes are gateways to other universes, but the Doctor tells her this isn't one of those. There isn't a magical path to safety, just as wondrous as the TARDIS. Their gravity pocket is irregular, but the only magic of it all is that they aren't dead. Rose looks off into the distance and recognizes just how far away she is from Jackie. Her first trip in the TARDIS was in orbit of the Earth and she freaked out. But now she's magnitudes further in time and space, and all she has is a wistful look. The Doctor goes to comfort her by explaining that the Earth is just a right turn and about 500 years straight forward. Should take you about, say, 200 years. Rose instinctually goes to check her phone, but she doesn't clamour nor agonize. Ooh, that's a cool word, agonize. Nor agonize for it. You'd think should be panicking, but this has been part of Rose for a long time now. Rose was fine with Chips and the Doctor at home, but couldn't handle it without him. Ticket away. Rose has wanted to leave for a long time. She's packed her bags twice and didn't come back to pop home for tea. She went to see Jackie to make sure she was still alive, but there's no signal on the phone. That's the first time we've gone out of range. Any normal person would panic, but that's just it. Rose is no normal person anymore. She doesn't even know what she would say to Jackie. She asks if the Doctor can just build another TARDIS, but Lorela! They were grown, not built. That is both cool and confusing. How could it be grown? But with the Doctor's planet gone, there's no one to help them. The fact that TARDISes are grown implies that the privilege of having one is inherent to having access to power. You can't build one. You can't foster an environment of inherent privilege. It's a birthright of a Time Lord. Rose is a working class girl. She doesn't know the secrets of privilege. If she did, would she be rich too? Her top 1% father rejected her in servant girl attire, and the Doctor, arrogant in his privilege of the ultimate safe space, has lost it with all the arrogance of someone who thinks they're too big to fail. In the parallel world, Rose wasn't born into privilege either, but she was seduced by it. Ultimately, whatever the upper class do, they won't pay for it. Working class people like Rose will. However, Rose says that it could be worse. The crew said that they could give them a lift off the planet after they're done here. And then what? Rose doesn't know. But she soon comes to a conclusion. Almost like she's been thinking about this already. We cut to a shot looking up at the Doctor and Rose with the black hole consuming everything behind them, juxtaposing their perilous, adventurous life and the dark forces that put them in harm's way, forming them into adrenaline junkies. As Rose says, that they could just live a normal life. They joke about mortgages and carpets, as Rose suggests meekly that they could live together. And you can tell she wants that. For her, it's not the adventures. That stopped being the main appeal a long time ago. It's him. The laughing crescendos as they look awkwardly away from each other. But the Doctor doesn't stop her or tell her it's not true. From when they first met, it's been something that he wanted. A normal life. In the episode Father's Day, he confessed to the bride and groom that he never had a life like theirs. They seemed to genuinely long for it, admire it. The Doctor got over his aversion to domesticity from losing his family in the Time War, as his London found family saved his life, giving him grace from repeating his final act of the Time War in the Series 1 finale. But it's not just domesticity that he avoids dreaming of with Rose, it's that it all come to an end. He learned that the curse of the Time Lords is a double-edged sword, but one that might be worth accepting. But losing Rose? It pained him deeply to lose Renette after such little time. How could he accept losing all of this? I promised Jackie I'd always take you back home, but the heartstrings aren't pulled. It just seems like Rose is accepting a new chapter. Everyone leaves home in the end. It's a blunt bit of poetry, but you know she believes it. What tethers her down to earth, normal, regular, chip-eating humanity? She just cuts off. Nothing nothing's stopping her now. Not to end up stuck here. But Rose flirts back. If there's anybody she'd want to be stuck with, it's him. Flirting in the face of a black hole. They do like to tempt fate. I was drinking some tea and I dribbled on myself. But there's another layer here. Rose was a lunch lady in school reunion, just like the Uda here. There, the normality that Chips represented to Rose was perverted. Even something that regular around her became alien. They were krillitane oil chips. But now, Rose is the guest on this planet, being served an alien equivalent, eating dinner with her alien boyfriend below an unexplainable black hole. And she's talking about such normal things as living with the Doctor on an alien planet. She's truly detached herself from anything she was before, almost like she is becoming alien. Rose then gets a call and answers it incredibly nonchalantly. You're in space, Rose, out of reach from Earth. Aren't you curious as to how the hell someone's ringing you? See? It's not good, man. It's Toby. He's awake. Nap time. It's over. The Doctor and Rose race down to Ood habitation, where the crew keep the Ood when they're not working. The Doctor asks Danny how they communicate, and we find out that they're empaths, just like me for real for real. They monitor their telepathic fields, and they only communicate with each other at a level of basic 5. The Doctor asks if they can pick up messages, like the one Rose got on her phone, and when an Ood said something a little quirky devil worshipy at the sacred time of lunch. Don't tell Kenny, he might relapse. Danny tries to explain it away though. The black hole's sucking in so much, there's gotta be stray signals. So that's when the monitor goes haywire. It picks up basic 10, 20, all the Oods sit up. 30, the Ood all turn around to look at them. Danny explains that basic 30 is like them all screaming inside their mind. But the Doctor thinks it's something else shouting at them. Danny asks what Rose's phone said. He is awake. And you will worship him. Alright, I usually clock out at 5, but I'm going to take a second lunch. He is awake. And you will worship him. Alright, if you could just stop that, I'm freaking out! More anxious than I was when I was getting my eardrums removed. We cut to Scooty, who comes out to check on Toby, but he's no longer in his room. Behind her, she hears the door comm system. Open door 41, closed door 41. And she looks visibly confused. She amusedly rushes over to the comm system because that can't be right. She asks to make sure it did indeed open and close that door. Confirmed. Scooty says that that's the airlock. Did someone go outside? Confirmed. She asks who it was. Cannot confirm. Frustrated, she demands to know who went through the door. He is awake. It becomes extremely clear that it's no stray transmission. They came here. They became part of this, like an unlikely story. And this one has a villain. The shield over the window opens up and reveals who opened door 41. Outside is Toby, standing in the heart of the non-storm, completely unaffected by the vacuum of space. He turns around to look at Scooty, smiling, sweet, like poisoned honey. He extends his hand out to Scooty, inviting her. The allure of temptation and the awe of danger pulls her hand out to him. We sit in this moment, the seesaw of this story, whether temptation alone can insurge the crew, so sinful death will come for them. We pull in intimately. The audience is invited closer to feel the urge. But Scooty shakes herself out of it, screaming that this can't be. Toby's smile is wiped away as his temptation is thwarted. But with a vessel, the entity can wreak havoc. Toby, with forces beyond science, clenches his hand into a fist, compelling the glass to break. As it shatters, Scooty runs to the door, screaming for it to open. But she's isolated in this dank hallway. The radios and con systems, her only means of communication, her only link to help, is perverted and completely severed. She's alone with evil, and it controls death. Toby releases his grasp, and a maniacal force breaks and shatters the glass into the void of space, perhaps Scooty with it. This scene commonly features on videos compiling the scariest bits of Doctor Who, but not only that, it gives the voice of the entity a form, one here that's human. It feels so uncanny as our expectations of the human limit is broken, contorted into whatever Toby is now. This thing looks like him, but isn't, much like how we can't imagine our loved ones doing something horrible, such as a terrible sin given the context. Thus, our view of them changes drastically. As well, the safety felt by the separation of the glass is taken away in a swift manner, as it turns from a moment of human loss felt on Scooty's side for Toby, quickly into him perverting the feeling into dread. The fear comes from both the feeling changing quickly, but also the weird sense that you were tricked as well. As Scooty grieves and feels drawn to Toby, so do you. You feel tempted. Part of you wants to see Scooty join him. All over the base, the pressure is felt and ruptures through the structure. Everybody rushes around the ship, getting to safety as the base has been completely open to the elements. They just manage to reach safety from the pressure as Mr. Jefferson reaches around the door, pulling the last person into the hallway. It's Toby. They think they found sanctuary from the danger, and they have. Toby seems fine. He even checks his hand. No writing, no signs of anything. Whatever possessed him is gone, but he doesn't say anything. He keeps quiet, like that one guy in the zombie movie who got bit. What do you mean? I'm fine. The terror here now isn't that Toby is or was possessed, but that people guilty of awful things bear no mark of it. Murderers and billionaires walk among us. But there's no easy way of telling who they are. One person isn't present though, Scooty, but Zach picks up a signal from her in habitation 3, so they decide to go check on her. All is safe and they reach it, but she's not there. Mr. Jefferson goes to contact Zach about a fault, but then the doctor realizes something. If Scooty is not in habitation 3, then maybe she's above it. The crew look up to see Scooty taken by the environment. Constant threat of the outside finally claims a victim. They were only operating on the hope that they wouldn't succumb to such a fate, but hope is a dangerous thing on the scaffold. So Mr. Jefferson offers a eulogy. For how should man die better than facing fearful odds? For the ashes of his father, for the temples of his gods. They stand under a tale, a story told as it doesn't bend to science like many moral teachings. David and Goliath, Icarus and Sisyphus. These stories tell us something, not that the logic matters, but that the lesson learned is more important. Without teachings, these tales are just happy or sad stories. We need to understand the sacrifice endured and what it gave the people of the story for it to be worth it. Like Sisyphus or Icarus, Mr. Jefferson mythologizes Scooty, this time as one of those brave in the face of adversity. It's self-soothing. Otherwise, it's death completely in vain. It's interesting he says Scooty's death is in the name of the temple of gods, with imagery of the devil cropping up and temptation being a big part of the story. But what god was Scooty's death for? We know she didn't die bravely. She screamed and ran like anybody else would. She didn't feel the soothing rush of a higher power deeming her sacrifices righteous. Her death was lonely and full of fear. Though, for the crew, what's easier to believe? That her death was torment and pointless, or she died bravely so that they may live? Ida, fixated on her like a trance, says she was only 20 years old. It doesn't seem like the story of Scooty is resonating with her, like she doesn't believe it matters. The significance of brave death pales in comparison to the young life lost. Like 20 years on the path to Crop Tor didn't allow for all the joys of life to be experienced. But it's at that exact moment that the drill finally reaches the center of the bitter pill. The constant humming, the reminder of their mission reaches its conclusion. Maybe Scooty, as part of this story, did die for a reason, and the answers are at the heart of Crop Tor. We cut to another epic food exploitation montage as the crew get ready to descend into the mineshaft, further into mystery or out into wisdom. The Doctor, iconic new orange spacesuit ready, demands that he goes down, charming his way to convincing Zach to let him go instead of himself. Zach says that he's not much use here as captain, but the Doctor gives him a smirky, confident look like he should just shut up and trust himself. Rose looks up to the Doctor and they share this touching conversation as she sees for the first time that space travel isn't as comfy as it seemed. Without the TARDIS literally providing them class mobility, reality is setting in. But the Doctor doesn't really answer. To do that would be confirming her fears, and he's known that space travel is arduous all of his life. Most of the classic series was based on the fact that the Doctor had no idea how to pilot the TARDIS. Whoops, you just got on board the time and space machine that I own. I will take 6 months to have a half chance at getting you home. So the Doctor just says, I'll see you later. And Rose friggin' kisses him on the helmet, you adorable little scamp. Here, the Doctor is playing the hero. Him and Ida are David to Goliath without even knowing the true extent of it. Will their story be one of hubris, continuing the Doctor's love-fueled ego, or one of bravery? Or, like Toby's simple act of looking over his shoulder, is the core of cropped tor only as sweet as an apple because it's designed to be tempting? We cut to Danny telling you to stay put. No worshipping someone, I swear! Besides, Danny is a security goon, establishing that someone easily kill-offable is right next to a main character. Does he have a name? No, he's not said a word because he's an extra. If he had to say a word, then he'd be an actor, and they'd have to pay him more. So he can't even scream when he's inevitably killed. I'm already mourning you, security goon. As the Doctor and Ida board the elevator and lower themselves into the ground beneath them, Zack tracks them going down as they stray further from the man-made oxygen field. The elevator shakes and trembles under the pressure as they go beyond breathable air. But then, the elevator starts plummeting to the ground as they descend at lightning speed into the pit. Up with Danny, the Oodles stand upright and turn to him as it happens. It's like they have a sense for dramatic timing. Rose shouts into the comm system asking if the Doctor's okay, but no one answers as we see they've reached the power source. We're left in suspense, like the elevator knew to fall at that exact moment, spreading fear amongst the crew, sowing doubt like a story. But the Doctor's okay. Him and Ida landed at ground zero. As they step out, they're met with ancient rock, unspoiled and undisturbed by touch since the dawn of time. It's dark and dim as the Doctor looks around, discerning a cave of some sort. Before Ida throws up a light, it flies up high, illuminating their surroundings and revealing an expanse of open air met with jagged rock and expressions of a society carved into the stone. They look around to see a statue of half-crumbled rock, decayed, are bridges reaching across the sides of a ravine. It's beautiful and completely unknown, but in the wondrous discovery, there's an underlying dread. The carvings, the structures are of monsters, and they guard an entrance. Whatever this place used to be, it had intelligent life capable of brilliance and artistic expression, and they knew far more than enough to warn people from it. It's why they tell Toby now that they found his ancient society. He knows best why it's time to run. If they look, they will die. Zack comms asking about the power source and Ida tracks it, knowing it's close as they walk further into the belly of the beast. Well, we've come this far. There's no turning back. It's the point of no return. Our heroes are too far in to go back now. Every warning is waved away. The purpose of their story is all that matters. How brave they're being. The Doctor points out how Ida just jinxed them. They're all cursed now. Thanks, Ida. Feel good about that, Ida. You can tell Zack's at his wit's end and struggling to keep everything moving smoothly. He has an incredibly unique position in that he's commanding people into a complete unknown against uncertain odds. And he's not even meant to be captain. Yeah, he's maintaining a strong demeanor. Over with Mr. Jefferson, he gets his gun ready with firing stock 15, one that only impacts on organic matter. It's a pretty gnarly invention, and one that would certainly be used and improved upon if the Empire got its hands on the crop tor power source. It's a reminder that this is what partially motivates the crew. Violent expansionism. In the pit, the Doctor and Ida enter the temple. Looking upon, or guarding, a circular enclosed object on the ground is a massive sculpture of an ancient being. The Doctor describes it as a seal. I've got a nasty feeling the word might be trap door. Ida notes that the seal is engraved with the symbols that Toby uncovered. Whatever this door is sealing off, it's been here since the dawn of time. Zack asks if it might open, and the Doctor worries that it will. Like the size of the society it was built in, the seal is massive, indicating an entrapment just as mammoth. The Doctor theorizes that the symbols would represent a way to open it, so Zack asks Toby if he made any progress. Rose turns to him, who looks to be having a nervous breakdown as he turns too. He says that he knows what it says. He stands up, and in absolute horror, his face is rife with sin and its temptation. He has steely, striking red eyes piercing over to Rose.
These are the words of the beast.
And he is marked with them.
And he has awoken.
Whatever they've done, it's beyond the understanding of symbols, of language. Words can't denote magic and powers unknown far and wide. These are the words of the beast for them. What is its true language, its origin?
He is the heart that beats to darkness. He is the blood that will never cease. And now
He will rise.
Mr. Jefferson demands that Toby stand down as everybody goes cuckoo crazy pops. Toby then tilts his head, observing Mr. Jefferson as if facts stream into him like blood.
Tell me, sir, did your wife ever forgive you?
Mr. Jefferson looks coldly rattled and pensive.
Let me tell you a secret. She never did.
You can see that Mr. Jefferson believes this entity, like somehow it knows. Like the Holy Spirit, it exhibits omniscience. And with the death and possession of Toby so potently ordained, is it all-powerful? And what did Mr. Jefferson do to his wife? Is his sin adultery? Temptation of lust? Mr. Jefferson threatens to kill Toby.
How many can you kill?
The ancient symbols sprawl across Toby, dissipate, and ring out into the air, dancing in the atmosphere and crawling their way into the ood. Their eyes start glowing red as Toby faints and the mark of the beast leaves. Over with Danny, the ood start chanting in unison. We are the legion of the beast. The doctor starts panicking as he hears it all through the comm system. He says that he's going back up as everything goes haywire. Zack tries to get a report, but his comm system fails without it. He can't lead anyone against an already impossible task.
The legion shall be many, and the legion shall be few.
Rose comes to the doctor that the ood are possessed, as their isolated base becomes a sanctuary no more. An entity being two diametrically opposed things at once is cliche, but it further shows just how incapable they are of understanding the beast.
He has woven himself in the fabric of your life since the dawn of time,
since the apple of Eden, since sin itself. The devil, in Christian mythology, is evil incarnate. It's raw power, but it doesn't walk among us. It hides in the dark and manifests itself in the pull of sin. It's why most things that feel and taste good are bad for us. We must resist the pleasures, treat our body as if it were a temple, a sanctuary from such sin as gluttony. When we're angry, we can be full of wrath. When the good comes easy, we can exhibit sloth. Pride without security breeds envy. And the belief is that it's all him. God cast out the devil and gave him dominion over sin, sending his temptations so that he can lure us to hell. Some say that he knows what we want and will give it to us in all the wrong ways. Maybe Mr. Jefferson wanted love, and he was granted one that would ruin his marriage. In Christian values, abstaining is the highest form of virtue, and indulging is sinful, unless it comes at Christmas. We love Christmas. Buy stuff! Everybody's happy with more! Jesus is a friend of mine. He loves consumerism. Jesus is a friend of mine. He loves consumerism.
Some may call him Aladdin. Some may call him Corruptor. Some may call him Satan or Lucifer, the king of despair, the deathless prince, the bringer of night.
And the ood electrocutes security goon. What you say? That you only meant well.
And these are the words that shall set him free.
Everybody starts running as they try to escape.
I am become manifest. I shall walk in the light, and my legions will swarm across worlds.
The ground at the seal shakes and breaks. It quakes as it shivers. All the while, the lock comes undone and starts to open. The concentric circles in the center fold in on themselves and push out segmented gates. As Zack realizes that the immense force through the ship isn't the trapdoor opening, it's the whole planet plunging towards the black hole. Rubble at the seal comes loose and shakes across the floor, barraging the Doctor and Ida.
I am the sin, and the temptation, and the desire, and the pain, and the loss, and the death of hope. I have been imprisoned for eternity, but no more.
The ood stop talking, and the beast itself continues.
The pit is open, and I am free.
As it laughs maniacally, and its legions corner everyone into peril. The Impossible Planet, upon broadcast in the UK, was repented at by only 6.32 million viewers because the weather was good for once, and people were outside enjoying it. I will rate this two-part story at its conclusion. To me, the only thing bad about this first part is a rather unexplored aspect of the Ood being a slave race. Russel T Davies does this multiple times, and it frustrates me. It feels like a genuine blind spot of his, unless I'm misunderstanding something. There's a follow-up story featuring the Ood in Series 4, which covers their enslavement, though crediting this as an arc or part of some plan, I think is gracing this decision with more than what's evident, especially since it comes 2 whole series later. Don't get me wrong, it's nice that Rose criticizes this, but the Doctor and his anti-establishment ideology should rain terror on anybody that deems a whole race of beings as slaves. The Doctor is effectively the arbiter of morality for the show and has nothing to say about this across the entire story. Is he just chill with slaves? Although, yet again, there is a more charitable reading. The Ood being so easily taken as a legion of the beast could be yet more criticism of religion and its malleable nature. Faith, in of itself as a concept, even outside of religion, does breed blind followers. It's why cult leaders foster an environment where their word goes, and members often consist of vulnerable people, willing to accept answers without criticism. The Ood essentially convert religion, no longer pledging themselves to the British Empire, to the beast, because they don't have the power to think for themselves, because they've always been told and then just accepted what to think. Basically, just because it's called the good book doesn't mean that all of it is. You've got to decide that for yourself. First part stories are usually all set up, and this has become a popular talking point, especially for series finales. Some find this to be annoying, and they leave the episode feeling unsatiated. However, I never really feel like this about first part stories. I actually really enjoy the anticipation for answers, and love how the tension usually just builds and builds and doesn't let up. I've always found it to be exciting and thrilling. For viewers who have only seen the revival, the classic series made use of cliffhangers at the end of every single episode composing a serial, which could be as long as 2 to 12 parts. If we had less setup and more answers, the tension wouldn't build as much and would crescendo at the end, not only forsaking the legacy of these iconic cliffhangers. Nothing in the world can stop me now! But also the curiosity that the lack of answers builds in the viewer, though it can definitely cause pacing issues, as with the urge to cram as much setup as is possible, maybe without enough time to neatly complete everything built up. This is why first part episodes can be frustrating, because the promises made to the viewer with each added mystery feel like a lie if they don't satisfyingly conclude, which is why The Empty Child and The Doctor Dances is a 10 out of 10 to me. Not only because every question is answered, but because it does it with such flair. Will the Satan Pit do much the same?
Devil.
When you evoke religion in a text, you invite into your story a deep well of comparison. Probably the deepest, right? Because behind each decision a character makes, the things they say and the setting in which it takes place, everything can become an allegory. The black hole that sucks you in under such strong force can be read as a metaphor for temptation and how hard it is to abstain. If it's done well, it can be interesting to pick apart and figure out just what everything is trying to say. If it's not, though, it can be really frustrating. The devil really is in the details. So, what will our heroes do in the face of the deadly Ood? Shoot them! We're in the US of A, baby! And handily, as they do this, the planet stops falling into the black hole. That's curious. Mr. Jefferson goes to open the door to go to Ood habitation to perform a cult, but the Ood are already here and electrocute this person. I can confirm we saw them at the start of the last episode, and then I think she went on a holiday or something. She took the crop guided tour. They always take the best of us first. Military goon number 2. Over at main control, Zack barricades himself in, protecting himself from the Ood, but only has a bolt gun with 1 charge. It's funny, but Zack's predicament here embodies the situation he finds himself in overall. With such little experience as a captain, he feels like he can only deal with one thing at a time. But here he is, forced to deal with many things while not feeling capable of any of them. I, however, would just bend the bullet like John Wick, but I understand that not everybody is me. Yeah, I'm Elysian in AIM Labs, how do you know? What's that doing there?
Don't check my hours in aim labs.
Down at the seal, though, the Doctor and Ida finally get through and explain to the gang that it's open now. And inside is just a dark expanse, a pit. But there's no sign of the beast. The Doctor seems slightly less impressed than everybody else as he's seen this bravado before. Every alien he meets with a pesky scheme says that they're the biggest, baddest, most plastic straw-using, unstoppable, evilest, Christmas-hating baddie alive. Though Rose says that the beast calls itself Satan. It's scaring her, so the Doctor slows her down, but she still worries. On a planet they're effectively stuck on, isolated from everybody else in the whole universe. If the entity says it's Satan, what could happen if they don't take that threat seriously? The Doctor stays quiet, though, in contemplation. Like we said, for once he doesn't have the answers, and that puts him in an uncomfortable position. But against the Doctor's curious nature, Zack orders them back up the mine shaft. Ida puts up an argument and even switches off her radio, turning to the Doctor to ask, "What do you think?" The two stare down the pit, its gargantuan size eclipsing them. The Doctor theorizes that since the seal is open, maybe they opened the prison, but not the cell. It's a frightening thought that this could be just the beginning, and all that bravado was just for its entrance. A character that knows how to make a good first impression so that what they think lies beyond the pit is something worthy of the fear. It said, "I am the temptation." The Doctor said the seal could be a trap door, and that begs the question, a trap for who? The devil tricks us. That's how he does it. So many things seem good with little scrutiny, with that very human impulse to think things simple. But once we actually do them, we realize what an idiot we are. We hurt people by centering ourselves, and we give in to impulses by centering what basic desires we have. Ida says that she'd go abseil down, and the Doctor says that he'd do it in a second. But whatever the beast is, it feeds off that temptation, the propensity to overlook, because nothing is good without scrutiny, or else we'd fall into every trap we see. And yet, he still wants to go. That is so human. The urge to adventure out and discover. It's thrilling, but only so because you don't know if what you'll find is good or bad. Where angels fear to tread, even now, standing on the edge. It's that feeling you get. Yeah. The Doctor talks about that impulse to overlook, to throw caution to the wind, to just find out. I swear there was a meme about this. The correlation between f***ing around and finding out. The two stand on the edge of the pit, and they know they shouldn't lean over. Definitely shouldn't fall. But what a thrill this is. At least they have that chance. So alive, so alert for the whims of danger, like closing your eyes just for a second on the road. How much longer would it have taken? And how quickly would you have paid the price? If the beast is a temptation itself, then indulging it would be foolish. It would be so human. The predicament therein is the amplification of every decision made without foresight. Every consequence overlooked and warning sign ignored. It's the biggest temptation yet, to give in and meet the devil himself. The Doctor, for once, says to retreat. Above them, Mr. Jefferson starts tweaking out. He decides he's going to shoot Toby. He's pissing me off. But Rose, being all cool and epic, says that he'll have to shoot her first. It's not just that Rose is making a stand on violence here, though she learned pretty naturally and quickly through meeting the Doctor that it's never the answer, only the last resort, but that she's willing to put her life on the line for it. We saw her confidently go off and investigate during the coronation, just like the Doctor would have. And now, just like he would, she puts her life on the line to stop violence. It's even more telling about how far Rose has come to grow more like the Doctor when she knows she's doing this despite being scared. All of this goes beyond science. So the Doctor isn't the bastion of confidence like he usually is. Knowledge is power. And because of that, he can't effectively calm her down with reason. Presumably, Rose, having grown up in England, has an inbuilt fear of the devil, as Christianity was a staple of the education system when she was a kid. I'm not religious, yet satanic imagery to me is one of the most unnerving things. My subconscious biases come through and it freaks me out, dude. So the fact that she pulls through and doesn't panic in the eye of the storm shows that this isn't just a moral line for her anymore. It's an impulse. But then Toby starts tweaking out, saying the entity inside him was so angry, it was really bad and stuff, fury and rage and death and unlimited rice pudding! It was him. It was the devil. Yeah, there wasn't much chance it was going to be Elmo, was it?
Elmo likes fire and pain, and running around a room with marbles on the floor, holding scissors upside out, surrounded by newborns!
I don't know, man. Harry from a couple months ago wrote this script. I only deliver it. The crew ready the lift for the Doctor and Ida to come back up, and just as they start powering everything up, it all sparks out. Toby turns quickly around like he can sense something. Everybody goes silent as an eerie atmosphere falls over them.
This is the darkness. This is my domain.
The beast speaks to them once again, taking control through theatrics, plunging them into darkness. A manifestation of the fear of the unknown they're all right now in.
You are the things that live in the light, clinging to your feeble suns, which die in the end.
Life needs light. The sun is an icon of it. It's why the sunrise is so beautiful. It signifies a new dawn for us. Hope. But if the legend of Croptor is to be believed, the beast has lived through the life and death of many of them, signifying that the beast's wish is for us to give up hope, turn to him in temptation.
Only darkness remains.
To him, that light is a matter of waiting. He believes he's an inevitability, and plunging them into that lack of light puts them into that fear response where some do what they wouldn't usually. Uncertainty plunges us into impulsivity. Maybe that's why the power surged upon the Doctor and Ida stepping foot into the lift. The beast can't let his one chance go. Zack, as a representative of the Torchwood Archive, demands the entity to identify itself. The beast says they already know its name. They can feel it. It tells them they will all die here. Toby, still tweaking in the corner, keeps repeating that it's him, as if he's trying to freak everybody out. If you are the beast, then answer me this. Which one? The Doctor then lists out every single religion, just like my brother can identify every single flag. He also fell through the autism net as a child. Japan. India. India again. It's the United States. It's Thailand. Nigeria. United States again. India. Italy. Indonesia. France. United States. Peru. I meant to click. Oh, it's whatever. The beast one-ups expectations and identifies itself as every single icon of the devil. So the Doctor asks inquisitively, if that's the truth, then would he be the origin? The one true claim. The beast ignores the question, cutting through to the Doctor, saying that they know each other.
Of his own kind.
In the action that he took to end the Time War, the beast prophesizes to be there. He knows the Doctor just as well as he knows sin. He killed billions that day, and like Margaret said, he plays with so many lives, he may as well be a god. This is the Doctor's muddled morality. A man who we think of as good, with so much on his shoulders that sometimes he does the worst. Yet here he is, as part of this theatrical story, diametrically opposed to the beast as some Christ figure, a saviour. Because it's not about being perfect. None of us can be. It's about striving to be good people despite struggle, despite temptation. But if the beast is the devil, then where's God? How did you end up on this rock? The beast says that the disciples of the light rose up against them. It sounds like a biblical story, a fantasy. So the Doctor asks when it happened, and the otherworldly nature of it all bonds with temporal fancy.
Before time.
The Doctor joins the Tweaking Club, saying that that's not frickin' hecking possible, man.
Is that your religion?
The Doctor looks genuinely rattled as he comes to a response. It's a belief. Never have we seen the Doctor so completely withdrawn from his rational view. His stalwart nature as the proliferator of good through reason, intelligence, and the science that backs it up. It's all completely stripped away from him. For once, with the beast, the confidence that comes with the bravado of evil feels almost corporeal. Brother Lassar could self-assuredly remark on the Doctor all day, but it wouldn't rattle him anywhere near as much as this. There he could explain it. Here, though, even the offer of the Godmaker cracking the scasis paradigm wouldn't serve him. The imagination of those kids couldn't conjure up something more evil than the devil. The complete corruption of science would pale in comparison to the unexplainable might of a being beyond space and time and matter. The beast would go beyond any control, and if the Godmaker takes absolute corruption, then what would the beast be? The true source of all that's bad?
You know nothing. All of you, so small.
The beast takes their fear and compiles it. They don't know what's going on, and they have no way to. All the answers have led to yet more questions. In comparison, they are small. To prove it, the beast starts reading each of them like chapters of a book.
The captain, so scared of God.
It's true, we've seen it. Has the beast been watching Zack, or can it just tell?
The soldier, haunted by the eyes of his wife.
Mr. Jefferson looks steely, but there's worry there. What happened with his wife?
The scientist still running from Daddy.
Ida immediately plucks up, looking frightened. Like no one knows this. A secret was just plucked from thin air.
The little boy who lied.
Danny's guilt floods his face like it's in the back of his mind, ready whenever.
Virgin.
Haha, Toby, you virgin. Lol.
And the lost girl.
It's Rose. What does Rose have to hide?
The village child who will die in battle. So very soon.
See, what I would do now to the devil is pretty simple. Just send me in there, Chief. I'll get it done.
You're some kind of wise guy. Put him up, put him up.
Rose starts to panic, but the doctor tells her not to listen. If temptation is one of its powers, then fear is certainly another. Why do you think the beast killed Scooty? It was to put evidence behind the fear in an environment of complete uncertainty. The only thing they know for sure is danger. At that moment, the Ooh draw closer into the door as the displays become intimate with its glaring red eyes.
You will die, and I will live.
The display cuts out, revealing the beast's true form. It has a grotesque mash of teeth with flesh hanging over its mouth, open wide with a bellow of maniacal laughter. Its cheeks sink into bones protruding out, accenting ancient wrinkled eyes. Its nose is completely absent, folding into its forehead, meeting two horns curled around its mess of ears. It looks like a torment of us, a sick devolution of humankind back into beasts. Is it mockery or sacrilege? Or is it more like us we'd want to admit? The crew jolts back in fear, screaming over each other, louder and louder. The anxiety spills over the top till the doctor shouts, "If you want voices in the dark, then listen to mine." If the beast is the voice in the dark, then the doctor stands as the ultimate cartographer, venturing out as a man of science. Yes, he was brazen in his arrogance to step a single foot out onto Crop Tor, but should we expect him to leave? He stood there at Torchwood Manor, gazing in amazement at the werewolf, something as new to him as it was dangerous to others. Should he not find answers and people who might need help? Is he not only as wise as he is by throwing caution to the wind and stepping out into dangerous places and discovering what to do? If there's any voice in the dark to figure it out, it's the man who's done it 1,000 times over. That thing is playing on very basic fears, like the myths and stories we tell our children to scare them. They cast their net broadly. No one likes things hiding around corners. Darkness, childhood, nightmares, all that stuff. But Danny quickly interjects, saying that that's how the devil works, though. Or a good psychologist. It's true that people who know the innermost workings of the human mind are good at scaring people. It's why in horror movies we hear low growling bass below high-pitched strings. It sounds like a lion devouring a child. And psychics play with ambiguity like a brush on the canvas, casting out vagaries and seeing what sticks. Everybody upsets their wife. Zack has literally said out loud that he doesn't think he's a good captain. And who doesn't have parental issues. On top of that, we've all lied about something, and Toby's obviously a virgin, blame ass. As for Rose, well, they've spoken out loud about being far from home, and as for her dying in battle, that's just a threat. Ida questions him though. How could the Beast know about her father? The Doctor stops them all. He knows if he doesn't do something now, panic could easily set in. He needs to give them something to hold on to, whether it makes full sense or not. Okay, but what makes his version of the truth any better than mine? The Doctor plays on the very thing that the Beast is. The open room in doubt. So, when Ida wonders how the Beast knows about her father, the Doctor says with as much confidence that it's not convincing. Part of the scientific method is proving something, and through that, creating 100 more facets of it to investigate. Yeah, the Doctor was rattled, but there's an explanation, and they've just got to find it because the Beast hasn't proved anything either. The Doctor turns away from his reasoning though, because what's true in humans is that belief is far more powerful than fact. To beat the Beast, the crew needs more than evidence. They need a reason to win. The Doctor glosses over the events of the day, focusing on the bigger picture. They came here to the unknown bravely to investigate and discover. They've sacrificed to get here, and no matter how isolated in fear they feel, they have got each other. It's a rousing speech. Statistics aren't what a basketball team wants to hear at halftime. It's that they'll crush their enemy in defeat and do it proudly together. But it's at that exact moment, the shining spectacle of human togetherness, making belief real, that the lift cord snaps, plunging the Doctor and Ida back down what little they had climbed, and crushing the lift as they escape. It's theatrics from the Beast disconnecting the lift wire, the metaphorical tether the crew has to logic through the Doctor. The Beast knows he was getting through to them. They're now stuck down there. Whatever morale was being achieved, the Beast tried to put a stop to it, because we see people's real selves in crisis, and the situation only worsens as Ida says they have remaining only 55 minutes there. Both the crew and Zack at main control start hearing thudding. As they check the doors, they see the ooze, who start cutting the hinges, spark off. Zack will be okay for a bit. Main control has a security frame, but the rest of the crew don't have much time. Rose starts theorizing what to do, just like the Doctor would. Even though the connection, the lift wire, was cut, Rose's faith in the Doctor's methods aren't. Among these alien environments, she now has the same confidence that the Doctor would. Against the devil, no less, she's doing his job and rallying the troops. She encourages them all to use their unique skills and carries on the Doctor's line of thinking that the Beast cut him off because he was making sense. As long as they believe they're in the right, they'll act like it. Zack, although he doubts his abilities as captain, is inspired to think his way out of it all, rerouting power from the rocket to the base. Let there be light! Rose tells Zack and Mr. Jefferson to figure out a route away from the Ood, and for Toby, despite his anxiety to try and translate some of the writing, Rose then goes to Danny, telling him to figure out how to deal with the Ood. She's pulling herself together, but under it all, though, is a worry. One that Rose keeps quiet as she looks down the mine shaft. She's going to pull through, not because of the Doctor, but here, despite him. Down at the pit, Ida continues the human spirit that brought them here in the first place. She gathers up the cable that dropped down from the lift to abseil into the pit. With what little air they have left, and with seemingly no means of escape, is the last thing they can possibly do. The Doctor assures Ida that he'll get back though, because Rose is up there, and while he's determined, it's also that hubris showing again. Without escape and meaningful answers, he's still so sure. Their confidence, their arrogance, just like the Beast, is inevitable. At this point in their journeys, who will win? The immovable object or the unstoppable force? Ida, with only a couple options, chooses the active one. Wait here and potentially run out of oxygen, or find out what's in the pit. She puts her belief in the only action she can take, putting faith in the idea that answers will be down there. She adds no reason to think this, but in hard times, hope is something you give yourself. Just like those with faith, Ida does this with little evidence, but who are we to judge if it gets you through something as tough as this? The Doctor's lucky to be stuck down here with Ida, the one person who didn't immediately crumble under the scrutiny of the beast. She wasn't the one who jumped to prayers when Scooty died. She took a pragmatic look rather than an ideal one, just like the Doctor would after all this time. So he says her plan is good, apart from one thing. He's going down, not her. Up at the base, Danny says there's lots of viruses to stop the Ood, but they don't have any. Rose stops him right there. Listing off things they don't have isn't good. She wants to hear possibilities. It's that encouragement that causes Danny to have an epiphany. If they do a bunch of science mumbo jumbo, they can brainstorm the Ood. And hey, Rose knows what that is. The Doctor mentioned it when they were fighting the Cybermen. It's like Rose has enough experience to know what sounds right. She can actually fit in here so far from home, but only artificially. Though the one problem with the plan is that they'd need to go to Ood habitation to transmit the brainstorm. So Rose goes to Mr. Jefferson. Mr. Jefferson, sir! Any way out? Rose even kind of sounds like the Doctor here. It's pitch perfect on her enunciation. It's like a fake it till you make it mindset. If she acts like the Doctor, maybe she can be him for just enough time to get them out of here. The Doctor has an idea. Underneath the base, there's maintenance shafts built for machines, so there's no air. But that's when Zack pipes up. It's clear he feels a bit impotent away from the action, but it forces him into the only role he can be from there. A captain. He's going to press some buttons and manually move air through the maintenance shafts for them. Down at the pit, the Doctor and Ida prepare for him to go down. As he stands on the edge, the Doctor gets that feeling again, a sensation calling him down. The urge to jump. Ida explains that that feeling comes from when we were apes. Our way of testing to see if we could get to the next branch. It comes out of that necessity to survive, to be able to run if necessary and calculate the risk, as death could be on its way if we just wait for it. But the Doctor thinks that's too kind. It's not an act of survival, it's temptation calling to go further than just living, rather to hang off the edge between two fates. It's the urge to fall. He smiles maniacally as he jumps down into the pit, falling, taking the chance. Ultimately, we could look at it this way. The urge to fall is what got the Doctor and Rose here. Despite the TARDIS's warning, they jumped from branch to branch, not knowing if there was another one coming. But deep inside, they kind of want this. In the Christmas Invasion, I talked about how blood control was only a shallow force. The Sycorax couldn't actually make anyone jump because they didn't actually want to. But here, Rose and the Doctor on some subconscious level choose the fall. Ida panics and stops the give of the rope, halting the Doctor mid-descent on the wall of the pit. He notes that the rock down there is more of the same, and further down than 20 feet there's nothing, just the pit. He's observed what he can to find answers. He's got to descend deeper into uncertainty, the scientific method. Ida lowers him down, and darkness eclipses him. The odds have never been so slim. Up at the base, after putting their thinking caps on, the crew's brave faces are now ready. Danny sorted out the science thingamajig. Time for Ood habitation via the maintenance shaft, guys. Rose gives them a little speech reminding them that they're coming back here. They're going to brainstorm this stinky Ood and return safely here in one piece. She's rallying the troops just like the Doctor would. But when Rose goes down there, she thinks it's pretty stinky. Whoever smelt it dealt it, Rose. Zack's going to direct them through the tunnels, and just as Mr. Jefferson gets down, the Ood break through the door. Were they spotted? They swiftly get crawling through the tunnels as everybody sniffs each other's butts. Seriously, it's pretty intimate down there. Zack directs them to 7.1 as he feeds them air. They get to it. Danny clearly doesn't deal well with the claustrophobia of it all, though, and gets increasingly frustrated. Rose starts making jokes to diffuse the tension, and although it doesn't work completely, she does dilute the argument. She then smells something again and thinks it's Danny, who just admits it. He clearly doesn't know whoever rhymed it crimed it. The accuser is the poozer. The farter's not the martyr. The sin of the child is not the sin of the father. I'd rather start a fart than be the farter charter. Checkmate! Zack matter-of-factly tells them the situation. He's got to move the oxygen. That takes time and concentration, even in the face of the Ood busting down his door. But that's when they hear just what they don't want. It's not on Zach's side though, it's on theirs. The Ood saw Mr. Jefferson. They're coming into the maintenance shaft. Rose asks Zach if they can track them as panic sets in. The Ood, as they've been labelled a basic slave race, don't register as on the system because they're not classed as proper life forms. Their disregard for the Ood is going to cost them. They don't know how close they are, whether they need to worry, or if they're good. The gate out of 7.1 opens as the crew crawl through, desperate to get out of there. The tension ramps up as we see the Ood gaining space on them, while Zach urgently guides them. Mr. Jefferson hears the Ood and decides to buy them some time and hold the flank. Pretty quickly, the rabid Ood reach him, and he's forced to fire. The rest of the crew reach 8.2 as Mr. Jefferson is busy dealing with the horde. Zach tells him he's got to go now, and as he starts making a break for the door, the oxygen's ready for 8.2, and the doors start closing. The Ood behind him pile past the corpses as he crawls desperately, but he doesn't make it. I regret to inform you, sir, I was a bit slow. The situation mirrors Rose when she was trapped behind the bulkhead in Van Statten's bunker. In that situation, Rose being separated only made the Doctor worse. But now, they both have the role to perform, and Rose has to continue on despite the tragedy. With yet more deaths, a doctor is needed more than ever. Mr. Jefferson says that Zach made a great captain under the circumstances. He asks him to remove the air so he doesn't die at the hands of the Ood. Zach, with much regret, presses the button and watches as Mr. Jefferson's life signs grind to a halt. It's a massively bittersweet moment for Zach. He successfully guided the crew through the tunnels, but lost potentially his best man in the process. Zach announces through the con system that Mr. Jefferson is deceased and died with honours. Finally, Danny stops his childlike frustration to note that Mr. Jefferson saved their lives. It's a somber moment as Zach barely holds it in while announcing to them, "But the Ood are at 9.2. They tried to scramaddle, but Mr. Jefferson died watching their back. There's Ood there too. They have nowhere to go, or so they think," as Rose looks the only way she can up. Sure, they haven't reached Ood habitation yet, but it's better than nothing. The Doctor always finds a way, so Rose does too. She opens up a vent above them. Haha, Among Us. And she clambers out. Danny gets up too, and that only leaves Toby down there as the Ood pull open the door and get him. But with those same red, piercing eyes, he holds his finger to his mouth, shushing the Ood, letting them know he's one in the same before shouting for the gang to help him. They all get to safety as they run from yet more oncoming Ood and reach the habitation area where Danny manages to plug in his science thingamabob and brainstorm all the Ood. Might I add, just before they almost eat Zach for dinner, they all celebrate and hug it out, but Toby just looks dead inside. Probably because he is. Death itself is literally inside of him. Now, Zach can finally leave main control and meet up with the rest of them, leading them in person like a proper captain would. In reality, Zach's story is one of imposter syndrome. He believes he isn't good. He believes he doesn't deserve the praise. Yet in a space where all he could do is be a captain, and under the circumstances it was necessary for him to be so, he did well under the pressure. In a story all about belief, all Zach needed was belief in himself. We then go down and cut to the pit as the Doctor descends deeper into the abyss and the darkness engulfing him. He ponders on the history of the horned beast, represented in cultures far and wide across the universe. If we all have it, if people a trillion light years away, a billion years ago, feared this same image and revered it as pure evil, surely there must be something to it. Or as the Doctor says, maybe this is the origin. The beast was the first, not an icon or symbol. Perhaps it is just that, a beast. But through myth and legend, it emanated out across history. Maybe the power source is that signal, pushing out into the subconscious mind and proliferating across worlds. Or maybe there's something uniquely perfect about a horned beast that represents the worst in us somehow. Perhaps it just resonates outward due to pure coincidence. Maybe we like a warning, an image of punishment, so that if we ever become as corrupt as the horns that mark pure evil, we know who'll be waiting for us. It's all grand to have a reward for the good, but temptation pushes us to self-centered thinking. If we didn't have a responsibility to each other out of the punished isolation we would suffer if we broke our social contract, then how many people would be motivated to do said good? I would hope a lot. In fact, I would hope it wouldn't make a difference. But if the beast is a social construct born out of iconography and no real presence as it's trapped in the pit, we would have to admit to ourselves that somehow it works. It survives as a story because we derive value from it. It benefits us. That doubt that just maybe there really is something anticipating our moral failures, counting on it, and that something within us naturally draws ourselves to moral failing, and we need a warning to drive us from them. So does it scare us because the beast is so universally horrid, or because we share some things in common? But if this is the original, does that make it real? The Doctor says that it is real, if she believes it to be. It's an act of faith. Ultimately, a human experience can only be a subjective one. Green isn't objectively green, we just labelled it so. We give things names and meanings, and out of it, we spawn a genuine experience, as close to real and tangible matter as is possible. We see bright yellow in nature as dangerous because our minds have told us so. We rely on that innate sense, just as much as in numbers, we rely on each other. Without written history, we're doomed to repeat what we would have learned to never do. Yet, sometimes we learn just as much, and we form our view of the world through art, and we hold those values dear. They mean something to us despite them never happening, despite them not being real. When we experience deep and personal intellectual challenge, biologically our bodies react in the same way that it would towards a physical threat. But try telling someone feeling that it's not real, and they'll so often erupt. Calm down is just as likely to do the opposite. You're telling them that their beliefs aren't real. What makes them up as a person isn't valid. Of course, though, in debate, we should strive not to have a temper. But we're human. Our beliefs are just as real as a physical object we hold tight. But try stealing either metaphorical or literal, and you'll face the same reaction. We see the same green. We know that now as a scientific fact. But green is my friend's favourite colour, and I just don't mind it. But if I told her that green sucks, I can't just take that from her, because green is as green as the beast is the devil. We are who we are out of only subjective experience, but that means we're as close to objective as we ever can be. But if everyone's favourite colour was green, that would be weird, right? So why do we all fear this horned thing? It's natural to see bright yellow and avoid it, a physical manifestation of our history on Earth. But for us all, at the back of our mind, across universes, to fear the beast, does the fear itself make it real? Are we holding an idea tight, or is there something really there? Boo! I'm sorry if that was loud, my eardrums are still growing back. Maybe that's what the devil is in the end, an idea. And it's at that exact moment they run out of rope. The intellectual stimulation of an adventure and discovery has run out. In finding answers, safety is there no longer, as readings down there aren't yielding answers. The Doctor lies in a no place, a great in-between. He knows what's above him, but not what's below. So he dangles in purgatory between answers and questions, just as Queen Victoria did, just as Jackie does, simply waiting. The Doctor can't see an end in sight, but it's pitch black. There could be miles beneath him, 30 feet. Ida's impulse to jump would tell him that he could try for that. But worried about that, Ida starts pulling him back up. So the Doctor tightens his clasp. The rope won't move, and neither will he. If he goes back up, he'll just be waiting to suffocate. Ida tries to tell him he can't, but appropriately, the Doctor says it's an act of faith, an idea he holds as tight as the rope. He's made his mind and starts unclasping his suit. In a moment of pure dramatic irony, it's then that Rose and the crew reach the mine shaft once again. They could hatch a plan to help him, but the comms went out a while ago. What's as real as Rose is the Doctor's faith in her, but circumstance has it that the further they're drawn apart, the more they need it in each other. Maybe that's why the Doctor asks of Ida's faith, some consolation to the soul in a time of need, to fill the cosmic emptiness he lies in with hope. But Ida doesn't have any. Though she was brought up like many of us in religion, she moved on and never truly believed. The Doctor asks if her religion had a devil. She says it was just the things that men do. To the faith that Ida left behind, the devil was as real as the action. Evil wasn't summoned from some origin point like the pit. It came from us. The Doctor says it's the same thing in the end. The devil is in the details, not from the corner tempting you in. After all, it wasn't anybody else that pushed that button on the last day of the Time War. It was him, and he knows it. Ida asks of his faith, and relatively, he doesn't answer. Instead, he tells her what keeps him going. The fact that he hasn't seen everything. The impulse to jump is, besides Rose, all he has left. The only way to find out the truth, to know what seemingly lies beyond even time itself, is to go deeper into the unknowable expanse of the pit. And without rope, that is to travel past the urge to jump and give in to the temptation of the fall. To be proved wrong, to meet the beast and like Toby, look him in the eye. He asks Ida as he takes off his last clasp, but if she hears from the crew again, to tell Rose, the person with more faith in him than anybody, well, she'd know. The final clasp holding him above the fantasy and the great beyond, maintaining his purgatory, is released, and he plunges into the pit just as Rose patches through the con system, calling for her faithful. Ida has to inform Rose that he's gone. The Doctor fell into the pit, and the last thing he said was her name. Rose stands there in staunch denial, reckoning with the fact that she's not only lost in time and space, but the one thing she still holds uniquely dear is completely lost as well. Zack has to inform Ida that they can't retrieve her. There's no cable left, and she's 10 miles down. Ida is pensive, yet full of awe for where she is. She says she came down here for discovery and starts to cry. The crew came in with no understanding of its existence, flying down a gravity tunnel that almost ripped them apart. The whole thing is a temptation in of itself, and Ida down here starts to realize that the Doctor was right. The impulse to jump, to reckon with survival, that's too kind. They came here free-falling into crop torn, knowing nothing of it. As she says the Doctor could be falling for miles and miles, I think it strikes her that, like him, they took a similar plunge. Zack is only the captain because they lost theirs. The original died in the descent, just as brave, but just as foolish as the Doctor's fall. Ida came here for discovery, and like the Doctor, she'll pay the price. If the beast is to be believed, so will Rose. Consequences guaranteed. In World War III, Mickey asked the Doctor how he could take Rose with him if he knew it was dangerous. He would come to find out the only thing that's given in an adventure is uncertainty, and that's the appeal of it. But Mickey took the plunge. He's going out to Paris in an alternate universe, fighting Cybermen, discovering a new world and himself in the process. Perhaps knowing that the power source isn't the point, rather it's having faith in themselves to find out in the first place. You can't call the first person to do something stupid a fool. It's everybody after that for knowing what happens and doing it anyway. Ida and the crew stand as the first frontier into science beyond magic. But unlike Mr. Jefferson's death, Ida's will not be facing fearful odds, rather just waiting for them. So when Zack starts painfully debriefing her, she tells him it's all right. It's hard at the best of times to reckon with death. It's much more than that, though, to know when it's coming. The crew stand tight-lipped, struggling to listen, as Ida says a tearful goodbye, wishing them luck. Even if Ida was up there, there's no guarantee they can even leave safely. Bravery and foolishness can often look like the same thing. That's why when Rose tells Zack that she's not leaving, she has faith in the Doctor that he'll pull through somehow. It's the right thing to do. Zack restrains her. She kicks and screams and is sedated. No more acts of bravery. No more faith in themselves. They haven't earned that right. This show is so good! The crew take Rose over to the ship as they prepare for takeoff, but the Oods start to wake up. But we cut to The Doctor? He's alive and with his helmet smashed in, yet can breathe. He survived the fall through an air cushion. Ida said there was no atmosphere on Croptor, yet here one is. Real, breathable oxygen suspended only in the pit, enveloped and kept in darkness, waiting for any explorer brave or foolish enough to take the leap of faith inside, or probably less kindly for those hopeless enough to take the fall. The Doctor tries calming to Ida that he can breathe down here, but the radio isn't working. But what they both can hear is the rocket leaving them behind. A sign of any hope out of here is leaving. And inside of it, Rose starts to come too. She begins making a fuss that even Jackie would be proud of. She threatens Zack to take her back and does it so with his bolt gun. But Zack, now finally in the position to make a decision he's sure of, he sits straight and knowingly, Rose will not fire that bolt gun. And he tells her it's too late anyway. They've left Croptor, as she looks out the window and sees the gap between her and the Doctor grow cosmically bigger. Here, the ship represents the crew's faith. They flew down the gravity funnel knowing little of the result inside of it. And now, ironically, the further they fly from Croptor, the more faith Rose needs in the Doctor for them ever to be reunited. In the pit, the Doctor ventures further in to find paintings of the beast upon the cavern's wall. It tells of a story, one started unknowably long ago, where man fought a beast and upon its defeat it was imprisoned in the pit. He looks around and notices that the story leads here. A double-handed jar in front of him, marked on the wall and within his reach. The art, an idea in its corporeal form, one in the same twice over. Two jars, two possibilities, yes and no. Temptation or to abstain, the impulse to jump or the urge to fall. The duality arose in the Doctor. He goes to inspect one of the jars, and effervescent light fills it from his touch, as if it was a bioluminescent reaction. The other jar joins too, illuminating in on itself and casting light into the pit and on to the beast. Standing in front of him is the true form of the creature, wrapped in chains as its monolithic form fills the vast crater, eclipsing the Doctor. It writhes in sick agony and rapturous welcome as it snarls and echoing growls engulf its eyes in fire. On board the ship, Toby smiles a devilish grin as they ascend from Croptor. I am the beast and the pit is open. I am really evil. The Doctor, standing face to face, looking the beast in the eye, isn't overcome with it. It's not a vestige of the devil. Its form seems like the real thing, as the Doctor accepts what stands in front of him, but not who it is. The beast leans in and observes him, as the Doctor queries how he was expected. He landed on a cushion of air, as if it was necessary for some third act, a conclusion. He asks what he's needed for, as the beast lunges forward, its constraints pulling him from the Doctor, as if it was a rabid animal. That's when he realizes. He cycles between confusion and confidence before he reaches the conclusion. What's in front of him is just the physical form, the violence and the bloodshed, and its mind, the idea of the devil. What scares us from sin and tempts us to Machiavellian deeds is, well, as he looks up, it's in the rocket. Toby's leaving Croptor. He carries not only the mark of the beast, but its mind as well. In the pit, the Doctor ventures into conjecture as he goes through the story of the beast marked on the wall. He was imprisoned, but the Doctor doesn't acknowledge when. It's outside of his understanding or something he doesn't believe. He believes the art to represent a perfect prison for the beast. He gestures his torch to a cave painting of the black hole and realizes that if the prison is opened, the gravity field collapses. Croptor would be pulled into the black hole, but the beast would go with it. Its physical form unable to perform the theatrics the idea of it could, possessing Toby, controlling a telepathic field, shattering glass and bending elements. But the idea of it lives in us, warps across cultures, gives it power from our fear. The devil as concept is far more powerful than its animalistic body. But that's all that's trapped. The idea of the beast lives in Toby and he's escaping unless the Doctor stops him. That's when he realizes it was written. This is all a story and he was meant to be here. The Doctor was always part of this and they made accommodations for it. The people who trapped the beast anticipated this moment, knowing the Doctor would come, setting the pit up as the perfect temptation, using the beast's sin against it. The air cushion was placed, knowing only a man so mad and brazen and brilliant and brave and arrogant enough as him would ever try and face the beast, because he might be the only one who could. Because if you're escaping, then I've got to stop you! He goes to smash the jar holding the gravity funnel and prison in place, but realizes the devil plays games. It's an entity that would make us choose between two impossibilities just for the sick pleasure of it. For the Doctor, it's to let the idea, the essence of the beast escape, or to break the hold and plummet them all into the black hole, killing Rose in the rocket, the one who saved him from himself. Something the devil could not do. The beast crudely laughs, jeering at him, deriving glee from his pain and his Machiavellian triumph. As the Doctor thinks through the options, so does Rose, as he would. She doesn't understand why they've lived. It doesn't fit the story. It's too damn easy. If it is the devil at work, then its true powers would go beyond what it's done. There has to be something bigger. The Doctor has fought a whole lot more for a whole lot less. If it was this simple, then Rose would have had to have misplaced her faith in him. He's capable of this. She knows it. In the pit, the Doctor continues pontificating. He went beyond the purgatory of indecision, hanging between falling into the pit or going back up. To him, this would be the final judgment, whether he would kill Rose to thwart the beast. Except, the further you are from something, metaphorically, the less you know, the more faith it requires from you to believe in it. As Rose ascends from Krop Tor, the faith only grows as it needs to. The beast's plan relies on the assumption that Rose will just lie down and take it. But this is someone so determined to get what they want that they manifested their will to save the Doctor, the idea of it, into something she could touch. The mark of the bad wolf. In the games of God's schemes from before time itself, the beast forgot to account for just one thing. Rose isn't a victim. Like humanity's faith in gods, we don't need to be able to reach out and touch it to believe it's there. The beast laughs, but it doesn't know that if the Doctor believes in anything, it's Rose. He smashes the jar, corrupting the gravity tunnel, and collapses them into the black hole's orbit. The ship starts plummeting into the dark abyss. The crew panic, and the Doctor mocks the beast as it bursts into flames. It perfectly highlights their codependence, as the further the Doctor and Rose are apart, the more desperate they become. Rose on the ship looks out the window to see they're being pulled in to their death. She then looks to Toby. And the rage, and the bile, and the ferocity! It's one last gasp at evil as he breathes fire and fury, just as his corporeal form burns to ashes. I shall never die! The thought of me is forever! But Rose looks to Chekhov's bolt gun, and as the devil boasts that nothing will destroy them, Rose points the gun to the glass and says, "Go to hell." It's so iconic. This is... how do you even come up with this stuff? Rose unbuckles Toby, and the gravity of the black hole pulls him out, casting him into the black sun to be consumed, to go to hell. Zack raises the emergency shield, but it's no consolation to him that they threw the devil in first. They're still going to be sucked into the black hole, but Rose believes, has faith that it's what the Doctor would have done. Over in the pit, the beast is consumed by flames as Krop Tor, the Doctor, and Ida's oxygen with it, loses orbit. The Doctor runs from the pit as the cabin's integrity falls around him, and pockets of air pressure burst and push him towards the TARDIS. If this really was a game of gods, a story for the books, then the bad would have an opposition, the powers of evil versus good. And this is their reward for the Doctor and Rose's faith, not in them, but in each other. It's a literal deus ex machina. The TARDIS alone to save the day, dropped from the heavens by those that control it. But as Captain Zack eulogizes himself and his attempts to be a leader against fearful odds, consoling himself with the more likely reward from falling, it's the first time anybody's gonna go inside a black hole. And as they plunge into the unknown, the ship rattles and crashes until it doesn't. Is this what inside a black hole is like? Steady and quiet? Or are they just being towed by the TARDIS? Sorry about the hijack, Captain. This is the good ship TARDIS. Yeah, baby, that's what it's all about! Woo-hoo! The Doctor asks if there's a Rose Tyler on board, and of course there is. Faithful to the last. Wanna do a swap, maybe too? Rose for an Ida Scott? The crew celebrate. She's alive. Mission closed. It's a moment full of undying hope and triumph. Some time passes, and the Rose and Ten shippers eat good again as Rose enters the TARDIS and is met with the Doctor beaming away as they run to each other and embrace in a hug, smiling ear to ear. Even against Herculean odds, they win. They avoid consequences. Over on the ship, the crew talk to Ida about what happened. How the hell was she saved? She and Danny talk about the TARDIS, the box, a big blue box. Their understanding of Rose and the Doctor's true identity is shrouded in mystery, just like our gods. It seems to the crew of the Sanctuary base that two angels came to save them, perhaps from the devil. The Doctor chimes in through the comm system though, addressing Zack in charge, a true leader that they'll be going now. And the next time you get curious about something, what's the point? You'll just go blundering in. The human race. He's changed his tune, hasn't he? From glee and adoration at the courageous discovery to mocking, as if what he did in the pit ascended him above them. To what? Godhood? Ida asks about what he found in the pit, but the Doctor doesn't answer. What he saw didn't fit his rules. Is it a lack of scientific understanding, or is there really something above him? Entities and magic that make him and his science feel too small for his liking. He says it's good, but is he lying that the day he knows everything is the day he might as well stop? Surely he wants to know. How could he not? Maybe he just doesn't want to admit it. In the tail end of the conversation, Rose asks about her fate. It was to die in battle, but the Doctor declares that a lie, and Rose smiles. Untouchable, these two. The episode ends with Ida asking them who they really are. Oh, the stuff of legend. 9.5 out of 10. The Satan Pit, upon broadcast in the UK, put The Fear of God in 6.08 million viewers. The rest of the Brits were getting sunburned. These episodes are an amazingly atmospheric and big story, tackling huge themes and doing it beautifully. Not only is it an amazing story in isolation, but as a part of the series, it shines as a brilliant inspection on the characters that we love. If I had to be pretentious and put it poetically, it's the shit, man. Like I said before, the Ood feel like a bit of an afterthought in this episode. Not because they aren't scary or don't have a fantastic design, but because it's only in the end that Captain Zack gives them honours, though that's only in death. And that the Doctor seemingly doesn't care about them being slaves. He doesn't make a single remark about it. I feel like I'm going crazy. See, when the Doctor saves Ida, he ran out of time to save the Ood. So we get this really upsetting shot of a bunch of Ood huddling together, looking terrified, alone, confused, and afraid. I understand that most stories need some sacrifice in order for them to feel complete. But we already had Toby, Scooty, and Mr. Jefferson die. Why can't we just get a funny shot at the end of all the Ood wandering around the TARDIS confused like, oh, it's bigger on the inside? And we've already had the Doctor dances where no one had to die. And that story works fantastically. You don't always need sacrifice. All the Ood dying just doesn't feel necessary. It's sad. It's upsetting. Though, did the narrative give enough weight to the Ood? While the ending of this story is somehow both triumphant for the Doctor and Rose, but bittersweet for the crew and Ood, what's lying beneath the surface is quite concerning. The Doctor half-jokingly mocks the crew for investigating Crop Tor, as if he didn't take a similar risk stepping foot out onto the base itself, with even the TARDIS, a living entity, warning him otherwise. It's as if since his actions in the pit, he feels above it all. He's a man capable of defeating the devil. So, while ignoring his own mistakes, he looks at the human race as foolish for wanting to discover new things just as much as he does. He even looks to Rose as he does this, like she's ascended above them to an equal of his. As well as this, he puts the crew down while putting himself on a pedestal after failing to save the Ood, and only saving Ida and everybody else with the immense luck of literally falling into the lap of the TARDIS. The stuff of legend reads not as an immense victory, a declaration of their achievement, but as hubris, an egotistical boasting, where one, they're still failing to realize the consequences of their actions, and two, not seeing how unbelievably lucky they were. In the story, Zach mentioned that they represent the Torchwood archive, meaning it's likely that the base and its crew wouldn't exist without the consequences of the Doctor and Rose's actions with Queen Victoria. It suggests that without Torchwood, no one would have investigated Crop Tor, as Queen Victoria wouldn't have extended her imperial reach out into the stars. Remember, it was Mr. Jefferson's express intention to utilize the power source as a fuel for the Empire. Ultimately, though, what saves everybody from the black hole's deadly gravitational pull is an act of God, as the TARDIS appears exactly when and where the Doctor needed it most. Without this unfathomably huge piece of luck, they all would have plunged into nothingness. Yet the Doctor and Rose don't even seem to realize it, aggrandizing themselves as the stuff of legend, all the while casting aside the warnings of a god that they defeated with faith alone, but not putting credence into its words. The fortune of Rose to die in battle, despite, ironically, given the faith required, all the evidence. Arguably, the Ood here serves as that bitter sacrifice, an innocent life form dead, alone, confused and afraid, and without recognition from the Doctor and his ego for how awful that is. Instead, he's congratulating themselves. A single death used to be a tragedy, but in the glory of the moment, the Doctor feels bigger than that. I don't know what you are, the two of you, or where you're from, but I know that you consort with stars and magic and think it fun, but your world is steeped in terror and blasphemy and death, and I will not allow it. You will leave these shores, and you will reflect, I hope, on how you came to stray so far from all that is good, and how much longer you may survive this terrible life. Slay, Queenie Pops, read them to filth.
Hey, you there with the pretty face. Welcome to the human race.
Hello, it's Cat and Tip from the Says Who podcast. Meow. After a couple pretty heavy episodes, it was felt by Russel T Davies that kids would need a bit of a break from frightening scares. And with an always emotional finale coming up, they would benefit greatly from some fun. You don't want the kids that are scared easily to not watch at all. As well as this, a new opportunity came up for storytelling through production logistics. Series 1 was a grueling affair to film, so it was decided that the crew would double bank a filming block for Series 2, meaning that 2 episodes will be filming at but once. This meant that David Tennant and Billie Piper would only be available to film for one of the episodes and a small portion of the other, necessitating that a story be written without the need for them. For the first time in the revival, Doctor Who would be without the Doctor. It could either crash and burn or prove that the show has range beyond doubt. So, how does it? Ah! What is that? I can taste chicken! Oh God! You would do that to a block of cement? Ah! This episode has a reputation. We started all off by following this guy. His name's Elton, and he's out of breath running to get somewhere. Unusually, he seems to find what he's been looking for as his eyes meet the TARDIS. How could Elton, a regular guy for all we know what the TARDIS is? He slowly touches it, as if he's anticipated this moment for a long time. But he hears shouts from the Doctor and Rose coming from the building nearby, so he rushes over to investigate. Elton walks toward a luminous light coming from below a door, and opens it to find this. An armoured, vicious-looking creature with sharp teeth. And it goes... What the hell? That's my job. You can't have it. This is the Harry Show. It's Elton narrating the encounter. He tells us that there's more excitement to come. Just wait to hear the rest. Telling me intrigued, but also whatever colour indicates that I'm worried for my niche. You better not start analysing as well. That would be quite concerning. This vlog that Elton's doing sets up the episode as a meta story, breaking the fourth wall to talk to us directly, as if a fan was literally inside the show, which personally I find to be incredibly inventive and fun. The vlogging continues, and Elton tells us what happened next. The Doctor comes out from behind the creature. He's got a juicy little pork chop for it, tempting it with treats. Usually, the monsters are taken incredibly seriously in Doctor Who, but here, it's not. I wonder if there's a reason for that. The Doctor screams at Elton to run, though, who, after a few stun-locked moments, does. But he's interrupted by Rose barreling in with a blue bucket full of liquid that she throws at the creature. But the Doctor is pissed. It was the wrong bucket. She's only annoyed it. Rose looks genuinely panicked, and silly antics ensue as a literal Scooby-Doo chase takes place. They run between doors, coming out of random wands as the creature chases them, and then they chase the creature with a more appropriate red bucket. It's very slapstick, and it again doesn't take itself too seriously. It sacrifices believability for fun and operates on cartoon logic for a moment. I love it, and I think what's the point if we can't let loose every once in a while? In real life, and in the shows we watch. I'm not going to sit here in a suit and tie, all adult and proper, and chastise this kids show for speaking on their level for a moment of fun that also sets the tone wonderfully. Not everything in this episode is meant to be taken seriously. The chase is interrupted though as the Doctor stops to look at Elton. Don't I know you? Huh? The Doctor watches vlogs in his spare time? Elton runs like a kid who got caught with his vape behind the bus shelter, but then seems genuinely disappointed in himself as he hears the TARDIS leaving. He calls it the most beautiful sound in the world, but it's gone. In the vlog, he says that it's not the last time he saw the Time Lord, but this is a story about him and his alien encounters, implying this will focus on how people who've seen the Doctor, both in universe and out, are affected by his coming and going. We cut to Elton outside touching grass, unlike you. There's a girl called Ursula filming for him, which is cool. I think girls are cool. What about you? He shows us his old family home and tells us that that's where it all started. He met the Doctor there as a kid. He came downstairs one night and there he was. Oil farming. Just for the hell of it. What a guy. Ursula asks him what happened, but he doesn't know. He looks genuinely hurt and confused. He calls cut as it all gets a bit too real. In a meta sense, it rather seems like Elton recounting a memory of going downstairs and seeing a scary bit of Doctor Who on the TV. He doesn't remember what episode or what was happening, but it affected him deeply. With the show being a staple of British culture, it's unlikely for anybody living here to not know what Doctor Who is, or not to have a memory of seeing something scary from it. The show has been routinely scaring, especially kids, for decades. So if it wasn't specifically Doctor Who that traumatized him that night, it's likely that its influence wouldn't have been too far from around the corner. And of course the Doctor is literally there, so... But we cut to Elton introducing himself. He's just a dude. That's it. That's all you really need to know. Well, that's all he wanted to be. Just a dude. But then alien stuff started happening. We cut to Elton experiencing the Autons from Rose, the Slovene ship from Aliens of London, and the Sycorax ship from the Christmas invasion. That's what set him on the path to the Doctor, to figure this all out. Interestingly, the fact that this episode was set in modern day implies that Elton's renewed interest in the Doctor came around in 2005 when the show itself was revived. His memory of the night that this forgotten episode scared him was rejigged by its comeback, as if he flicked through the channels and caught those moments we just talked about on TV. But the memory of the Doctor aura farming is still too much, and Elton gets upset. He cuts the camera, and the next shot is a few hours later, where he looks like he's been crying. Doctor Who seems to both interest and upset him, even after so long. Like how episodes of the show still has people well into adulthood, scared that mannequins will come alive and get them. So instead here, he tells us what makes him happy. He has other stuff in his life than just the Doctor. He's not obsessed. He likes football, beer, Spain, voting, Brexit, and ELO, the Electric Light Orchestra. Copyright alert! Copyright alert! Their music is really good, and obviously I can't play it for you, but it plays throughout the story, and you should listen to it for real, for real. It start raining, everybody start raining. Since all the aliens and stuff, though, Elton went researching, but Mickey hacked into his PC and blew it up, as canonically Mickey's the only person in the Doctor Who universe with a computer, don't fact check me. But he finds this blog by Ursula Blake. Yeah, it looks great. I miss when the internet looked like this, just pure, unfiltered maximalism. Yes, I'll have animations for everything and GIFs everywhere. We were just doing whatever. The blog resembles a similar thing we saw in the episode Rose, where Rose searched for the Doctor on the internet and found Clive's blog. But this time, it's about the 10th Doctor, and it's by a girl. The target audience for the show changed, and I think it's a great subtle touch here to reflect that. But don't screw this up, Elton. She's a Doctor Who fan. Do you know how rare it is for us not to scare them off? His name is the Doctor! That's Ursula's voice. Doctor what? So close. Elton and Ursula meet up to talk about the Doctor, and Ursula explains that it was just dumb luck she got that picture of him, and she didn't even notice until Mr. Skinner pointed it out. Who the hell is Mr. Skinner? Oh, don't mind me, I'm just trying to be mysterious. He's part of the Inner Sanctum. It's a group of people who know about the Doctor and get together to discuss him. It's a literal, in-universe meta-fan group, and Elton's just thrilled to meet someone else who he can share his experience with. He's filled with joy and feels really validated that Ursula believes his story. Presumably, he's been made fun of for it in the past, or told he dreamed it, which only made the experience that much more isolating. Metaphorically, it's like Elton is a fan of Doctor Who. He has this memory of the Doctor that he wants to talk about, but nobody wants to talk about it with him. So that's why it's really nice to watch these two get to know each other and smile, finding friendship in something, a shared interest. Turns out, we read all the same sites, and she only lived half a mile away. A lot of the times we make friends, it's through a specific thing or an interest, and out of that interest grows a friendship beyond just that one thing. You're now friends because you're friends, not just because of what you like. Real friends don't just forget you along with their fading interests. You become their interest and they become yours. That's how friendship lasts. Unfortunately, though, due to this flash forward, we know Ursula is going to die. Sucks to suck, Ursula. Take the L. A loser like me. You wanna be... Sorry, that's been stuck in my head since I was like 10. Elton ends up joining the Inner Sanctum, where he meets Mr. Skinner, the sort of father figure of the group who intellectualizes concepts and themes of the Doctor and does presentations on them. Like someone who writes analysis of the episodes. Who would do that? Then there's Bridget, the mum of the group, who comes all the way down from up north just to show slides of old police boxes. Like a fan who's interested in the history of the show, probably watched it growing up since its inception. Then there's Bliss, who's airy-fairy and artsy. Some would say a misunderstood genius, who creates art pieces about the Doctor, like fan art for the show. Not everybody gets it, not even in the Inner Sanctum, but as long as Bliss is having fun, that's all that matters. Of course, then there's Ursula, who runs the blog about the Doctor, the fan site that fosters a community around the show. And obviously, there's Elton, who doesn't know much about the show, but is welcomed in with open arms. Elton does, however, contribute a name to the Inner Sanctum, and it's Linda, short for London Investigation and Detective Agency. I thought the Inner Sanctum was baller as hell, but I guess we can take a hit. The gang end up toasting to Linda. It's a happy family of Doctor Who fans. That's plainly what it is. The meta element in this episode is barely holding on to the text itself. But after a while, Bridget started cooking, and slowly the meetings about the Doctor morphed and changed into something else. Just a misfit gang of nice people hanging out. They've not moved on from the Doctor. I'm sure they still talk about him. But what really excites them is each other. Bridget's family recipes, Mr. Skinner's action novel, and Bliss's sweet music. They start spending enough time around each other to feel comfortable opening up. As we find out Bridget's daughter is missing in London. That's what brought her here. And just by luck, she found Linda in a time of need. Especially when we're upset, which I am not right now. God. Getting emotionally invested in love and monsters. Not me. But especially when we're upset, we tend to dive into our comfort interests. Anything to take our mind off of it all, until suddenly you've made friends doing it, and they're the thing that makes you feel better instead. To cheer up Bridget, they start playing songs, and turns out they've all got some talent. Upon Elton's request, they start playing ELO, with Elton singing his heart out. It's sweet, and it's really nice to watch. Just fandom bringing people together, even people who wouldn't usually talk to one another. But everything goes wrong when the lights shut off, and a mysterious man comes down the elevator. It's Victor Kennedy, and he introduces himself as their salvation. Don't touch him though. Don't even get close. He has eczema. It's like eczema, but he explodes if you touch him. That's probably why no one offers to touch me. Why would they think I have that though? Victor Kennedy comes in with the real good stuff for Linda. Actual footage of the Doctor and Rose. Victor tells them they forgot their purpose in life, to find the Doctor. How could they forget that? Too busy making friends? Having fun? Fan groups should be about proving who's the biggest fan of Doctor Who. That's obvious. They listen to the recording of the TARDIS taking off, and memories that are too much for Elton start flooding his head. The reason he woke up the night he saw the Doctor was because of the noise of the TARDIS. But he still doesn't know what it all means. So, to find out, Victor Kennedy gets them to work. They've got to find the Doctor. Victor starts off using the Torchwood files. For every mention of Torchwood, the Doctor and Rose have been present as they continue ignoring the consequences of their actions. But without them here, what does that mean? Well, the story's already about the people impacted by the Doctor, but with the metatextual element of the episode, maybe we'll be examining the theme itself. The Doctor has come and gone from Elton's life, leaving him behind with pain and confusion. Would Elton have made these friends here without their experience? Without that feeling of isolation the Doctor Who caused? Would he be better off? Or would he be Elton as we know him without it? What pain will Rose and the Doctor indirectly cause here? And will Linda's efforts to focus only on Doctor Who be worth it? Victor Kennedy gives them all tasks to do, all in the effort to find the Doctor. In the end, he dismisses them all, but asks Bliss to stay behind for a little chat. Leaving Linda, Ursula complains about all the work because it never really felt like work before, and that's because it wasn't. Suddenly, this friendship group is a ton of effort, not because they aren't worth trying for, that's how we foster community, but all because the interest in the Doctor's being pushed far too high in its importance over what Linda actually cares about now, each other, and it's all due to Victor Kennedy. As they walk away, the gang just misses hearing Bliss's screams. Victor Kennedy is a villain! But he's a villain in many weird ways. For Victor, it's Doctor Who this, Doctor Who everything. But I also like Twin Peaks, Bluey, Gilmore Girls, AIM Labs, Valorant, my cat Vinny. Hello Vinny. Meow. And you know, I even like more stuff than that. This episode is about not letting things consume you. Yes, I love Doctor Who with all my heart. It's my favourite show 1,000,000 times over. But there's gonna be videos on other things, and that's okay. I'm more than just Doctor Who, and that's a good thing, despite it being far and away my biggest special interest. I'll always come back to it. I'll always be watching it, and I'll be making videos on it for years. You can count on that. But unfortunately, there are other things in the world. No. It shocked me too. Desperate Housewives, anybody? Suddenly, though, Linda looks like more of a class than a friendship group, because this whole thing is work now, not fun. Elton even has to raise his hand if he wants to talk. He asks Victor where Bliss is, and he lies about Bliss going off and getting married, even calling her stupid. Maybe to this metatextual fan of Doctor Who taking it all too seriously, Bliss's art isn't how you be a fan to Victor. But newsflash, Mr. Skinner finds a report of a police box. Holy moly, it's the Doctor. I love that guy. But this just leads back into the intro where we know Elton screwed the pooch. Whoopsie daisy, not a big deal among friends, right? But Victor is not a friend you want. Doctor Who or feeling good about yourself. Victor's asking you to pick one and you can't just double it and give it to the next person. Upon returning, Victor shouts at Elton, calling him useless and almost hits him with his cane. But Ursula comes in clutch. Use that cane on him and you'll get one hell of a smack off me! God damn. She's aura farming as well. Watch out for that around Elton, he's allergic. But Victor gets to briefing Linda on his new plan. Find the companion, let them lead you to the doctor. So they're gonna scour London for her. However, Bridget knows because of her daughter, this can't be so easy as having one picture and going out there and just finding them. Turns out, it is as easy as having one picture and going out there and just finding them. Elton spends all of 5 minutes before a woman sees his picture of Rose and she tells him all about her. What luck, right? Maybe a bit contrived? Well, tone matters. And this is a fun episode. Funny things can happen. You look past stuff like this because it's not the point, right? If this was trying to be super duper serious all the time, then yeah, this would certainly be contrived. But because it's funny, it works. And it doesn't undermine Bridget's struggle either. Of course, logistically it does, but emotionally it doesn't. Victor telling her not to make things personal when she starts talking about her own struggles mirrors the idea of total obsession ruining friend groups. Oh, you lost your daughter to drugs? Well, have you seen the Caves of Androzani? I'd rather talk about that. Anyway, Elton does some espionage and finds Jackie, who's doing her laundry, and he decides it's time to infiltrate her life and get closer to the doctor. Through voiceover, he tells us that Victor taught everyone espionage, which is good to know because it would worry me if he was just a natural at spying on people and lying his way into their lives. It would be a Jake situation all over again. Someone do a background check on that guy, I'm worried. Elton, in the laundry spot, starts psyching himself up to do it. This is clearly something he's not that comfortable with in concept. But Jackie makes it very easy on him, being incredibly personable and chatty. Victor's techniques of infiltration fly by as she practically infiltrates his life instead. The techniques of 1, engaging in an excuse for a conversation, 2, without suspicion, getting on first name basis, 3, making a joke, and 4, finding a subtle way to get integrated into their household, read as really maladaptive ways to get what you want from social interaction instead of being honest with your intentions or going with what feels appropriate or natural. It seems like Victor, as an allegory for an obsessive fan, views these steps as an obligation in social interactions to extract his expressed desires. Get into a situation where people view you as an obligation, so they struggle to remove you from their lives while you get what you want, being perceived as the biggest, bestest Doctor Who fan ever. This could be viewed as maybe a bit mean-spirited to people with primary special interests, especially as people with special interests tend to be neurodivergent, but it's not saying that there's something wrong with you. Linda was a nice group of people with a major special interest, but so that their interest in each other didn't fizzle out as they slowly moved on, they shared more aspects of themselves. Having a unary personality, meaning there's only one side to you, will mean you make friends with that side to them as well, but as they grow and change, unless you do too, you'll be moved past, left behind with that interest if your friendship hasn't deepened beyond it. It's not that having a primary special interest is bad, it's if it's your only one, because being multifaceted is important, as it broadly expands your conversation horizon and opportunity for social bonding. Having different interests also grows your emotional intelligence, as you literally see the world from different angles as each subject asks different things of you. Victor has a primary goal, a unary personality. Therefore, Bridget's emotions cannot exist to him, as a binary and more exceeds his capacity. Essentially, the person behind the interest should be more important than the interest itself. Okay, so Jackie ends up inviting Elton into her house to fix her washing machine. She's thankful and kind to him and mentions that she used to have a mate called Mickey who could fix stuff for her, but he's now gone. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me, Jackie. don't play the Mickey card. Elton says he'll get a pen and paper and jot down his number for her if she needs any more help. So Jackie goes to make some tea for them. Put the telly on if you want. I can't bear it silent. Knowing that her support system in Mickey is completely gone, it's so sad. There's an empty space there in her life that's somehow sadder with closure than it is with the open door of Rose's return. Jackie had someone she could talk to and now they're gone. Instead of never knowing the relief, it was taken from her. She's clearly nursing loneliness when she says she can't bear silence. This place used to be bustling with life, Rose and Mickey and long ago Pete, but now it's all gone. The busyness that became comfortable, the constant sound of the people she loved talking and going about their day, it dissipated. So she's left with a hole there that she fills with the sound of TV, conversations that she can pretend are her own, she no longer has. In the living room, room, Elton goes to find that pen and paper, but what he's really looking for is Rose as he sees her family pictures. Target acquired. Don't treat social interactions like this, guys. Don't do it. Jackie sits down with Elton as they get to talking, saying how it's only her around here now because her daughter's gone travelling, but that she keeps her bedroom neat and tidy if she ever comes back. This really typifies that feeling of waiting, as Rose, to Jackie, exists in a constant state of limbo with no closure and no desire for it either because she's her daughter. Jackie is in a never-ending cycle of waiting for her return. However, it's even more complicated, as while Rose is travelling in the TARDIS, she's like Schrodinger's cat. Unless Rose visits her, Jackie has no idea whether her daughter's alive, as the adventures she goes on are dangerous, and she knows that full well. It puts her in between two states before and after visits from Rose: elation and ill-defined grief. As Rose returns, it's the highest point of joy she can feel, but it's only so strong because her typical state is complete volatility, as without being sure Rose is both alive and dead, Jackie doesn't know if she's saying goodbye to her daughter to go off and have fun adventures, or for the last time. Their conversation continues as Elton asks more about Rose, where she's travelling, who she's with, but Jackie keeps tight-lipped. She can't exactly go telling everyone the truth. She'd be sectioned. She's got a mobile. I get a call now and then, but not as frequent as she'd like. It's clear she's feeling the absence, and maybe that's why she invites Elton in so quickly. Perhaps she's drumming up conversation with absolutely everybody, just hoping to fill the time to stop most of the conversations in her home being from the TV. We cut to Elton briefing Linda on how it went. They're stoked that he infiltrated Jackie's life with steps 1 to 4 in precise order. See, it usually takes the social skills of 5 Doctor Who fans combined to make a friend. So, Victor gives Linda homework to create a full plan of attack for step 5 of the infiltration and shoos them off. However, he wants a little chat with Bridget, who Mr. Skinner gives a little kiss goodbye to. Outside, Elton and Ursula ask Mr. Skinner about the little kiss, and they seem really excited to have a Linda surrogate mum and dad. In a way, the closeness of them all resembles the London found family of Jackie, Mickey, Rose, and a Time Lord / alien, a little off to the side. The Doctor affects all of their lives deeply. He brings them together in a common goal, but also tears them apart in the turmoil he leaves behind. Victor, in a way, in his goal to find the Doctor, practically plays his part in this story, uniting Linda but also driving a wedge between them. But Bridget gets gobbled. Gobbled! It seems counterintuitive for Victor to be getting rid of people, especially as the more of them looking for the Doctor, the faster they'll find him. Therefore, Victor would only excommunicate the least important people for the cause, right? And as an allegory for an obsessive fan, that means kicking people out of the fan club who no longer interest him. Cut to the infiltration continuing, as Jackie breaks stuff around her apartment just so Elton can come round and fix it for her, and she therefore gets to look at handsome old Elton. Both of these people have ulterior motives behind their relationship, and it's messy, but it's also rather funny. When one day, Jackie, wearing a skirt so short on her that she might have borrowed it from Rose, interrupts Elton's handymanning. Elton can tell what she's going for immediately and tries to leave before things get serious. But Jackie, with romantic music she's put on in the background, accidentally spills red wine on his shirt. Looks like he's gonna have to take it off. Oops. Step 5 is a coming. He psychs himself up for Boom Boom for the first time with Jackie in the bathroom. As a Doctor Who fan, let's be honest, it's probably his first time in general. So, when Elton comes out of the bathroom and bounds over to the living room already, but the mood has completely shifted. Jackie's sitting on the edge of the sofa, saying goodbye to someone. It was Rose, one of her infrequent calls that just reminds her of how lonely she's become without her and without Mickey. She tells Elton she was just being stupid. She doesn't want Boom Boom no more. Tragic. Elton didn't even get to actually do it on his first time. There goes his virginity, Jackie. Thanks for nothing. Elton, still partially in infiltration mode. This episode is weird. Asks how Rose is. I get left here sometimes and I don't know where she is. Jackie says that anything could be happening to her. She just goes a bit mad with worry. It hurts that even in opening up, Jackie can't tell Elton what's really going on. She has to use vague language without Mickey around to talk to. Ultimately, what hurts Jackie is a secret. The tragedy is that it's not one that she can share. The worst kind. Elton sees what she's going through. It's a similar thing to him, and he's got people that believe him about it. He can share his secret, yet here he is, using Jackie for hers, exploiting the pain that he knows far too well. So when Jackie says to put his shirt back on and that he'd better go, he realizes he better not. He tells Jackie he will put his shirt back on because he's going out to get them pizza so they can chat and cheer her up as proper mates. Metaphorically, he realizes that his interest in Doctor Who has gone too far. It pushed him to care less about a human being and more about what she can give him. And that's horrible, even if they do have the Caves of Angelani on DVD. All of a sudden, a lot of things made sense. I'd got lost in conspiracies and aliens and targets. I'd been missing the obvious. Because I did like Jackie, but I liked someone else even more. And we get this beautifully energetic montage of Ursula and Elton having fun together. They bonded over and cared about Doctor Who, but now they care about each other a whole lot more because of it. Sun shines brightly, it stopped raining, everybody stopped complaining. Elton dances to ELO in the vlog as he walks and smiles with the pizza he got for him and Jackie, thinking about all the things he's going to say to Ursula. I love it. It is so cute. No, I'm not crying, you're a pussy. But then Elton walks into the stare downs of all stare downs. You do not want to cross into Jackie Tyler's flare. Good luck, Elton. At least you're not going to die a virgin. Caves of Zanjazani was fun to watch while you could. Turns out Jackie went through his coat and found the picture he had of Rose, who was going to be nice and pay for the pizza without him knowing. What she found was his deception that he just now dropped. See, once you've done something, you've got to own up to it. You can't be so single-minded to think that just because no one knows that the harm wasn't done. Intentions matter. Consent is important in big things and in small. Lying about liking certain things or disliking certain things like Doctor Who changes people's perception of you. If you're not careful to be consistent, to act the part, evidence will be found. It's important to be genuine. So if all you're interested in is one thing, say that. Through honest connection, you might find out that they have other things you could enjoy. Exploring interests comes with exploring friendships if you're willing to give it a go. But starting things on false pretenses, like we suspect Victor Kennedy did, if guilt doesn't get you first, it will always get you found out, even if by then you've changed your mind. Elton tries to explain that he wasn't perving on Rose, he just wanted to find the Doctor. But Jackie's not a fool. She worked that out, and what that left her with was the truth behind their friendship. It all was a lie. Yeah, Jackie wanted to punk Elton and wasn't exactly direct about it in the first place, but that didn't mean she wasn't interested in him at all. She was as honest as she could be about Rose. He was as dishonest as he could have been. Jackie tells him that being left behind, like she's been, is really hard. And with how emotionally draining it all is, that's what you become. Hard. Well, I'm sure Elton was just about there as well if you give him a minute. But Jackie tells him that no matter how tough it is, she won't let Rose down and she'll protect them both till the end of her life. Who knows who's after those two? So Jackie warns Elton to leave her alone and never talk to her again and storms off. At least you get the whole pizza to yourself. Could even watch the Caves of Zanjazani. Cut to Linda, and Elton's giving an impassioned speech about how wrong what they've been doing to poor Jackie is. So Victor's just mad about him failing step 5. So Elton tells Victor that everything's gone wrong since he showed up. Linda used to be fun. It was about friends getting together. They're all becoming a little family. So he tells Victor that him and Mr. Skinner are leaving, and that him and Ursula are gonna go on a date to a Chinese restaurant if she wants. Presumably, since Elton stopped obsessing over Doctor Who so much, she'll say yes. And she does! A Doctor Who fan got a date! Let's go! The first one in history! Victor tries warning Elton he'll never know what the Doctor was doing that night when he was a kid. But Elton's at peace with that. All of a sudden, giving Ursula a smooch just seems much more appealing than Doctor Who trivia. He's grown up. Puberty just hit him right now. So Linda all walk out, except Mr. Skinner, who stays behind for a chat with Victor. He's as dead as that duck Elton and Ursula are about to eat. The two walk out. Behind them, faint screams of Mr. Skinner. Until Ursula realizes she forgot her phone. They've gotta go back. They return to, "Oh, Victor, what a gravelly voice you have. All the better for talking to you with. Oh, Victor, what sharp claws you have. All the better for killing you with." Victor is a big green bog monster who's absorbed Mr. Skinner, Bridget, and Bliss, who's on his butt. He's an Absorbaloff! Yes, I like that. Ursula demands the Absorbaloff to let them go, but he says they taste so good. He just wants to know what the Doctor tastes like. Oh, that yummy knowledge. Yeah, so his intentions this entire time were not to find the Doctor, but to absorb him. Metaphorically, Victor is such a super fan of Doctor Who that he literally wants to become the Doctor. Elton threatens to go sicko mode on him, and Ursula takes his cane to whack him one. But the Absorbaloff feigns weakness. Oh, I'm so weak. Ooh, I'm just a little Absorbaloff. But he isn't. He's fast, boy. He's fast as fuck, boy. He grabs Ursula and starts absorbing her. Ursula turns to Elton as she's being absorbed. I'm so sorry, Elton. You can't touch me. Guys, they were literally just outside holding hands. That's actually so sad. Ursula gets absorbed as the Absorbaloff seems to reach a climax of sorts, and then tells us that Ursula tastes like chicken. Wrong! It tastes like pork, apparently. Elton begs him to let them go. But we find out that it's impossible. Once absorbed, always absorbed. Take the L. You wanna be a loser like... I want to watch Glee again. But they can fight back from the inside as Ursula's face screams out. She can read the Absorbaloff's thoughts, and it wants to gobble up Elton. I think this is where the interpretation that Linda is reminiscent of the 80s Doctor Who fan groups comes from, where, because of old episodes being rendered unwatchable by lack of archiving, people took on older fans' opinions of episodes. The Enemy of the World was touted as awful, despite it now being regarded as one of Troughton's best.
The Gunfighter
It was thought to be the worst serial of the entire show, disregarding its charm and silly tone, and that one episode where a bunch of bees buzzed around for 2 hours. So, the fact that the members of Linda can read Victor's mind is seen to be an allegory for how the 80s fan groups became some sort of hive mind, telling people what episodes they could or couldn't like, even ones that some of them hadn't even seen a second of. Anyway, Elton runs outside and the Absorbaloff follows, but there's nowhere to go. Dead end. And he gives up. Elton's just lost so much. Probably got to the end of his tether. Tegan, Nissa, Adric. The Caves of Andazani is the end of an era. The Absorbaloff creeps closer to Elton, telling him that being absorbed is everlasting peace. Somehow I don't believe him. But then, what's that I hear? Billie Piper and David Tennant have time in their schedule. The TARDIS is here! The Doctor steps out, informing Elton that Rose is mad at him. You've upset my mum! Priorities, Elton first, big green thing later. But the Absorbaloff looks at the Doctor and imagines how tasty he'll be. Yummy. The Absorbaloff threatens to absorb Elton if the Doctor doesn't surrender himself. But the Doctor doesn't back down. Confused, the Absorbaloff goes to absorb Elton, but then the Doctor gives his, absorbees an idea. Pull! The Linda victims give the Absorbaloff the biggest tummy ache ever, and Ursula shouts for Elton to break its cane. It seems to shatter some sort of sciencey spell, and the Absorbaloff, instead of absorbing, gets absorbed. Gobbled! Ursula says one last goodbye as Elton cries. I do have to admit, though, it would be a bit easier to be emotionally engaged if I hadn't seen the Absorbaloff run around with just his pee-pee covered as he licks his lips and makes fart noises. But that's not what's upsetting Elton, because the Doctor doesn't just save him this time. He's done it once before for him as a kid. Finally, Elton finds out why he was in his house that night. He had blocked it out because it was too painful. There was a living shadow in his house, and the Doctor was there to stop it, but he wasn't able to save her. His mum. In his vlog, Elton folds in on himself, clutching his head as he relives it all and remembers as vague, memories come flooding in of his mum washing up, laughing, having fun. He sits there in contemplation, head down, as he pictures his mum holding his hand and letting go, walking off into a blinding light. He has to reckon with his loss once again, after suffering so much the first time that his mind forgot it to protect him. In his vlog, Elton says, "We forget because we must." It's so goddamn sad. If you don't cry, I don't get it. Emotional pandering works on me. Play a sad song for a sad thing, I'll cry. I'm fine, you're a pussy. Shut up, idiot. And that's it. Elton starts doing his outro that doesn't last 45 minutes, that couldn't be me, and reveals that the Doctor did one last thing for him. He reconstructed Ursula from the ground that absorbed her. She's a pavement slab now, and she's immortal, and they do the boom boom. Elton's finally getting to do it. Despite it being quite strange, the episode finishes on a really beautiful note, coming to find out that Elton's mum passed is really somber and hard, but ultimately what it means is that out of a trauma, Elton recontextualized it and found comfort. Sometimes it's hard to say why we gravitate towards certain things in hard times. I only went to do my original rewatch of Doctor Who because I was really sad. You know, my mum had died. This was straight after COVID. This girl that I really liked, you know, it didn't work out. But look how that turned out. What matters is the comfort itself. If it helps to overpower negative feelings, then no one has the right to judge that. In the story, Elton goes on to say that he's had terrible things happen, but also great things, and sometimes he can't even tell the difference. He quotes Stephen King and says that he never understood what he meant when he said salvation and damnation are the same thing, but now he gets it. The Doctor represents that exact idea. He embodies it, actually. The Doctor's death is actually a cycle of rebirth. For every death, their damnation, their body offers them new life, new opportunities for adventures and joy, salvation. Like how moving on from one interest can feel wrong at the start, but we find new things we enjoy by venturing out, exploring other things. But the Doctor embodies salvation and damnation in so many ways. They're constantly in danger, an omen of bad things to come, but they also save the day, even at great risk to themselves. The first episode of the revival tackled this well, with Clive, a metatextual classic fan, stating that the Doctor's one constant companion is death. Yet Rose found a new start to her life in the danger of it all. Through the Doctor, Elton was saved from the living shadow, but his mum wasn't. He made close friends and he also lost them. He thought he had lost everybody he could talk to about the Doctor, but then Ursula was saved. In a less than ideal way, I'll give you that. For Elton and everybody who comes to know the Doctor, you become intimately aware that you can't have one without the other. The Doctor without the monsters. The salvation without damnation. The jump without the fall. The Doctor brings so many people together, both in universe and out. Look at us here. But also leaves them with heartache and pain sometimes, isolated by their experience as a victim or a fan of the show. People think Doctor Who fans are lame, and that hurt shapes some people into who they are. However, how much of it is worth for those people the wisdom that it brings? Is the joy of watching the show worth all the jokes and judgments? Elton worries for Rose and Jackie. For how much longer before true damnation comes for them? As he laments that he lost everything. Maybe that's what happens if you touch the Doctor, even for a second. And maybe the TARDIS too. Ultimately, life has a pile of bad things and a pile of good things. And how obsessed you need to be with the Doctor before the bad comes crashing down on you. But then Elton says something that recontextualizes it all. All that traditional stuff you hear about growing up. Well, there's all a bunch of hooey, because the world is so much darker, so much madder, and so much better. Don't get obsessed. But wherever your life ends up going, however weird it is or unexpected, you go find your people and your passions and what makes you happy. Let others judge, because they suck and they're probably miserable while doing it. You just go have the time of your life, even if that means watching The Caves of Zanjazani for the 100th time. 8 out of 10. Love and Monsters, upon broadcast in the UK, absorbed 6.66 million viewers. This episode is a roller coaster of emotions for me, but certainly not the worst episode of the show, as its reputation commonly claims. While watching, I'm having fun, dancing along to ELO, seeing Doctor Who fans have a social life. Drop that tutorial, please. It's wonderful. Yeah. Camille Kajuri's acting as Jackie in this episode is incredible and uniquely heartbreaking. She did such an amazing job, and she deserves a round of applause. Though, an undeniably silly part in this episode is the Absorbeloff, and that's the point. Victor Kennedy was a warning against how obsession can hurt the people around you, but as the Absorbaloff was a warning to not take yourself too seriously. The Absorbaloff is inarguably the silliest villain so far, and was even portrayed by the comedian Peter Kay, and that was intentional. I'm not saying that you can't criticise the episode, but I guess it's kind of a gotcha moment to the people who slated this episode for not taking itself seriously enough, because they've missed the point of the story by taking Doctor Who itself too seriously. It's a show of multitudes. It can be as serious as the last story, or as silly as this one. However, I will say, sloppy from pavement slab, because it's a little bit too far for me. A common slight made on this episode is that a kid designed the monster, and even he thought it was shit. Funnily enough though, the kid who designed the Absorbaloff became a YouTuber, so you can actually go watch his review of Love and Monsters. He designed it as part of a Blue Peter competition, a long-running educational children's show that has a history of running various competitions for Doctor Who. And turns out it's a lie that the kid who designed it didn't like it. They go by Channel Pup, and they say they loved it, all of it. And I'm so glad he had a positive experience. That's lovely. You can even watch him beaming away on Doctor Who Confidential. Speaking of the behind-the-scenes programme though, it's stated that this was the first episode of the show where the Doctor barely appears. But that's not actually true. In actual fact, there was a main show story that didn't feature the Doctor at all in 1965, titled Mission to the Unknown. Unfortunately, because of the BBC's archiving practices, video copies of this episode have been lost to time, but the University of Lancashire recreated it, and it's available on YouTube.
Evil Harry can't hurt you.
Yeah, what about it? What are you looking at, punk? In this double bill of fun, we reach Fear Her, an episode expressly made with children in mind, written by Matthew Graham, who would soon helm the critically acclaimed Life on Mars. He was tasked with creating a story that would capture the imaginations of children before an emotional finale. Children aren't morons, so this will tackle mature themes, but will achieve the goal of bringing joy before the pain. We start the episode on a street where everything is not as it seems. It's London in 2012, when the Olympics was set to be hosted. And it's a nice, happy street where the council is laying down some tarmac for the big occasion of the Olympic torch venturing through here. But an old lady gets the sense of everything being spooky, because children keep going missing. This woman, her name's Trish, seems uniquely anxious as the old lady says that whatever's spooking her, it likes it when children are playing. Ooh. Trish looks up scared to her daughter's room, whose name is Chloe, as we see what she's doing in there. Eerily singing a lullaby while drawing children and capturing them in the paper. Holy Spookerton City. That looks so cool. Holy Jesus Christ. The Doctor and Rose land false alarm. The Doctor and Rose land on the same street a week later, as the Doctor talks about how great the Olympics is, and for some reason, how amazing edible ball bearings on top of cakes are. This fixation on the mundane illustrates how this story will not go above and beyond, but largely focus on the small things. The things that to children seem so much bigger. But Rose looks around and notices all the missing person flyers, and starts to worry about what horrible person would do something like that, with the Doctor reminding her, this is Doctor Who, it's obviously an alien keeper. But because we know who's taking the children, the Doctor's implication that it's an alien rings untrue, as here we know it's just a little girl. Other children can definitely still be scary to kids, especially bullies. So the idea of a child so uncaring that they would capture others in a drawing is creepy. The Doctor runs to feel a bit of air because he can feel some science mumbo-jumbo disturbances. On her way, Rose gets interrupted by a broken down car. There's no good reason for it though, as the driver just got it serviced. But luckily, there's Councilman Cal from the council to save the day, who was conveniently there putting his heart and soul into council work. He helps the man push his car, and Rose helps him as well, gaining intel from the omniscient Councilman Cal from the council that the cars on this road started malfunctioning ever since the kids started going missing. It's bonkers. Bonkers! Some people think that I am bonkers, but that just means I'm free! Meanwhile, the Doctor has been getting tickled by invisible shit in the air, when a dad comes up behind him wondering what the hell he's doing on his lawn and chases him away. The Doctor and Rose pretend to be police officers, which is a crime, but canonically he illegally parks, he doesn't care, mad one this guy. A group gathers around, stressed about what's going on in the street, and a woman has the gall to accuse Councilman Kell of abducting the children, saying it's because of people like him on the street. Is this woman racist? Or prejudice against the council? That would be much worse. The shouting match grinds to a halt though, as the Doctor shouts, "Fingers on lips!" like a school teacher, and everybody slowly shuts up and raises their finger over their mouth. For kids, it puts the Doctor immediately in a position of authority, but not one that they find stern or unlikable because of it. The Doctor's doing what I'm sure lots of kids would like to do to adults back, telling them to shut up. The Doctor discerns that in the last 6 days, 3 children have gone missing out of thin air, and the old lady says that it's not a person doing it. With all the spooky vibes, Rose looks up to the window of Chloe's room where she's being spooky. Trish looks genuinely worried about it. She definitely knows something. Sussy, I'm gonna vote you out, Trish. Among Us. The Doctor and Rose go investigating as they become a mini Sherlock and Watson for the story. Around the tickly stuff in the air, there's a smell of metal, which Rose celebrates getting right. The student has become the teacher. We cut to Chloe, who starts drawing a cat as her mum. Trish comes in worried about all the time she spends alone. She spots one of her pictures where Dale, the child that went missing, is sad and asks why she drew him that way. Chloe says she didn't draw him like that. That's why she's getting him a friend with the cat. Spooked out by the ominous remark, Trish tries to cheer her up with the Olympics, but Chloe's locked in. She don't care about no torch. She's on that grind and threatens to draw her mum if she doesn't shut up. Damn, Trish, you gotta put your foot down. Draw the line. Sorry, this leather jacket and shades is just giving me too much aura. Trish tries to level with Chloe, saying that she heard her calling out last night. She was having nightmares again. It seems that Chloe is a troubled girl, but the drawing's a distraction from something somehow. Whether that thing is alien in origin or from Chloe's personal life, we're yet to find out. But the fact that Trish seems quite used to this behavior indicates that this is something long term. Outside, Rose sees a cat that walks off into a cardboard box lying around, and then it disappears. Chloe finishes the drawing of the cat, and Rose realizes it's vanished, leaving that metallic smell again. Over with Chloe, and she's talking to the drawings, saying that they just moan, even though they got lots of friends. They don't even know what loneliness is. It's clear that Chloe is feeling isolated in some way, and although she's kidnapping children through her drawing, it's not some totally evil scheme. It's some maladaptive way to stop others feeling what she's having nightmares of. She gets frustrated and angrily draws a big scribble. Outside, the Doctor and Rose split up and look for clues. They're going Scooby-Dooing again, baby. As Rose is walking across the street, she starts hearing banging on a garage door. When she opens it, a scribble monster pops out and attacks her. She's saved by the Doctor using his sonic screwdriver, but he doesn't know what the scribble monster is, so they're going off to the TARDIS to test it. Turns out, it's graphite, a literal manifestation of Chloe's drawing. The Doctor wonders why anybody would create a scribble monster. It would take so much power, it just seems like a waste. That's when Rose remembers seeing spooky Chloe being all spooky with her spookiness. And what do children do? They draw. It's infallible and genius. The Doctor and Rose knock on Trish's door, and she looks genuinely nervous to answer. Frankly, she looks nervous just in her own home, as if this isn't a good environment for her. She answers, and Trish ends up asking if they can help her. She's just that desperate. The gang make themselves comfy in the living room as Trish continually emphasizes that Chloe is a good girl. But it's over and over and over like it's a compulsion. She knows Chloe's doing something bad, but there's a distance between them that makes it hard to reconcile with. Like she doesn't know her place as Chloe's mother very well. Rose asks about Chloe's dad, and Trish explains that he died a year ago, but it's not exactly a sad thing. He wasn't a good person. It's heavily implied that Chloe's dad was abusive here, and perhaps that's why Trish doesn't feel safe in her own home despite him being gone. Traumas like that don't heal quickly, as Chloe's dad left behind 2 people whose line between violence and love is unfortunately completely blurred now. Their expectations of safety are gone with it. Maybe Trish deals with Chloe incredibly delicately, not just because she seems a bit scared of her, as the Doctor points out, but because she's anxious to overstep any of Chloe's boundaries, a reminder of her dad, who would constantly push past them. Rose uses the excuse of needing to go to the toilet upstairs so she can investigate, essentially becoming the Sherlock, which further develops Rose's transformation, essentially into the Doctor. She walks up to Chloe's room, and inside she sees all the drawings, finds the ginger cat freshly drawn. Rose accidentally knocks over the pencils and turns around to see one of the drawings. Angie! Meanwhile, downstairs, Chloe's in the kitchen as Trish and the Doctor come in for a chat. Trish immediately tries to comfort Chloe at the first sign of something odd, stopping the conversation. It's like since Chloe's dad passed, Trish has been on high alert, just coddling Chloe. But since she would have a distrust of family because of her father, she just pushes Trish away, which only makes Trish try harder, thus repeating the cycle of coddling and not actually dealing with any issues. Upstairs, Rose hears Chloe's closet door rattling and goes to check it. Inside is a drawing of her dad with glowing angry red eyes, and unfortunately, a fist ready to punch. It seems that Chloe wasn't ready to let go of her dad, and rightly had complicated feelings about him, teaching her some wicked lessons about love. It's normal and common to mourn an abusive person as if they weren't one at times, as it's hard to reconcile with what happened to you, and it's easy for their manipulation to still carry weight in death, as in a lot of ways, they rewire your perspective on close relationships. Perhaps Chloe is struggling to come to terms with and unable to process that despite her dad's love, he was a bad person. Yet, in an act of denial, she still wanted his presence, so she drew him. Unfortunately, just like her drawings changing, this one of her dad came alive with her imagination and memories of him. Downstairs, all they hear from Rose is her shouting for the doctor, so they race upstairs where she's being pulled in by some force of the drawing as it says,
"I'm coming to hurt you."
The doctor manages to pull her away and close the door. As Trish asks what Chloe's been drawing, like she already knows it's got to be that. Chloe says she drew her dad yesterday because she's been dreaming about him, which we know are nightmares. Trish asks of all the people in the world, why him? And Chloe says it's because they've got to be together, and Trish agrees. But Chloe corrects her, it's not with Trish, but us. Locked in the closet, separate from everything else, it could be inferred that Chloe's dad is a memory locked away, one that she's trying to control and suppress, but her dad just keeps coming back. And the drawing in the closet is a manifestation of her dad constantly being in the back of her mind, which Chloe's room would then be the embodiment of. She's clearly lonely and wants friendship as she constantly looks out the window, imagining she could be playing outside, but not knowing how. Her imagination would then be her safe space, imagining friends, but only through her control, just like her dad's manipulative love. Trish starts to stress out and wants the doctor and Rose to leave, but Rose actually steps in to do what the doctor normally does and convinces her that she needs their help. Cut to downstairs a bit later as the brain trust of the doctor, Rose and Trish get together to hatch a plan to help Chloe. But the doctor evidently needs a bit of energy to get his brain working as he opens the jar of marmalade without asking and just sticks his finger in there. Rose looks at him like, what the fuck are you doing? I know you're a Time Lord and all, but you still gotta learn basic manners, bro. The doctor discerns that it's gotta be ionic energy being used to kidnap the kids, and once they're captured, they're put in a holding pen of the same power. This makes sense for the theory of Chloe drawing her dad as some act of control, an effort to recontextualize him as something she can close the door on thinking about. The doctor says that her dad in her nightmares is becoming real, and through the drawing could become corporeal. Trish says that Chloe always got the worst of it when he was alive, which makes more sense as to why Trish walks on eggshells around her. She's got to be incredibly untrusting. In Chloe's room, the doctor puts her in a trance and she falls back on her bed. In a whispering echo of a voice, she says that she wants Chloe back by invoking the rules of the Shadow Proclamation. Basically just made up space law. The doctor says that whatever's inside Chloe has to identify itself. The entity says that it's travelled for many lifetimes with its brothers and sisters, but now it's so lonely and it hates it. The doctor demands for it to identify itself. Isolus. Now everything makes sense. The Isolus are empathic beings, experiencing incredibly intense emotion. They keep each other company across the universe as they grow up through the centuries, playing with their imagination, making worlds with their minds, which is how they have such great ionic power. This relates to why the Scasis paradigm needed children. With such joy, kids create worlds without friction. And here, instead of the Krillitane taking advantage of this, the Isolus is essentially a misunderstood alien, actually trying to protect that soul that the Godmaker would have taken. The Isolus is not meant to be here, but solar flares from our sun drifted this one off course and stranded them here, and they were attracted to something giving off heat. As it crashed on Earth, the Isolus found Chloe, and just like itself, she was alone. As the trance continues, Chloe's imagination drifts around, and the closet harboring the drawing of her dad starts to come alive again.
I'm coming to hurt you.
The doctor rushes Trish to come and comfort Chloe. Whatever she does to calm her down from her nightmares, she's gotta do it now. She starts singing the lullaby that Chloe was singing at the start of the episode, which now sounds like it was self-soothing. Chloe's connection to her mother is at direct odds with the nightmares of her father this tradition comes from. So the closet dies down as the voice stops. What is left from this is Trish's realization at how lonely and isolated her daughter was. Chloe was literally and figuratively alienated, both at home and from her own childhood, only being understood by an alien. Because of these experiences with her dad, she felt like no other child could relate to her. Thus, she was the odd one out among billions of other kids, just like this Isolus now trapped on Earth. We come to find out that this sense of isolation was only heightened because of Trish. She didn't want to talk to Chloe about her dad, so she just moved on, hoping to be free from him. Rose points out, though, that as they collect all the pencils in the house, that like all the people that have been left behind in this series, all they've got is each other. And if Trish and Chloe don't talk about it, like Jackie used to do with Mickey, then their isolation is compounded, not only by the experience, but the feeling that you can't share it. Just like Elton. Rose thinks the Isolus is desperate to be loved, which likely mirrors Chloe's feelings. Unlucky for them all, there's a whole Olympic stadium ready to be drawn. As the Doctor leaves, he talks about finding the Isolus's pod because it'd be sucking heat right into it, which is why the car engines stop working on the street. The Doctor thinks that the TARDIS should be able to trace the pod's energy, so off they go. But all the while, Chloe watches them from her window and then sneaks out. Inside the TARDIS, the Doctor and Rose talk about each way they see the problem. The Doctor sympathizes with the Isolus, as it's just a lonely kid and probably doesn't know the harm it's causing, which neatly relates to how kids with tough upbringings aren't often understood, and are only seen for their more outward expressions of pain through destructive behaviors. Rose sees the pain of it all, though, empathizing with the missing kids, which is completely understandable, but she dismisses the Isolus's feelings as a temper tantrum. The message behind it all is obviously that kids' feelings matter, but are often dismissed too quickly, as children aren't as practiced at expressing their emotions in a constructive way. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try to understand them. It's ultimately the respective adults' responsibility to try and get to the bottom of what they're feeling, which is exactly what Trish isn't doing. The episode sides with the kids watching, telling them that their feelings are important, even if they're dismissed. Rose thinks that the Doctor just doesn't understand kids' temper tantrums, because, well, he doesn't have kids. But he just offhandedly remarks that Lorelai, he was a dad once. Okay. This colours his emotional reaction to the Time War completely differently, as he not only lost his family, but explicitly his children. This is why he desperately didn't want the TARDIS to become domestic in Series 1. On the other side, though, Rose is shocked and asks him to repeat himself, but he just moves on like it was nothing. Rose thinks she knows the Doctor, but if anything, over the series, she's only been shown how untrue that is. She thought she was special as a companion, and learnt the hard way twice that, at least by the numbers, she's simply not. Here, this vestige of the Doctor's past marks a massive and clear sign of a lack of communication, a red flag that signals only bad things. Here the two are, in this domestic setting, after time and time again, family being at the forefront of their adventures, and the Doctor hasn't even mentioned the most basic of facts about his history. Having children is a major life milestone that, through omission, begs the question, what more is Rose in the dark about? We started the series the same. I thought I knew him, Mum, but then he goes and does this. Is it gonna end like that too? Rose moves past it all, though, like a teenager with a desperate crush, as the Doctor rambles on, and they realise that the TARDIS has located the Isolus pod. It's in the street. Let's go, gang. They get a move in, but as they walk and talk, Chloe draws with pencils she hid in a doll, and captures the Doctor and the TARDIS onto paper. Rose freaks out. It's an even bigger responsibility than when they were separated on Crop Tour, putting Rose not even on level terms with the Doctor, but here as the sole carrier of that burden. She alone has to save the day on a British street during a special occasion airing on TV, like she tried and failed to do in The Idiot's Lantern. It's rare you get a parallel so one-to-one. Rose barges into Trish's house and rushes upstairs to find a drawing of the Doctor and the Isolus in Chloe, ready to square up. Rose screams at a child that is actually an alien, we swear, to bring the Doctor back, but as soon as Chloe screams back, Rose just backs out like a coward. The real reason is that now Rose sees it from the Isolus's perspective. She doesn't want to let go of the Doctor. Isolus doesn't want to let go of its friends. Yeah, it's kind of a social faux pas to kidnap people to be friends with you, but it's also a faux pas to stick your fingers into other people's marmalade. Yep, the love of Rose's life did that too. In one of the campest moments, Rose talks to the drawing of the Doctor, saying that she's going to save it, and the drawing is giving nothing. There's no chemistry there. I'm glad they went with the real David Tennant for Series 2. Rose runs off, ready to figure out what to do. She tells Trish not to let her eyes off Chloe. She watches the Olympic torch carrier run their way to the stadium and towards their street. Rose leaves and outside meets Councilman Kell, appreciating his nice council tarmacking job for the council. Rose tries to ask him what happened about 6 days ago, but the immovable object of Councilman Kell loving on his tarmac is not moved by the unstoppable force of Rose, until he is and gives away that he originally tarmacked this spot 6 days ago. Filled it in again today. Rose has a eureka moment. The Isolus is attracted to heat. Hot, fresh tar. She runs to Councilman Kell's van and takes a council axe and starts hacking at Council Road. I'm reporting you to the council! You can never knock Councilman Kell's passion for the council. Rose starts rummaging around in the debris and finds a weird-looking egg thing. It's gotta be the Isolus pod. Weird-looking egg otherwise. Rose breaks the unfortunate news to Councilman Kell that it's not a council Isolus pod. Better luck next time, buddy. It's coming one day. I'm rooting for you, Councilman Kell. Unfortunately, Flop Trish has not been watching Chloe, contrary to Rose's orders. So, Chloe's just busy barricading herself into a room, ready to draw, let me guess, the Olympic Stadium. Rose runs back into the house just to find that, whoops, everybody that wanted a nice day out at the Olympics is dead, making Trish an Olympic flop. Even Bob's gone. What are we going to do without Bob? But Rose knows the Isolus will want more than an entire stadium. So they race upstairs trying to get to Chloe, but the door's barricaded, remember? Well, thankfully, Chloe's bedroom is not a council door, so it's getting smashed. And not a moment too soon, as Chloe's imagination and loneliness runs wild and the drawing of her dad starts to come to life again. Rose hacks the door down and gets through, but they can't just grab Chloe to stop her from drawing the world, because if they try to get close, the Isolus will unleash her dad onto them. Rose tries to reason with it, saying that she found their pod and all it needs is heat. The Isolus, though, says it needs more than that, but Rose doesn't know what. That's when Councilman Kell notices the Doctor's drawing move, as he's drawn himself pointing to the Olympic flame. Can you hear this? How do you wear this stuff? That's when the commentator of the Olympics explains that because the people of the stadium are gone, the torch represents their hope and love. That's what the Isolus needs. Love. That's what kids need. Love without boundaries. Rose rushes outside, followed closely behind by Hope Corps Councilman Kell. The Olympic torch is literally coming through the street right now when Rose tries to get through but is stopped by security. She doesn't know what to do, but that's when the Isolus pod beeps. It felt the hope and love, so Rose whispers to it, "Feel the love," and throws the pod up into the air, and it locks on to the flame. Rose jumps up and celebrates as Councilman Kell is just excited to be there, as it all happens on Council Road. All the drawings come back to life and returns as the Isolus leaves Chloe, and she hugs her mum, happy as ever. Celebration fills the street as the old lady thanks Rose for saving the day. But not everything is right. If every drawing came to life, then that means Chloe's dad did too. So as Trish and Chloe try to join the celebration, the doors lock on them, swung shut by some power of fear Chloe's dad possesses. Chloe begs not to be hurt as Trish desperately tries to open the door, which would be to find a way out of confronting the issue she's been ignoring. Rose frantically explains to them that it's not real like the others. Chloe's dad was dead, so this is just leftover energy from the Isolus, something that Rose has realized completely by herself. A most doctorish deduction. She realizes that because the Isolus fed off emotion, the drawing can only sustain itself because of their fear. Chloe says she can't do it. She's too scared not to be scared. So she reaches out a hand to her mum, who's too desperate looking for a way out to notice. It's only when Trish hears the footsteps of Chloe's dad upstairs coming for them that she takes her hand and tells Chloe that she's there for her. She tells her that she'll never be alone again. They'll face this fear together and share in it, not ignore or avoid the subject like Trish has since his passing. They start singing the lullaby that Trish would sing to Chloe when she had nightmares of him, as they hold hands and cry as their unity against his memory starts to overpower him. The glowing red eyes of Chloe's dad illuminate the hallway until they start to fade as the lullaby continues. The nightmare is over. They don't have to be alone, literally or with their feelings, ever again. On the other side of the door, though, is the exact opposite. A unity that's broken and communication shattered, as Rose, without the Doctor, sits there dejected. Hope Corps Councilman Kell tells her that maybe he went somewhere else. Not all hope is lost, but with how much loneliness is on her mind because of this adventure, and the curse of the Time Lords likely to be a looming anxiety that she denies the thought of. Like Trish, just ignoring it. Rose wonders who'll hold the Doctor's hand. Inside Trisha's house, they watch the Olympics, but the torchbearer stumbles and falls. It seems in Rose's attempts to be the Doctor, she failed in doing the one thing he unfailingly always does, save her. But I think I found the Doctor! As he picks up the torch, and no one stops him from carrying it all the way to the Olympic flame. Rose did save the day. Everybody lives! Just this once, Rose! Everybody lives! Councilman Kell just looks so happy. Literally nearly crying. This is the positive masculinity representation we need. The commentator says that the torch is more than a flame now. It's hope and courage and love, and every single viewer nearly overdosed on cheesiness. We follow the Doctor as he celebrates and lights the flame and tells the Isolus it can go back now to its brothers and sisters. Bye bye, little Isolus pod. Good luck. Later on, the Doctor walks around the street trying to find Rose, but she finds him first and greets him with a smile and a cake topped with those edible ball bearings he talked about. They hug and Rose tells him how worried she was. But the Doctor says that tonight is not a night like that. It's a night of hope. As they walk and talk about what they're going to do next, fireworks start filling the sky, celebrating everything that happened this day. Rose feels triumphant in it all and declares that things keep trying to split her and the Doctor up, but they never ever will. He says, though, to never say never ever. The episode ends with the Doctor looking up at the sky and sensing something wrong. A storm's approaching. Dun dun dun! I wrote 6.5, but no, this is a 7 out of 10. I'm not pulling my punches. Fear Her, a pun broadcast in the UK, cheesed out 7.14 million viewers. To many fans, this is undoubtedly the worst episode of Doctor Who. But to me, this is undoubtedly the cheesiest episode of Doctor Who. So unrestrained and unconcerned with adult sensibilities. Every emotion is heightened and increased, so the victory feels no shame in indulging in sweet fantasy, and I love it for that. I will not be taking any further questions. Thank you.
Torchwood? Alright, blimey, isn't he?
What's up, guys? This is Free Bitches Reviewing. With the double bill of Silly now behind us, what's left in the viewer's mind is the heartbreaking memory of the Series 1 finale, as Series 2 comes to its conclusion. Every finale has the high stakes of finishing strong, knitting everything together, every theme and character arc, leaving fresh with its audience a memory of a bang instead of a whimper that could colour the whole series in the dissatisfaction of its end. If anything, the finale of Series 1 heightened the whole story, giving it a gravitas that makes everything feel so much grander. Don't forget, this could be the end of Doctor Who again. They lost their lead after only a single series. Bouncing back is a tall order. Frankly, it's a monolithic task, but to do it, the question must be asked: can they catch lightning in a bottle twice in a row? The story starts with a voiceover from Rose. Planet Earth. This is where I was born, and this is where I died. Yeah, when you're like 80, but I wouldn't worry about that. The first 19 years of my life, nothing happened. And then I met a man called the Doctor. A man who could change his face. And he took me away from home in his magical machine. He showed me the whole of time and space. What it would never end. Thought? We see the Doctor and Rose gazing upon a horizon of windswept rock as if carved by the gods, as elegant beasts fly through the air like clouds drifting through. All of it basked in sunlight. He asks, "How long are you going to stay with me?" She looks deeply into his eyes, so sure. Forever. And they share a love-drunk smile. But never say never ever. Take heeds of warnings, as the stuff of legend is nothing compared to the gods. Because all that's needed with hubris so potent to leave everyone behind is just one touch. This is the story of how I died. After the title sequence, the TARDIS lands in modern-day England. I know, because I know that weird rubbery playground when I see it. It was my knee's worst enemy. The Doctor and Rose walk out all happy fun time as they've come back to see Miss Jackie Slayler. She gladly shouts at Rose for not calling her enough, because it doesn't matter now. She's here. She's safe. in her hug. Rose then shows Jackie this gift. It's this alien gizmo that tells the weather. As she does this though, Jackie just sort of looks at her instead of the gizmo. Almost like whatever she's thinking about Rose is more interesting or important. Jackie says that she's got a surprise for her too. It's a visit from Grandad Prentice. Aw, I hope he graduates one day. But Rose is like, what the flip? Granddad can't visit because ghosts don't exist. Oh, and also he's dead. Rose asks how she could possibly think that Grandad Prentice is coming to visit. Why don't you ask him yourself? And a ghost appears. Jackie looks so proud of herself. You go, girl. Ghost whispering is pretty difficult. Believe me, I've tried. They just don't have the hearing for it. They all rush outside to check what the hell's going on, only to see loads of ghosts running about the place, and no one gives a monkey. Jackie says that the ghost's shift will be done in a couple of minutes, which confuses the doctor and makes Jackie happy to know more than him for once. The doctor points out that no one's running away, and Jackie asks why they should. Something about these ghosts has just become completely normalized to people, and even a great comfort to Jackie, it seems. The time comes though, and just like Jackie said they would, the ghosts fade away. But we cut to this, a guy pulling a lever down. Wait, oh my god, what does that say? Torchwood! I know that word! This lady at Torchwood tells the staff there to congratulate themselves for a successful ghost shift, which is what I call my gear changes because I'm not slowing down. It's a thrill going 90 in the school zone. Cut to some time later as the gang talk at Jackie's flat while they watch TV. But see, it all started about 2 months ago. One morning, there were just ghosts everywhere. No sign of you, thank you very much. Get him, Jackie. Never know when this guy's gonna take a long nap, do you? Doesn't she look tired? My ass. You can talk, you napped all day. Jackie says that at some point it just occurred to them that they were lucky. People long gone are coming to visit them. Queen Victoria's Great Beyond is just normality now. Rose asks why he's so sure that her ghost is Grandad Prentice, and she says that it just feels like him. She can even smell his old cigarette. Jackie asks if they can smell it too, but Rose says she can. Jackie insists that they've got to make an effort, which completely contradicts her statement that it just feels like Prentice. In Love and Monsters, Jackie said that without Rose, she just goes a bit mad sometimes. And it was clear that she was feeling incredibly lonely and isolated, left behind with no one to talk to about her feelings around it all, just like Chloe Webber. The sad thing is, the solution for Chloe was right there, to talk to her mum and grow closer through it all. But this only highlights that Jackie had no one, especially since she learned to distrust people from Elton's deceit. It's clear she believes that the ghost is Prentice, yet paradoxically knows it isn't, as she's got to make an effort to think that. Jackie just doesn't want to be lonely anymore, even if that means believing something she knows is wrong. The doctor discerns that it all must be a psychic link, a ghost of sorts grappling onto Jackie's belief and pulling themselves in from it. He tells her that there's no cigarette smell, and heartbreakingly, Jackie says he's spoiling it. She knows deep down he's right. Rose wonders what they are then, because the ghosts look human. The doctor replies in one of my favourite lines, but a footprint doesn't look like a boot. Whatever the ghosts are, we're only seeing a shadow of their true form, like how I show up on camera with 2 eyes and I still have my skin. We cut to Torchwood, where this woman, let's call her Yvonne because that's her name, is girl bossing her way through the workday, being very chatty. Social anxiety final boss. She talks to this Sudoku unit, Rajesh, who's just passing the time waiting for something to happen with this big sphere thing suspended in the air by nothing. Rajesh says that just looking at it feels like it's looking back, but he can't bring himself to touch it, almost like the object itself is wrong in some way despite zero evidence. It registers absolutely nothing, no measurements of any kind. The sphere both is and it isn't. It's hot and it's cold. It's yes and it's no. We fight, we make up. We kiss, we break up. You don't really want to stay? No! It's a pretty big deal. But then there's these 2 little flirts flirting away through the workday who I bet can't even do Sudoku. They flirt themselves to another floor where they can smooch and stuff. Here, there's construction going on, so they think if they go into the sheeted up building site, they'll have privacy to give each other cooties. The girl gets a little nervous about it and doesn't want to anymore, but the guy goes right in, so presumably he can make out with himself. But the girl can't hold her nerves, so she goes to check on him. It's a genuinely creepy scene as the translucent sheets of plastic obscure her view. Soon, though, she finds a silhouette of a man scaramouche through the sheets, who she can barely make out, which makes no sense because that's what she was going in here to do anyway. She asks the man if anybody came through, but there's no answer until the sheet in front of her is pulled swiftly away to reveal the consequences of workplace cooties. A Cyberman! Holy moly. At least she didn't die from cooties. I hear that's pretty rough. Cut to the TARDIS, where the Doctor and Rose are ready to bust some ghosts. With some fingermabobs, the Doctor's going to triangulate the origin of the ghosts, but Jackie's not happy about it. She hates that he's reducing it to science. It's interesting, as we know this is something the Doctor struggled with on Crop Tour. Should the Doctor then be so quick to disregard the possibility of actual ghosts, given he's met the Beast, the proliferating icon of the devil, ruler of an afterlife? It was Queen Victoria who founded Torchwood and wished to touch the great beyond. Did that wish extend over the centuries? And why is Rose, who usually typifies empathy, not able to tap into that human sensibility of faith here? And I think we get our answer, at least thematically, as the Doctor instructs Rose on what to do with the gizmos and thingamabobs. Rose is confused, as you can see, but she can follow along and seems to understand the language of science mumbo jumbo, and having a lot of fun doing it. While Jackie, at the door of the TARDIS, just looks at her with discontentment, and we find out why Jackie was staring at Rose when she received that gift. She was observing how much she had changed, not just Rose's looks, but like her je ne sais quoi. Jackie says that she's even starting to look like him. Obviously, Rose doesn't look like the Doctor in any strict sense, but Jackie can tell something has changed with Rose, as we know that things have. In a lot of ways, she's become like the Doctor. Last episode, she literally had to be him. She filled his role and even saved the day all on her own. On Crop Tour, she kept everyone's spirits up and got the best out of everyone. To save the day there, the responsibility was split in half, as the Doctor put as much faith in Rose as she does for him, releasing the Beast and relying on her to do what he would. At the coronation, Rose was left alone and took it upon herself to investigate, do what he would do. It didn't work out, and neither did her plan to save Jackie from Cybers Industries, but the intent was there. All of these things happened outside of Rose's own timeline, as she ascended past the linearity that all others are confined to, including her own universe, as she met her own late dad twice, breaking the rules of mortality. To Rose, these footprints pressing themselves in should look no different than Jackie does. Everybody is both alive and a ghost to her, just like it is for the Doctor. In the episode Bad Wolf, the Doctor's impersonal nature was highlighted by the fact he would never win the game show he was transported to, Big Brother, a popularity contest. But this Doctor, the 10th, probably could, as he gushes charisma and is socially magnetic. We've seen that people trust and connect with him easily, and that's true as well for Rose. Perhaps too true. We've mentioned their hubris of ego so much, because when you connect with someone on such a deep level, it can be hard to see their flaws. Even just one adventure in, they were loving on each other like it was their honeymoon. The 9th Doctor's impersonal nature and integrity born from guilt made it easy for him to challenge Rose on some of her less desirable qualities of impulsivity and, to him, obtuse emotion-led principles. While for Rose, it made her empathetic assertions over their adventures easier for her to stand her ground on. She didn't view the Doctor as the hot romantic hero she does now. This all meant that the 9th Doctor and Rose encouraged each other to be better and to grow to mature their best qualities and learn from their worst ones. This no longer is the case, as their triumphant victories and love only strengthens their romanticization of each other, emboldening their arrogance, ego, and inconsideracy. This is all to say, if Rose is becoming like the Doctor, and the Doctor is becoming more like Rose. So in essence, they do look like each other. Jackie says that she's changed so much, and Rose asserts that it's for the better. And when Jackie doesn't outright agree, Rose says that she used to work in a shop, implying that this life is obviously superior. And it is, isn't it? We've seen it, we've watched it, it's pure escapism. You ascend past class limitations, everything. Who are we to judge Rose for wanting to travel in the TARDIS over anything else? We all would, right? But Jackie doesn't see it that way. From her perspective, Rose is looking down on her life, as if being knighted ascended Rose into the upper class. Rose says she didn't mean it like that, though. I know what you meant. Jackie doesn't let her get away with it, because she doesn't want her to forget forget where she comes from. In The Parting of the Ways, they had a similar argument, but that time Rose overpowered the sentiment that she thinks she's better than normal human life with the fact she had to save the Doctor. But it becomes clear as to why Jackie pushes further this time. She asks about what'll happen when she's dead. There'll be no reason for Rose to ever come back, nothing tying her down to earth, to linearity. As the time passed without the calls from Rose, she wanted more than anything. Jackie started to think about what'll happen at the end of it all. When will Rose stop traveling, picking up gizmos and thingamabobs from other planets and acting like it's normal around her? How long before she no longer resembles the Rose Tyler that left home? Yeah, Jackie's definitely feeling left behind. We know that. She's craving familiarity, going so far as to project that onto ghosts. But she'd be forgiven for wanting Rose to come back, as she never knows if she's safe. However, she forgave Rose for traveling back in time to meet her late dad, and even brought that big yellow truck to save the day in the end. So, in as good faith as she can, she states, and in 40 years' time, 50, there'll be this woman, this strange woman, walking through the marketplace on some planet a billion miles from Earth. But she's not Rose Tyler. Not anymore. She's not even human. The episode Bad Wolf was all about highlighting Rose's vulnerability in alien environments, which feels so far-flung from where we are now, as even an episode later, she became that titular Bad Wolf. So for a moment, she truly wasn't human. Is that why Rose can't smell the cigarette? Because she's already lost a part of her human self, replacing it with the Doctor, becoming him. But just like clockwork for the Time Lord, the alien Rose travels with, the adventure gets in the way of talking about her feelings as the TARDIS scanner starts to work and the experiment can go on. Just like the last episode. Over at Torchwood, they start the scheduled ghost shift, just like Jackie said, as Flirty Girl and Flirty Man return to their desks with an extra earpiece. I've played these games before! The Doctor comes face to face with a ghost trapped in his thingamabob and starts looking at it with 3D glasses. Did it become 4D? Someone should test that out. But the Doctor's science gizmo interferes with stuff over at Torchwood, so alarms start blaring. The ghost's trapped and doesn't seem to like it. No bueno. It thinks they're too rich and chocolatey. Yvonne tells Torchwood to stop the ghost ship as they track down the location and find the TARDIS. Yvonne is like, holy moly, Gorgonzola. It's the entire point of Torchwood, remember? To protect the world against the Doctor. He's famous around these parts. On board the TARDIS, they pinpoint the location of the ghost shift, so off they go. Torchwood and Yvonne get ready as she fangirls, and Rajesh declares to the Sphere that it's so over. Enjoy doing absolutely nothing, Sphere. You don't even have a point, idiot. You're not even a cube. Oh my god, remember the cube? Oh, that was hosted by that man, wasn't it? On board the TARDIS, though, Rose points out that the Doctor's accidentally kidnapped Jackie. If we end up on Mars, I'm gonna kill you. Just line after line. The gift that keeps on giving. The gang land at Torchwood and they're ready with guns. We're in the US of A, baby. The Doctor goes out with his hands up because having no guns makes him the better person. He's fighting militarism with pacifism, like a punk to the establishment. But Yvonne comes running in to fangirl over him, clapping and congratulating him on being so epic and cool. No big deal. Nobody does that for me. The Doctor's confused, but Yvonne says that if it wasn't for you, none of us would even be here. Classic. Consequences. I haven't heard that name in years. But Yvonne knows something's up. The Doctor travels with a companion. Where might they be? So the Doctor pulls Jackie out from the TARDIS and pretends she's Rose. She's not the best I've ever had. The Doctor basically just roasts Jackie for a good minute, and finally Jackie's not in the position to talk back in case she blows her cover. I'm a rock star. Yvonne leads the way out as we see that inside the TARDIS, Rose is hatching a plan, just like the Doctor would. Get your own personality. Welcome to Torchwood. Yvonne opens the doors to a massive room full of alien gadgets, gizmos, thingamabobs, and thingamajigs. But the crowning jewel is a Jafar sun glider. So Jafar from home. Torchwood shot it down 10 years ago and stripped it bare for violating their airspace. What was taken was used to build the weapon that killed the Sycorax on Christmas Day, explicitly denoting that without the Doctor and Rose's happy-go-lucky disregard against the werewolf, the Sycorax ship never would have been destroyed. It highlights that this Doctor's ego and moral grandstanding ought ought to be something he keeps in check, as without his own actions, Harriet Jones never would have been able to tell Torchwood to fire. It infers that the Doctor has aspects of himself that he doesn't even recognize are harmful, as the events of Tooth and Claw hadn't even happened yet for him, yet Christmas was still all his fault. Yvonne says that Torchwood has a motto: if it's alien, it's ours, which is racism. That's racism. Alien is another word for foreign, not cool, Torchwood. Not cool. Yvonne says that if there's anything alien, they grab it with their grubby little hands and use it for the good of the British Empire. Who's gonna tell her? Yvonne says, yeah, we don't have an empire. Not yet. Uh-oh. It comes from a clearly elitist viewpoint, which only feeds into imperial expansionist rhetoric. One of the reasons that the British Empire expanded as much as it did was because of the idea of supremacy. That Britain was more civilized and therefore our culture was more important than the countries we invaded, slaughtered, and pillaged. Verily Bitchy's video entitled Doctor Who and the Israel Disaster goes into a topic that I hadn't really considered all that much until watching Classic Who, as this idea is at the forefront of quite a few stories. It's the concept of a bigotry called stagism, which informed a lot of European colonial rhetoric. Essentially, the bigotry goes as follows: the more advanced the society is, the more civilized it therefore must be. The implications are that the more primitive tools and methods used by less advanced countries go hand in hand with primitive and less advanced minds. This justified greed and racism in the British Empire's expansion, believing that we were actually doing the countries we invaded a favour. Torchwood is completely in line with these values, as they believed they're uniquely owed the right to shoot down alien crafts for their tech by virtue of their status as a superpower, to then arm themselves with the most advanced tech, which is hubris, right? The rhetoric works against them, yet they believe, because of their elitism, that this is uniquely theirs. And even the fact that Yvonne is so nice and so girl boss is purposeful as well. It's just to give this whole thing a new coat of paint. It just looks better from the outside because Yvonne is so personable, calling everybody by name and being charming, but it's fake, right? She pats herself on the back for it, while Harriet Jones was just naturally that way. Yvonne says they have to defend their borders against aliens, but being as they pillage this all from them, it sure sounds like national supremacy and expansionism given her talk of empire. It stands in stark contrast to Harriet Jones's actions, who didn't want war, who held back tears telling Torchwood to fire rather than with Yvonne's grin, and whose actions didn't come with pride but a knowing shame. Whether it was a good decision or not, Harriet commanded Torchwood to fire with genuine intent to protect the world, while Yvonne can't even meaningfully pretend to make the excuse of self-defense, as she mentions no real danger. And it's not for the world, it's for the British Empire. She can't even use in her favour the good chance that the Doctor might be too busy napping to help, or in this case, 2 months late, because it's kind of important to recognise that had the Doctor and Rose not been so over the top infatuated with each other, maybe Rose would have made enough time to call home and hear about the ghosts appearing. Mickey is a prime example of how the two's love gets in the way of other people, and they become ignorant to the hurt they're causing before it's too late. I wonder if that will come up again in this story. I'd laugh like that. One thing that they have at Torchwood that's pretty cool though is magna clamps. Remember that, magna clamps, magna clamps, magna clamps, magna clamps, magna clamps. You can attach them to anything and it cancels out all of its weight, meaning Jackie can carry all of a Avon in one go. Yvonne says that the technology is not for the general public's benefit, it's for the elite. Not so personable, is that, Yvonne? Know Jackie's name yet? Yes, she does, but forget that. Turns out, the ghosts are a side effect of something Torchwood's doing. Being cool must be a side effect of watching really long Doctor Who videos. The Doctor then sees the TARDIS being carted away, probably to be stripped down for Torchwood's benefit, but he knows that they'd never get inside, and we know he's right, because Rose Tyler is in there, and she'd give you a swift kick to your face if you did. We've got it open, Yvonne. Carrying on, we find out that the Doctor was named in the Foundation Charter of Torchwood. Notably, he doesn't even realise that Torchwood is only here because of him. If the Doctor can't even recognise the consequences of his actions when they're staring him in the face, then thematically, it means that consequences are yet to come. Maybe even from this room they're about to walk into. It's the Sphere Room with Sudoku Unit Rajesh. The Doctor ignores him. Irrelevant ass word searches are way better, as he's more interested interested in the sphere. The Doctor and Jackie just stare at it as she says that it feels wrong to look at, yet obviously still they look. Rajesh says it's like it's forbidden, and as the Doctor puts on his 3D glasses again for some reason, it becomes clear what the sphere represents. Temptation. Rajesh went to touch it despite his feelings about it. There's an intuition there for everybody that the sphere is uniquely wrong, yet it fascinates them. Just as we know that temptation towards bad things is wrong, even as we engage in them, but that's the appeal. Humans wouldn't have these stories warning us of sin if we didn't inherently have a part of us that felt drawn to it. The sphere is then like the apple of Eden without a snake, but instead there's a warning label all over it saying, bad, 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 run away, bad! The Doctor says with the power of 3D glasses that the sphere is a void ship, a structure built to exist in nothingness, and it's impossible. He always thought it was just a theory. A game theory. But here it is. It exists outside of time and space, just like the Beast claimed to. There's two ways to look at this. One, that because it exists here and is evidence for the possibility of the Beast's claims, that the Doctor really did fight the devil, meaning that there exists beings completely outside of the Doctor's understanding. Or two, given the Doctor's knowledge of a theory for a void ship, it means that the Beast was not necessarily the devil, just a creature utilizing science unknown to him. The idea goes that a void ship exists between dimensions, in the no space, separating parallel universes without time or matter. Nothing exists there. It's a terrifying existential thought, like trying to remember what it was like before you existed. You can't, can you? And it feels wrong to try because it's uncomfortable. This is all you've consciously known. To attempt to go beyond that, even in your mind, is impossible. The Doctor says that this place has many names. The Void, the Howling, but some people call it Hell. The question of the Satan Pit wasn't if hell exists, it didn't really touch that. But here, thematically, it calls into speculation the consequences of it, especially because they're at Torchwood. On Crop Tor, the planet existed in some kind of limbo between the power of the Beast and the force of the black hole. The latter was something that the Doctor understood very well. He knew the science behind them and wasn't largely concerned with it because it was the power source that was the anomaly. One side of the consequences were known. It was simply death by a black hole. But on the other side, what would have happened if the Beast escaped? Well, here we know it's hell. After having his beliefs rattled a bit on Crop Tor, the Doctor isn't willing to tempt fate. So despite Yvonne and Rajesh's wishes to find out what's inside, just like the crew on Crop Tor wanted to know what the power source was, he says that they're going to send it back into hell. He's trying to avoid the storm he foresaw and asks how it even got here. And Yvonne explains that the sphere is how everything started. First it, then the ghosts. Meanwhile, Flirty Girl has been procuring a flirty guy, number 2, and leading him back to the place where they found the Cybermen, just for him to fall for the cunning ruse of, just go and look, bro. What are you, a scaredy cat? Little baby? We quickly cut to Rose, who quietly leaves the TARDIS when no one's looking and steals a lab coat, keeping that psychic paper strapped. Over with the Doctor and Jackie, Yvonne shows them the ghost shift room, the only reason they built Torchwood Tower. They found a radar black spot indicating a great power source and went to investigate, building their base of operations up to and around it. Yvonne says that they thought if they could harness it, they needn't rely on the Middle East again for fuel. It's in this scene that Jackie realizes where they are. Canary Wharf, the financial centre of London. The fact that this is actually an extra special military centre is concerning. In the end, all this couldn't be done without the promise of money to be made. This isn't about harnessing an unexplainable power source to fuel the world. It's about empowering a forthcoming British Empire, an industrial military complex. It's not unlike our invasion of Iraq, using the threat of so-called aliens, the foreign Middle East, to justify invading primarily for oil and power. It's also not unlike Mr. Jefferson's motivation to fuel the Empire with the Crop Tor power source. As for a comparative allegory, they invaded that planet with the intent to harness its power, regardless of the warnings the natives gave with their statues. It's also pertinent to mention that Britain's war on aliens is being fought by the financial elite, just like Queen Victoria's Koh-i-Noor being valued over the lives that were taken to get it. The rich, dog on the poor, the aliens, the immigrants. When actually, wouldn't the economy be better if we cut on military spending and allowed immigrants in and aided them in becoming contributors to the economy and actually tax the rich? Get on it, folks. Seeing through this, the Doctor immediately pushes against Yvonne's soon-planned ghost shift. He posits that it's creating cracks in the world, allowing space for the ghosts to get through the void, leading across from another universe. To do more ghost shifts would allow that pathway to just get stronger, with people creating psychic links to the ghosts. But the Doctor says that with too many of them, it all shatters. We become one with the void. This typifies how human ambition can breed foolishness, especially when it comes to bids for power. As basically, in an arms race with tech and weapons, Torchwood could destroy the world. Yvonne doesn't listen though, until the Doctor essentially plays a game of chicken with her. She ends up cancelling the ghost shift, but she's clearly not happy about it. Meanwhile, Rose has been following this guy based purely on vibes, and she finds her way to the sphere room as Rajesh asks for her authorization. So she gives him a little look at the psychic paper. This paper is blank, and you're a fake. What the fuck? You're a fake. I bet you don't even do Sudoku, and your job is to just look at a sphere all day. Calm down, buddy. Turns out, everybody at Torchwood has basic psychic training, and Rajesh asks some guy called Samuel to fetch security. Woes is screwed. Except when the world needed him most. Kenny wasn't there, but you know who is? Mickey goddamn Smith! Oh yeah, baby! Yeah! Mickey even mogs us. He knows how cataclysmic of a plot twist he is. The last time we saw Mickey, he was going off with Jake in a parallel universe, trapped in it. Never to see Rose again, but to find himself. It's so great to watch him confidently swagger behind Rajesh, shushing Rose and giving a celebratory thumbs up. Just in these shots alone, you can tell something is different. Mickey has aura now, but how the hell is he here? Over at the ghost shift, Rajesh snitches on Rose, and the Doctor has to give up the act and admit everything. With him very embarrassed he's been caught travelling with Jackie. But that's when the ghost shift goes into gear and starts up without Yvonne's command. It's Flirt Gang's doing. Them activating ghost shift has an unexpected impact down with Rajesh as his whole room starts shaking and the sphere begins to move. The Doctor realises it's the earpods controlling Flirt Gang because he's seen it before, and so have we. He sonics the earpods and causes a brainstorm between them all. Yvonne is confused. How is her staff being controlled by earpods? She goes to take them out of Flirty Girl's ear, and out comes with it this yucky, blucky, disgusting nervous system tube. It's gross. As the Doctor tries to track the origin of whatever controlled Flirt Gang. Meanwhile, Rajesh is trying to FaceTime Yvonne because he's tweaking out as well. The sphere suddenly has weight, mass, and electromagnetic field. It's here now. The automatic quarantine kicks in, so Rose and Mickey are stuck in there with it. But Mickey the idiot, he's no longer afraid. Not only because he's cool and self-assured now, but because he's sure of what's in there. Cybermen. Up with Yvonne and the Doctor, they track a signal through Torchwood all the way to the construction site. That's when the Cybermen come bursting through the sheets of plastic, ripping it all open and marching through. Yvonne's guards shoot at them, but nothing even leaves a scratch. They just stand there. The Doctor and Yvonne try to skedaddle, but they're surrounded. Over at the sphere room, Mickey explains that the Cybermen in his world just vanished, but determined to finish the job, he figured a way out to follow them over. Rose tells him that it's good to see him, and Mickey quickly, almost offhandedly, makes the remark back. Like Rose is no longer a priority to him, he's got more important things to do. And after Rose forgetting him for long enough that the TARDIS plunged into a parallel universe, I think that's warranted. Upstairs, the Cybermen have brought the Doctor and Yvonne to the ghost shift room, where the Cyber leader warns everyone to not fight back before dispatching two scientists closest to the shift levers. They're Cybermen. They don't have mercy without tactical advantage, and they killed the scientists to show everyone who's boss, as well as showing off their new fancy long-range laser blasters. You can't even run from them anymore. Jackie shouts, worried, asking what they are. We are the Cybermen. Yes, holy guacamole, you are. That's baller as fuck. The Cybermen then increase the ghost shift to 100%. 100%. Everywhere across the world, more ghosts than ever appear. But because humanity has gotten so used to them, nobody's bothered. And in the quickest response ever, it's literally been 10 seconds, there's news broadcasts announcing that the increased ghost coverage is nothing to worry about. They deserve a raise. That's very quick. Downstairs, the sphere starts shaking the room violently as Mickey takes off his lab coat, ready to throw down, and the sphere begins to disattach and open up. Upstairs, Jackie asks what the ghosts have to do with the Cybermen. Why do they want to increase the ghost shift? The Doctor reminds her of what he said. A footprint doesn't look like a boot. The ghosts may look human, but it's only their body armor. They're Cybermen. Every single ghost is a Cyberman. Everybody's screaming, going insane, including the audience. Ah! The news broadcast tells everyone to stay inside their homes, but it doesn't matter. The Cybermen are kicking the doors down, and if you try to escape upstairs, it's only because you forgot. The Cybermen are literally fucking everywhere. It's not an invasion. It's too late for that. It's a victory. They do it in such a cool panning shot as well. We're cooked. We're so cooked, Jack. Rose, you could have just phoned your mum a couple of weeks earlier, but no. You had to do it with only one more ghost shift left before shit goes down. Call your mum, guys. It could save the world. As everybody watches hordes of Cybermen enter through the void, they hear alarms going off on the computers. The sphere is active. Over there, it's going down. Mickey goes to fetch some cool gun he's made as Rajesh wonders why Samuel's acting like this. It's not goddamn Samuel Rajesh. It's Mickey fucking Smith. Get it right. But just before we see what's about to come out of the void ship upstairs, the Doctor asks how the hell the Cybermen built a void ship in the first place. That's way too advanced for them.
The sphere is not ours.
How modest. Just have a minute, guys. You're geniuses. You built it right.
The sphere broke down the barriers between worlds. We only followed.
What the hell's in the sphere? The episode ends as its inhabitants are revealed. Daleks come flying out, announcing to everyone, exterminate! Holy fuck! The Army of Ghosts, upon broadcast in the UK, had 8.19 million viewers going sicko mode. I will rate this two-part episode at its conclusion. To me, this first part finale is so well crafted and directed, with ghosts, intrigue, and one of the best shocks of them all leading up to the Daleks reveal. So much credit goes to the atmosphere of this episode, really feeling like a finale, bringing back the Cybermen, the Daleks, and the best of them all, Mickey the idiot. The tension only ever increases. But that's not all there is to it. It's not just tension. There's so much foreshadowing and character inspection. It's worked in wonderfully. Flirty girl scene as she walks through the sheets at the construction site and sees only translucent obscurances of the Cybermen mirrors exactly what we've been told by the Doctor. Footprint doesn't look like a boot, as she mistakes one of them for a person only by silhouette. It gives away in concept that the ghosts are the Cybermen, but it's such clever direction by Graham Harper, you wouldn't even notice. As well, Jackie's will for the ghost to be Grandad Prentice comes with a sick twist. If the Doctor's right, and it is a psychic link drawing them to where they are, then the ghost is Grandad Prentice, just from the parallel universe where he survived past his heart attack, but only long enough to live to be converted. It's an horrific spin on Mickey's grandma being alive over there. Jackie just wasn't lucky enough for it to mean the same thing for her. On top of this all, the reveal that the ghosts are Cybermen also brings about implications for my concept that for Rose, the footprints pressing themselves in should look no different than Jackie does, because Rose literally saw Jackie as a Cyberman in the parallel universe. Rose's ascension goes beyond space and time, but now parallel universes as the realities lead through. Even the fact that humanity gets used to the ghosts, who just happen to be a military presence, mirrors how we become utterly complacent as wars continue on. We get up in arms when they begin, but as news floods in, we zone them out. Like it is here, the world could literally be ending, but if it took long enough, we wouldn't care. It's only when Yvonne mentions the Middle East that these battles come to our doorstep that some of us realize the true horror. And in the end, it's completely ironic as the sphere that read nothing spells out to us that nothing will stop the British Empire until it does. Until we get invaded. We really are privileged just to be in Britain. There's also a great homage to 1967's The Tomb of the Cybermen, which features an amazing set piece where a whole host of Cybermen are woken up from sleep and rip open their resting chambers. But on top of everything, it's because of the pacing that the tension only ever increases, leading to the moments before the big reveal of the Daleks being completely steeped in giddy anticipation.
If we end up on Mars, I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah, so at midnight last night, I was just chopping off split ends. Ended up giving myself a bob. I'm okay with it. Dude, me and Memoria just can't be stopped. Bob power! Yeah, so if there are any comments on this, I will be deleting them. We've reached the series finale with a great twist of colliding parallel universes, spelling long-coming consequences for the Doctor's ego and Rose's fledgling human ties. Especially for this series and the duality it interrogates. I've cherished talking about this show with you guys. I truly appreciate you sticking with me for so long, and if you've enjoyed it, please don't forget to subscribe to my channel and consider the same for my Patreon to help me continue doing this. I've been making some essays about Doctor Who episodes we are so far from talking about on this channel, and there's also the War Between the Land and the Sea reaction over there, as well as reaction videos to Doctor Who, which are coming out slowly. There's also a community Discord, and I post updates over there. But anyway, yeah, like the video, because there will be more of exactly this. So, with Mickey and Rose trapped in a room with how many Daleks? How will the Doctor save her? Or more appropriately for this series, will Rose save herself? She got herself here, she did what the Doctor would have done, but his psychic paper let her down. Even more, what will Mickey do in the face of the Daleks? Will his newfound bravery buckle under the pressure, or will he be key to saving the day? The Doctor has certainly faced odds this fearful before, but Renette's adage that you can't have the Doctor without the monsters has never been more true, as he faces two of his greatest foes all at once. It was Sarah Jane that subdued his egotistical desires becoming manifest as he destroyed the Godmaker. Has the Doctor missed his chance to play with omnipotence and send the ship back into hell? And with the whole world on the line, Elton's anxious ramblings about the similarity between salvation and damnation spell so much for the planet that the Doctor swore he could protect from aliens and its own imperialism. Will everyone perish under maximum deletion or be exterminated? Because after all, even past steel or Dalek armament, is that not through the Doctor's world just one touch? The episode starts with the reveal of only 4 Daleks, but there's the capability of a single unit to bring about utter terror, so 4 seems completely unbeatable, and a curious number. As well as this, there's a black-plated Dalek and a strange bronze structure accompanying them. We don't have time to examine this though, as the episode gets right into the action with the Daleks threatening extermination. Daleks! Rose names them, and they stop in their tracks, gagged. How could an Earth girl know them? She goes full Doctor mode as she takes off her lab coat, just as the Doctor tends to do with his trench coat as he enters the TARDIS. She's walking the walk. Rose says she knows them and the Time War. If they want to know how, then they've got to keep her alive with Mickey and Rajesh, just like the Doctor would have in the face of absolute horror. Rose ensured their safety. One of the Daleks, though, asks about the status of
expert Genesis arc!
It's the structure they brought along with them, and it can't mean anything good, right? Mickey then reminds Rose of the Dalek lore. Breaking canon, guys. The Daleks are dead. Rose zapped them with the power of her mind. It was really cool. But Genesis isn't just a cool sounding word. It means a beginning of something. A mode or operation of creating a new state of being. But it would spell the start of what? We know what the return of the Daleks meant in Series 1. It was the return of the Time War, bringing about the Doctor's innermost trauma to the forefront, as he had to face what he did to bring about their end once again. But a Genesis would mean a new beginning, a revivification of it all. However, with the Doctor metaphorically shedding his inner trauma around the Time War through regeneration, this all serves as a mockery to that, meaning his actions to try and grow from his pain is steeped in retrospective irony. He'll always regret what he did. He redeemed himself, yes, but to move past something like that is to forget its impact. Yeah, it all could have seemed so much smaller moving forward as it becomes a distant backdrop to a new horizon with Rose. But the Daleks were as inevitable as the consequences. Without Torchwood, our reality wouldn't have been slowly shattered as a byproduct of the ghost shift that allowed the void ship to become corporeal. Ironically, it was the love that he shared with Rose that gave him hopes of pastures anew, but it was their infatuation with each other that bred complacency and meant Rose didn't call home to hear about the ghost, too busy having fun without Jackie, who's here now along with Mickey, the people they left behind. It's the interpersonal consequences colliding with earth-shattering repercussions, TARDIS life and family, not one or the other. It's all on the line now. Upstairs, Jackie panics, asking about Rose's safety, as the Doctor frustratedly reassures her that he'll save them both. As the Cybermen broadcast their statement of intent, they have forces all across the world ready to convert everybody, removing their autonomy, individuality, and the emotions that make up who they are.
Cybermen will remove sex.
What's the fucking point then? If I'm gonna have no emotions, I might as well feel something. This message is dispersed out as we see the army tackling the cyber threat, hopelessly unleashing hellfire until they literally RPG one of them. Rocket jump! The cyber leader looks upon the arcane warfare stretching across the city, not understanding why surrender wasn't happily accepted. The Doctor angrily retorts, shouting that how could they expect that? The Cybermen will take people's children and invade their homes. It all puts a mirror to Yvonne's imperial expansionist rhetoric, as we see a cyber empire attempted. And it's obviously wrong. But with alien technology, this is what Torchwood planned. Not to patriotically protect their border, but to expand it like we saw Mr. Jefferson hope to do. Did it start with the world, then the stars? Downstairs, the black-plated Dalek asks for Rose, Mickey, and Rajesh to designate who's least important. Rose refuses, trying to take control of the situation as the Doctor would. But the Daleks demand knowledge on the Earth, and Rajesh eventually surrenders it as they ask him to kneel. But of course, respect for life other than their own doesn't even register to the Daleks, as they take the most sadistic of efficient routes, extracting his brainwaves along with his life. The effect, once again, is horrific, as the Daleks instantly reassert themselves as a compelling major threat. Not just in concept, the idea of them, but in practice, seeing their complete apathy to death. Thematic and character inspections of monsters can be interesting, but most of the general public want to see a monster be a monster. Upstairs, the Cybermen detect the Void Sphere, and command goes that a couple Cybermen investigate it, as we see exactly what the Daleks did to Rajesh. His scorched remains lay limp against the arm of the Daleks as he crumbles to the ground in a sickening cloud of his own ashes. With Rajesh's mind extracted, the Daleks now know there's a second species invading the Earth. Rose agonizes that they needn't have killed him.
Neither did we need him alive.
It's so baller. The black-plated Dalek commands Dalek Faye to investigate outside. Since when did the Daleks have names? We cut to the cyber leader, opening a visual link to the two Cybermen investigating the Void Sphere as they reach a nearby corridor. The Daleks do much the same as they watch Dalek Faye move through Torchwood. The two iconic monsters reach each other as Dalek Faye comes around the corner, and we see the Doctor's face go cold. But what you would expect doesn't happen, because what follows is perhaps one of, if not the most iconic interaction of Doctor Who, as the Daleks and Cybermen meet for the first time ever and have a sass-off. The two refuse to identify themselves first, before Faye screws the pooch by saying that Daleks don't take orders. Whoops. Meanwhile, the Doctor calls Rose as sneakily as he can, just to know if she's still alive down there, and he overhears talk of the Genesis arc. Boring, because at the Sassoff, the Cybermen state they're similar, but the Daleks are inelegant. Faye metaphorically laughs this off, saying that the Daleks have no concept of elegance.
This is obvious.
Canonically, if they weren't in heat-proof armor, the Daleks would be suffering third-degree burns right now. The Cybermen move past this, though. Just because the Daleks are uggos doesn't mean they can't work together and make the world a prettier place. Faye asks if they mean an alliance, before bluntly saying, "Request denied!" Get roasted and toasted. I can't believe this is real. The Cybermen go sicko mode, because if they're not going to work together, then they're stinky little piss baby rogue elements, but the laser blasters suck and don't even scratch Faye's force field. Forest fairies, forage for foreign fruit. Faye whacks these metal twats, exterminated. But it's not over. The Cyber leader opens communications with the Sphere Room to tell the Daleks, by doing what they just did, they've declared war upon the Cybermen. This is not war! This is pest control! Somehow, Russell has written sass without undermining the Daleks' robotically stunted dialogue. I don't know how you come up with it. This is truly just, you either have it or you don't. The Cyber leader asks how many Daleks there are. 4? The Cyber leader's confused. They would destroy the Cybermen with 4 Daleks. We would destroy the Cybermen with 1 Dalek! What'd you say? That you only meant, well... You are superior in only one respect! Oh, so they're going to be nice, really build up their confidence. Maybe become besties? What way are the Cybermen superior? You are better at dying! It's cinema. It's peak cinema. Nobody asked for this, but they did it. This finale would still be great. But this is like getting offered extra syrup for pancakes. Of course I'm going to take that. Throw these stupid-ass adult palette blueberries away. I want sugary goodness. I want a Dalek and Cybermen Twitter beat on my screen right now. I know what I'm eating. I don't need to pretend to be better than I am. Unfortunately for the Doctor, during the Sassoff, the Daleks caught a glimpse of him and he registered as an enemy. What does that mean? Are they just going off vibes or do they have an enemyometer? Beep, 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 beep. This guy is an op! Upstairs, the Cybermen start emergency action as the leader commands them to start upgrading. They're going to need as many Cybermen as they can get. So they start with Yvonne and Miss Jackie Slater. Don't you dare! Yvonne starts screaming that they can't do this. They've surrendered. Did the alien she shot down for Torchwood's benefit surrender? Or did they offer themselves willingly? The gun looks awfully different from the other side, just as we, to other species, would look as alien as the Cybermen do to us. So obviously Yvonne doesn't rejoice. It's no fun to the hunter when they become the hunted, because it perfectly shows just how flawed an ideology imperialism is, as it only benefits the winner at the cost of lives on both sides. Just as the Cybermen couldn't understand why we didn't surrender, Yvonne ironically can't understand why surrender isn't enough. It's poetic justice that she's going to become what she would have killed them for, a piece of tech, a Cyberman, an object over life, like the Koh-i-Noor. The Doctor is allowed to stay though because his
increased adrenaline suggests he has vital Dalek information.
Well, what on earth is that meant to mean? I don't get why they didn't just say it's because he's incompatible, he has 2 hearts, and judging by the last time these Cybermen met him, he's an expert at fighting aliens? It's by far the least coherent science mumbo-jumbo yet. As Jackie's taken away though, she shouts that the Doctor is breaking his promise to protect her. It's illustrative of his change, becoming more like Rose to the point that he can't fulfill his duty as the Doctor to protect, much like the thematic sticking point of this series, where he almost failed to do the same for Queen Victoria, again in the backdrop of an Imperial Britain. Upstairs, the Daleks are getting frisky with the Genesis arc, sticking their plungers into it like freaks, as Rose realises they're pretty much just ignoring her and Mickey. Get left on red. Downstairs, Yvonne and Jackie are about to be converted as they see a man being thrown into a room as sparks fly out and all we hear is machinery and his screams. Yvonne is taken for upgrading first as she cries, assuring herself that she did her duty for Queen and country. The patriotism should read as brave as it so often is portrayed, but it rings completely hollow as it more so sounds like Yvonne is trying to convince herself of it. For a patriot, it's all fun and games when your country is coming up tops, until you're a foot soldier in a losing battle. The lie that is the glory of an ultimate sacrifice becomes reality. It's no longer a war movie, it's real. It's the reason Mr. Jefferson, Sir Robert and the Royalist Guards, self-sacrificers, were all parts of fantastical stories, because the ultimate self-sacrifice could only be a glorious thing in a battle against mythical beasts. So Yvonne doesn't go out in a blaze of glory, but in a whimper. Just like the Cybermen and their ultimately arbitrary goal of numeric expansion, creating the empire Yvonne wanted only spells a worse fate, because when it comes to imperial growth, the bigger the climb only means a greater fall. Eventually, a group more cruel, more bloodthirsty will come along and conquer you, just like the Daleks are to the Cybermen a bigger bad. The cycle must end, otherwise this is exactly what will always happen. It'll end in much more than tears. Upstairs, the Cyber leader decrees to the Doctor that he's proof that emotions destroy you.
You are crying, you are a wimp.
But the Doctor's fond of one emotion, and that's hope. A group of cool Black Ops badasses teleport out of nowhere, and they started blasting. Down goes Cyber Leader, leading in the art of being a loser. Loser, 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 la 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 la. The Doctor hides, but yeah, I'm sure they don't see you there, boss. It's good. Doctor, good to see you again. Wait, I'd recognise that accent from anywhere. It's Jake. Jake proudly explains that over in their parallel universe, they've got their own version of Torchwood, and they developed the technology to teleport through. Jake goes to demonstrate it as he explains that in their world, they found out what Torchwood was doing, and the People's Republic stopped it. A People's Republic is likely a phrase you've heard before, because it's often used in democratic societies after a war of independence. The denotation of this idea is that the people of a country must actively fight back against the government. Not doing anything only invites more power to be taken, and you've got to think for yourself. Don't trust politicians. In the end, they should answer to you. Complacency, like accepting the ghosts as normal, would be the opposite of this. The Doctor explains, though, he's got to get back to his world for Rose and her mother. That would be Jackie, Pete says, from around the corner. Looking very much like the boss baby, it must be said. Over with Rose and Mickey, they discuss what the Daleks would want with them, with Rose thinking it must be for their time traveler's touch, the same one that she gave the Dalek from Van Statten's bunker. Because in the Time War, the Daleks figured out how to harness the background radiation from time travelers' power. It rather neatly parallels the inevitability that comes with imperialism. The more technology advances in warfare, the more your opposition will be encouraged to advance as well, which easily draws comparisons to the nuclear arms race, which was science funded by the military, just like on Crop Tour. It's poetic then that a Dalek interrupts them. The technology is stolen! It's Time Lord technology. The greatest, most deadly war of all time drew the Doctor's people to create the Genesis Arc. In an arms race as big as this one, there's only two outcomes. Trigger fingers buckle under mutually assured destruction and peace is brokered because of it, or you live by the sword and die by it too. It's in Rosa's deduction regarding the Genesis Arc here that she sounds most Doctor-like, talking about background radiation and the Time War as if they were normal to her. Far flung from Rose, a damsel in distress figure for the moment, worrying about the Doctor as he slept at Christmas. Thematically, Rose now is the Doctor here. She bargains with lives against the Daleks, scientifically deduces, and in contrast to even other people in the know, looks uniquely competent as they look to her for guidance. Over in the parallel Torchwood, Pete explains that they sealed the Cybermen in their factories, but wokies argued that they were living. Meanwhile, the Cybermen infiltrated Torchwood, and 3 years ago, they vanished into the void. The Doctor takes a jab at Pete, saying that his daughter's over in that parallel world. It's certainly a change of tune from what he thought in their previous meeting, but since then, he seems to have taken on Rosa's emotionality about it all after seeing how much it upset her. This was almost certainly why they encouraged Tommy in The Idiot's Lantern to go after his dad, knowing how much an absence of one can hurt. While I found the morals of that story's conclusion abhorrent, it trickles down into Love and Monsters when Rose steps out of the TARDIS and goes sicko mode on Elton. The Doctor knows that Jackie needs someone to talk to about everything with Mickey being gone, and after seeing how a relationship can be healed both despite and through a shared trauma of a father in Fear Her, with Trish and Chloe growing closer, maybe he thinks what's better to comfort a widower than the widowed. Pete bats it away though. He still doesn't accept her as they walk to the window of the top floor. As they look out over parallel London, Pete says it's the golden age, as her eyes are cast out through skyscraper after skyscraper. Turns out everything's great over there, and Harriet Jones is the president. Harriet! Harry. However, global warming has been accelerated by the void slowly breaking. But you can stop it, Pete asks the Doctor. He can seal the breach, leaving 5 million Cybermen stranded on my Earth. But Pete says that's his problem. He's a proper Brexit lad, only cares about the border, this one. It highlights how cold you'd have to be as a person to be completely fine with leaving people stranded in danger, or to protect your peace. To say no to refugees because they're not your problem. Let's hope if you ever have to flee your country that people are much kinder to you than you are to them. The Doctor laughs at him, saying he knew Pete when he was dead. But here he is, alone. I think the Doctor believes he'd be better with Jackie. Like, his cynical tone has some underlying loneliness. But the Doctor doubts that he can pull this all off. Defeat the Daleks and the Cybermen and save both worlds at once? But big Brexit Pete believes in him. Oi, oi, lads. Yeah, I hate Germany. How do you know? Once there, the Doctor immediately calls Jackie to check on her. She's good. She's girl bossing, girl dinnering, and girl mathing. Because she's alive and well. Funny Jackie antics ensue as the Doctor basically just tells her to do nothing. Don't get involved. You cramp my style. Cut to a hallway as the French flag comes around the corner with the Doctor attached to it. He's surrendering to the Cybermen. A very good idea. I mean, when the microwave dino nuggies are ready or something, I don't know. Over with Rose, and the Daleks are getting ready for the final stage of awakening. They need her handprint, but Rose refuses. Though, with a threat against Mickey, she immediately buckles. The Doctor would never let someone die if he could do something about it. So, as they demand her to touch the Genesis Ark, Rose gets the time-honoured tradition of time wasting. Because if you can't save the day, stall till you can. Rose has seen it done before. She watched the Doctor as he mocked and jeered and boasted in front of the Cyber King Lumic and talked his way through the Sycorax ship, even referencing his propensity to yap. And now she's going to do much the same, and maybe, just at the last minute, something will happen. Hopefully. Who knows? She says she knows what happened to the Emperor of the Daleks.
The Emperor survived
until he met her. The ultimate weapon, Rose Tyler. Rose literally laughs at them, so far from how even Jackie described her feelings, saying Rose was terrified of the Daleks. After all this time, does Jackie even know her daughter anymore? And just as the main Dalek threatens extermination, the Doctor comes through the door. Rose and Mickey smile ear to ear. It's great to see Mickey truly happy to see it. The Daleks identify themselves as Fae, Sek, Just, and Khan, and the Doctor recognizes them as the cult of Skaro, the home planet of the Daleks, a secret order above the Emperor created to imagine. Its very existence points to the major flaw of the Daleks, their purity. They value it over everything else, yet above it all is a cult of imagination to grow out and expand what it is to be Dalek, even having names. In Series 1, the Dalek in Van Statten's bunker exterminated itself after being changed by Rose's touch. Just one tiny alteration eroded its sense of self, perfectly demonstrating how their need for purity is a reason they will inevitably lose. By definition, they're a genetic dead end. Yet here, the top of the Dalek hierarchy flies in the face of what Daleks are, as in diametric opposition to their cause. They dare to diversify their thinking, even if it's still just to find new ways of killing. It's as if to admit that all to be the same is not enough, that their way of being can break, and requires thinking to rectify, but therefore change. It could be read as the Daleks stand in a British building built for a potential empire, that the cult of Skaro represents the empire's history. Britain grew and grew and grew, until Britishness as we knew it crumbled. If British culture even existed, really. And as our country diversified, it ended up proving to ourselves that the mission statement was always impossible. Immigration and multiculturalism is a beautiful thing. The Daleks can't stay pure, Britain can't stay as it was, and neither should it. Mickey asks, though, what's the Genesis Ark? They said it was Time Lord technology, but the Doctor doesn't recognize it. He's never seen it before. Dalek Sek says that the Time Lord science of the Ark will restore Dalek supremacy. However, Rose tells him that they need a time traveler's touch, and the Doctor sees the irony. They can never do that. The one thing they want, and by virtue of being Daleks, they've locked themselves from it. They can never achieve supremacy as they actually are. But it also mirrors the theme of touch throughout the series, a theme that I haven't really discussed much. In New Earth, the day is saved through touch, and as Cassandra gains a body, she can finally pass on, being cradled in her own arms. In Tooth and Claw, Queen Victoria can't touch the Great Beyond until it's right in front of her, but she's horrified by it and doesn't want to. In School Reunion, the Krillitane can't touch their own oil, lest they burst into flames. In Rise of the Cybermen and Age of Steel, it's Mr. Lumic's expressed desire to rid the world of the vulnerability that comes with touch, and therefore interacting with the world on an emotional basis. In The Impossible Planet and The Satan Pit, it's the Doctor and Rose's faith in each other that is grown through an inability to touch. As their proximity widens, it's their connection otherwise that is their strength. In Love and Monsters, touch is how they absorb Olaf kills. But emotional closeness is also expressed through touch, as Ursula and Elton hold hands until they can no longer. In Fear Her, Chloe and her mum unite together triumphantly through holding each other's hands, as Rose worries who'll hold the Doctor's. It's a great big theme running throughout the series, but generally doesn't actually matter that much in the context of literal touch within the stories. However, it thematically reaches its climax in this finale, like I said, retroactively making the theme that much grander. This is all to say that in Series 2, touch is the linchpin of highs and lows, as the vulnerability and perhaps willingness to indulge in the romance of our main characters despite all the foreboding of an inevitable doom is what pulls you in. Touch is intimate. It allows those of us who want to express our most personal of desires. Yet closeness is what leaves us vulnerable, as our proximity to danger is left in the hands of our recipient, Elton or the Absorbaloff, as to whether what we indulge in is dangerous or something to be trusted. Is it, like Sarah Jane said, something that is worth getting our hearts broken for, or like Mr. Lumic worried, only a facilitator to interact with real tangible feelings doomed to hurt us? Or worse yet, something that strengthens our bond with someone so as to not be able to recognize our own flaws, perhaps becoming theirs, like the Krillitane and their shared vulnerability to their own oil that facilitated their downfall. Is touch something we become dependent on, a desire that breeds codependency, and then desperate actions to reinstate that physicality, going from a miserable low to an elated high? However, holding hands with someone you love is a beautiful thing. It's a vulnerability allowed in by trust. It signifies the love we feel for them and embodies our unity. A literal link showing an emotional one. Touch allows into our lives the highest of highs, but also absent from the touch that we desire in so many different ways, brings about the lowest of lows. The Doctor and Rose love each other so much, to the point that they've grown to become like one another in a more than swift fashion. Unlike Cassandra, they grew, they evolved, but in that notion, they also stagnated, no longer able to challenge each other the way they did before, becoming a bond that hurts the people around them, until the consequences inevitably come here at Torchwood, the embodiment of them, and show that, like the Krillitane, the Doctor and Rose's chemistry is toxic to themselves. They can't and shouldn't break the curse of the Time Lords, as Sarah Jane said. Everything has its time, and everything ends. And as the longer their relationship continues, the closer it gets to failure, corruption. As to win the day here would be to manipulate matter itself, controlling hell and sending the Daleks and Cybermen back there, thus emulating the power the Godmaker promised, that we know they must never take in good conscience, especially together, as that would only strengthen their duality beyond the stuff of legend and above the gods, spelling up from high an even greater fall. Yet here, the Daleks' inability to touch is the tragedy for them. Yes, it can leave us with pain, but to not be able to touch at all, or your flesh to feel the wind on its back, the sunlight that the Metaltron craved, is no way to live at all. To not take an emotional risk like the impulse to jump, and never give in to the urge to fall. Because what you might find is love at the bottom, an air cushion, or pain, the devil in the details. To never touch is to live your life closed off from the world. Sometimes you have to take a risk and interact, experience the highs along with the Doctor and Rose, so that the lows hit that much harder. Dalek Sec demands the Doctor to open the Ark, and the Doctor just laughs, exactly like Rose did.
Get your own personality.
Sec tells him he has no way of resisting, but the Doctor reveals his plan. He may be unarmed, but he likes it that way, cause he'll always have the sonic screwdriver. All the doors explode and open, with Jake and a few Cybermen bursting through and blasting the Daleks. It seems like the plan will work as one of the Daleks' casing becomes impaired, while the gang bolt it out of there with Pete on his way as well, as he picks up Rose from a fall. Maybe the Doctor's jabs finally got to him and he's ready to drop being a Brexit geezer. Mickey's in the action too as he leaps for his blaster, but the Daleks start fighting back as they withstand the firepower. The gang escape, but as Mickey tries to skedaddle, he trips and falls onto the Ark, pressing his hand into it. Butterfingers! That was my nickname when we played Rounders. I would always drop the ball. Mickey and Jake get out just in time as all the Cybermen face extermination. But inside, well, the Genesis Ark has been touched, facilitating a low, and is primed and ready to go, and the Daleks just need an area of 30 square miles. Yeah, good luck finding that in London, Daleks. Apartments that are 30 square feet cost quite a bit. Outside, the gang are running while Mickey apologises for bringing about the redemption of the Daleks. Happens to the best of us, mate. Elsewhere, Jackie is skedaddling down some stairs, I guess just for exercise? I'm not sure, gotta get her steps in or something. When she runs into some Cybermen. So she vamooses, but runs into more Cybermen there. Boom! Get blasted by Pete! The two are obscured from each other by the smoke, but as they gaze through it, like stepping into the great beyond. Pete? Jackie asks, confused and startled. Rose holds a hand to her face, comforting and bracing herself. Hello, Jax. Like slotting himself back into a memory, Pete immediately comes to a nickname. I said there were ghosts, but that's not fair. Why him? Jackie thinks it's a cruel joke, a mockery of Pete. It was easy to think her ghost was Grandad Prentice, but Pete was too close to home. Rose had gone back in time to see him. It would have only been a reminder of what she did that broke her heart. The Doctor steps in to explain it all, but Jackie tells him to shut up. Out with that science mumbo jumbo. It's soap opera time. Jackie says that Pete looks old, and in any other circumstance, it would probably be seen as an insult. But to him, it's not. It's all the years he had without her. Jackie's both uncomfortable and getting to grips with it because to her, Pete's still in his 20s. But you were left on your own, he hopes, as he asks if she ever remarried. There was never anyone else, which only makes her think of how many years have gone by, looking at the age on Pete's face. He never did anything else. She still lives in the same flat, almost like she never even wanted to move on from him. Even the evidence of an absence of Pete was comforting. You brought her up, Rose Tyler. Rose has just that same adventurous spirit as Pete, and Jackie realised that a long time ago when she sent her off to save the Doctor. And here Pete is again, in the middle of it all, hoping to save the day just like he did on the day he died. In my world, it worked. Pete tells Jackie that every Del Boy plan worked, even made him rich. In the end, the only thing that stopped him from being a good dad was that he never succeeded. He was never a born failure, like Jackie said so long ago. But Jackie says she doesn't care about how rich he is. It's Pete she wants. How rich? Very rich. But Jackie, you don't care about that. It's Pete you want. How very? Trust me, guys, it's just Pete she wants. Red-pilled guys would say she's a gold digger because their view of the world has been poisoned by podcasts. But a bucket load of money has never made me love anybody less. He reels back, though. It's strange. It's uncomfortable. He lost his wife. She lost her husband. They can't do this until they can. Oh, screw it, I don't care that you're dead, come here. It's so sweet. I'm not crying, you are, you bitch. Rose is left watching as she finally gets her wish, her family back together. We started series 1 with an obvious absence of Rose's dad. And now she's got him. Just not with the one that accepted her from beyond time, the one she was rejected by. Has Rose, in her evolution to become like her Time Lord, elevated her to a standing that Pete would now accept? Or is that even what family should be about? Obviously not. Okay, soap opera's over. If you want more, go watch Desperate Housewives. Because it's science fiction time! Zap, zap, boom! Daleks exterminating, Cybermen deleting, zap, zap, boom! It's epic and big, and you are happy that the action figures are bashing together really hard. Amongst it all, the Cyber Leader commands every Cyberman to converge on Torchwood, which, at their speed, I don't think the ones at the Taj Mahal are getting there anytime soon. Though, the Doctor's gotta get in there for magna clamps? He runs in, he steals, he runs out. It's the running out where I usually get stopped. I haven't figured out what to do. Dalek Sec then opens the roof with the power of his mind, and they start elevating the hell out of there with what Time Lord science? Is it a TARDIS? A big sonic screwdriver? We kind of run out of examples pretty quickly. So the Doctor and gang run out and to the top floor where they can see Dalek Sec and the Ark in full view, and it opens to reveal a singular Dalek. Well, that's anticlimactic. Oh no, it's millions of them. The Ark? It's bigger on the inside. Should have seen it coming in 1963, but we're just having too much fun. Look at us now. Oh, shucks. The streets are in pandemonium as Cybermen blast the Daleks, and the Daleks just blast everyone. They even exterminate pursers. Completely unnecessary, but that's how ruthless the Daleks are. Not going to get to use that £10 gift card for Waitrose, are you, Sandra? Up in the Ghost Shift room, Big Brexit Pete decides he wants to skedaddle on out of there, with the Doctor ready to rumble! Guys, if you're ever frustrated, just shout ready to rumble. It kind of, I don't know, kind of gets you going. There's so much hair on this. The Doctor's going to use Torchwood's own technology to save the day and close off both universes. And we finally find out why the Doctor's been wearing his 3D glasses. He can see void stuff on things. It's the background radiation you pick up from traveling through the void. They can see it on everyone except Jackie because she's not traveled through it. But the Daleks and Cybermen, well, they're void fiends. They're covered all over. Could probably open up a little shop that the Doctor would like with all their void stuff. All the Doctor's got to do is reverse the Ghost Shift, open up the void, and they'll get sucked in. Pulling them all in! Pulling them all in! Booyah! Essentially, the Doctor's gonna send all the monsters to hell. Not even an exaggeration. That's what the Doctor's doing. He's Thanos right now. He forsook the opportunity of the Scasis paradigm to become a god. And yet, here he is, without that power, ascending beyond the might of even the beast, sending monsters to hell. It makes complete sense for this Doctor, who immediately took it upon himself to wipe the future of the Harriet Jones Golden Age over a disagreement, of which he comes out looking hasty. His anger over these adventures has been righteous and often self-motivated, kicking into gear as it affects him, usually involving the safety of Rose as he shouts while declaring that there's no higher power than him. In this moment, this shining moment, he ascends to the heavens against fearful odds for the ashes of a father after defeating gods. He's capable of this whilst believing it too. It's the story of a man who can do anything. So the question is, where does he stop? Because with all this hubris and the duality of the Doctor and Rose morphing into one another, it calls into question, from this temple on high, who and how far will they fall? Because it's then at the apex of all this victory that Rose realizes they're all covered in void stuff. In this world, they'd all get sucked in. That's why you've got to go. The Doctor explains that he's opening the void, but only in this world. So Rose will be safe on the other one, eternally trapped there. Rose looks at him like he's condemning her. This is the goodbye that he's chosen? Taking it out of Rose's hands, acting like she doesn't get a say, nor a farewell after all this time. He promised Jackie that they'd be safe and obviously wants to keep that promise, but he saw how hard it was for Rose to say goodbye to Mickey, the man who always came out far and away in second to him, who whisked her away and showed her the stars. The man she risked her life to save as she became the bad wolf, and the man who showed her a better way to live your life. The Doctor carries on as if nothing was irregular, holding it all in to make it easier, or what? Just being callous? He says, yeah, he'd get sucked into the void, but that's why he yoinked the magna clamps. He can hold on and it'll cancel his mass. But Rose just stands there watching, empty as she feels powerless. It's not unlike Jackie staring at Rose last episode as she explained her alien gadget, noticing how much she had changed. The Doctor, simply on a dime, has switched to a cold, impersonal exterior. Throughout the series, we've had warnings that for the Doctor, there goes a character underneath it all unexpressed that Rose is not even privy to. In Fear Her, she found out that he was a father, yet there, as it bore no consequences other than emotional, she didn't bear the brunt of it. She could ignore it, just as the Doctor ignores his problems, doing as he would do, which is so far flung from Rose's immediate emotional reaction to finding out that Sarah Jane travelled with the Doctor before her. But now, as the interpersonal consequences clash with the corporeal of Torchwood, Rose simply can't ignore her emotions as a function because they interact with the actions taking place. The Doctor has always saved her, but now it seems like he's given up. Is their love not worth the risk? Looping in your mind, though, as you watch, is the constant reminder of her impending death. This is, after all, the story of how she dies. The Doctor, from the very beginning, was known to her as an omen of death. As he invited her into the TARDIS, he told her it was always this dangerous. This was always the deal. But now he's backing out. That's not going to happen. She says she won't go, but Pete says they have to. Now, no argument. But Jackie protests, shouting that she won't leave without Rose. As Pete yells back, the heat of the moment consumes them as Jackie spits bile, shouting that she's had 20 years without him. Without his touch, she can go longer. She wants Rose. But that's when she takes Jackie's hand. I had a life with you for 19 years. Had. Since the Doctor came into her life, she wants for nothing else. She wants the Doctor forever. But we know after their rejection of Brother Lasar's offer, this cannot be. As Rose takes steps back away from Jackie and towards the Doctor, she says, "'Cause now he's got me." But he puts the teleporter around her neck and Pete activates it. The Doctor looks despondent as the room that was once filled with fond people and their memories is ultimately empty. Just like Jackie's apartment, just like the TARDIS after losing Renette, and just as the curse of the Time Lords prophesied, and as he promised. He can't repeat what he did to Sarah Jane, forever making her unsure of whether he'd come back for her. He avoided all of her questions in school reunion, just as he avoids directly saying goodbye to Rose here. And it's selfish. All because it's too hard for him. He'd rather it end than deal with the consequences. On the other side, Rose is left without the Doctor. Sarah Jane said that some things are worth getting your heart broken for, but Rose won't let him do it again. He did this before. He sent her home to protect her, but she never asked for that. Never once did she want the training wheels. For the Doctor, it's an act of sacrifice, but Rose isn't an object. She has autonomy of her own. The Doctor doesn't decide what's best for her. She does. He taught her to stand up for what's right when nobody else will, and she doesn't want him to be alone with no one to hold his hand. So she teleports right back as Jackie tries to follow, but Pete rips the teleport from her. He scolds her, saying that the Doctor said it rips holes in the universe. They're not doing it one single time more. Jackie screams and shouts in tears, begging Mickey to put up a fight for her as she struggles to know what to do. Pete's completely cold to it all, not caring and refusing to imagine a new way through this. Pete 2 here is in stark contrast to Pete 1, who put the fate of the world on his shoulders, proving to Rose where she gets her adventurous spirit from. He would say to try anything. It's what Rose said to convince Jackie to open up the heart of the TARDIS in the parting of the ways. Eventually, with her agreeing that Rose was right. It's exactly the sort of thing he would have done. And Pete 2, 20 years on from his parallel's death, is proving them wrong. Maybe the Doctor was right. He isn't Rose's father. Jackie's experience here mirrors Renette's upon the Doctor leaving through the magic door. It's only in a moment, but she knows she's been condemned. On the other side, as Rose teleports in, she gets scolded by the Doctor, and she kind of just takes it like a crush on him makes her fragile. But I don't think she is. She's strong. She's taking control of her life in a major way, making decisions, while yes, brash, are her own for her life. The Doctor yells, trying to get through to her that once the void is sealed, she'll never be able to see her own mother again. But she had, she said, a life with Jackie for 19 years. As she speaks out the words under that, she made her choice a long time ago. She packed as Jackie cried and begged. She told her that day she'd be back in 10 seconds. And I said she forgot while having fun without her. But maybe that was a decision. Maybe Rose didn't pack for a while. She packed for life. Maybe that's why it was such a gut punch to be sent back the first time. She thought, even then, that it was forever. The Doctor stares at her, pensive, angry, like she undermined his authority as the oncoming storm, while forgetting that not that long ago, they were holding hands as he ate edible ball bearings, and then went to watch an alien sunset, talking of forevers. He is both the oncoming storm and her boyfriend. Though, interrupting the argument, Rose notices on the computer that 3 Cybermen are coming up, but they're stopped by a rogue Cyberman. Scratch that, Cyberwoman! Abort! The wokies have got the Cybermen! It's Yvonne! She somehow, through sheer force of will through her conversion, has maintained a sense of self. She blasts the Cybermen while asserting,
I did my duty for Queen and country.
As a Cyberwoman sheds a tear, it very much feels like a last-ditch effort to hold on to her convictions, as she cries, trying to convince herself that it was all still worth it, despite what she is and what's happened to her because of her overreaching ambition. In a way, the consequences of Yvonne's actions become corporeal for her as well, as she's literally inside of them. Her cybersuit is a reflection of what you get from expansionist imperialism. Eventually, if you get what's coming to you, your body will reflect the harm you did onto others. Live by the sword, die by the sword. She blew up ships, killed aliens, and now, effectively, she's become one. Yvonne's journey, in a way, parallels The Wire, that embodied and therefore was thematically characterized as the image of proper Britishness during the Empire. It became a great big overstuffed pig as it gorged itself on the souls of people, but it overextended itself. We must look at space, not how historically Britain has seen the world, a place for conquest, and not as the final frontier for imperialism, but instead a means for the world to get away from it. Meanwhile, the Doctor has been tinkering with the ghost shift as he manages to prime the levers to reverse it. Him and Rose share a smile as the Doctor turns on a dime into jovial banter as Rose calls them the old team, and the Doctor responds, hope and glory, as he gives Rose a magna clamp. This is how quickly the Doctor moves on for her, forgetting his anger. It's indicative of their entire dynamic, being completely oblivious to the harm they do to people around them, even when the Doctor knew it mere moments ago. But they prime the magna clamp and activate the ghost shift. But the Daleks are here. They sensed with their little Dalekiness that the Doctor's up to something. So they get ready to rumble! They activate the ghost shift and rush over to the magna clamps as they hold on for dear life. For the void, the hell between dimensions, opens up and manifests itself into the world. As they grip more tightly than they've ever had to, they are as close to the ultimate of consequences that ever has existed. Daleks fly through the windows of Torchwood, shattering them as if pulled in by an unstoppable magnetic force, propelling them to the bright white glare of hell. The Doctor and Rose watch on as howling winds blow through their massless frames, their hair a gust, spiraling. The breach is open! Into the void! They smile and laugh and exchange glances as they witness Daleks and Cybermen alike barreling past them. But then Russel T Davies was like, wait, I can't kill all the Daleks, I want them for series 3. So Dalek Sec does an emergency temporal shift while not getting pulled into the void at all. You don't get it. He's got aura. Meanwhile, the void becomes a titanic force as more and more Daleks and Cybermen stream past the Doctor and Rose at an ever-increasing lightning pace. But then the lever on Rose's side comes unstuck as the pull of the void anchors it backwards and offline. Rose is forced to go out to reach for it. Otherwise, the void will close up and the remaining Daleks and Cybermen, of which there are millions, will be stuck on Earth with them. So, just like the Doctor would, Rose reaches out, letting go of the Magna Clamp and grasping onto the lever, begging with it, bargaining with her life to push it back. She doesn't think she can do it. It's not budging before she looks to the Doctor, and that gives her strength. It's the duality of these two. They push each other to greater and greater heights, towering over the fear of any circumstance and rising above them to save the day, no matter what. But as the last Daleks get sucked into the void, the force of hell that they thought they'd ascended past as they vanquished the beast, becoming legend, reminds them of why man is so frightened of it. It's temptation. Like when Toby looked over his shoulder. It's hubris. Like the Doctor and Rose ignoring the warnings of the TARDIS on Crop Tour. It is within them and can push them to greater woes than heights as they become so quick to dismiss the urge to fall. That little voice in your head saying, go on, because they'll find out if it really all is worth getting your heart broken for, and how truly pain can define us as much as happiness or love, as Rose, under the ruthless weight of hell, can't hold on any longer and lets go. Choosing to teleport back was in fact the urge to fall. Time slows down as they watch each other cast into the event horizon beyond the point of no return, crying out as the bright light illuminates them in blinding rays. They have never seemed so much like Icarus, flying too close to the sun, condemned with ambition so high it's forever, that's ended in a single day. But Pete teleports in! It is Pete! He would try anything! He's come to accept her and take her back, not knowing what lies on the other side. It mirrors the exact same risk Rose took for the Doctor to save him from the Daleks and himself. She didn't know what she was going into, but she did it anyway. Like father, like daughter! He even gets spawn protection. It's like 60 iframes. It's pretty overpowered. But it means that in her father's arms, who has finally come to accept her beyond time, space, universes, and class, Rose gets to take one last look at the man she loves before Pete teleports back. The Doctor is left powerless, only to witness the love of his life, salvation of the curse of the Time Lord, taken from him in such agony when she dared to do what he always would. He holds on, cold and scared, as the void folds in on itself and collapses, leaving no breach and no hope of reunion. What follows is the most heartbreaking sequence of the show, one that guarantees a lump in my throat and tears freely flowing down my face as I don't even dare to try and pull myself together. There's no point. The look of utter despair and loss upon the Doctor's face kills me as Rose pushes herself against the wall, bargaining and begging for it to take her back as she weeps and screams. The music hums out the anguish they feel as Murray Gold delivers one of his orchestral masterpieces, taking over the Doctor's Siren's Call and singing Rose's song, combining the two, the duality of their pain coalescing to denote how hopeful they felt with each other for a better life, and how that hope now is completely gone. The Doctor, slowly and alone, walks to the wall that banished his love and holds his hand to it. Rose, on the other side, can feel it. A warmth, a call out across universes. So heavy is their hurt that they know each other is there. Their connection is so strong, but between the walls of reality, they can never touch. Just like Elton and Ursula after only a brush with their life. The Doctor, despondent and now with a soul empty, walks away and back into the room, now as vacant and desolate as the TARDIS felt after losing Madame de Pompadour. Rose can feel he's gone, and the others can see it. Pete, Jackie and Mickey watch on with guilt. They knew what Pete was going to do when he crossed the void, but nothing could have prepared them for how it would be to watch. They're us in a way. We want Rose to be safe. The alternative was never an option. But this is what it means to be away from the Doctor, and we don't want that either. It's tragedy on a cosmic scale. We fade to black as we sit in this feeling of pure loss, only elevated by the victory we could have had. Rose. It's the Doctor's voice. As a voiceover from Rose explains that she had a dream last night. It was the Doctor calling out for her. When she woke up, she knew what to do, follow the dream. She explains it to Jackie and Pete, her mum and dad, as well as Mickey, because, well, they believe her. They've all got each other now. Rose can be heard just as much as Jackie wished she would be. It's a beautiful moment of this found family coming together and supporting each other, even through the wildest of ideas, just like Pete 1 always would have done. They travel across the ocean and keep on traveling, just following the voice until they reach a beach and Rose gets out the car. This is where she's meant to be, and this is the story of how she died. She looks around, trying to find the voice, when out from behind, a translucent apparition of the Doctor appears. Where are you? Inside the TARDIS. He's projecting himself through the one minute instance of a gap in reality. To do this, he's harnessing an incredible amount of power, burning a supernova to say goodbye. The collapsing star, magnificent, bursts with light as the TARDIS orbits it. It's the last stage of a star's evolution, still beautiful but going out with a bang, mirroring them. Rose notes that, ironically, he looks like a ghost, as he's as dead to her as the Cybermen were as people. He sonics the TARDIS, increasing the power as his image comes through more clear and opaque, yet they can't touch. Oh, Elton, you can't touch me. Guys, Love and Monsters is so good. Rose asks if he can come through properly, but the Doctor tragically explains that he can't. The two worlds would collapse, just like the supernova. So, Rose asks, things got so big, the stakes of their lives were so Herculean that all meaning was lost in them. That was their undoing in the end. The Doctor laughs at the cheek of it. They're almost self-aware of how bad they got. But he looks around. They're on a beach. That's where the dream led her. Apparently, they're in Norway. When I tell you there's Norway, they're in Norway, because the lines on the side of the road were white. In Norway, they're yellow. Turns out, they're in Darlig Ulfstranden, which translates to Bad Wolf Bay. These events were predetermined, just like how Rose destined herself to always find the Doctor and return to him. This was always going to happen. Their downfall was inevitable. So much so that even with the heart of the TARDIS surging inside her, Rose couldn't stop it, only foresee it. The Doctor laughs at the name. What a coincidence, huh? But Rose just looks off into the distance, far away and in the moment. Is this the last time I'm going to hear him laugh? See him smile. She asks how long they've got. About 2 minutes? Just how careful with your words do you have to be in that time? So they just pretend for a moment that nothing's wrong, and she updates him on the family. There's Mum, Dad, Mickey, and the baby. The Doctor's shocked. She's Pregananant. Rose laughs. It's not her, it's Jackie. Rose is gonna have a sibling, stitching this found family together. The Doctor takes it in, just acclimatizing, and asks what she's doing now. Rose says that she's working in a shop, just like she used to. And when the Doctor, less than half certain, congratulates her, she tells him to shut up. She was joking. To go through all of this and have Rose essentially back at square one when we first met her in the clothes shop would have been so tragic. The small fake out is there, so we're reminded of where she came from and how much has happened since then, how much she's grown, changed, and experienced. Instead, there's a Torchwood on this planet planet, and Rose has joined it because she knows a thing or two about aliens now. It's a really bittersweet moment as the Doctor beams an infectious smile, so proud of her. But Rose can barely hold her tears back because she's defending the Earth without him. She's not only far and away unreachable for the Doctor, she's technically dead in her world too, marked as a missing person from the day the Daleks and the Cybermen attacked the world. But as the Doctor says, here she is, still living her life day by day. In a way, Rose goes beyond mortality, even more so, just as the Doctor does. She dies, but she goes on. It's only a technicality though, and that's the tragic part. It's an impossibility for a human to break the curse of the Time Lords, as the Doctor says that the one adventure he can never have is a life with her. This was as inevitable as it was with Renette, just much slower. Rose starts crying as she looks around, wondering the point of it all without him, and asks if she's ever going to see him again. The Doctor, holding it all in, trying to be as stoic as he can, says that she can't. This is it. It's over. There's no cheap tricks. Sobbing, she asks what he's going to do now, and he just jokes his way through it. Same old life, last of the Time Lords, alone in species and alone after all. What's he going to say to make it better? That he's going to sit in the TARDIS and be depressed for 100 years because the woman he loves is irreversibly gone? She cries uncontrollably, weeping, asking if he's going to be alone, and he doesn't answer. Rose wants nothing more than to be there for him, and it's agonizing that someone so in love, so jealous and possessive, has been reduced by sheer misery to someone that just doesn't want him to be lonely. Anyone will do. He wants to make it easy on her, but he can't face the truth of it. His silence is absolutely deafening as the loss is felt so utterly and completely. He showed her the universe and she gave him his life back. Literally, metaphorically, thematically. With Rose, the Doctor could forget the Time War for a moment, and possibly a lifetime. He'll be alone with his thoughts now, his regrets and his centuries-long pain. He dared to dream of a better life, but they sabotaged themselves from it. It's why it hurts in such a powerful way to know that time's running out, as Rose says what she's always wanted to, but could never find the courage for. I love you. The delivery is so laboured with sorrow and anguish. Without failing, I'm reduced to a crying mess. The Doctor, still stoic, stands there with only a slight twitch of the eyebrow and furrowing of the nose as he pulls himself together. Quite right too. It's a very British way of saying no protest from me. The Doctor takes it in. It's the last chance to say it back. Rose Tyler. And he fades away. It's time for the Time Lord runs out, just like the curse of the Time Lords promised. The moment is so without solace or respite. Not an instance where the pain subsides as you sit with Rose as she processes that he's gone for good. The story of them pushing each other towards a better life ends in the consequences of their actions catching up, ensuring that they never quite finish saying goodbye because they'll never forget each other anyway. On the beach, Rose whimpers and sobs, breaking down, while on board the TARDIS, the emotions finally show on the Doctor's face as a single tear is followed by another, and he swallows his feelings whole. If he sits in this moment, like we will for hours after watching, he'll let it all come to the surface. Everything. He must move on, he thinks, lest the work of saving the world never gets done. As we pan out across the TARDIS, it towers over him, a machine that's bigger on the inside, never having looked so vast without company. On the beach, Rose and Jackie run into each other's arms as the Doctor sets the TARDIS on course, onwards. Hang on. Why is there a red-headed bride in the TARDIS? What? 9.5 out of 10. Doomsday, upon broadcast in the UK, broke the hearts of 8.22 million viewers. This is undoubtedly one of the saddest episodes of Doctor Who. If you want to be cheered up by watching your favourite British sci-fi, do not watch this episode. You'll be put on a watch list. But God, is it amazing. So many emotions, so much to feel. Davies understood the assignment. This is a finale to remember and leave people wanting more. I mentioned that Pete had not yet accepted Rose beyond her class. As in Age of Steel, he walked away from her in his tuxedo, while she donned a maid's uniform. Yet, here it all culminates in an incredibly subtextual way. Rose rejects Pete's world by teleporting back to her own, thematically denying the class mobility that Pete's wealth would easily afford her. She decides to go back to the Doctor, choosing the person she loves over any value that financial wealth could bring. In a similar way, in reigniting Pete's love for family with, to him, a reincarnation of Jackie back to who he fell in love with, fundamentally a working class woman, instead of the rich and wealthy version of whom he divorced, he chooses to risk his safety, potentially a lifetime of wealth, for family, someone he loves. In the end, Pete and Rose both love hard, as they both risk their life for it, like father, like daughter, beyond class. Rose somehow stays a fundamentally working class character, the girl that we love, yet rich at the same time. Perhaps that's because, however found and completely unrelated, the greatest treasure of them all is the closeness of family and friends. Nevertheless, Eat the Rich, with the strongest thematic link of Series 2, to me being The Great Beyond, it really starts and bookends the stories being told. Queen Victoria could not, and then would not, touch The Great Beyond. The Doctor, though, in burning up a supernova, has the power to do so, as he talks to Rose, who is technically dead, as well as thematically, as he goes through the void, hell, to talk to her. Yet in doing this, he only dangles what he can't have in front of himself, expecting this to make it better, but it only leaves him with more pain. Perhaps the dead should stay silent, but we shouldn't wait. We must not. We have to continue forward, not away from them, but because they would want us to be happy. As we know, even despite Rose's possessiveness, she would rather the Doctor move on than mourn her for the rest of his life, as Queen Victoria did for her husband. Consequences. This series is thematically obsessed with the idea of consequences, and it all culminates in the series finale. As the Doctor attempted to move on from the Time War, metaphorically shedding his inner turmoil with the regeneration from the Doctor that bore the shame and regret so strongly from what he did, it seemed that Rose became more of a distraction from what was coming rather than the solution. It was Rose who saved him from himself in Series 1, and he never had to go without at least some proximity to her until the finale, when he sent her away. But Rose came barreling back in the TARDIS, never wanting him to be alone or be alone from him. The duality of Rose and the Doctor as a pair, never without each other, didn't allow space for honest dissection of the inevitability they reckoned with when meeting Sarah Jane, the girl the Doctor left behind, and Madame de Pompadour, the woman whose lifespan paled in comparison to the man she fell in love with. Every sign was indicating that the curse of the Time Lords was unblinking and ruthless, that it would, as it did with Sarah Jane and Renette, catch up with them as a consequence of ever thinking they could be forever. As Renette said, you can't have the Doctor without the monsters, but the one foe he can never beat, ironically, is time. The consequences only compounded the more the Doctor and Rose travelled. As the ghost shifts continued, unbeknownst to them, by the finale they seem to have forgotten about the curse completely, allowing themselves, drunk with love from victory after victory, to think this could last beyond. Their ignorance is metamorphosized in Torchwood, the very institute that only exists because of them. They brought about its creation, too infatuated with each other to interact with the reality of the situation with Queen Victoria in an appropriate way, given the weight of the proposed consequences. So here they are, front and centre. This is Torchwood. This is what they made happen, and it's their undoing. The stakes only progress during the story, just as our pair's consequences intensified during the series. The pipe dream that the Doctor could ever forget the Time War, even through Rose, it's mocked, and the joke is made corporeal with the Daleks' return, bringing about the curse into reality, losing Rose to the parallel universe, and only appearing to her once more as one of the ghosts their arrogance made possible. Duality on Doomsday. Like I said, the finale is all about the Doctor and Rose's consequences catching up with them as a pair, and this is embodied by the iconic titular track, Doomsday. The duality of this is epitomized by the sirenic singing of Rose's first entrance into this TARDIS, coupled with the Doctor's similarly haunting theme in Series 1. It creates a motif that, to me, represents a siren's call, pulling the Doctor towards the end of his life, which is then overpowered by Rose's song, a funeral affair that turns into a hopeful, triumphant victory with a bittersweet crescendo. Doomsday combines the sirenic singing, the urge to fall, that features in both of their themes with the angst of rock, as a burning electrical guitar takes center stage to typify their passion for one another that eventually brought about their downfall. The song fades out abruptly as the guitar remains, it too coming to a swift end that they had convinced themselves would never come. Jackie, right or wrong? A particularly polarizing scene of the finale is when, in the TARDIS, Jackie laments about how much Rose has grown and changed from her travels. Specifically of note is the notion that because of the changes, Rose would at some point no longer be human. Some people feel very strongly that Jackie's wrong here, and I think they're at least partially proven right in their feelings. By the end, Jackie now lives in a parallel universe, so far from home for it to be separated by a void, and she settled down with her dead husband of 20 years. She too has gone beyond time and space, cause and effect linearity, from a working class woman to being how rich again? Jackie's life changes in the blink of an eye into something completely different, and I don't think that she'd want to go back either. Ultimately, I think there's a bittersweet part of growing up and going through life-changing events. No matter how old you are, you say goodbye to a part of you, sometimes parts that you hold dear. You fundamentally change and morph into someone else, and it's important to accept that. Things will change. Sometimes it'll be out of your control, but denying the reality of it, just as Jackie did when she criticized Rose, it's not the way forward. It's hard to let go, but embracing change is how you replace the bad with the good. Jackie said she never left that flat. Look at her now. She's in Norway. That's like 1,000 miles away. Rose is Pregananant. Many shippers of the 10th Doctor and Rose have posited the theory that the two of them were getting it on in the TARDIS. The primary evidence of this is the look that the Doctor gives when Rose mentions the baby at Bad Wolf Bay. Some believe this look to imply that he was shocked because he thought he was going to be a dad, meaning he had gotten Rose Pregananant. Personally, I don't like to think of the Doctor bonking it out. That's strange to me. But if you want to think this, if this makes you happy, you sick freak, then I can't stop you. Legally. Did lightning strike twice? A common critique of Series 2 among avid fans is that it's a step down from Series 1. I do prefer Series 1, it's one of my favourites. However, Series 2 is still lights out television. School Reunion is stupendous. The Girl in the Fireplace is one of the strongest standalone episodes of the entire show. The Impossible Planet and the Satan Pit is up there with the most unforgettable atmospheres of any story, and the finale goes out with a bang while you whimper. This is still unmistakably a brilliant series of Doctor Who. Bad Wolf versus Torchwood. Look at most comments about Series 2 and there'll be someone saying that Torchwood showing up in every episode was overdone, usually described as pointless. As I've outlined pretty exhaustively, no, I don't think that Torchwood is pointless, but it's mentioned very thematic. It's not going to be obvious what it all means, and I think that's a shame. Because of the meaning of it all mostly just being subtext, the subtlety, or to some unsubtlety, often invites comparison between the Torchwood and Bad Wolf arc. While I think that Bad Wolf shines in its message of getting what you want out of life, I think that Torchwood is a really interesting concept. What if Britain's history of imperial conquest extended out into the stars? And how a codependent relationship inevitably brings about its own downfall if it goes unchallenged. Both are great. I just love watching Rose destroy the Daleks with the power of her mind. That's good stuff. Woke Doccy Who? Did the Doctor cry at the end? Is that a man crying? Percy! Continuing on from this series, Tennant will go on to gain a reputation as the weepy Doctor. No longer was the Doctor characterised as a rather stoic but sometimes erratic character, like in classic Doctor Who. Now, he'll shed a tear. Well, I think that some goodbyes are handled incredibly well in classic Doctor Who, like Ian and Barbara taking a Dalek time machine back home in the chase, and we watch them happily get back to their lives that was stolen from them in the first place. As they smile and take pictures, I'm filled with joy. I love that TARDIS team. But you also get the sense that something big is now over. My favourite goodbye, however, is definitely the farewell between the third Doctor and Jo in The Green Death. She's found the man she wants to marry, and after all the adventures in the TARDIS, she wants to settle down and continue them on Earth with an equally intrepid man. On a night to celebrate their engagement, during a toast, the Doctor drinks his glass whole and quietly leaves. The camera is left on Jo as she realises he's not staying to say goodbye, and we follow the Doctor in the quiet of the night as it draws to a close in silent contemplation, driving off for the first time in a while, alone. It's a really effective departure for Jo, if a little bit classically sexist, marrying off the woman, but it's made all the more emotional as the characters hold in their feelings, because it's a night of ends, but new beginnings too. Comparing this to Doomsday yields a massive difference in restraint, and it really depends on if you're someone who likes catharsis or emotional tension in storytelling. But I don't think that this is out of place for a show like Doctor Who. Things change. The show literally regenerates with its cast and showrunners, and The Green Death was over 50 years ago. Doctor Who in 2006 was appealing to a completely different audience than in 1973, with an emphasis on the viewers that Buffy the Vampire Slayer left behind in spades: teenage girls. So if you're not into the whole love story of Series 2 and find the scene at Bad Wolf Bay overindulgent, just know it's because it was written for emotional little wokies like me. Will they get a third series? Yes. Series 3 was announced only 2 months after Series 2 was, because that's how successful a job Series 1 did with reviving interest in the show, and subsequently, Tennant was a smash hit with viewers. It's very hard to overstate that. So much so that Doctor Who became far bigger than Russel T Davies could have ever expected, with the announcement of a spin-off. Torchwood.
Spoilers ahead for Torchwood.
Torchwood started its days as a titular ruse for Doctor Who, employing the use of an anagram. The production team during the first filming block of Series 1 weren't filming Doctor Who. No. They were filming Torchwood. Trust me, bro. It was all done to avoid leaks, and pesky fans, who, like Elton, were connoisseurs of infiltration. An allusion to Torchwood was made in Series 1, Episode 12, Bad Wolf, talking of an old Earth institute, which then became the arc for Series 2, but was commissioned in name as a spin-off for the show by the BBC Free controller at the time, Stuart Murphy. He had originally offered Russel T Davies the chance to create an after-Watershed science fiction series, but Russell jumped at the chance to make it a spin-off of Doctor Who, as he had already developed an idea for a science fiction crime drama that, until 2005, had been working with the name Excalibur. Cool name. Torchwood would follow a team of scientists as they protect Cardiff from aliens that came through the local time rift, which was set up in Series 1, Episode 3, The Unquiet Dead, and expanded upon in Episode 11, Boomtown. The Institute would no longer be headed up by Yvonne. She's dead, you idiot. Now the leader would be Captain Jack. In my opinion, the pilot episode expertly introduces a new Torchwood Institute. It has an amazing atmosphere of mystery and intrigue as we follow a police officer, Gwen Cooper, as she discovers more and more about the secret underground operation saving the world that goes above the government and beyond the law. Though, the fewer things I say about the subsequent episodes, the better. Yeah, safe to say I'm not reviewing Torchwood. I think they just butcher Captain Jack's characterization and make him way too serious. He's brooding to the point that he's just no longer fun to watch. And Owen, one of the scientists, is probably my least favourite fictional character ever written, and everyone's just writing one-handed, so there's a billion violations of consent that just go unchallenged. Like, no, that's fine. We don't need to make a point about that. So unfortunately, the only way I can describe my experience with it is the biggest disappointment, frankly, I have ever had. Like I always say, if you like it, I'm thrilled. The last thing I would want to do is take away the enjoyment of something from somebody else. Series 1 of the show would release on BBC Three to mixed reviews, but largely negative, and many fans attribute this to the programme not having found its voice yet. Some episodes were incredibly juvenile, and subsequently a handful were incredibly serious, creating a feeling of tonal whiplash for some. Though, the ratings impressed for a BBC Three programme, so another series was commissioned to then be broadcast on BBC Two. The second instalment impressed a now much larger audience, and appreciation for it was relatively high, with many accrediting this to the more consistent tone and overall maturity. It was considered a success by the BBC, so much so that it was commissioned for a third instalment, a 5-part miniseries that would air on BBC One over as many days. It was a strategic move made in the hopes of creating event-level television, and ask anybody who's watched it and they'll tell you they succeeded in that goal. Named Children of Earth, its dedication to an incredibly dark and increasingly mature story captivated its audience, and it's now regarded as one of the most critically acclaimed pieces of Doctor Who media. Despite my criticisms of the show, my love for Children of Earth stands in stark contrast to the rest of it. However, for budgetary reasons, Series 4 was a co-production between BBC Wales, BBC Worldwide, and Starz, an American premium television network, which led to the mini-series entitled Miracle Day being set in America. Sorry, no thank you. No, I like my Doctor Who full of British propaganda, so the thought of this sickens me. For that reason, I haven't watched it, but maybe one day when I'm bored, I don't know. Audience appreciation for Miracle Day upon release was high. However, viewership dwindled quite rapidly, and that went reportedly with the quality. Unfortunately for fans of Torchwood, it entered an indefinite hiatus in 2012, as a commission depended on the involvement of Russel T Davies. Sadly though, Russell's partner, Andrew Smith, grew ill, so he returned to the UK to look after him, and therefore, understandably, he couldn't make a commitment to it. However, Torchwood, just like every piece of Doctor Who media, has gotten the novel, comic book, and audio play treatment. Despite my opinions of Torchwood, I'm incredibly glad it exists, as it marks in my mind a pure moment of bliss and validation of the show that I love. Doctor Who was not only back, but it was roaringly popular, enough so that its expanded universe could succeed as well. And what fills me with glee is that it didn't stop there. The Sarah Jane Adventures.
Spoilers ahead for the Sarah Jane Adventures.
In 2006, CBBC, the channel specifically for children under the BBC, made their interest known to Russel T Davies about producing a Doctor Who spin-off for its younger audience. Their proposed concept was a drama based on the idea of a young Doctor Who, but Russell didn't like it, as he worried it would have taken away the mystery of the Doctor. After all, an origin story kind of defeats the point of the show. Doctor Who. However, Russel T Davies seized the opportunity to create a Doctor Who cinematic universe and loved the idea of a show specifically targeting children. I don't know what you might be thinking. Isn't Doctor Who a kid's show already? Yes, pretty much, but it's written with the whole family in mind. And given that I've talked about Doctor Who for 20 plus hours by this point, it's fair to say that I don't think that just because something is for kids, that it means it's not a proper show or worth critical thought. What children consume very much feeds their minds. And I'm glad I got to watch Doctor Who as a kid because, like Christopher Eccleston said, it informed me on what good TV is and what I should demand for when I grow up. So I don't care that something is for kids. That's not an excuse for it to be bad. If anything, TV shows are primarily how we teach young kids about art and the emotional intelligence they can give us. Therefore, I'm not talking about Cocomelon. My nephew will go nowhere near that brain rot. Instead, something fantastic for your kids would be the Sarah Jane Adventures. Following Sarah Jane Smith, played by Elizabeth Sladen as she reprised her role, we would watch her alien-fighting life on Bannerman Road, featuring a cast of kids helping her save the world after the events of School Reunion. I absolutely cherish the Sarah Jane Adventures. It is a treasure. Invasion of the Bane, the first episode of the Sarah Jane Adventures, aired on New Year's Day in 2007 on BBC One. I can vividly remember watching it with my mum. Referred to as its pilot episode, in truth, it was made with its first series, which was already commissioned alongside it. The episode impressed with 2.9 million viewers watching as Maria Jackson, along with her dad, the GOAT, Alan, moved into Bannerman Road across from a mysterious Sarah Jane Smith. Over the episode, Maria would discover more and more about Sarah Jane's world as she becomes entangled in an alien plot to take over the world with the drink Bubble Shock. Avoid sugary drinks, brush your teeth, kids. Otherwise, the Bane will get you and you'll discover that they're growing a kid and you'll free them and your neighbor will adopt them and call them Luke. The first episode is a really fun watch, and it ends in such a beautiful way, with Sarah Jane, after all these years alone since being left on Earth by the Doctor, finally coming to accept others in after thinking she's better off by herself, saying to Maria, "When I was your age, I used to think, oh, when I'm grown up, I'll know what I want. I'll be sorted. But you never really know what you want. You never feel grown up. You never sort it all out. So I thought, I can handle life on my own. But after today, I don't want to." How lovely is that? It sets the tone for every single conclusion of a story, as they all end with an uplifting note of hope, curiosity, and warmth. In Series 1, Clyde Langer, the class comedian and overall just cool dude, joins the Sarah Jane Adventures team, providing some comic relief. Sadly, after getting the starring role in the story, Whatever Happened to Sarah Jane, Yasmin Page, the actor for Maria, decided to put her focus back on school and left after filming the first story for Series 2, giving her character a wonderful and touching goodbye. This meant that another character was created in Series 2 to fill the slot, so Rani Chandra was introduced in the subsequent story, The Day of the Clown, which traumatized every child, including me. The cast of Sarah Jane, Luke, Clyde and Rani continued relatively uninterrupted until Series 4, when Tommy Knight, the actor for Luke, decided to step back further after appearing in only 3 of the 5 stories of Series 3, appearing in only 2 of Series 4 and 1 in Series 5, where a new mysterious child character called Sky was introduced. My favourite episode of the show it's Whatever Happened to Sarah Jane. It's an amazing story, introducing potentially Doctor Who's scariest villain, the Trickster, a godlike being that makes deals with people who are about to die for their life in order to sow chaos into the world. And while the episode is very creepy, the Trickster certainly horrified me as a child, the story is really about life and existentialism. Sarah Jane's life is replaced with her childhood friends, Andrea, as she makes a deal with the Trickster to live, not to die on a pier, terrified at only 13. There's such a great exchange, as Maria says to Andrea once she discovers what's happened, "I'm sorry, Andrea, but you were meant to die." And Andrea, with a horrified look of scorn, "Meant? Who says I'm meant to die?" It is an actual 10 out of 10 episode. The moment acts as a tense and biting emotional reflection on how arbitrary death is. Why do some of us survive impossible odds and others die so suddenly and without reason? It's a rather mature topic for a children's show to tackle, but one it does so carefully without talking down to the children audience. Other notable episodes include The Lost Boy, where Luke's real parents make a plea on TV for their son to come home. The episode tackles losing touch with friends, abandonment, and parental abuse. Mark of the Berserker is an all-time favourite of mine, as Clyde's absentee dad, whose presence and validation he craves, turns to his life only to end up proving to Clyde that he's better off without him. The episode tackles consent, selfishness, abandonment, and the relationship between fathers and their sons. The Empty Planet is an incredible mystery episode where Rani and Clyde wake up to discover that they're the only people left on Earth. The episode tackles existentialism again, expectations, duties to others, buzz and love. Then of course there's the Curse of Clyde Langer, another mystery episode, but one in which everyone comes to hate Clyde due to a curse. The episode tackles homelessness, abandonment, and societal failings. My favourite character, though, is Alan, because he's a cool dad. He literally saves the world with a skateboard. You can't get more baller than that. But the most cherished moment by Sladen is that one day Tennant would come onto her show instead of the other way around. They even recreate the iconic goodbye that she and Tom Baker wrote for each other all those years ago. Eventually, when Tennant left the show, Sladen gave him a parting gift, the TARDIS key that George Galaccio gave her just in case she ever wanted to come back. I'm gonna try and get through this one without crying. There's no guarantees. However, it is with great sadness that I say this all ends quite sadly. In Elizabeth Sladen's autobiography, she writes that she filmed for the Sarah Jane Adventures away from her family. She grew increasingly tired and found it difficult to commute home. Returning to acting for Series 1 was tiring, but this was something different, as unfortunately filming for Series 5 was halted, as Elizabeth Sladen was tragically diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. She finished 3 stories for Series 5, with The Man Who Never Was ending on a screen saying, "And the story goes on forever." Elizabeth Sladen would pass on the 19th of April 2011. Obituary sections of newspapers were filled with beautiful goodbyes to her, and a special program, My Sarah Jane, a tribute to Elizabeth Sladen, was aired on CBBC. In 2020, to mark the anniversary of her death, a YouTube video entitled Farewell, Sarah Jane was posted to the Doctor Who YouTube channel. It's a touching goodbye that I can barely get through, as the cast of the show, as well as Katie Manning and Sophie Aldred, talk about Sarah Jane's in-universe passing. Jo, played by Katie Manning, says that it wouldn't be right for the Doctor to attend the funeral, because having 2 hearts would just mean they'd both break. Ace, played by Sophie Aldred, ends up adopting K9, after saying that Sarah Jane is the person the Doctor misses the most, and after meeting her, she saw why. Luke thanks Sarah for pushing him to talk to Sanjay, a guy alluded to in the show, as they've been married for 5 years now. Clyde tries to play it cool but can't hold it in, saying that Sarah saw there was more to him than just a clown and made something of him. Rani says that she believes Sarah Jane didn't die. Instead, she was invited by the Doctor to explore time and space once again, forever. Elizabeth Sladen was treasured while she was alive and will continue to be forevermore. If I could say one thing to Elizabeth Sladen, it would be thank you for being part of my childhood. Bye Bye Billie Piper. Rose was actually initially planned to stay on for Series 3, though we know little about what that would have looked like. She was asked if she wanted to continue, in the genuine hope that she would, but it had been a long time coming for Billie Piper. She'd gotten almost immediately overwhelmed with how much attention and scrutiny she was receiving after she got the part of the Doctor's companion. In a Doctor Who Confidential episode coinciding with the story Dalek, she said she hadn't realised it was such a big thing, and I think she felt somewhat alienated by not understanding the gravitas of the Daleks and all the other monsters. Everyone filming that episode was giddy with excitement to see the Dalek prop, but to her it was just another weird alien. But she started to feel a great sense of responsibility, hoping she wouldn't ruin the chance for Doctor Who to be revived. So much so that even when she received awards for her performance as Rose, the pressure was all a bit too much in a world she didn't quite understand. It was a bittersweet goodbye, and the appreciation between Piper and all the creatives behind the show was reciprocal, to the extent that she even agreed to come back someday. The door was always open for a person like her. Reaching this point now in my analysis of Doctor Who is, and saying goodbye to Rose as a child was, utterly heartbreaking, and upon my first rewatch of the show as an adult, I stopped watching for 2 weeks because I couldn't bear the thought of carrying on without her. Rose is my joint favourite companion of the revival, and it would take a hell of a lot to take her off top spot. I just think that Billie Piper is one of the most talented actors we've ever had. Her perfect blend of drama and realism makes Rose feel like such a real person. So flawed, but so determined and brave. She brought to life a character that me and many other teenage girls... That makes it sound like I'm a teenage girl. Me and many other teenage girls hold dear. And whilst we're in the business of saying goodbyes, my favourite episode, I suppose if it's my last chance to say it, it's been a real pleasure. I've loved writing this. I never thought when I first started writing about the episode Rose that it would come this far. Don't get me wrong, I wanted it to. I'm just really glad it did. And I think over the near a year, some of you have waited for this, you've always sensed something was missing while cleaning your room. It was me. In the corner, I'm watching you. But for old lang syne, for old time's sake, I'll tell you my favourite episode. Despite being a really tough choice, it would have to be Love and Monsters. It would have to be a tie for the two-parter that never was of School Reunion and The Girl in the Fireplace. They are a perfect thematic pairing of goodbyes and the new opportunities inherent to them as you move on, while highlighting how adventurous TARDIS life with the Doctor can be, along with the heartbreak it can leave behind. Seeing Sarah Jane for the first time as a kid, even though I hadn't a clue who she was until my mum told me all about her, was magical. Elizabeth Sladen had such a magic about her, a twinkle in her eye that made the magic of everything seem so believable. The naive realization that Rose has that she's not the first brings a whole history of 40 years up to that point completely into perspective, as David Tennant plays the weathered and storied lonely god so well. He can't go back. There's times where he can't put it right. He's said his goodbyes and sometimes not, but the people he's left behind have lived their lives without and past him. It's Rose's turn now though, and as the past comes hurtling into the present, she questions whether she can even trust the Doctor. Will he turn over a new chapter despite her? He loved Sarah Jane too, but all these years have gone by away from him. Rose changed the future. She became the bad wolf and manifested her own destiny, determined to always be there for him. Could she ever just go back? And she thinks about it until Sarah Jane convinces her that something's worth getting your heart broken for. Maybe it is inevitable. Maybe time always catches up, even in the TARDIS. These feelings are only compounded from a different perspective, as we see the pain on the other side when the Doctor meets Madame de Pompadour. He told Rose in the last episode that she'd be the exception. He would never leave her, but it just gets proven how inescapable the Curse of the Time Lords is, as it's demonstrated with Rinette in an express fashion, so as to illustrate the ephemeral nature of human companionship for our titular character. Rinette serves as a spiritual flame for Rose and her love for the Doctor, a woman so capable and adaptive that she reflects on Rose's own journey, coming to accept the dreamland of the monsters and the time-travelling hero as inseparable. By the end, the Doctor is lonelier than ever, having seen just how quickly he can let down the people he loves. He left Sarah Jane quickly and without an appropriate farewell for such an amazing time with such an amazing person. And now he feels the loneliness that Sarah must have been saddled with for so long. It's such an elegant and sensitive illustration of life as a companion and the Doctor's weighted soul. It's poignant, purposeful, and resplendent. That's why they're my favourites. Series 2 is brilliant. It's a rich story of found family beyond time and space, of finding yourself, realizing your worth, and passion that burns brighter than the sun, tempting our beloved pairing too close towards it. While yes, like any other series, it has its weak points. I don't particularly think it puts its best foot first. The Christmas Invasion isn't a crowd-pleasing, striking entrance for David Tennant's Doctor, and New Earth doesn't fare much better with its reception, but it picks up with a suitably thrilling werewolf story, complemented very well by bald martial arts monks all over the place. The Idiot's Lantern is a look at how fascism can take root in a home, but loses any amount of restraint it barely had in the first place, as the wire incessantly screams, "Hungry!" Shut up, for the love of... And although to me, Love and Monsters and, yes, I'll say it, Fear Her are certified classics to me. They are infamous and despised by people who are joyless. However, the 1-2 punch of School Reunion and The Girl in the Fireplace is an incredibly memorable dual inspection of the reality of TARDIS life. Turn the page and the Cybermen are introduced for their 40th birthday with elevated body horror and reflections on how fascism can take root through technology. The Impossible Planet and the Satan Pit are achievements in tension, side characters, thematic resonance, fear factor, makeup, and atmosphere. The finale is iconic. Just look at the thumbnail on iPlayer. Rose is cosplaying as Fred from Scooby-Doo. I'm still waiting for that crossover. How is that not... Did I mention there's Daleks and Cybermen at the same time? There's Rose and Jackie reuniting with Pete, the missing piece in both their lives. Mickey returning from the parallel universe after finding himself. And I suppose, if it's my last chance to say it, Rose Tyler. All of it came together to ensure that Doctor Who stayed entrenched in British culture for years to come, even when fighting an uphill battle against an unplanned regeneration. I asked at the start of this video if they could pull it off, and although I wish we could have had Eccleston for longer, some things really are worth getting your heart broken for.